The story kicks off with a Mythic World video game, a game released 10 years ago as a dating sim aimed at women. Oddly enough, it ended up attracting a sudden surge of male players. The game lets players pick from a wide roster, starting with characters that are easy to play and highly effective, to characters that are brutally hard but useless. And among that jungle of characters, there's one total dud, because it's especially hard to level up and has atrociously bad skill. Yet one madman mastered this character, Beak Yusial, playing it obsessively for 10 years. He's now cracking his knuckles to get started. And this is the fellow who chose to main that useless character. On a fine day, with the air fresh and warm, Beak Yusial sips a warm cup of tea, eyes glued to the computer screen. He's reading posts on the game's forum. There are tons of new threads. Something amusing seems to be brewing. Just as he clicked on a post, a series of player comments appeared. The game encountered a stupid dragon. Suddenly it appeared and wiped out all my game data. How is this possible? It said my character died and can't log in anymore. What the hell is happening? My character was suddenly deleted. Reading this, Beak Yusial was quite confused. What kind of final boss is this in a dating sim game? I thought the game would end if the two characters got together. Scrolling down below, he noticed a post that was getting a lot of attention. Everyone, this boss cannot be defeated. This black magic dragon with a razor-sharp horn has an innate magic resistance of 99%, no cooldown, always causing me trouble with its spell absorption skill, and something shooting magic as well. How can I kill it? This must be a game bug. Beak Yusial suddenly realized this was a post by a famous trickster. Curious, he put down his teacup and exclaimed, "The final boss is really interesting." At this moment, he propped his chin with his hand, looked at the forum post from other players, and analyzed, "That's strange, a magic-immune monster in a world full of magic. How absurd, definitely a game bug." People were complaining their characters suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a notification appeared on the screen. The Black Magic Dragon Dark Knight 13th Moon has appeared. Beak Yusial curiously clicked to read the game's storyline again. In the mythical world, there is a cult society called the Black Magic People. Their goal is to help another world called the Persona Gate dominate the world. When they achieve this goal, the Black Magic Dragon will appear, and 90% of the continent will be occupied by the Persona Gate. Reading this, Beak Yusial was surprised with his mouth open, exclaiming, "I've only been doing PvP without paying attention to the game's story, but this time it's really chaotic." He felt a bit puzzled, thinking, haven't I been avoiding confrontation with it? Or maybe I should try a little. Thinking and acting, he began moving the mouse to the notification bar state. "Do you want to fight the Dark Magic Dragon? Please select yes or no." Without further thought, he chose yes. "I will showcase the skills I've honed over the past 10 years, Beak Yusial said confidently. Briefly about Beak Yusial's character. He is the only character who cannot use magic. Although in the game, everyone can use magic. But precisely because of that, even experienced players refuse to choose to play as such a useless character like him. Frankly speaking, this character is even weaker than the secondary character. But of course, he can use a little magic, and only has a single spell." Returning to the game, at this moment, the Dark Magic Dragon was gathering a huge fireball in its mouth. Immediately after, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the fireball. That force raced toward Beak Yusial at an extraordinary speed. Faced with this life-or-death situation, Beak Yusial remained quite calm, then curled his lips into a disdainful smile. He immediately used his super-level blink skill to rush forward and slash the dragon's neck, repeating this blink after blink. Beak Yusial's blink spell allows him to quickly teleport to another location within a range of 3 to 10 meters. However, the blink location is random, so if he doesn't control the distance well, he will die instantly due to the extreme speed and collision force. Moreover, the cooldown time and mana cost are quite ridiculous, plus the 2-second immobilization penalty after using this skill. Therefore, anyone can learn it, but no one bothers to use it. However, Beak Yusial was in a different league. He mastered Blink and could also control the direction and distance of the teleportation. Even more miraculous, he knew how to resist the penalty of this skill without consuming any mana at all, and Beak Yusial's character didn't have mana stats to begin with. Unlike other spells, Blink was essentially just a movement skill. But Beak Yusial had become obsessed with this character because everything was based on skill level. For the past 10 years, he had only played a single character who didn't use magic in combat. At this point, Beak Yusial surged forward, slashing a long path across the face of the dark demon dragon. Not only that, but he decisively sliced the monster in half. Truly no ordinary feat. Immediately after, he stood proud like a godly figure. A notification appeared. "You have defeated the final boss of the Dark Moon episode." In reality, Beak Yusial was also surprised, exclaiming, What, I already killed the Dark Demon Dragon final boss. I know I equipped rare relics from head to toe, but this is still a worthless character. It's truly miraculous, but in any case, it's wonderful. I have to brag on social media that I just killed the Dark Demon Dragon. Before he could even post the article, the computer displayed numerous identical red error notifications because it had reached the 90% error conclusion that the mythical world was destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Looking at these lines of notifications, Beak Yusial gasped in amazement and exclaimed, "What is going on here?" Before he could regain his composure, another notification appeared. "Please proceed to the true ending." At this moment, he was utterly panicked, shouting, "What is this?" Then our protagonist mysteriously disappeared right in his own room. Upon opening his eyes, he was struck by the sight of a strange place. Beak Yusial was now lying flat on the ground. He struggled to sit up, feeling quite dizzy. Puzzled, he raised his hand to cradle his head, lamenting what has happened. His body suddenly trembled violently. Looking around, he exclaimed, "Where am I?" Suddenly, he was drawn to a certain light. Immediately after, he realized it was a mirror. He approached and leaned close to the mirror. What he could not believe at this moment was his current appearance, a very familiar face that had accompanied him for over 10 years. That was Beak Yusial himself. But before he could understand what was happening, suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. Beak Yusial suddenly realized this was none other than Beak Yusial's opening mission. Impossible, am I dreaming? At that moment, he touched his pocket and found something, which left him stunned for a few seconds. The first thing pulled out in front of him was the Stella Trainee Enrollment Certificate. At this point, although he didn't want to admit it, Beak Yusial could already guess where he was. It had to be the world of mythology, so from now on, I'll be Beak Yusial. Thinking this, he covered his face in utter anguish, but he needed to think more logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But from my knowledge, this game doesn't have a real ending. It has countless possible endings. At that moment, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Wait a minute. Could it be that no one has unlocked the true ending in the past 10 years? Damn it, but I don't have time to think about that anymore. If I remember correctly, right after Beak Yusial woke up, the black demons would chase and storm into the house. Thinking this, he quickly rushed to the window and secretly observed. In front of him was a group of people dressed in identical black clothes. Under the snowfall, they frantically searched for him, shouting loudly, "Damn it, where did that bastard oat run off to?" Seeing this, Beak Yusial crouched behind the door. He glanced out furtively, thinking to himself, "This is bad, they've already arrived here." Meanwhile, outside, at this moment, a man with white eyes spotted something. He pointed far up ahead and shouted, "Hey guys, there's a house over there, let's go in and search it." After he finished, the whole group responded in unison. Realizing the important problem right in front of him needed immediate handling, but he himself was worried. Not knowing what to do now, he recalled that there seemed to be a time limit to avoid, but alone he could not fight back. While he was flustered and unsure of what to do, the system suddenly appeared. "You can use Blink." Beak Yusial was confused. Could he really use Blink? Born with mana leakage syndrome, Beak Yusial, who could not accumulate mana, could only place his hope on one thing. That was the magic he had spent his whole life practicing. Back to the present, outside the snow kept falling, blanketing the entire forest in white. Inside this old house, Beak Yusial kept pondering the system's suggestion. But currently, his blink skill was only at level 1, with a maximum range of 9 meters. At this moment, he was extremely puzzled. How could this damn system tell him to use blink? He wasn't sitting in front of a computer playing a game with a mouse to blink like that. Outside, the members of the Black Demon cult were running wildly toward the house. The sound of footsteps growing closer made Beak Yusial even more panicked. "Damn it, they're here. I have to act now." There was no more time left. "Damn it, I'm going to risk it with you guys." Over there, as they arrived, they discovered something. Their eyes turned furious. One shouted, "Boss, I found that bastard. Chase after him quickly, capture him alive for me." They frantically ran after from behind, mouths wide open, shouting loudly, "Stop, don't let him escape, catch him." Meanwhile, Beak Yusial was running for his life up front. This was also the first challenge in the Blink tutorial to lose the pursuer. While running, he thought that they were wearing magical shoes, so they ran faster than him. Therefore, the only way for me to escape was to use Blink. Calm down, I've used it countless times before, so of course I have to know how to time it perfectly. At this moment, they had caught up right behind him, shouting, "You brat, why won't you stop?" Glancing back, he suddenly realized, damn it, they've caught up already. But the truth is that Blink has a weakness. If the user can't control the distance well, they will collide with other objects and die instantly. However, if it were me, things would be different. Beak Yusial thought to himself as he ran. At the same time, the leader of the Black Demon group caught up right behind him. He raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Let me send you to hell, die you dog." At the critical moment, hanging by a thread between life and death, Beak Yusial used his blink skill to escape. He suddenly joyfully thought, awesome, it worked, leaving the Black Demon's group gaping in astonishment. Hey, what was that? Blink, is that Brad a mage too? Seeing his foolish teammates lose their composure, the boss immediately turned back to reassure them. Don't be reckless, Blink has a weakness. The user becomes paralyzed for about 2 seconds. This is our window to act. Saying this, he turned to look toward Beak Yusial, but was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, how is that kid still able to move? On this side, Beak Yusial was still running desperately. As he ran, he kept encouraging himself. Careful, I have to be even more cautious. Come on. I have to use the rough terrain here to escape. If any player can't learn how to use Blink at this moment, the only path is death. In fact, 99% of players who choose Beak Yusial cannot complete the tutorial portion. Of the remaining 1%, while they manage to get through the tutorial, they fail to grasp how to control the blink distance and combo blinks. Thinking of this, he frantically blinked repeatedly, moving from one spot to another. This amazed the Black Demon cult greatly. He dares to blink on such terrain. This kid must be crazy. Then the leader turned back to his comrades and said, "Those who can use magic, step forward. We will attack him from afar." With that, 3 of them stood up at the front, faces fierce and filled with murderous intent. Noticing they were no longer pursuing from behind, Beak Yusial glanced back, a new worry forming in his mind. It's over. Are they planning to use magic? And the second part of the main guide is using Blink to dodge magic arrow. Damn it, when playing games, I can see what's behind through the screen. So it's not difficult to dodge those hits. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The Mana Leak Syndrome skill was activated. Mana Leak Syndrome disabled. Sixth Sense skill and Accelerated Perception activated. As soon as he received the notice, Beak Yusial suddenly sensed the approaching magic arrow, even though he didn't need to look back. And in that way, he was able to easily dodge these magic arrows. At the same time, a massive cursed arrow shot rapidly toward him. Beak Yusial suddenly realized this was the moment to use the final blink skill. He was lucky to escape this critical attack. A deafening explosion rang out, like a meteor crashing to the earth. The pressure was so intense that Beak Yusial couldn't stand and had to sit down, bracing himself with his hand. At this point, the smoke from the explosion began to clear, but what remained was a huge crater. Only then did Beak Yusial recover his senses and think, that was crazy, I almost died. But now is not the time to rest. And then he immediately started running again. Suddenly, his eyes became filled with terror. Right before him was a deep abyss. One wrong step meant sure death by falling down to meet his ancestor. And this is also the third challenge of the Blink guide part, to cross the abyss. He suddenly thought that perhaps the only way to get to the other side was to precisely time the blink distance. Then he would encounter some mages passing by and escape. That also marks the end of the tutorial section. But to get through this part, he had to cancel the blink spell, which activates within 0.1 seconds. Failing even once meant death. There were about 2 floating rocks here. Damn it, having only 0.1 seconds really is easier said than done. It's really unclear which bastard wrote the script for this tutorial. That guy must be insane. However, this task is not impossible. The problem lies in the details. Thinking this, suddenly the voices of the dark cult shouted, "There it is. Right in front of us." At the same time, those people had caught up here. Beak Yusial was startled, turned his face back, thinking the pursuers were closer than he thought. The distance between him and them was probably about 100 meters, while the blink spell cooldown was 3 seconds. So he didn't have enough time to blink to the other end, leaving him with only one option, to kill them all. Then Beak Yusial sat down, hiding behind a tree trunk to plan his fight. He suddenly thought, this is crazy. Why did he dare think he could manage this right after finishing a battle? If this were a game, the system wouldn't allow these tailing enemies to appear continuously. But this is reality. There are no rules forcing him to blindly obey the game system. Killing someone is not even worth your concern. The reason is not because these guys are enemies of my parents like in the game storyline. They finally arrived. Beak Yusial firmly gripped his sword, ready to defend. His face lit up with determination. "Come on, you guys come here, I'll take you all on." And just moments later, they caught up to his position. The leader still seemed quite resentful, his face red with anger, shouting out, "It was this brat about to be caught. Hurry up and grab that kid for me." Finishing his words, the whole group shouted clearly, then charged fiercely. Each one looked quite furious. On this side, Beak Yusial still remained calm, not a bit shaken. One of the Black Demon men sneered, seeing the kid's skill was quite good. You dare to fight us alone? That's truly foolish. You're done for, brat, but Beak Usial stayed highly focused, observing carefully to make accurate judgments. He suddenly realized the distance to his target was about 8.7 meters. Right after, he displayed his blink ability, dashing swiftly toward the man in black. The man in black hadn't even grasped what was happening before he was probably about to die. The leader standing beside him widened his eyes in astonishment, but Beak Usial's face now glowed with unshakable determination. His speed was too fast, too dangerous, causing the man in black to spit out a large mouthful of blood, which shot straight onto Beak Usial's body. Seeing fresh blood lightly dripping from his fingertips, but at this moment, he felt no sense of guilt at all. If they don't die, then I will be the one who dies. I have to kill them all to survive. Thinking this, he struck him with a strong blow, then frantically kicked once more to vent his anger. It looked light, but that guy was flung back toward the group of black demons. This made them even more furious. On this side, after taking down one of them, Beak Usial immediately fled. Perhaps his blink needed time to recharge, so he couldn't risk everything at this moment. The black demons suddenly realized he was running away, grew even more enraged, shouting like mad, "Damn it, he's running." At all costs, they could not let him escape. Beak Usial ran while thinking, I just took down one, but next time won't be so easy. What should I do? He suddenly noticed how quiet it was behind him. Were they no longer chasing? Just as he thought that, the group was suddenly standing right in front of him without him realizing when. There was no more time to run now. He thought, could it be they were using magic again? If only I could evade these bastards. On the other side, the leader of the black demons opened his mouth and ordered his underlings, do it. Right after the command, a strange magic appeared, heading straight toward Beak Usial's position. He saw a huge spark shooting at him. Beak Usial was extremely tense at this moment. Not only one spark, but many missiles hurtled straight at him. In this situation, he didn't yet know how to escape, only angrily cursing silently in his heart, damn that damned spell. But then he shouted, ah right, I have a way. Right in front of him now appeared a branch growing out of a crack in the rock. In a desperate situation hanging by a thread, he used the blink skill and dashed quickly toward that branch. And then a huge explosion occurred immediately afterward. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion created a large hole, with dust flying thick all around. On this side, one of the dark demons looked quite pleased. Smirking, serves that brat right. But before he could celebrate for long, he suddenly realized that the hole in front of him had no corpse at all. He mumbled in surprise, where did he go? While he was still confused, Beak Usial had not only escaped their magic, but also used blink, rushing swiftly toward the boss. Only when he suddenly realized it was Beak Usial already right in front of his face. The two stared at each other like that. The blink secret technique requires the same momentum before and after use. Without hesitation, he blinked again, dashed forward, and struck him with a fierce blow. At this point, only the sound of desperate screams echoed far away. Witnessing this, the entire group of dark demons was utterly shocked. What is happening? Not stopping there, Beak Usial pressed the sword deeper through this guy's body, causing him to cough up blood and die instantly. Even now, they still didn't understand where this brat got such powerful magic, or why he had become so brutal. After dealing with the two, Beak Usial was exhausted, his whole body smeared with blood. He thought to himself, now that I have taken down these two, but I have to hurry before they recover. The scar-faced guy spoke up, this freak. His reaction speed is incredibly strange for a mage. Who the hell are you? After hearing that, Beak Usial thought to himself, my reaction speed must be superior to all the other players. But that's only in the game. Here I can't keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at this close range. I have to take them all out quickly. Thinking this, he recklessly charged in to attack. The scar-faced guy who had been observing until then exclaimed, I recognized your movement style. This kid only uses blink and a dagger. I just need to defend my face and neck. He can't touch me there. He held his defensive sword tightly with a provocative attitude. Come on, come here. Then he shouted loudly, Ice Tide. On this side, Beak Usial was still showcasing his excellent blink skill, while the scar-faced guy unleashed a powerful force directed at him. He was quite confident in his combat ability, thinking, ha, I'm about to catch you. Now let's see how you writhe in pain. But before he could gloat for long, he was utterly shocked. Beak Usial was not only unharmed, but also quickly rushed toward his companion, instantly beheading him. Witnessing this, the scar-faced guy's hair stood on end, and he trembled as he exclaimed, damn it. Before you only knew how to hide like a rat, but now you dare to fight back. Beak Usial was covered in fresh blood all over his body, and replied coldly, yes, but that was the old me. Anyway, I have to thank you all for helping me become stronger day by day. After hearing that, the scar-faced guy retorted bitterly, you son of a bitch, That's only because we went easy on you, now die. With that, Beak Usiel took strong, determined steps forward. His face was full of murderous intent, looking extremely fierce. Then he quickly hurled his spear toward him. Seeing the spear advancing, the scar-faced guy guessed in his heart, Blink targeting an undefended spot. Surely he plans to throw the spear for me to block and then ambush from behind. Ah, dream on, honey, no chance. Thinking this, the spear came close to his face. This guy simply lifted his sword gently, cutting the spear in half. He smiled smugly, thinking now all he had to do was turn around and hit him once to finish it. But it seemed his judgment was wrong. Suddenly he froze in place, weakly uttering, huh. Then he gritted his teeth, his face twisted in an incomprehensible pain. At this moment, Beak Usiel did not attack from behind as he had guessed, but struck directly in front. He used all his strength to pierce through his heart amid his surprise. The scar-faced guy still refused to accept defeat, weakly shouting, did he intend to attack from the front all along? Thus, episode 1 of Escaping the Chase was completed. After killing them all, the system displayed a notification. You have gained additional experience and received a bonus gift from the Constellatio project for developing a unique story. Beak Usiel looked quite exhausted at this moment, slumped over, his breathing becoming rapid and erratic, gasping. He glanced down at his blood-stained hand, then quickly looked around. Like many other transmigrated characters, at first they just considered it a dream. Like many other transmigrated characters, at first they just considered it a dream. Beak Usiel recalled the moment of fighting to survive here just now. That was his first blink in this world, and also his first battle. Moreover, it was his first kill. The truth was that he had killed a human to survive. After a while, Beak Usiel slowly stood up. He raised his hand to brush the dust off his clothes, stood looking at the road ahead, telling himself that since he had transmigrated here, he needed to leave this place quick. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. He turned to look back at the group of people he had taken down. At this moment, he was still quite hesitant, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. But then he bent down to quickly search their pant and shirt pockets, inspecting and pondering. Although this might be somewhat cowardly, he had to be practical. Currently, he didn't have a single penny on him. After a moment of searching, he finally found a pouch of gleaming gold coins. He inwardly rejoiced, wondering if it was about 200 million or more, finding some luck in this misfortune. Done, but before he could celebrate for long, he shifted his worries to another issue. He turned his face toward the road ahead, feeling discouraged. In front was a deep, sheer cliff. If he slipped down there by misfortune, it would definitely mean death. Standing on the edge between life and death, Beak Usiel anxiously wondered how he could cross this cliff. Suddenly, a loud call came from the other side of the cliff. Is anyone there? He immediately looked up and saw a group of people standing opposite. Beak Usiel quickly waved, calling back, hey, this way, I'm over here. He realized that this group was the team of mages who appeared in the guide section. Right after that, he shouted like crazy, I'm here, I'm here. Someone on the other side replied, but there's no bridge nearby. Are you sure you can cross? Beak Usiel answered, is that so? I'm on my way. Upon receiving his signal, the girl turned to tell the others, then let's wait for him a moment. He said he can cross. The young man with blue hair standing beside her voiced his doubts. Crossing this cliff is no simple matter. He'd have to be at least a third-rank knight to manage it, but can that young guy really do it? The girl replied, I'm not sure either. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He was leaping lightly and skillfully from one rock to another. Everyone gaped at this scene, each person watching tensely. At this moment, Beak Usiel was fully concentrated, striving to overcome each segment one at a time. As fast as a lightning bolt, he had crossed half the episode. The whole group stood watching this scene, unable to believe their eyes, exclaiming, what kind of move is this? Some kind of blink magic. One person replied, that is definitely blink. That voice came from a little girl with green hair standing behind. The little girl looked quite pretty and adorable from the outside. The purple-haired girl turned her face to look at the little girl and then towards Beak Usiel, confused, saying, is that really blink? But blink can't be so easily controlled for direction and distance like that. This is quite impossible. He looks gentle and proficient. Outsiders would see it that way, but Beak Usiel was struggling. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl saw something, panicked with wide eyes, stammering. Who are those two people? Are they accompanying this young man? At this moment, on the other side, two men dressed in black were approaching the cliff. Here, everyone was still confused. When one of the men over there began to use a magic staff to create an orange power radiating around. Then he aimed his hand straight forward, forming a sinister formation, and hurled it straight at Beak Usiel. Suddenly, a shout rang out, hey, be careful behind you. At that moment, Beak Usiel also sensed a terrifying power rushing straight toward him. silently cursing, damn it. Just as it rushed close, he used blink magic, moving elsewhere, luckily escaping with his life, only to hear a loud explosion behind. Bang, 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 bang. He turned his face around to see who was ambushing. The dust from the explosion cleared, and the shapes of two men in black lurked into view. He suddenly thought so it was the mercenaries from before. They had revived, really dangerous indeed. The blink countdown had 3 seconds left. Avoiding all those spells was impossible. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly grew panicked. What was that? It turned out the dark mages would not let him escape easily. They immediately activated another spell and fired it straight at him. Fortunately, Beak Usial managed to lean to one side to dodge that force. But perhaps the real difficulty was only just beginning. Suddenly, the rock under his feet cracked into 2 pieces. He tried to hold his ground, but it seemed impossible. Immediately after, he fell backward. But he did not feel discouraged. He was still struggling between life and death. He told himself he had to live, must live, but life seemed like a dream. All the floating rocks were too far from where he fell. Even with just a glimmer of hope, he only wished to land on one of them. Then his eyes brightened as he saw a nearby rock. Perhaps luck in heaven still did not want to take his life. He used blink magic to dart towards that rock, and luckily he managed to grab hold of it. At that moment he clung tightly to the rock, glanced back, and exclaimed, "Have I really survived?" Before he could recover, a terrifying orange power came rushing at him from behind. Beak Usial suddenly thought that he might die here, but when it had rushed right at his feet, when he was in despair, convinced that he was going to die, suddenly a blue power surged forward. Immediately after, 2 forces collided, creating a huge explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Its overwhelming pressure radiated intensely. He struggled to hold on tight. And then after the rain, the sky cleared. Only the dust from the explosion remained around. He was still alive. Thinking, how could the protagonist die so quickly? He was stunned and wondered, what was that magic just now? Ice wounds wrapped in lightning. Who could combine 2 skills into one attack like that? And even more impressive was the calculation of the bullet's trajectory accuracy, without wasting any mana. Who could perform such a perfect strike? Far away, the crowd was staring intently at the green-haired girl standing in the middle. Her face showed no change in expression, extremely cold. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked pale. One confused person spoke up, saying it's impossible. Could she really do something so extraordinary? Meanwhile, the 2 mercenaries at the other end, realizing they were still far behind, wisely turned their backs and retreated. Beak Usial watched their backs disappear into the distance, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, I'm still alive. After a while, he was able to reach this side, and everyone warmly welcomed him. Only the green-haired girl didn't bother to care and turned her back to walk away. Seeing that, Beak Usial ran over, thanking profusely. "Hey you, thank you so much for stepping in to save me just now." The girl glanced back coldly and replied, "I didn't do that to receive any thanks, so you don't need to pay attention or thank me." With that, she turned and walked away. Beak Usial felt a bit let down and responded, okay then." He watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself that this girl was really interesting. He had never heard such an adorable voice before, although it seemed she was quite hard to approach. After all, they were thieves. They had ravaged and plundered the villagers. They deserved what they got. The truth is, most of such activities were carried out by the dark magic cult. But fortunately, that ends here. I just went through the most critical moment of my life, and after climbing over this cliff, I have set foot in the territory of mages. Here, the dark magic cult people won't be able to follow me anymore. Thinking this, he sighed, and those dogs still don't even know who I am. Suddenly, the system displayed a message. Episode 2, Admission into Stellar Academy. Looking at the system board, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is Episode 2. Well, that actually sounds not too bad. But damn it, how am I going to go to school at this age?" Then the whole group got on the vehicle to move to Stellar Academy. By this time, it was already night. The place they were passing through seemed quite deserted and quiet, with only the clattering sound of horse-drawn carriage wheels heard. Inside the carriage, Beak Usial appeared tired, sleeping deeply. Suddenly he made strange sounds. He was in a trance, drifting into a dream. Images from the past suddenly appeared. A rather cute little boy grabbing his mother's shirt, excitedly calling, "Mom, Mom." The mother smiled kindly and replied, "My dear son, when you grow up you will become a mage. I believe you can do it, my good Usial." But according to the diary his mother kept, it seemed his parents struggled greatly to raise him. At that time, he promised himself to study hard to make his parents happy. Whenever he studied late into the night and fell asleep on the desk, his mother would gently cover him with a blanket. But then one day, after hearing the doctor speak, his mother was extremely worried. "Doctor, you just said that my son has the monoleak syndrome." He himself was devastated, unwilling to accept it. "No, it can't be." The boy spoke as tears streamed down his face. But was this Beek Yusial's memory? Or was it his own memory? Thinking of this, Beek Yusial suddenly jerked awake. He felt quite dizzy, raised his hand to hold his head. He looked outside through the window frame. Now it was morning, the sun was peeking up high. Someone accompanying him in the carriage saw that he was awake and hastily said, "Ah, you're awake. It seems you just had a nightmare. You kept saying things I couldn't understand. I was about to wake you up then." At the same time, someone outside spoke up. "We will depart for Leswicha, the satellite city of Arcanium, very soon." The vehicle gradually stopped, and another voice spoke. "Let's take a short break here." The whole group quickly got off the vehicle to relax. Beek Yusial, feeling quite sore, stretched high. Then suddenly he was a bit surprised, his eyes wide open as he looked. Coincidentally, the blue-haired girl was staring in his direction. At that moment, he intended to raise his hand to greet casually. But before he could utter a word, she turned her face and walked away. This made him feel a little embarrassed. He forced a smile. This person is really cold. But everything was going quite well. Considering how worried he had been, he was glad that the timeline here was closer to modern times than to the Middle Ages. Magic exists in the mythical world, but in safe cities, trains, airplanes, and celestial roads are constructed to facilitate long-distance travel. They would reach Leswicha by an extremely modern airship. Leswicha lies on the route to Arcanium. In Arcanium, the city of magic, everything truly begins. The magical towers, the Mage Conference, and the 5 prestigious academies are all located in Arcanium. The academy with the most powerful mages and the most outstanding students currently attending is the Stella Academy. Therefore, Stella is filled with geniuses and nobles from all over this world. But Beek Yusial still couldn't understand why the Beek Yusial character he transmigrated into could study at this prestigious school. He forgot that he hadn't checked his own skills yet. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened his system to check. Immediately after, the status board appeared. Monoleakage Syndrome Level 1, Strength increased by 3%, Speed increased by 5%, Agility increased by 10%. Sixth Sense consumes the user's spirit energy to activate mana scouting within a 12-meter radius and activates detection. Automatically triggers when danger is detected. Looking at the status board, he silently thanked the skills that Beek Yusial possessed. Sixth Sense and Quick Scouting. Without these two, he probably would have died in this game already. A cursed force unable to concentrate mana in the body. Mana leakage syndrome is a congenital curse that Beek Yusial suffers. However, this allows him to detect mana around through his sixth sense. It also helps him detect any attacks directed at him, even if he isn't looking in that direction. Detection allows him to perceive everything as if time has slowed down. If there is a threat or an attack ahead, he reacts faster than a normal human could detect. That is a necessary skill for Beek Yusial because he cannot use mana, but everything has two sides. Using the sixth sense for too long consumes a lot of mental energy, and overuse can cause many unwanted consequences afterward. Reading up to this point, Beek Yusial swiped to the statistics section. 1-star power status 59%, 1-star sharpness 97%, 1-star speed 81%, stable stamina 1-star 51%, unyielding no-star 97%, mental energy 1-star 43%, no mana left, blink skill level 0, mana leakage syndrome characteristic level 1. After checking the information, he suddenly thought that the starting stats weren't actually that bad. Yusial originally had very low sharpness, but in his hands, it would be different. He had to push this through no matter what. In this game world, there is not only one type of level, but also levels for each attribute, skills displayed as levels, and stats as stars. The maximum attribute level is 9 stars, but that is almost impossible to reach. I've played this game for over 10 years, but the highest level I achieved was 8 stars in both stable stamina and sharpness. I should focus on investing in sharpness now to enhance my sixth sense and reaction speed. I can improve stable stamina and agility through various other methods. After all, the problem now is the mana leakage syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't survive long. I need to upgrade it quickly to reach the secret of the true body. Stellar Academy is the way to suppress that syndrome. I have no other choice if I want to prevent the end of this world and cure my chronic illness. Thinking of this, Beek Yusial let out a helpless sigh. Phew, honestly, I don't want to go there myself. Someone please save me from this situation. Suddenly, the system chimed. You have missed some notification. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, I've never looked at this before. But before he could check it, an urging voice rang out. Hey, you young people, let's go quickly. Beek Yusial had to set those notifications aside to check later. The girl with blue hair was still watching him closely at this moment, but she remained cold and silent. In front of them was a flying ship hovering in the air, enormous and modern. On the ship, everyone seemed quite excited and expectant. Suddenly, an announcement came through the speaker. "Attention please, we are approaching Arcanium. Passengers are requested to remain seated." At that moment, someone noticed something and was quite astonished. Immediately afterward, he sneered mockingly. "Hey you guys, look at that guy glancing around like a child. Has he never been on a flying ship before? Ha ha." Judging by their looks, the person they were talking about was Beek Yusial. At that moment, he was looking around. Everything here was unfamiliar to him. They kept chatting. "That guy must be a country bumpkin who just arrived. Looks like some naive guy in the city, huh? I don't understand why Stella lets these trashy types into the academy." Up to this point, Beek Yusial also heard those whispers about himself. He glanced over at them. They hadn't stopped yet. They continued to despise him, saying this news would spread everywhere. A few guys like him were enough to taint everything. He kept looking at them, but then he didn't bother with their mockery. He just sighed and turned away. His reaction caught that guy by surprise. Beek Yusial thought to himself, "They're just immature kids. I'm an adult, I won't stoop to their level." His indifferent attitude deeply embarrassed that spoiled rich kid who shouted, "Hey kid, how dare you look at us like that? Are you asking for trouble?" He frowned and clenched his teeth as he continued, "You little bastard, you better stand right there for me." Then a gentle voice sounded, "Hey, what the hell are you guys making so much noise about?" He jumped in surprise and turned to look toward the voice's direction. His eyes widened in astonishment. In the distance, the silhouette of a girl with long hair appeared. Then he trembled and exclaimed, "Princess Bion." Beek Yusial also turned to look, pondering, was he really saying Bion? From his gaze, in front of everyone stood a princess with an incredibly beautiful appearance, a cold, proud aura. This was the princess of the Adolbit Kingdom, Hong Bion. She said nothing more, she just coldly walked past the group. Seeing the princess walk past where he stood, the spoiled rich kid smiled warmly, placed his hand on his chest, and greeted politely, "Your Highness." Before he could say anything more, the princess cast a cold, icy glance at him, then ignored him and walked away. This left him feeling quite embarrassed, mouth agape without a word. She proceeded coldly further inside, leaving the whole group staring at each other in stunned disappointment. On this side, she had brushed past Beek Yusial. He suddenly realized she was the enemy of this world, according to the original storyline. Bion is a main character in the game. She and the female lead are always at odds, but in the end, it's Bion who dies. No matter which path is chosen, she still meets a tragic death in most endings, or must commit suicide due to being bullied by the entire academy. She endures the most shameful experiences in front of everyone, as if the developer resents her and wants her to suffer everything. At that moment, he grew quiet, recalling he had heard that she was very famous among players. Indeed, she was very beautiful but too cold, as if she would kill him if he dared to start a conversation. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He reached up to rub it. The immediate problem was to fill that empty stomach first. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, at some stall, he saw quite a variety of sparkling pastries. He randomly picked one, but as soon as he held it, his face paled, thinking, "Oh, why is this so expensive?" Nevertheless, he shrugged and ate to fill his stomach first. After eating, Beek Yusial stepped out, stunned like someone who'd lost his ration book. He thought bitterly, "Damn it, is it always like this whenever I eat at Arcanium? It's broken, it's broken." At this moment, the announcement speaker sounded again, informing everyone, "We will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please all proceed to the ground floor." Repeating, "We will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please all proceed to the ground floor. Thank you sincerely for your attention." After hearing this, Beek Yusial smiled and thought, finally it's starting. After all, this is now his reality. Thinking this, he excitedly exclaimed, "Let's get started." After a while, the group arrived at Stella Academy. Looking at the unfamiliar crowd here, Beek Yusial felt quite out of place. He took a deep breath. Thankfully, he had solved the immediate problem. The people from the Dark Demon sect could no longer track him, but could he survive in this place? Surviving in this world is not at all easy. He wished for something useful in this situation. Thinking of that, he suddenly realized he hadn't read the system notifications from before. He opened the system to check. The notification read as follows: "The Stellar Project grants you a special reward. Choices: 1. A weapon you used in the game at a lower level. 2. A skill you acquired in the game with less power. 3. Experience." Looking at the status line, he pondered thoughtfully. "Oh, it seems this system has a bit of ethics after all, but let's see, what should I choose? Should I choose the 2 flashlight reflective?" As if reading Beek Yusial's thoughts, the system immediately replied that according to the search results, the ranking of such equipment is too high, so it will be downgraded. You continue to ask, what about the super blink? The system responds that according to the search results, this skill is an upgraded version of blink, so it cannot be obtained. However, you can use rewards to enhance the blink skill. After reading this, you stand stunned, silently cursing that damn system. Do you really have to downgrade it? Seeing you complain, the system immediately explains that due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize it. Huh, what's that? You look puzzled. The system continues. The force that affects the course of the story is called narrative energy. If you continue to explore hidden episodes, it will accumulate. Therefore, in the short term, you cannot possess items that are too powerful, because you are just a novice. You anxiously wait for the next response, but see no further display from the system. You ask again, what about the crest goggles? The system replies that based on the results, we conclude that it can be provided. Then let's take. Having said that, the system immediately throws you the crest goggle. He held the glasses in his hand, looked them over with discouragement, thinking he never imagined a day would come when he'd actually have to wear this damn thing. Note, the crest glasses are items that contain all the information players have gathered while playing the game in the mythical world. Players can't recall or read information about the monsters they've hunted or knowledge they've acquired themselves, so they developed countless information storage items in their own ways. Beak Yusial was no exception. He used the crest glasses to store information. Excited, he put on the glasses to check. A source of blue light radiated from them. Then a message appeared, crest glasses with no description level, unable to recall last night's dinner, no matter, because these glasses keep detailed records of everything you have seen and learned. Special feature, sealed crest directory, activated using mental energy. He opened another directory to look. The system displayed a message again. Ingredients for alchemy, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. Up to this point, he felt quite satisfied. This place is exactly like the real world. So I honestly don't know what to say about what I can do using the system. But with these glasses, I can recover about half of the energy I've previously used. Suddenly there was murmuring behind him. Hey, isn't that Azel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Dutch Mall. Oh, how dare she show up here? Tusk, keep your voice down, she'll hear you. Hearing a familiar name in the story, Beak Yusial was curious. Azel, huh? Now that you mention it, one of the skills of the Crown's View allows me to register or check information about characters in the plot. Let me see what she's like. Immediately an information panel appeared. Name, Azel Malf. Description, a fake hero, an ice lightning mage who likes drinking pickled juice before eating pizza. The eldest daughter of Dutch Malf, her father's death led to the decline of their house, with the outcome that she will die. After reading, Beak Yusial thought silently, oh, so it turns out she's a fake hero. To talk about Azel, a fake hero, has one thing I have to point out. Although the world I'm in is the mythological world inside a game, the truth is that this world is based on a romance novel called Don't Love the Princess. That novel tells the story of the heroine Azel. She lost all her loved ones, grew up by confronting the villain Bion's conspiracies. The ending is that she is happy with the male lead. Her revenge plan nearly disappears, and the other male characters protect her, but it has a sad ending after receiving much mixed reaction from readers. The issue here is that although the game's world is based on the novel, the plot is different. In the game, a character named Flame was added, replacing the role of the female hero. Moreover, Flame has her own storyline. She used to be a woman living an ordinary life in the modern world, who enjoyed reading the novel Don't Love the Princess and was reincarnated. So unlike in the novel, Azel became the fake female hero in the game, while Flame became the true hero. No matter how much players try, Azel cannot survive in any storyline. This is the result of her being pushed out of the true hero position. But that has nothing to do with me. However, I don't know if I'm imagining things. I have a feeling I've seen her somewhere before. It's probably just my imagination. Now is the time for me to face this truth. After a long and stormy day, a new day dawned. Rays of dazzling sunlight shone across Stella Academy. Inside, the students had changed into their uniforms, standing neatly in line to listen to the speech. At this moment, the principal spoke. As you all know, the dark mages are witches, those who have gained power from other worlds and transformed into monsters. Currently, they continue their invasion by opening persona gates or releasing ancient dungeons to conquer the magical world. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from evil forces. At this, murmurs suddenly rose from below, starting a new episode with this lame speech. Indeed, it's really dull. At the same time, the speech continued to echo, and right after this, we will attend the oath-taking ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who also represent the new student. Come on, please come up here. Immediately, the exemplary faces stepped up one after another. They were all handsome young men and beautiful young women with radiant faces. Looking at them, Beak Yusial silently thought they were all shining faces, as if they were the main characters themselves. But who is the one shining the brightest here? That's right, it's him. The principal's voice rang out. Representing all the new students present here, Ma Yuxiang, please come up to speak. At this moment, the girls below looked on with sighs and admiration. Wow, he has the highest entrance score, and on top of that, he's both talented and handsome. Beek Yuxiao looked after him and had to admit, so this is the famous Ma Yuxiang. Note in the game, Ma Yuxiang is a perfect embodiment of the saying, above heaven and earth, only I am supreme, with a mana rating of 9 stars and potential close to the gods. He is a genius among geniuses capable of controlling all elements in the world. Even if I can't endure until the final outcome, I must avoid bad endings by bringing Ma Yuxiang over to the side of good. However, that cute short-haired girl is probably Flame. Beek Yuxiao began to immerse herself in reasoning, but it still depends on how she will act from now on. Since she is also someone who time-traveled here like me, accompanying her might be a good idea. But would things be more complicated if she considers me an enemy and rejects me? Anyway, I have an advantage in information, so I shouldn't ruin anything. Flame is a reader of romantic fantasy novels, while I'm a player in this fantasy game. I swear to do so, even though my role in the plot isn't comparable to even a tiny villain in a shop. Moreover, the heroine Flame has a special ability to purify dark demons, but alongside that, she also has the power to bring misfortune to those close to her. Being near her will certainly affect me. My role is to support the main characters from afar, and to limit my involvement with them as much as possible. Thinking of that, Ma Yuxiang's inaugural speech was finished. Below, everyone applauded enthusiastically. The principal's voice rang out, so I hereby declare that we will close today's entrance ceremony. Immediately after attending the entrance ceremony, Beek Yuxial's system notified her. Congratulations on completing Episode 2 by joining Stella Academy. After the opening ceremony ended, all the students gathered in a lecture hall somewhere, each choosing a seat freely. Beek Yuxial looked quite sad at this moment, thinking to himself that he had graduated from university long ago, yet now he suddenly became a high school student. The feeling was so strange and unfamiliar. But then he comforted himself, saying that after all, there was something quite wonderful here. He held the watch in his hand, pondering that it was that having this was really good. This was the Stella Watch, proof that you are a student of the most prestigious Stella Academy. If you own it, you will receive privileges and better services than other mages. Thinking of this, he happily stored the watch safely in his pants pocket, telling himself, hee, I must quickly make use of this opportunity. At that moment, someone opened the door and entered. A man with a cold face walked in, stepped onto the podium and said, requiring all of you to stay seated in class. We will start the test right now. Except for writing tools, put away all other items. If anyone wears glasses, they must be checked by me first. Beek Yuxial thought with annoyance, just finished the opening ceremony and already testing. The curriculum at Stellar Academy is harsher than most universities in South Korea. Students have to take a test on the very first day. This is a placement test, through which they evaluate and assign classes for the student. When the exam papers were distributed to everyone, the teacher returned to the podium and spoke loudly. Everyone pay attention. We have 45 minutes to complete the test. Time starts now. Please focus. For someone who has studied this program for a long time like Beek Yuxial, who exchanged answers with the teacher and the teacher answered back, seeing the exam paper made him dread it. His face drenched in sweat, thinking, damn it, I don't even understand the reading. How am I supposed to do this? It's really tough. The hierarchical test has nothing to do with the entrance exam. It is notorious for its terrifying difficulty. Students are divided from grade F to in grade S based on their score. Of course, most of the players are in grade S. In contrast, Beek Yuxial ranked last among the 1141 students. Looking at the test, he hesitated. Maybe I should just submit a blank paper, since I was already admitted, probably won't be expelled. Just consider myself volunteering to be placed in grade F. He glanced around. At this time, everyone seemed quite focused on the test. Only Ma Yuxiang was sitting idly, propping his hand on his chin, lost in thought. Beek Yuxial looked back at himself with some disappointment. Oh, he's already sitting idly. Could it be that he's already finished? No wonder he looks so disheartened. In this game, Ma Yuxiang's personality is one of despair. He was born into the strongest family on the continent, possessing a genius intellect and top-tier talent. Everything was easy for him. Depending on the actions of the female lead, Ma Yuxiang would side with either good or evil. All the villains of the dark demon cult who want to exterminate humanity are extremely interested in him. But from the start, the biggest problem was his family. Watching such a genius only made me have to reevaluate myself. Suddenly he realized, wait a minute, why am I so stupid? I can use my blink glasses after all. I once used them to accumulate skills learned in the library. At this moment, they're really useful and there's no loss anyway. I have to try. Thinking this, he reached into his bra, took out the glasses. Just about to put them on when the proctor suspected his behavior, came closer, and spoke. Wait, what's with your glasses? I already said if you intend to use glasses, you have to let me check them first. Hand them over so I can inspect. Baek was startled and thought, all right, damn it, I forgot about that. He quickly handed the glasses to the proctor. The proctor held the glasses in his hand, carefully examining this side. Baek grimaced, sweating profusely, thinking, this is doomed. What should I do? If they discover these are magic glasses, I'll get expelled. He looked up, praying to heaven, hoping to survive this ordeal. Suddenly, the dam system appeared with a notification. A missing part of the blink glasses has been detected. Do you want to summon it? Baek was so scared he nearly peed blood. No, stay there, system. The proctor was still using magic to check the glasses. After a moment without finding anything, the teacher handed it back to him and said, I don't see any mana here, but remember to ask first next time. Baek was startled, then happily replied, ah yes, sir. At the same time, he silently rejoiced. Thank goodness, if the original function was working, I'd be in big trouble. He immediately put on the glasses, looking a bit more intellectual. Right after that, the answers to each question appeared before his eyes. Based on that, he copied them down, smugly thinking, I've hit the jackpot, who knows, maybe I'll even get first place. With these answers, I'll definitely pass the F level, maybe even reach level A. While he was focused on copying, suddenly the teacher's voice rang out, the test time is over. All students must stop writing and hand in their paper. As soon as he finished speaking, the proctor used magic to collect the students' papers. No one could add another word. Watching the test sheets fly toward the teacher, Baek grimaced, thinking, oh, I only managed to answer 3 questions. At that moment, the teacher held the stack of test papers, quickly scanning through them. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Baek was still feeling deflated, thinking he had finally escaped the F level. In truth, it was probably a bit too much for him. He reached up and took the glasses off. Suddenly, the teacher noticed something, hurriedly turned to look at him and shouted, Hey, you student, give me your glasses right now. Baek felt his hair stand on end and stammered, why yes. The teacher took the glasses and thought deeply, strange, it can't be. Then he turned to the boy and said, Hey you there, call Dr. Gravin for me right away. The boy replied, yes sir. Baek felt confused inside, what suddenly got into the teacher. I even wrote carefully to avoid any suspicion of cheating, but now it's ruined, or maybe I've already been found out. A little later in the doctor's room, the teacher's anxious voice rose, Doctor, what do you think? The person holding the magnifying glass for inspection was none other than the necromancy professor, Dr. Grav. He responded, it really is suspicious that the boy answered this question correctly. The teacher hurriedly asked, then is he cheating? The doctor replied, cheating. He's not cheating at all. I don't sense any necro energy from the magnifying glass or any other item. He is definitely doing it with his own ability. At this moment, Baek pretended to limp and put on a wronged expression. The doctor laughed with interest, patted his shoulder and said, haha, this is really interesting. I never expected to encounter this case at the end of my life. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwal, remember to apologize and guide him a bit more. The teacher answered a bit shyly, ah yes sir. Then he turned to the boy and said, I misunderstood you, please forgive me. Hearing that, Baek smiled with his eyes closed, thinking to himself, actually, I did cheat, teacher, but if the original feature activates, I'm done for. Then he replied, yes, it's nothing, teacher. A while later, in Professor Lee Hanwal's office, the teachers were focusing on grading the tests when they came across a certain student's paper. The teacher suddenly held the completed paper in his hand, looking at it for a long time as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly a voice called out, oh, Professor Luan, is this the test from the first-year students? Lee Hanwal responded, yes, sir. The woman cheerfully added, I heard that there are many outstanding students this year. This woman is a senior council member of the Stella Academy, Professor Edel Time. Lee Hanwal answered, that's right. This year we have quite a few exceptional students. From the most prestigious family in the fire magic world, Princess Biyun of the Fire Nation Adalbit. Then also the heir to the Scalvan Empire, Jeremy Scalvan, who surpassed all his older brothers in the war for the throne at just 12 years old thanks to his magical talent. And coming from the world's grandest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, the heir of Tower Master He Wenryong also enrolled this year. Hearing this, Professor Edel Timon was impressed. Oh, I heard that creating exam questions for elite students from famous families is very challenging. This year is sure to be interesting. Professor Lee Hanwal replied, as long as the elder is satisfied, I am happy. As Professor Edel Timon said, this year's test has a new format. The first 3 questions are very difficult to solve with just ordinary academic ability. They are clever riddles with hidden meanings. Testing agility. If unable to solve them, do students quickly move on to the next question? Secondly, how students deal with a problem never before seen in any book. The era of rote learning magic theory has passed. Now is the era of practical combat, requiring quick assessment and creative thinking. But that question required no answer. Over 1,000 out of 1,141 students left their papers blank. The remaining 100 students tried to find answers, but did not produce a correct one. Among the new students, only 3 answered correctly. Ma Yuxiang, a genius of the century who appeared like a comet, but no one knew which clan he came from. Flame, a student introduced to the school by the principal. Though a commoner, her talent was recognized, only slightly behind Ma Yuxiang. And finally, Beak Yuxiao, a character with no notable reputation. It's no surprise Ma Yuxiang and Flame were considered geniuses, but Beak Yuxiao had a very low entry score. Yet unexpectedly, she solved all 3 difficult questions, especially since she left the rest blank without even attempting them. The professor standing beside saw Li Hanwal silent and curiously asked, "What's wrong? You seem interested in the kid's scores." Li Hanwal answered confusedly, it's just that I can't explain the scores of some students." She continued, "Oh, that makes sense. After all, those formulas don't really solve anything. The kids don't know them, but you can still solve the problem." "But do you think this child is a genius?" Li Hanwal asked. The elder calmly replied, "It might just be luck." With that, she turned her back and walked away, leaving Li Hanwal dazed. The teacher felt puzzled and sighed deeply, then looked up your admission file. There was a note attached to the file stating a special admission due to a highly rated ability to control blink. At this point, Li Hanwal had to accept the truth, thinking it's no wonder the principal personally made a special admission. But studying combat magic while specializing in blink, that's really interesting. But we will soon find out whether this is a coincidence or if this child is truly special. After the exam results were out, the school divided students into separate classes based on them. At that moment, everyone eagerly went to see which class they were assigned to. All you could hear were people asking each other, "I heard the class assignment results were posted on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mother told me if I don't get into Class A, I shouldn't show my face at home." Beak Yuxiao trudged behind, feeling discouraged, thinking it's unbelievable that there would be a day he had to check his own class assignment. Before, he could just click once and have the results instant. Thinking this, he approached the bulletin board. At that moment, a boy in a blue shirt kept staring at him as if he were an alien. Then whispers started right behind him. "Is that Beak Yuxiao? I heard he got 0 points in the practical magic portion of the entrance exam." "Really? I can't believe it. How could trash like him get into Stella? I don't even know what Stella's standards are anymore." Beak Yuxiao ignored all the gossip around him. What mattered most to him at this moment was which class his name was on. Everything else was of no concern. He walked up to the bulletin board and glanced through it once. Confused, "Wait, where is my name?" He was utterly shocked, thinking, "Could it be that I failed just because I only answered 3 questions? No way, I'm definitely doomed." While still disappointed, the group of friends continued chatting. "How come he's so sure there must be some mistake? It's really strange." Uslek of the Marquis household ranked 29, yet got placed in Class A. Even the perfect theoretical scoreholder ranked 17 was assigned to Class A, so why was he? Hearing people mention his name with hushed tones, Beak Yuxiao was curious and puzzled. "What's going on? Should I go check it out? After all, I already failed." Thinking this, he decided to approach the crowd to listen in. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock when he saw his own name. Why was his name there? Impossible. Could there be some kind of mistake? What is this? The most special ranking any student could dream of, Rank S, gathering the finest students of the prestigious Stellar Academy, unlike classes with students of various levels. Class S only had 41 students and consisted of a single level. At that moment, he rubbed his head thoughtfully. "I got placed in Rank S. If only this were some kind of error. This is crazy. Now I'll be running into the main characters of this game more often. Getting involved with the main characters only shortens my lifespan further. I can't even change this. Well, I guess I have no choice but to try living quiet. Everything will find a way to be resolved eventually." Outside, the academy remained quite normal and quiet, but in some hidden corner of the academy, a woman angrily slapped Princess Bion hard across the face. She frowned and shouted, "You got all 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Iso of the declining duchy managed to answer 2 correctly. This woman is Fire Element Professor Hong Yil, who is also Princess Bion's mother." She continued, "You couldn't answer questions that even bugs can get right. That means you are even lower than a bug. You should take a good look at yourself. Do you understand? Bion weakly replied, "Yes, mother." The mother was still annoyed and gave her daughter a sharp look, then sighed and choked up as she continued, "Listen to me, Bion, you must not become like me, a person exiled from the kingdom and now holding this foolish professor position. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom." Saying this, she bent down, gently placing her hands on her little daughter's cheeks. She said, "You have to become someone who surpasses your older sister." Then she smiled kindly, like any other mother, tenderly looking at her child. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" Bion's cheeks were now flushed red. She thought for a moment and then replied, "Of course, mother, I understand." But the truth was she was deceiving herself when she uttered those words. She didn't understand anything. She had lived the way she was taught, handling everything mechanically. But this time, those issues involved magic, spells, and even formulas, things she had never learned before. So what should I do? Thinking this, she broke down in frustration, tears streaming down her face. Why are you tormenting me like this?" At the same time, in the S-level classroom, the students had all gathered. Baek sat alone at the top desk, depressed, holding his face, thinking he was doomed. Of course, he was transferred to a place full of oddballs like that. And it's not like he was trying to get close to them either. At that moment, whispers broke out. Why was he here? That was what she was talking about. She couldn't understand it at all. "Did you know our families opposed and asked why he was in the S-class? He just said Baek was qualified to be in S-class. Seriously, that's really strange." Though those people whispered among themselves, Baek still heard that conversation. Feeling isolated, he thought maybe he was the one being abandoned. But that was also true. They had worked hard training since childhood, so they would be very disappointed to learn someone like him was in their class. A person's class would change based on academic performance, so this was normal. Even the S-class was no exception. A person could be demoted to a lower class. Or there are also students who advance from class A to class S later on. Well then, at that time, I will find them to have a talk. Baek glanced around at the quite familiar people in the game, yet by some miracle, he had become classmates with them. Thinking about all of this is truly amazing. The characters in the game are standing right in front of me. In a few years, most students in this class will become famous throughout the continent, and 5 of them will have the potential to betray the Magic Council. Ma Yuxiang is also one of them. It would be so good if Flame could prevent that from happening from the start. Suddenly, Professor Li Hanwal entered and spoke. "Hello everyone, please quickly settle into your seats." Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Baek turned his face toward the podium. At this moment, the powerful professor was speaking. "I am very honored to meet you all. Some of you may have seen me before, but I will introduce myself as usual. I am the professor of Class S, Li Hanwal." Hearing this, the students below started whispering and discussing. One said, "Oh, so that's the famous Professor Li Hanwal." Someone next to him responded, "The number of dark magic beasts he's hunted has almost reached 4 digits. It's brutal, they even call him a level 7 magic warrior. He truly is on a different level." Seeing the students stunned and chattering, Professor Li Hanwal spoke up to remind them, "Now, please be orderly. This year, it seems there are many talented students here, and there is even a special exemption student. As you all know, this academy is where we nurture battle mages, also known as magic warriors. You will experience a strict educational environment for 3 years. I expect all of you to keep up with the curriculum. I want each of you to show me the best abilities you can develop during your time at this school. So now, does anyone have any questions?" Facing the teacher's question, the whole class remained silent. The teacher smiled and continued, "Good, then let's begin the lesson." At that moment, outside the door, the silhouette of Princess Bion was entering. Seeing her with a bruised cheek, everyone was quite surprised. And Baek was no exception. He thought in surprise, Bion is the one who always follows rules more than anyone else. How could she be late? What happened to her? She approached the teacher, apologized, and said something, her face showing signs of exhaustion and disappointment. Curious, Baek took out his crowbar glasses to check. As soon as he put them on, an information board appeared. Bion, fire element antagonist mage, likes red ginseng candy, occasionally blames herself, only drinks coffee with milk Acalia style. Has an evil mother, fate destined to die. After reading it, he suddenly thought, not much has changed. Her fate destined to die. But if Azel dies by flame, Bion will die with her. It can be considered the inevitable destiny of a villainous character. I would save her if I could, but I am not in a position to save anyone. Thinking this, he felt a bit melancholic and took off his glasses. After hearing her explain the reason for being late, the teacher spoke up, "You should find a seat." Over here, Baek was still sighing sadly, thinking he felt quite bad, but he could only keep his distance. Then he absent-mindedly followed the flow of his thoughts. Suddenly, Bayon approached his seat. Her eyes were filled with resentment and sadness as she looked at him, while he still couldn't understand what was happening. Immediately after, Bayon sat down in the seat next to him. Baek was bewildered, thinking, what's going on? How do I feel right now? Could it be that everything has been distorted from the start? After everyone settled in their seats, the teacher spoke. So before we start the lesson, we will have a ceremony to inherit the magic wands for you all. Class S and Class O will hold the ceremony together, and the teacher will explain the details later. Baek listened and felt a bit confused. An inheritance ceremony, It sounds quite troublesome. But then he smiled, showing anticipation for the day the event would take place. At Stella Academy, there are two major events. One is the Soulmate Pact, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. At a prestigious academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds an extremely special position. After a while, the students from Class S and Class A gathered in a rather mysterious place. Professor Lee Hanwal spoke up, "Is everyone here yet? There are many magic wands prepared here, from the lowest rank to the medium level. What you need to do is go to the magic wand you like and take. The process of exchanging the wand after choosing is very complicated, so the teacher hopes you will choose carefully." After hearing that, Baek suddenly thought that although the teacher said so, we are not the ones selecting the magic wand, but something else. In this world, magic wands only react to the person they recognize, creating a resonance effect. That also means you cannot just use a high-level wand simply because you want to. Thinking this, he stepped closer to the magic wands floating in the air. He looked around, hesitating greatly. He didn't even know which one he should choose. He stood there lost in thought. If it were before, he would have quickly chosen a low-rank wand. But since now he was in Class S, he couldn't just pick one at random and be looked down upon forever. Suddenly, a quite simple wand caught his eye. In this world, magic wands are divided into two types, wands and staffs. Wands are usually used by knights who need to cast magic quickly. On the other hand, staffs are used by bishops who focus on a single powerful attack with more casting time. Suddenly, behind him came whispering and murmuring. "Hey, which one do you think you'll choose?" Because he's studying in Class S, so surely he won't have any problems with resonance. Baek realized that they were targeting him, but he ignored everything, thinking those kids can say whatever they want. He didn't bother to care and tire himself out. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. Baek was confused, not knowing who was calling him, so he turned around to look. A stranger's face appeared, so he asked, "What's the matter and who are you?" This guy had a bit of arrogance on his face and boldly replied, "I'm Uslek." Baek still couldn't remember who he was after hearing that, thinking he must be some minor character. This was the first time he'd heard that name, so he just answered indifferently to get it over with. "Oh, is that so? I got it." Uslek crossed his arms and continued, "Which magic wand do you plan to choose?" He casually replied, "I'll just pick one at random." After hearing that, he sneered sarcastically, "You better choose a magic wand that suits your ordinary civilian status. Don't try to climb too high and fall hard, causing trouble for Professor Lee Hanwal." Baek face at that moment seemed like saying, "Your dad is probably scared of you." He didn't bother to pay attention, turned away, and added a taunt, "Oh, fine, just don't cause any trouble." Seeing his mocking attitude, Uslek got even more bitter, blood rushing to his head, his face flushing red. Immediately after, he seemed to go mad and shouted, "You bastard, you. You want to fight, huh? Really annoying." Baek was about to ignore it, but this brat still wants to provoke. He sighed in disgust, took the eyebrowwear glasses out of his pocket, and put them on. At that moment, the boy's information appeared right before his eyes. Uslek Chekbilin, son of Marquis Chekbilin, subordinate of Prince Jeremy, level of dissatisfaction 3. After reading, he took off the glasses and put them away, a bit disappointed, thinking, seriously, is that all the information there is? Then he raised his face looking toward him, sighed tiredly, wondering if he had anything special. Uslek then pointed at a staff arrogantly and said, "Anyway, I'm going to choose that one, so watch carefully." In the direction of his hand, Baek saw it was a magic staff. Moreover, it was the Edmuri Edamiri staff, apparently the highest rank here. An average high-level magic staff, usually used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, an average low-level staff is already the limit for apprentices. Even professional mages rarely use low-tier average magic staffs. The only high-level average magic staff here besides the Edmuri Edamiri is none other. It is mainly kept here to flaunt. Everyone knows no apprentice here can obtain it. At that moment the teacher spoke again. You should stand in front of the magic staff you like. Upon hearing this, the apprentices one by one moved forward in front of the magic staffs. It seems that everyone has found their own choice. Immediately after, blue lights radiated all around. Behind, the astonished trainees exclaimed, "Wow, didn't he one's chosen wand turn out to be Haddon Amicote? That's a medium-ranked wand." Prince Scalvin also managed to choose a medium-ranked wand. Observing the scene around, Beek Usial also spoke up. Princess Bion selected Suavitor Lahaven, which is also a medium-ranked wand. How many people can pick a medium-ranked wand? This year is truly crazy. Uslek was even more bitter now. Grinding his teeth in rage, he said, "Damn, just you wait, I can do it too." As soon as he finished, he made up his mind and headed straight for the wand in front of him. He walked amid the stunned onlookers. Gasps of alarm rang out. Isn't that Uslek? Can he resonate with a high-level average wand? Uslek reached out his hand toward the wand, grinning confidently, like I'm going to make you all gape in awe. Let's see what a true Class S talent is like. Then he clenched his hand firmly on the wand. Instantly, tiny sparks of electricity flickered around. Shortly after, there was a loud explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Its overwhelming power radiated intensely, dazzling everyone nearby. This did not surprise Beek Usial too much. He blinked. Just as he predicted, he had failed. At that moment, Uslek was thrown far away by the force emanating from the wand. He lay flat on the ground, gritting his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. The nearby trainees who witnessed this scene panicked and shouted, "Oh no, it looks like he's seriously injured. Hey, someone quickly call the professor to come up here." A high-grade intermediate magic staff was impossible, so how the heck is this guy so reckless? Beek Usial just sighed, thinking, who climbs high and falls hard like this anyway? HMPH, little brother, it would have been better if you had given up this idea from the start. As he thought this, suddenly the figure of a trainee approached the staff. He seemed quite confident, whistling as he walked. It turned out that the true owner of that staff had already been decided, and the person who had this confidence was none other than Ma Yuxiang. He stood looking intently at the magic staff in front of him, then broke into a triumphant smile. It seemed he was quite satisfied with his decision at this moment. But at this action, the surrounding students suddenly cheered. Oh my God, is he planning to take the high-grade intermediate staff? I don't think he can resonate with it, ignoring the surrounding chatter. Ma Yuxiang coldly reached out and touched the magic staff and gripped it tightly. Immediately after, it emitted a dazzling light all around, yet he remained still, unaffected in the slightest. Its overwhelming presence was so strong that everyone around had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. As expected, Ma Yuxiang was able to resonate with this magic staff. Holding the magic staff in his hand, he smiled brightly. The image of him at this moment was truly radiant. The group of trainees around still couldn't believe the truth before their eyes, exclaiming, "It's truly unbelievable. No way. How could a first-year trainee get a mid-level high staff? Oh my God, how could this happen?" Beek Usial wasn't too surprised, sighing as he thought he had already guessed it. And from now on, even more people will know how talented he is. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang glanced in his direction. This made Beek Usial uneasy, not understanding what he was looking at. Then Ma Yuxiang smiled friendly and approached. Both of Beek Usial's eyes suddenly turned cold, his hair standing on end, thinking, damn it, is he crazy? Why is he smiling like that? But he suddenly recalled the storyline in this game. Flame also owns another mid-level high staff named Teraval. However, this is exactly where their paths split. If Flame succeeds in getting Teraval, Ma Yuxiang will be interested in her for her talent, opening a path for him. But conversely, if she chooses a different staff, Ma Yuxiang will follow a completely different path. I have to use Flame to attract Ma Yuxiang. That's the way thinking this. Beek Usial found Flame. She was approaching some kind of magic staff, but still quite hesitant and unsure. At this moment, Beek Usial realized it was Teravan's staff. He anxiously fixed his gaze and carefully observed in that direction. Flame moved closer to the Teravan. He stood watching her back and told himself, that's right, take it. Then Ma Yuxiang will be curious about Flame, and we will have a perfect and beautiful ending. But just as he was about to rejoice upon reaching near Teravan's staff, the girl suddenly turned around and left. This shocked him so much he felt like vomiting blood. What is going on? Could it be that she doesn't like Teravan? What's the matter? Does she not know or just hasn't gathered enough information? Things seem not good. Flame can resonate with any staff because she is the main character. But what if she chooses some strange staff? Then we lose another good option. This won't do. I have to take action now. I have to push Teravan towards Flame. Thinking this, he focused and aimed precisely at Flame's position. Then used the blink skill to dart quickly towards her. In a flash, he was behind her. Suddenly, Flame sensed someone standing right behind her. She immediately turned around, confused, thinking, when did he get behind me? Beak Yusial raised his hand and smiled friendly. Hello, hello, hi there. Oh, I was just curious which staff you plan to choose, Flame. She replied uncertainly. Why do you want to know? Is it any of your business? Beak Yusial shyly answered. Oh, I just want to give you some advice because you seem a bit confused. Hearing his lame response, Flame coldly said, That's none of your business either. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. With that, she turned and walked away. Seeing this, Beak Yusial was about to say something. Wait a minute. Then suddenly realized that something was off here. Flame should have been friendly to everyone since she is a sociable person. So why is she so cold like, I can't just give up like that. My whole life depends on it after all. Thinking this through, he musters all his courage and calls out, Wait, I really just want to help you, but right now, Flame is even more annoyed, retorting that you're so much like a nagging woman. You should worry about yourself first. You haven't even chosen your own yet, but you're meddling in other people's business. But Beak Yusial wasn't discouraged by this. He continued, Oh, but I feel there's a staff that suits you perfectly. Flame heard this and angrily shouted, Are you trying to teach me? What the hell do you know about staffs? Facing this attitude, Beak Yusial felt a bit hesitant, thinking to himself, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Or maybe she just can't be bothered with a lowly supporting character like me. He stammered his reply. Well, actually, I've heard a lot about. You don't think you could get that staff, do you? Flame responded confusedly, Taravan. Seeing that she had calmed down, Beak Yusial smiled with eyes squinted and said, That's right, it's exactly that. Suddenly, a noise made Beak Yusial's smile fade. A loud explosion echoed, the imposing force radiating around. It frightened him so much that he broke out in a sweat. His eyes opened wide. Then suddenly, a magic staff flew out of nowhere into his hand. He squinted and exclaimed, what is this? Then he carefully examined the staff. Right after, his face turned pale. Why was it in his hand? It should have been Flame who took it. Damn it all. At this moment, Beak Yusial was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. His face showed a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Flame just stood there, dumbfounded for a moment. Right after, she smiled with squinted eyes and said, Well then. Beak Yusial looked at this strange attitude and got goosebumps, trembling as he replied, Nothing. But at this moment, he was secretly worried about the future ahead. So it's over, my life is ruined. At this rate, even if I want to live in hiding, I can't anymore. So the inheritance ceremony ended, but it seems its aftereffects still linger. At this time, on the school grounds, Flame was strolling slowly behind a group of some trainees. By chance, she overheard the conversation of two young men ahead. One said, Hey, have you heard any hot news? This year, 2 students obtained the high-level episode staff. The other, surprised, replied, Really? Until now, only 5 people have done that. Now there are 2 more. Yes, that's right, but it's very strange, one of them said. One of the 2 only used Blink in the magic test exercise. Blink is just a basic magic, so how could that be? My parents once said Blink is a rare magic. This is really odd, isn't it? Their conversation also made Flame think. Even she didn't understand this matter. After a while, Flame arrived at the self-study room. The atmosphere here made her feel comfortable, and she exclaimed, Finally, some quiet at last. All day today, wherever I went, I kept hearing whispers and rumors about that matter. The news that 2 students obtained the high-level episode staff has spread everywhere, but I still don't understand who he is. Why was he able to obtain the Taravan staff? I read the original novel 3 times in a row before transmigrating here, but this character Beak Yusial never appeared. They say no one can claim Taravan, but he resonates with it so easily. No, he's deliberately showing off to me, rather. Anyway, let's just drop this matter. Thinking about it now is useless. Suddenly, someone called out to her, Flame, are you planning to self-study as well? Hearing someone call her, she turned around and smiled brightly, happily responding, These kids are really strange. Do you think I'm a bookworm? The blonde girl continued. There's never a time when you say there's nothing to do and then just sit to study. Flame shyly replied, Oh no, not at all. A girl standing nearby asked curiously, But Flame, why do you call us kids? We're the same age, right? Flame had to make up an excuse to get by. Well, I guess it's just a habit. Where I used to live, people often saw me as an old lady, hee. But in truth, she knew well she was living inside a novel, so there was no way she could act child. Another voice spoke up, So, are you planning to study alone today? Looking back, she saw a cute girl with red hair, and suddenly wondered if this was Jack. Her style was surprisingly similar to hers, she thought, but still answered cheerfully, No, there's an upcoming episode meeting, so I'm planning to join. Well, I'll go first then. All right, next time let's meet for drinks. Without another word, Flame hurriedly turned her face and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye and say, Bye-bye. Just moments ago, she was cheerful and cordial, but now she has returned to her cold demeanor. At this moment, she suddenly thought that, for an adult like herself, going back to being a student is really tough. Lost in silly thoughts, she didn't pay attention to what was ahead. Immediately after, she bumped her head sharply against someone. Then she held her head, moaning, "Ouch, that really hurts." Suddenly, the person she collided with spoke up. Hearing this warm voice, she was surprised and looked up. "Hey, One Ryong, was that you?" The young man immediately asked, "Are you okay? What were you thinking about that you were walking so hastily?" Flame replied, I'm fine." He looked at her for a moment and then asked again, "You don't look very well. Is something wrong?" Hearing these warm words of concern, Flame's eyes suddenly sparkled. He was worried about her. She shyly replied, "No, not at all." Hearing that, the young man changed the subject. "Well, it's good that you're okay. And you're also going to self-study, right?" "Yes, that's right." "Are you also going to the training room reserved for the senior level?" "Training daily, how could I be lazy? You're really dedicated." Hey, you shouldn't say that." "Oh, really?" So a little debate, like cats and dogs, just took place. After that, the young man said nothing more, just looked at Flame with affection and smiled. He waved his hand in front of her and said, "Well, I'm heading off now." "See you later," he said and left, leaving Flame confused. She imagined some romantic story, but that didn't happen. Flame was a bit disappointed, turned away and left thinking, such a dull person. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. From behind the nearby door, the purple-haired girl was still secretly watching her. Seeing that, Flame raised her hand and waved. But that friend said nothing and simply walked away. At this action, Flame felt a little confused. But then she thought it was already late. It was not the time to chase after her. After a while, she finally arrived at the self-study room. Standing in front of the room, she silently thought, it's a special supplemental meeting. As far as I remember, in the original novel, Azel and Biyun would attend this meeting. I'm curious to see how the heroine and villainess of this novel will face each other. Immediately after, she opened the door and walked in. Just as she predicted, all the important characters were already present. She slowly swept her eyes around the room. What caught her eye was the host, an A-rank trainee. He seemed quite surprised by the presence of the members here today. Flame quickly chose a seat up high to easily observe everything. As she sat down, she thought this was a supplemental meeting for students aiming to level up. No wonder it looked like a lot of famous S-rank trainees were participating. At that moment, Flame noticed Ma Yuseong and Beek Yuseol. Seeing the two happily chatting surprised Flame quite a bit. In this world, it was surprising that Ma Yuseong would be interested in Beek Yuseol, who had no reputation at all. Flame thought this was not just a coincidence, and it was also very unreasonable that Beek Yuseol couldn't answer any questions, except for those three hellish difficult ones. Perhaps from the very beginning, Beek Yuseol already knew that if he solved those questions, he would definitely be ranked S. And if Beek Yuseol truly knew the future in advance, then his actions at that time were indeed extremely terrifying. Over here, Beek Yuseol was sighing wearily, wishing someone would just throw that name out of sight for him. On the other hand, Ma Yuseong was the opposite. He grinned with his eyes squinting and asked Yuseol, "Oh, Yuseol, why are you sitting here? With your level, you basically don't need to attend classes like this. Or do you have some hard-to-say reason?" Beek Yuseol forced a smile and replied, "Haha, there's really no special reason. I just came to check it out because I wanted to, but honestly, you're lying to yourself. You were basically forced to attend this class because of bad score." He looked wearily at the person in front of him, strangely puzzled as to why he seemed so focused on him. At that moment, someone's voice arose. "All right, quiet down. Everyone, let's stop the chatter here. Today, we will discuss the issues from the recent ranking test. As everyone knows, this ranking test was extremely rigorous, so much so that even the upperclassmen called its 3 questions the hell question. And I will slowly explain everything to everyone more clearly. Although I said that out loud, inside he was quite worried. He didn't understand why those famous people were also here. His purpose was only to boost his reputation outside by helping those foolish kids in this class. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Kyle's mind. He glanced at Beek Yuseol, thought for a moment, no, this was probably his chance. He had heard that Beek Yuseol was the one who scored the lowest on the entrance placement test. So I just need to make him realize that I'm much better than he is. Thinking this, Kyle felt extremely confident. Continuing, "Please pay attention, everyone. Now I will guide you through solving the first question." Then Kyle spoke as he wrote on the board. This question was actually a tricky riddle designed to lead everyone into a dead end. First, we have to do it like this. At this moment, the people sitting below listened attentively while diligently taking notes. Ma Yuseong also glanced at Yuseol, seeing him deep in thought, and immediately asked, "What do you think? Do you believe his viewpoint is correct?" Yuseol was dumbfounded by this question and looked up to the side. He was smiling with his eyes crinkled shut, eagerly awaiting the answer. Faced with this bizarre attitude, Beek Yuseol turned pale, thinking, what the hell is this? Is he asking if I think that guy's point of view is correct? I don't even understand what the professor just lectured, let alone these three hellish questions. But anyway, honesty is a good virtue. Thinking this, Yusial replied, "Ah, no, I don't know either." As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby students eavesdropped, catching bits and pieces, then looked at each other. What did he say, Beak Yusial? Is he saying Kyle made a mistake? It seemed these two deliberately said that to slander Yusial, because everyone knew he had the lowest entrance score. At this moment, Kyle, who had been focusing intently writing on the board, overheard those words and stopped. He became slightly annoyed, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, Beak Yusial sensed something was off. He glanced left and right, confused, thinking, what the hell is going on? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Meanwhile, Kyle also stopped writing, broke his chalk and said, "That's right, I made a mistake." Beak Yusial was utterly stunned upon hearing that, wondering what the hell was happening. Immediately after, Kyle suddenly broke into a victorious smile and continued, "So Beak Yusial, why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part?" Upon hearing this, he felt all the hair on his nape stand on end, panicking as he thought, damn it, what the hell is he talking about? Suddenly, he caught Ma Yuxiang's gaze, looking somewhat surprised. He smiled brightly with a trusting look, like, "You can do it. Come on, by now you must have figured everything out. It's this guy and those others who are deliberately pulling this stunt." Thinking this, he slowly stepped down from the podium, walking while reflecting, fine. If you want to humiliate me, then you've made a mistake. I will make you real, unable to accept defeat both mentally and verbally. At that moment, everyone's gaze converged on him. As soon as he reached the podium, he took something out from his belongings, then quickly went through the solution he had. It turned out what he took was a pair of glasses. He suddenly thought, three hellish questions, or rather, it seems more like a pun. The gist of the question is like this. A sorcerer chants as follows, "O Mother Earth, please shed tears and thus cause the dust to multiply even twice as much as before." The question is, why is this so? The answer to this question is quite simple. It's just that the dust is crying. They are merely a state of separation. Beak Yusial raised his hand to his head, wondering which damn fool had time to come up with this ridiculous question. To him, it was absurd, yet here it was a big, tough problem they had to solve. But in any case, that Kyle didn't treat this as an ordinary math problem. Instead, it was about making dust cry for dust. It's hard to put into words. His method, although wrong, still got the correct answer. It seems mostly due to luck. If faced with a similar question, he definitely wouldn't pass. And from now on, this stage belongs to me. Thinking this, Beak Yusial turned to him and said, "I really can't show you how to solve this question, but I will tell you where you're wrong." Kyle was stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed, "What?" Beak Yusial continued, "The issue is the foundation of the earth, but what if it was water or wind instead? Do you think your method can solve those two?" Kyle replied, "If so, I will use another method that is easier to understand. But if you do that, you'd need many different methods to solve the same type of question. Therefore, you only got the right answer by luck. This doesn't mean your answer is what the question's originator intended." After hearing this, Kyle opened his mouth to explain something, but could only mutter, "It." He had no choice but to accept the truth. You were right. Looking at Kyle's face now, Beak Yusial felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had disappointed him too much. He continued, "Anyway, its solution will be like this." Kyle listened intently while taking notes. The group of students below also focused and took notes after hearing this. This deeply astonished Flame. She didn't understand why everyone else was taking notes on what he said. Aizel and Biyun should have joined the debate, right? But now both of them are busy analyzing his way of solving things. Can this really be possible? It's ridiculous. At this time, outside, the sky was already getting dim. Inside, Ma Yuxiang raised his hand to say goodbye to Yusial. "Bye-bye, see you tomorrow." He smiled brightly and then left. Beak Yusial reluctantly raised his hand in return. "Goodbye." As Ma Yuxiang's figure gradually disappeared, Yusial finally raised his hand to cover his face, thinking disappointedly, "Damn it. If I keep getting involved with Ma Yuxiang like this, it's over. I don't want tomorrow. I never want to see him again for the rest of my life." With that thought, he slowly lowered his hand. Looking at his small, budding hand, he suddenly thought, maybe it's because of the phone. I can't use it anymore. It's frustrating, but it caught Ma Yuxiang's attention. Damn it. I don't understand why I have to keep running into. Strangely, besides Flame, no one else had ever used Blink before. As he was leisurely leaving, he saw Biyun still standing nearby waiting for someone. Her face looked a little sad. He suddenly thought, what's wrong with her? Her expression looks off. But it's none of my business, no need to bother. So he just walked past Biyun. Suddenly she called out, "Beak Yusial." While he was still confused, not sure if he heard correctly, she continued, I have something I want to ask you. The male lead was quite surprised by this. He could not have imagined that a perfect person like her would have something to ask him. He replied, Bion, what is it? She didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? The male lead was stunned by this question. He thought to himself, it's not that I didn't explain, but in truth, I didn't even know how to explain it. How can you explain a question that has no answer? Maybe she's misunderstanding something. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, well, I didn't have to explain anyway. Hearing this, Bion immediately interrupted. I understand. You don't want to reveal something there, right? This made him even more confused. He thought, it's not that. She continued, then I will make it up to you. The male lead was shocked and replied, what are you talking about? Bion clearly added, I mean I will compensate you fairly. The male lead was utterly shocked, mouth agape, exclaiming, huh. After a while, the two quietly went to Professor Hei Wonryong's room. After rummaging around for a while, they managed to find their own tests. He glanced over Bion's test and then spoke. I really don't understand why you paid me to solve just 3 questions in the placement test. Bion replied, I have my reasons, not convenient to say. You just keep talking. Yes, yes, miss, the male lead responded. After looking through her test, you voiced your doubt. Hey, but you only got 3 questions wrong while I missed all the others. Yet you asked for my help. Aren't you ashamed? Bion calmly replied, no. The only thing I feel ashamed of is that I still can't understand the answers to those questions. If you can solve this doubt for me, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing this, the male lead was so surprised he was stunned, thinking to himself, he's supposed to be a model student, isn't he? Then you asked, but why are you asking me? You're a princess, surely you have plenty of friends to ask. The girl stammered in response, that. In fact, among 1,141 freshmen, only 3 people answered these hellishly difficult questions correctly, and you are one of them. The male lead was so shocked he gasped, What did you say? The girl, somewhat embarrassed, continued, those questions had no official answers, yet Ma Yuxiang, Flame, and you were all able to solve. That's the thing that makes me feel most ashamed. The male lead, unable to stay calm any longer, his hands shaking, replied, No, wait. Then you abruptly stood up, mouth wide open, shouting, those 3 questions were meant to trick us, right? Nobody could solve them. Why didn't you realize that while solving them? Bion answered. After hearing that, you tried to suppress your anger and sat down. You suddenly thought, this is crazy. Now I understand why I'm putting Class S. And why Flame stops me. I have no idea about the game's setup in this world. I also didn't know about those tricky questions, but maybe Flame is different. Because she has read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the game's storyline, she would surely know the setup in the story. For example, those 3 tricky questions. But since a secondary character, not in the original novel, appeared, Flame had to acknowledge the existence of this Beak Yusio. Damn it, no wonder she acted that way. Bion was confused by his reaction and asked, what's wrong with you? The male lead replied indifferently, nothing, don't worry. Don't forget you promised to help me with something if I explain the answers to you. Bion replied, yeah. The male lead continued, I only have one small request, to turn my staff into a demonic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do that, right? After hearing that, Bion was quite surprised and said, but only low-ranking mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a future mage like you? The male lead didn't let her finish, cutting in, it suits my taste. All right, you can't say that's a flaw anymore. Then he looked at her expectantly and continued, what do you think? Do you think you can make it? The girl thought for a moment, then confidently replied, of course. That's way too easy for me. This is the best answer of the day. The male lead seemed very satisfied. His cheeks suddenly flushed red, thinking, wonderful, the sun is shining. Thinking this through, he calmly explained, so I'll tell you how to solve this question first. He pointed to the test paper and clearly said, that way is for you to change your own perspective. The girl, quite confused after hearing that, said, how do I change my perspective? The male lead knows Bion's weakness is that her magic is very mechanical, and she has gotten stuck in. Bion only realized this when she became a second-year student after losing to Flame. I don't think I can help her realize this now, but I hope to guide her in the right direction. So what I need to do now is. Thinking this, he continued, do you understand what a riddle is? Before this question, Bion was a little surprised. Then she replied, a riddle. I think I've heard about that. The male lead continued, then let me give an example. What is between the knees? Immediately after, the girl rested her chin on her hand, racking her brain and answered, the inner side of the knee, right. The male lead casually said, you're wrong. Bion still didn't understand and asked, why is that? He then emphasized the question once again. What I'm asking is which letter stands in the middle of the word knee and the word knee. You get what I mean, right? The girl realized she'd been tricked and felt extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Beek Yuseol, seeing her frustrated expression as if ready to explode, timidly said, "Hey, come on, don't glare at me like that. Calm down, just sit down and look at this question first. It also has its own formulas and tricks that you haven't learned yet. So what I mean is, when facing a problem, you need to solve it more creatively. But can you do this just with your own creativity?" Biyun fell silent after hearing that. She responded, ashamed of herself, "No, that's impossible." Only then could the male protagonist breathe a sigh of relief and smile as he continued, "Of course. Although understanding many kinds of spells and how to apply them is extremely important. But for a sorcerer, the most important thing must be seeing this world through your own perspective. Magic will transform unpredictably, even if it's only the smallest changes. But on the other hand, you only think about the things you've seen and learned from books. Those are all still unrealistic theories. Magic isn't just about memorizing and casting spells. You may be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a sorcerer, which is creativity." After a long analysis by Beek Yuseol, Biyun fell silent again. She pondered every word he had just said, unable to deny it or hold back her emotions. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. She was slipping into a state of utter despair. The male protagonist, seeing her serious expression now, broke out in a sweat. He rubbed his head, shyly speaking, "Ah, you understand what I just said, right? Even though it sounds a bit complicated and abstract." Biyun replied confidently, "Of course I understand." The male lead smiled awkwardly to pass it off, thinking, "This is really interesting. I don't even understand what I just said anymore." He then seriously continued, "I'm glad you can understand what I just said. So let's get started. I'll ask you, what does the man say to the horse when putting it to bed?" After hearing that, she was a bit confused. Immediately after, she placed her hand on her chin, pondering, "What does the man say to the horse when putting it to bed?" She thought hard but couldn't figure it out, then replied sadly, "I don't know either." The male lead then explained, "The answer is very simple. It's time to go to sleep." Then he continued with a series of other questions. Why don't they work harder? Maybe because they're always lying down while working. So what would happen if rock and paper both took part in a race? I don't know either. My answer is that in that case, the rock would roll while the scissors and paper would not move. Their shapes don't allow them to move. At this point, he turned to look at Biyun and dared not say anything further. By now, her whole body was trembling violently. It seemed she was tormenting herself. She was so angry that she furrowed her brows, clenched her teeth, very uncomfortable. Seeing her attitude, the male lead got goosebumps, thinking, "Oh, what is this?" She looked like she was about to go crazy at any moment. The male lead mustered up all his courage to ask one more question. What would the clouds say to the sea when it rained? She concentrated intensely, thinking, silently reassuring herself, "Come on, I can do this." Calming down, after a moment of inner struggle, she stammered, "I'm falling into the sea." At this answer, the male lead was quite surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, you answered that correctly." Finally, she was able to answer a question and receive recognition. Inside, she couldn't contain her joy, which shone clearly on her face. Biyun beamed radiantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And it was this reaction from her that took him by surprise. It was also the first time he had seen her smile, whether in-game or in real life so far. The male lead also shared in the joy, smiling smugly and replying, "Just as I expected from a princess. Your creativity is on an entirely different level." Seeing the somewhat excessive flattery, she blushed, trying to suppress it, and said, "All right, that's enough. Now please tell me the next question." The male lead grinned and replied, "Yeah, that's right. So my next question is..." And so the two chatted together until it was fully dark. Outside the school grounds, a few students remained, chatting with each other. At that moment, the male lead quietly headed home alone. Looking quite exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes, he sighed in frustration, thinking, "What a fool I am, spending a full 3 hours just using some silly trick questions to challenge Biyun. I honestly don't expect her to remember what I said." But speaking of Biyun, she will definitely become a great witch in the future with an excellent mind. However, her weakness lies in her overly rigid way of thinking. If I want to exploit that weakness by teasing her, even though she is the antagonist, why do I feel so guilty about it? Anyway, I need to quickly train Teravan into a sword mage, so I have to do much more than this. Well, this isn't like the old me who could do everything on my own. But whatever, no point thinking too much and getting a headache. I should just quickly go find the necessary books for the upcoming classes. After a while, I arrived somewhere. I looked around searching for something and told myself, no, it should be around here. I didn't remember wrong, did I? Then my eyes suddenly lit up with joy as I exclaimed, here it is. This is definitely the place. In front of you stands a rather old and rundown house. Inside, everything is covered in dust and cobwebs. Stepping inside and seeing the scene, you think, oh boy, this place really has seen better days. Looking at the shopkeeper, you suddenly think, but I do know one thing. Here, the bookstore owner has the weird habit of pretending to sleep while sneakily spying on customers. If I remember correctly, this unmarked bookshop contains Mela's notebook. He was the valedictorian of Stellar Academy 10 years ago. If I were my old self, a click on the screen would show it right away. But in this world, you have to learn from books. And besides, what book you study affects your level up. At first, I bought books from famous bookstores, but then I discovered the good ones are all hidden in shops without signs or any reputation. Thinking of this, you advanced deeper into the shop and started searching. As you walk, you quietly rejoice, thinking that studying magic engineering with Mela's notes in hand would be amazing. Surely, you'd get perfect scores, but honestly, just wearing ridicule glasses would also get decent marks. But maybe I'll discover some secret formula. Suddenly, something catches your eye, a green book nestled in the corner of the cabinet. You exclaim, this is exactly what I was looking for. You just reached out to grab it, when at the same time, someone else's hand also reached out for it. And then the two just kept looking into each other's eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, Azel, really? She replied confusedly, how do you know me? Of course, you're so famous, the male lead answered. At this point, she slowly realized as he continued, I remember now, you're also in the supplement group. Your name must be Beek Yusial. After hearing that, the male lead felt a little disappointed, thinking, she doesn't remember meeting me before coming to the academy. She went on, I really liked that debate. It's just a pity you couldn't explain all the answers. The male lead then suddenly recalled that Azel was also someone who couldn't solve those questions. She added anyway, it's nice to meet you. Then she coldly turned her face and walked away. He was somewhat surprised at her attitude. But the important thing for him now was that, luckily, the book hadn't been taken. He reached out to grab the book. Then he glanced back at Azel, thinking, why is she here? At that moment, she was still browsing books, but she seemed hesitant about buying them. This was clearly shown when she checked the price of each book she intended to buy. After looking at the price, she sighed in disappointment and put the book back in its place. It was this action that caught Beek Yusial's attention. He also quietly understood that the reason she was here was because of that. This bookstore usually sold second-hand books, so the customers were often poor students like himself. Someone from a fallen family like Azel, who has lost everything, can only come here. Her father was probably killed by members of the dark demonic race. He suddenly felt she was quite pitiable. It was really sad. A princess like her had to buy old books, and on top of that, had to look at their prices for fear of not having enough money. Moreover, Azel also had a tragic end in the original novel. She died before Flame, who became the main character in this world. It can be said that the unluckiest character in the game is Azel. Thinking of this, he had already found some books he liked. They seemed quite thick and heavy. He placed them in front of the shop owner and said, I'll pay now, please. At the same time, Azel also came to the checkout and looked at the pile of books he had chosen. Standing beside him, she could only wish. She seemed surprised to see him buy so many books. The shop owner was also taken aback and replied, all of these. The male lead just nodded slightly and glanced in Azel's direction. She looked a bit melancholic on this side, so he asked, are you okay? She replied indifferently, it seems you are like me in that you pick only good books. The male lead felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, wondering if she had just intended to insult. He then responded, which ones? Azel continued, all of those. Why are you reading books about advanced sealing theory? Sealing theory is an ancient art that requires items. Therefore, nowadays, when alchemists and magic engineers have become more advanced, that skill is rarely used anymore. He immediately answered, oh, this blink. It really isn't very useful. After hearing that, the girl thought he might be crazy for choosing them and said strangely, so you actually know that too. He replied nonchalantly, of course, that's why I took it. Hearing this, the girl was so surprised that she widened her eyes and exclaimed, what? The male lead hugged the stack of books and smiled slyly, saying, because everyone thinks like you do, which makes it easier to get high scores in this class. All right, I'll go first, bye-bye. As he walked away, he thought to himself with satisfaction, just as Azel said, few people want to study the theory of sealing, but precisely because of that, I'll spend less time and it'll be easier to get higher scores than other classes. But with these few books, this semester will be simple. Then he left, leaving Azel in astonishment. The girl felt confused. Although she wanted to ask more, her pride stopped her from speaking. Scene changes to the next day at Stellar Academy. At this moment, Azel nervously walked down the hallway. This was the first lesson of the void theory, also her first class since enrollment. She suddenly thought, since this subject is easy to score in, it probably won't be too bad. Then she also arrived at the classroom. By now, quite a few students were already there. As she found an empty seat and sat down, she accidentally overheard the conversation of the friends next to her. "Hey, you're studying nihilism too. But I think I'm in trouble. I registered because everyone said this class was easy. But it seems the rumor has spread far. All the smart kids are in this class, so we're really doomed." After hearing that, Azel could only sigh, thinking she had no choice, but she would try her best in another class. After a while, the lesson ended, and everyone got up to leave. Each person looked quite tired and complained to each other, like, "My butt is numb from sitting. So hungry, what should we eat for lunch today? Let's go to the canteen and decide." Azel felt lost, quietly trailing behind alone. She sighed sadly, thinking, "Oh no, what should I do now? But it's difficult to get a scholarship if you register for my class." Her stomach growled loudly, ravenous. Holding her wallet, she hesitated, wondering if she should just go eat first. "Let's see. This term I only have 60 meal tickets left, so I'll have bread today." Azel's eyes suddenly widened with surprise when she saw something. It turned out that on the way to the canteen, she happened to pass by some room. She even recognized a somewhat familiar person, Beek Yusial, who was also sitting there. At first, she wondered what he was doing here, but when she saw the professor giving a lecture, she suddenly realized this was the class he registered for. Strangely, this class had very few students, and not only that, they were all people with poor records. This professor is probably about to lose his job soon, she thought. But then she suddenly realized one thing. If she also registered for this class, she could achieve high scores without spending much time, and could save energy to study other subjects and earn scholarship. Oh, but the name Bikusial might already know in advance that this subject is easy. Oh, unbelievably, he had already planned which subject to take for a smooth ride. No, impossible, what am I thinking? It must be just a coincidence. Thinking of that, she also left. Scene changes to the next morning, when the sun had already risen high. Somewhere, students were still attentively listening to the lecture the teacher said. "Surely all of you know what the root of magic is. The primordial white-robed mage spread magic throughout the world. Humans and other species learned how to use magic, and the professor giving this lecture is Professor Layden, a specialist in the moon deity." He continued, "That mage taught the elf race natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. After that, he gave a long lecture on magic, followed by an abstract and difficult lecture. The main character listened, as if a duck hearing thunder, silently thinking, can I really get through these 3 years like this? I could have skipped all this knowledge with just one blink in the game. But this lesson is actually quite important. It might tell me what the true ending is. And of course, all of this is just my own speculation." Suddenly, he realized that the person sitting next to him looked somewhat familiar. Turning his face, he was surprised and thought, Azel has always been in this class. I don't remember any main character enrolling in this class who has anything to do with me. At this time, the professor was still passionately lecturing. Humanity's curiosity did not stop at elemental magic. Mages have traveled around the world and secretly learned magic from other species. However, they were still not satisfied, but could no longer learn anything more. The primal mage left behind 12 divine moons and vanished without a trace. Does anyone know about the 12 divine moons? A clear voice spoke up. People say they are divine guardians protecting the balance of power across the continent, and no one else but Azel was speaking. She added, I also heard that they were hidden all over the continent and have carried that mission until 1,000 years ago. The teacher was quite surprised by this answer. He continued, oh, that's right. They have a special power that protects the continent. For example, the divine moon representing summer. The sixth moon is the red summer moon carrying a blazing red flame, and they say that flame will never go out. If you go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you can still see the red fire. So if anyone's curious, you can check it out. After hearing this, the male lead thought he had misheard and shivered inwardly, thinking, damn, is the teacher joking? If a living creature intrudes into the territory of the Alamanca Sea King, they will die immediately. At the podium, the teacher was still enthusiastically continuing. This is Bevian, a giant whirlpool in the ocean that was frozen by the 12th moon, the blue winter. Therefore, each divine moon has its own power, but miracles happen if they combine. A student below raised his hand and asked, Teacher, what is that miracle? The teacher suddenly grew solemn and replied, no one really knows that. They fell into slumber 1,000 years ago. At this moment, the protagonist felt the teacher was right. At least I have encountered some divine moons while playing the game, but I only saw 5 moons during limited time events. This is based on information I've gathered from other players. No gamer has found more divine moons than me. If my guess is correct, the 12 divine moons relate somehow to the true ending, because no one has discovered the true ending in the past 10 years. The answer must lie in the unknown content. I only managed to see 5 moons after risking my life many times. But if I want to witness the true ending, so be it. I'll just start over again. Meanwhile, in another outdoor classroom, a massive fireball was rushing toward the mannequin in front. A beautiful woman in a red dress stood in the middle and spoke. Strength isn't everything. No matter how powerful an attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. This woman is Professor Hong Yil, the fire class instructor. The professor was walking around observing the students applying theory into practice. Suddenly, she sensed something was about to happen. Immediately, a huge fiery force rapidly dashed toward the position of that dummy. And then boom, 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 a great explosion occurred. The professor looked at this source of power with apparent satisfaction. But suddenly, her eyes became extremely astonished. Yet after that big explosion, the smoke gradually cleared. The silhouette of that dummy was not only untouched by flames, but remained intact. Professor Hong Yil looked at this scene with some disappointment, exclaiming, "That's the truth, Bion." Upon hearing this, the girl trembled all over. Bion sadly sat down to rest. Her eyes could not hide the disappointment, thinking to herself that she had once again let her mother down. Her mother would certainly be very disappointed. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Princess." Looking up, it was a friend with cute red hair braided into 2 sides. She smiled with her eyes squeezed shut, asking, "Are you okay?" Then she slowly sat down beside Bion and continued, "Don't be sad anymore. You look truly wonderful, Princess." Bion replied indifferently, "What do you mean? If you used magic like me, but it was much stronger, what good would that be? I didn't even hit the target." The girl answered, "But your magic is really amazing. It's super cool. Honestly, I have known you since I was a child." Hearing this, Bion also recognized this girl. She is also a fire mage like me. It seems her name is Arshwang. I think I've heard it somewhere before. People say that a fire mage prodigy has appeared, but even so, it means nothing compared to my magic. Thinking of this, Bion exclaimed, "It's amazing that her accuracy is that high." The girl shyly replied, "But if I practiced more, how could I possibly compare?" Bion stood up abruptly and continued, "But that's only enough for the week. Anyway, talking with you already makes me feel much better. Goodbye." After saying this, Bion left immediately, leaving behind the 2 braided girl sitting there in a daze. Zine shifts to Zum Castle, which appears quite neat and orderly. Bion is also present here, but she looks rather tired. At this moment, a voice spoke up, "Princess." A strong woman standing respectfully behind appeared. She continued, "Welcome back, madam." And she is Bion's personal guard named Aya Yi Terran. "Madam, some warm tea and candies have been prepared." Bion replied, "Thank you." Yi Terran continued with the task of adjusting the magic staff you entrusted to me earlier. "Because that staff is very good, they say it can produce a high-level magic sword." Bion listened while eating a cake, somewhat doubtful, and replied, "Is that so?" Yi Terran went on, "However, there are some questions." Bion was surprised and asked, "What question?" Yi Terran stammered in response, as if I had heard rumors that it constantly drains mana from its wielder. Hearing this, Bion was astonished. Then she stood up abruptly, turned her face back, and said in panic, "What? Isn't that a dark artifact?" Yi Terran suddenly grew serious and continued, "Not exactly. It resonates with the energy of nature." At that point, Bion became deeply confused and murmured, "Impossible. Something that drains its owner's mana, yet resonates with the power of nature. But then, why is that magic staff only considered intermediate level?" Yi Terran answered, "That is precisely why it remains at that level." What do you think about this? Its original ability still strongly enhances the user's mana and makes it stronger, or even elevate it to advanced level. But perhaps because it only absorbs mana without releasing any, it is downgraded to the intermediate tier. Hearing this, Bion could no longer remain calm. She jumped up and shouted, "What? Advanced level? How could a student possibly use it?" Even Yi Terran himself was quite surprised by this. Meanwhile, Bion was still bewildered, clutching her head as she continued, "I know it doesn't resonate with everyone initially, but I didn't think people would use it even if they had. Unless they have an enormous amount of mana or nothing at all. I don't understand this. I can be sure any ordinary person would know that." She spoke at length, leaving her throat dry. She sipped some hot tea to warm her voice, then added, "But anyway, he is definitely a special person." Cut to a few days later. When the new semester began in some classroom, a teacher was enthusiastically explaining to the students, attack magic requires a deeper understanding than any other type of magic. And our main character was also sitting attentively listening in this class. This balding professor was Professor Carlime, teaching mana guidance. He continued, That's why the Mana guidance class is mandatory. From now on, in your one-on-one matches, you will learn guidance focusing on casting and aiming. In this class, Azel was also present, looking quite focused on listening. At the same time, on the podium, the professor was still passionately explaining that casting means shooting magic from the caster's body, while aiming means using magic on a stationary target. Then, we will discuss the trajectory formula as follows. From a distance of 760 meters north, Chasu is moving southward at 12.6 ms. So, what is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance Yanhai needs to cast water-type magic? As the teacher reached this point, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Below, two students whispered to each other. One said, among the attributes, what if it's water? The friend sitting next to him stopped him. If you're not a water specialist, it's best not to answer that question. But is that teacher trying to make things difficult for us? The male lead sounded quite sleepy hearing this. He kept yawning repeatedly, thinking to himself, really, this is so boring. Why does it take even more time than the Korean class? Suddenly, the bald professor spoke up. Yuseol, please stand up and answer this question. The male lead answered reluctantly, yes, sir. But inside, he silently cursed, damn, it's me again. After a while struggling to explain, he finally finished his solution and confidently turned to say, yes, I have completed it. Looking at Beak Yuseol's presentation, the teacher was very surprised. Exclaimed, wonderful, you managed to solve it so easily. Your initial attribute is water, right? He immediately waved his hand and replied, no, sir. Oh, that's great. Let's move on to the next question then. It was precisely his actions that led Azel to see him in a different light. After a while, the lesson ended. Everyone rushed to leave. A clear voice called out, excuse me. Turning towards the voice, he replied, yeah, are you addressing me? In front of him was Azel. She continued, that's right, I have a question I want to ask you. She suddenly thought to herself that she had a question about Beak Yuseol while observing him. It wasn't about his ranking, but that he was very intelligent, even compared to the top mages. He could solve the professor's problems so quickly and accurately. That is something truly unbelievable. The level of that question is at least university level, not something a professor could easily solve. Even if Stella is a place where geniuses gather, what exactly is Yuseol's stat? At first I thought it wasn't the case, but now that's certain. He definitely has a course registration strategy. Thinking of that, Azel continued, I want to ask you, what is your next course? Taken aback by this sudden question, Yuseol was quite surprised. He calmly replied, why do you ask, do you like me or something? Azel answered a bit annoyed, what's that old man, do you think I'm a pervert? That's gross. Yuseol, purple with anger, said, I'm the one who thinks it's gross, isn't that right? But then he suddenly thought, I'm an adult, what the hell am I saying? Then he touched his head and ears awkwardly and said, so why do you ask? At this moment, Azel answered seriously, I've researched the classes you're enrolled in. It seems they are classes where you can easily get high score. I won't beat around the bush and want to ask you directly, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is quite important to me. After hearing that, the male lead thought to himself, I was wondering what she was going to ask. Now I understand. Immediately after, he waved his hand, laughed out loud and said, haha, what do you mean? The class is, well, it's probably just a coincidence here. If that's all, then I'm leaving. With that, he also turned his back and walked away. Azel was quite surprised by his indifferent attitude and blurted out, what? Watching that figure leave, she was unwilling and called out after him, hey, wait. But he no longer bothered to care. She mustered all her courage, lowered herself, ran after him, and called out, please wait. At this moment, the male lead also heard and stopped. She gasped and said, please wait a moment. Yuseol replied, what is it? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of skilled people here, or just imitate me. You said you had already researched it. After hearing that, Azel stammered in response, but anyone who studies divination can get an A+, so it's not that important. But if I sign up for the same class as you, it might negatively affect your grade. At that point, her eyes suddenly grew sad. She felt a bit guilty toward him, thinking that if he didn't get the scholarship, it would be a loss for him. But even in this situation, he still worried about someone else's grade. The male lead looked at her pitiful face and suddenly thought that although he was a bit troublesome, she would always be the female lead. Suddenly, she put on an innocent and cute expression and said, but anyway, could you recommend a class to me? A class where it's easy to get a high score, please, I'm begging you. The male lead immediately replied, do you think that look can persuade me? The girl raised her hand to her cheek, caressing it, looking puzzled as she continued, that's strange, isn't it? Usually when I look at my face, all worries disappear. But this overly confident expression is making the male lead feel nauseous. He said indifferently, are you serious? Azel blushed deeply, smiling with eyes squinted and replied, ha ha, I was just joking. I knew you would react that way, so I've prepared some interesting things to make up for you. the male lead thought to himself, using me to make up. He mentally shook his head. Really, kids these days love to make up for things like that. Just opening your mouth and you can make up for anything. Suddenly, Azel continued, do you know about the seventh magic? Hearing this, the male lead was startled and replied, yes. I know, he said. She added, really, not many people know about it. Because it is an abandoned tower that has vanished, and many spells prevent people from approaching where the tower once stood. However, there, she was passionately recounting the story, but suddenly stopped. When she noticed Yusial's strange reaction, she asked concernedly, wait, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Yusial seemed to struggle upon hearing this, clutching his head thinking, I'm losing my mind. This is extremely important information, because Flame can increase its influence over the male led through this. Moreover, Flame knows about this from the original episode's storyline. Azel also knows this, and has only shared this information with the male led, not with supporting characters like me. Thinking of this, he didn't want to listen at all and waved him off, replying, that sounds like a scary story, doesn't it? I don't want to hear it either, it's not interesting at all. Then he just walked away. Azel felt confused and quickly explained, it's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghosts at your age? Yusial reluctantly responded, all right, I'll tell you. She twisted the question further, you just pretended you wouldn't tell me, so why did you change your mind so quickly? Yeah, that's how I like it, Yusial replied. At that moment, he also thought. Moreover, it was enough that Azel wanted to give him something. With that thought, he spoke up, anyway, this isn't related to scores, but it's something extremely useful for me. You should register for the Meditation Journey to the Void course as a culture episode class. Azel replied confusingly after hearing that, meditation, registering for that as a culture class. The moon god tomb and meditation are prioritized. Do you like practicing? Not exactly, the male lead responded, but he himself didn't know how to explain it. He suddenly got an idea and made up a reason. Ah, my master is also a bishop like you, and through meditation, one can enhance their magical skill. Azel exclaimed in surprise, just with meditation. Based on his experience of playing games all night for 10 years, he gave his own explanation. In fact, this had yet to be discovered. But for bishops who wield large-scale destructive magic, meditation is extremely important to perform precisely based on formulas and equations. But above all, it is the mind that controls the magical power. I haven't told anyone this before, but you're the exception because you're quite cute. The girl was confused, unsure whether to believe what he was saying, and replied, you just said I was ugly earlier. But it sounds like every girl likes that. She smiled brightly and continued, anyway, I do thank you. Although it's not a subject that helps me improve my grades, I will register for it. Yusial replied, that's up to you, fine, you can do whatever you want. Having achieved her initial goal, the girl happily left. Watching her back as she walked away, Yusial seemed quite worried. He didn't know if what he had done was right, only sighed and thought, I told her everything. It made me a bit afraid of how the future might change. But if I just leave her like this, Azel will face tragedy again in this world. If meditation can help her, that would be a good thing. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized something in his mind. He himself is also a magician, isn't he? But why hadn't he thought of practicing until now? Yusial is very strict in training within the game, focusing on conditioning, restraining magical power, and developing rapidly. If this were a game, I could gain experience by pressing a button, but now I can only do it directly. It seems quite late, and there are no cutscenes or hunting missions, so I can't gain more experience. But anyway, I have to thank Azel. After a while, Yusial returned to the Stella Academy dormitory. All students are within the dormitory system. The dormitory system is a side feature in the game, where players can freely decorate their rooms. But for Yusial, this is his only home because his village was burned down. Dormitories are also divided based on rank. All rooms are the same size, but the number of people per room is allocated according to rank. And naturally, the S-class students occupy the highest floors. The protagonist is now alone in his room, feeling a little lonely, but in the end, he can make good use of it. He let out a sigh to catch his breath. Well then, it's time to get started. Yusial meditated with intense concentration, thinking. Training stats is not the most important thing. Because this is reality, I have to get used to using this body. In the game, Yusial was a genius who could control sword aura by using an infinite circulating mana pool inside and outside his body. No one pays attention to him, so no one knows. But Beak Yusial is a sword genius who reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have to follow that path once again. My breath is what controls the flow of mana in my body. If I can gradually increase the amount of mana I intake with each breath, I will be able to gather enough mana in just one go. Skills don't increase simply by collecting exp. You have to continuously use the skill to level up. This also means training. And so he focused on training throughout a long night. At this time, the clock already showed 4 a.m. The new day was breaking inside the room. Yusial was still training, his whole body radiating a sparkling golden light. Suddenly, he widened both eyes, then raised both hands to feel the refreshing energy flowing through his body. He thought in amazement, this must be a sensation Yusial had experienced. Since he was a child who accepted having Mona-Leak syndrome, although faint, I could still feel it. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. The Mona-Leak syndrome skill has leveled up. The blink skill has leveled up. The protagonist looked at the status panel quite satisfied. Wonderful. I've taken another step closer to the goal. I will find the real ending at all costs. Scene changes to somewhere else. Here the air is quite fresh. A green meadow stretches endlessly. At this moment, someone mysterious appeared. So this is a romantic space at Stella Academy. Flame immersed herself in the atmosphere here, suddenly thinking that the meadow and wind were artificial, but the feeling here was so genuine. Really comfortable. Stella Dormitory is a pocket space created within the school grounds. This allows everyone to freely manipulate the elements of the space, as well as its nature. All sporting events, other events, as well as dungeons, gates, and monster training take place here for that reason. Returning to reality, at this moment, the students have also gathered here in full. Flame stood at the back, casting her eyes to take a quick look around. She suddenly realized there was a total of 141 people. 50 people from classes A1 and A2, the remaining 40 from Class S. If it were like the novel, there should be 39 people from Class S. I thought including myself it was 40, but unexpectedly there was one more person. That's right, where did Beak Usial come from? In the novel, the first-year class only had 1140 people, and including myself made 1141. In other words, Usial was also in the original novel. Well, I'll gradually figure out everything. It's okay, I can do this. I'm the only person in the world who knows about this novel after all. The lesson will start soon. Suddenly, the group of students standing in front of Flame began to chatter. Someone said, "Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for your Blink class?" The blonde young man standing in the middle was probably the character being mentioned, looking quite pleased as he replied, "Of course. We also signed up for the soft magic research class, because we heard you signed up too." He smiled with his eyes nearly closed and continued, "Really? Then let's help each other out." Meanwhile, Flame looked after his silhouette and suddenly thought, that's Prince Jeremy from the novel. He was madly in love with Azel, but was rejected by her. Since then, he seemed to have turned into a different person, and eventually became a villain. He looked gentle, but every one of his actions was calculated. I should observe carefully to avoid getting caught up with. Suddenly, Prince Jeremy also saw Flame. He was exactly like a friendly beauty queen, raising his hand to greet while flashing a bright smile. Flame also raised his hand to wave back, thinking to himself, but he really is handsome. Now I understand why so many sycophants surround him. But it must be admitted that his faction was made up entirely of the most famous people in school. Thinking this, she turned her face and walked away to another spot. She was determined to gather them all together, because from now on, this world would become her own reality. She had to start preparing for the future. But this action seemed to catch the eye of the prince. He smiled inwardly, thinking Flame. At that moment, the teacher's voice rose, capturing everyone's attention. "We will start with basic training before beginning today's session. I need to know your abilities so that I can teach you properly. I will be the one directly teaching. If you don't like it, don't say anything. Often you already know that our professor has the authority to deduct or add points to you, so remember that you will be expelled if you don't meet the required score. And now I will explain the training session right away. We will practice with the dungeon. I will use scenarios that occur in real dungeons, as well as various traps and monsters, to test all of you. You will get 4 points if you defeat a level 1 monster, 8 points if you defeat a level 2 monster, 20 points if you obtain the point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges. Students without points will have points deducted. If you are afraid of failure or afraid to go alone, you may form groups. But remember carefully, points will be divided equally among group members. If you can eliminate a student, you will take that person's points. With that, the teacher immediately disappeared, leaving only his voice echoing back, "That's all, good luck." Immediately after, the ground suddenly shook violently. The group of trainees panicked and screamed, "What is this? What's happening? The ground is shifting." At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked open, and something rose up from beneath. Flame was also quite surprised, her eyes wide open staring. A huge towering tree appeared, and it seemed like everything around had changed. Flame seemed to realize that this was exactly the map of Jack and the magic beans. The scenery here suddenly became dense and full of thick foliage. The entire group of trainees also began to take their own paths. Some chose to go alone, others decided to go in groups. In the distance was the figure of Flame walking alone. She held her magic staff in hand, suddenly thinking, well then, I'm ready to join this game too. Suddenly someone called out, Flame. Turning to look, what caught her eye was her red-haired friend. She continued, are you planning to go alone during the practice? Flame replied, ah Jackie. She just suddenly thought that although forming a team during dungeon combat has many advantages, going alone is still better if you want to earn more points. Thinking that, she coldly added, sorry, but this time I want to test myself, so I intend to go alone. The red-haired girl laughed wryly and answered, yeah, I know, you have to share points with teammates, so it's understandable. Flame replied, yeah, that's true. But at this moment, she suddenly thought to herself, is it just me overthinking or is she teasing me? Whatever, forget it. Flame said goodbye, let's go together next time. But she didn't say anything more and turned away immediately. Watching her retreating figure, Flame felt a bit annoyed inside, thinking, am I just imagining things, heaven? Why do I have the feeling he's imitating me? But oh well, back to the main issue. Things will probably be different later. 1 hour after the dungeon was opened, at this moment, a blue light was emanating from some corner. It seems Flame just went through some battle. Now she is quite tired and mutters, this is exhausting. When will this training session finally end? Suddenly she sensed that something unusual was about to happen. Immediately after, a huge vine rapidly lunged toward Flame. Quick as a flash, she raised her magic staff to resist. A strong blue power emitted from the staff, directly striking the vine's body. After a while, it seemed the vine was defeated and gradually shrank. At this time, she looked around, thinking, not only monsters, but even plants can attack. Indeed impressive, even training can't be underestimated. So far I've only got 18 points, which isn't too bad. But for this episode, just one more point is enough to catch up. I have to keep moving. And so, she proceeded deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly she became astonished, eyes wide open. In the distance, there was a rather faint figure, but due to the glaring sunlight, Flame couldn't see clearly yet. Oh, feeling confused. Is it a monster? No, it should be a human. But why would a student be able to hide at this level? But anyway, I'm also using natural camouflage to hide myself. With special abilities in control, defense, destruction, and healing, she told herself that ambushing the opponent now didn't seem like a bad choice. Just like that, Flame quietly and carefully took step after step toward that shadow. As she got closer, she suddenly realized that the person was Yusial. Yet he was walking alone. She remembered that other students wanted to form a team with Yusial. Could it be that he had rejected them all? That's really strange. What surprised her even more was the ring on his hand. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Flame's mind. This was a perfect opportunity to test. At that moment, Yusial was still unaware, yawning as he walked. On this side, Flame used her magic staff to generate a large dome of light. She believed that at a distance of about 15 meters, he wouldn't be able to defend against it. Immediately after, a strange magic formation appeared, radiating a fierce orange power throughout her body. Facing directly toward Yusial, she shouted loudly, light bullet. As soon as she finished, a bolt of lightning shot straight forward. When it was about to reach Yusial, he suddenly realized someone was attacking him from behind. He instantly used Blink to move to another position. After the dust settled, Flame was utterly shocked and didn't understand what was happening. Where was the person? Yusial had disappeared without a trace. She was so frustrated that her hands trembled. How could he have avoided a second-level spell at that distance? Meanwhile, Yusial continuously used Blink to approach behind the attack. Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief and exclaim, did he want to kill me or what? Suddenly shooting a light beam like that. Thanks to the fact that the level of the mana leakage syndrome had increased, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. My Blink has upgraded to level 1 with a maximum range of 12 meters. I still have 2 more Blinks to use, and if I take advantage of the terrain, I can deal with him, but avoiding confrontation is best. Thinking of this, he quickly used consecutive Blinks to put distance between himself and Flame's position. He glanced back, figuring this distance was probably enough. His goal was rank 5, so there was no need to take excessive risks. The rewards for rank 5 were easy to achieve, with the possibility of significant increases to stamina and strength. As for the top 4 positions, they were the main characters after all, and in this situation they only needed 3 more points. Suddenly a mocking voice rang out, hey you guys, come here and see who that is. In front of him at that moment was some group of trainees. One guy in the group grinned and said, oh, it's Beak Yusial from Class S here. At that moment, he also recognized this guy as Raiden, someone quite famous in the academy recently. Looking at the guys standing beside him, Yusial thought with disdain, and there were even members of Jeremy's weak Uslek team, all just trash. But then he suddenly realized another problem. For such a weakling, how did he manage to gather so much? Another guy spoke up. I heard he's a loser, having to cheat to get into Episode S. The blonde guy burst out laughing mockingly after hearing that. To get into Episode S by solving those 3 silly questions, he must have been fooled by Stella. On this side, Yusial thought wearily, damn it, they just keep chewing on the same thing without getting tired. The other guy saw that Yusial didn't say a word and smugly added, hey, since we've met here, hurry up and hand over the point staff to us. You just coldly replied briefly and concisely, fuck off. The blonde guy found it even more interesting and said, oh, so you're trying to resist. He flashed a cunning smile. Do you think you can stand against us alone? Ha ha, are you still planning to use that high-level blink staff? Ridiculous, you can't even wield magic, let alone a magic staff. Facing these jeers, the protagonist didn't know how to react. With just a low-level blink, I wouldn't be able to confront a guy from a famous clan. But if I have 3 blinks, then I still have a way, which is to use the point staff in my hand. Moreover, this place is a dungeon, which is an advantage for me. Thinking this, Yusial extended the point staff forward and said, here, take this. The blonde guy saw that you were finally scared and voluntarily handed it over. He seemed quite satisfied and replied, well done, kid, just the way I like. Don't get cocky too soon, karma usually comes early, Yusial thought to himself. Seeing that he was no longer on guard, he moved as fast as a blink to get closer, snatched a point stick from him, smiling cunningly. He used the point stick as a weapon to strike directly at his formation, causing it to crack and weaken. The guy gritted his teeth, muttering curses, damn it, you miserable civilian. Immediately after, he was thrown backwards, crashing hard into the tree trunk. Raiden went mad with rage, opening his mouth to shout, you filthy dog. But the whole group was stunned when they saw he had disappeared. Before they could react, a familiar voice called out, this way. Following the direction of the voice, Raiden turned his face. At that moment, Yusial was standing there. Grinning cheekily, he said, that was dangerous, but thanks. Now Yusial had 2 point sticks in hand. Raiden screamed like a madman, you bastard, give that back now. Yusial replied teasingly, nope, I don't like that. The protagonist was quite pleased with his own strategy, thinking that the point stick was truly effective. Previously, he had accidentally learned about it while playing a game, but these point sticks were actually a glitch item, having no real value. However, due to their absurd hardness, they couldn't be broken by a mage's magic and possessed the strength of most other magical tools. They are useful for magic users, but for a physical attacker, a weapon with a high attack stat is fully utilized. Over here, Raiden ground his teeth bitterly and said, that bastard, how dare he take my point stick. Then he turned back and shouted at his gang, damn it, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and rush to attack. At the same time, the dungeon began to shake. Faced with this situation, Raiden quickly thought, damn it, why does the dungeon have to change right now? Thinking this, he wildly yelled, everyone quickly gather close and prepare magic. We can't lose track of that bastard. But at this very moment, it was the best opportunity for Yusial to act. He swiftly fled. His unusual action was spotted by one of Raiden's teammates, who opened his mouth shouting, Yusial is running away, guys. As soon as the words ended, they used magic staffs to create a source of blue power, aiming straight at Yusial, continuously shouting, you bastard, you won't escape. This frightening aura rushed swiftly toward him. Yusial could only think, damn, these guys are better than I thought, but you're still green and inexperienced. Just when it seemed that the energy would engulf him, he used blink and disappeared. Raiden's whole gang was furious but could do nothing. He blinked again, damn it, but he moved too fast, I couldn't see him anymore. While everyone was looking straight ahead, it seemed Yusial had slipped out like a lightning bolt to the rear. At this moment, he confidently thought, having 10 years of experience in this game makes using terrain to gain advantage as easy as pie. As for Raiden, he was extremely furious. We just need to hit him once. Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake violently. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Raiden immediately reassured them. Calm down, guys. He's still around here. Wait until the earthquake stops. If we see him, let's attack together. But if our magic fails, it will backfire, so we must act very carefully. Saying that, he looked around to check. Suddenly, his gaze met Yusial's, who was standing right in front of him. Before they could attack, Yusial was a step ahead, striking straight at their formation with his staff. The force was too much for the formation to withstand, and it began to crack. At the same time, it started to counterattack Raiden's own comrades. Then came loud explosions. The formation shattered, firing back at them. This was the unwanted side effect, magical backlash. The male lead quickly ran away, watching as his own formation backfired on the group. He felt delighted, thinking to himself that it was all over. After the dust settled, Raiden looked up and blurted out, "Damn it, beat Yusial, that bastard." Meanwhile, Yusial raised 3 staffs and said smugly, "I'll take these." Then he grinned teasingly and added, "Oh, and if I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her these. Bye-bye, darlings." Raiden was stunned. "When did you take it? Give it back to me now." The protagonist, looking at their current state, felt extremely satisfied. "Heh heh, that's enough. Taking the last piece from them would be troublesome." He added, "Ah, that last scene was really interesting. I played enough for now, I'm off." Having said that, he blinked away, leaving Raiden's group trembling with rage. He seemed to go mad, shouting loudly, "You damn bastard." The scene was also unintentionally witnessed from start to finish by a female apprentice. At that moment, Yusial had run far away from them, happily exclaiming, "Hess hess, I got lucky. If I fought normally, I would have been robbed, but since this is a dungeon, things will be different. This is the experience of a seasoned person. But I keep feeling something strange, coming from somewhere." By the time he suddenly realized it, it was already too late. A massive fireball was hurling rapidly toward him. Seeing this sight, the protagonist was shocked and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Where did this rain of fire come from?" The flames shot down where he was standing. One fireball after another, like a downpour. Wherever the fire hit, it exploded. He couldn't fight back, only able to blink away to dodge. He ran for his life, his face no longer calm. What kind of magic is this that's so terrifying? Looking back at the forest burned to ash, he hadn't even recovered yet, thinking that a major disaster had almost occurred. But what is this magic? Who would want to kill me? From behind the smoky haze, the silhouette of someone approaching appeared. She stood before him and shouted loudly, "Hey, you civilian. Why didn't you take another staff from them?" And the girl who wielded fire magic was none other than Princess Hong Bio. The male lead was surprised, thinking to himself, "Why is she here?" Thinking this, he awkwardly scratched his head and ear, saying, "Hey, maybe you're mistaken. It's not like I can take whatever I want. And even if I took those staffs, what does that have to do with?" She felt awkward after hearing this, realizing she might have been a bit tactless. But Beak Yusial was suspicious. "Could it be that you want to take from them and then steal from me? What kind of crazy idea is that? Don't forget I taught you before." She put her hand on her chest and explained, "I am royalty. But if you understand my meaning, then let's fight. As royalty, I have no desire to steal from commoners. But in this battle, I will defeat you and take what I want." The male lead listened and almost had a blood pressure drop. He replied, "Hey, what are you trying to do? Why bully someone weaker than you? Are you the weak one?" Hong Bion continued, "But before this, I saw you fight and play around with them. You even used magic to defeat them, didn't you?" Saying this, although she didn't want to, she thought she had to hurry a bit or else she would get scolded by her mother. Suddenly, Hong Bion sensed a sound approaching. It turned out to be Raiden's gang chasing after them. One shouted loudly, "Yusial, where has he run off to? Damn it, that bastard is indeed too formidable." Princess Bion also recognized these people. On this side, Yusial started to run away. She hesitated, unsure how to handle the situation, wondering if she should attack them now. But no matter how strong she currently was, she couldn't take on 6 people at once. That's right, she needed to wait until their magic weakened. Only then would she have the chance to act. Meanwhile, Yusial couldn't just wait to die. He began attacking from behind Raiden. Then he used magic to strike directly at their formation. Hong Bion stood at a distance watching, quite surprised that the commoner besides Blink could also use other magic. Of course, those guys were weaker than her, but all were skilled fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should have been much better. Seeing this, she pressed her lips and steeled her resolve. Immediately after, a formation formed around her, and a source of fiery power enveloped her. At this moment, she thought to herself, "It's time to use fire magic." Without hesitation, a powerful stream of magic shot straight forward. On this side, Yusial also sensed the magic. Swift as lightning, he used Blink to dodge to another spot. He suddenly realized its pressure was getting closer and more intense. Indeed, a terrifying flame was hurtling towards him. Then you use Blink, then jump up high, then down low. Hong Bion kept focusing her gaze on the flames. And then boom, 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 a huge explosion occurred. The protagonist finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Her magic really is dangerous. Luckily, I have good intuition. Otherwise, I would have been dead. But I've already used Blink twice. Now how should I face her? Bion suddenly spoke up. "Why didn't you take out your magic staff this time?" Yusial replied speechlessly, "I'm already holding your magic staff." "Then what about the one given at enrollment?" Hong Bion continued. Hearing this, you suddenly realized, "Ah, right, why didn't I think of that?" Seeing his fake act, Hong Bion said disdainfully, "How long do you plan to hide your skills, huh?" As she said this, her eyes suddenly became agitated, turning a frightening blood red. She stared straight at Yusial, bitterly thinking, "I'm serious about fighting, but that ordinary guy treats it like a joke. Thinking this, she angrily said, "Fine, if you won't fight properly, then I have no choice but to take you down here." Yusial felt chills, goosebumps all over, thinking, I am seriously fighting. I'm not joking with her at all. On this side, Hong Bion continued, "If you're not serious, you could die here." Behind her was a sea of blazing flame, her face gleaming with determination, thinking to herself, "Today I will definitely crush you." Breaking off her thoughts, she directed the flames straight toward Yusial. At this moment, Yusial could no longer keep calm. He desperately dodged, leaning to the left, then to the right. After struggling to defend himself for a while, he was amazed by the scene before him. He slumped down, confused about what to do next, but he knew now wasn't the time to rest. He jumped up and looked at the huge fire in front of him, suddenly thinking, even if I blink to avoid it, her attack range is just too wide. What should I do? Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind. He quickly turned around to observe. A bold idea sprang to his mind. Immediately after, he showcased his blink skill. Lightning fast, he leapt higher. At this spot, the fire hadn't spread yet. Looking back, the fire burned hotter and expanded wider. Yusial stood hiding behind a boulder, lucky to have escaped death. He cast his gaze downward, thinking that this time he had been fortunate to avoid it, but it was still quite difficult. Even if I manage to get close to Hong Bei, the flames around her will flare up to protect her as I approach. I understand this very well, because I have fought many fire mages before, but her rank is much higher than I had thought. If this were an open plain, I would have lost in less than a minute. The battle wouldn't even have taken place. Yusial watched the fire shooting out like rain. Suddenly, an idea came to him. I will take advantage of the power of these guidance rods. His eyes became more resolute. No one here knew yet who would be defeated. Ending his train of thought, he boldly charged straight into the fire. Countless sparks shot towards him. At this moment, the Monolith syndrome activated. He gained a sixth sense and accelerated his perception of time. To him, time seemed to stop. He could easily slash through Hong Bion's magic spell. Witnessing this, Hong Bion couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "No way. How could he use a weapon against magic? How could this be possible?" Yusial was still struggling in this fierce battle. He distinctly felt the passage of time, the sensation becoming even clearer. This was no longer a game controlled by keyboard and mouse, but direct bodily movement confronting the mage. The mana barrier grew stronger, and the sixth sense became as vivid as sight and hearing. As for Hong Bion, she was baffled and confused. How could this be? In this mountainous forest terrain, my fire magic should have the advantage. If so, the only option left is to increase magical power. Thinking that, she immediately channeled all her strength into the magic staff. Yusial kept wildly slashing at Bion's magic, fighting desperately for his own life. Then he ran behind a rock to rest for a bit. He suddenly thought he couldn't just keep defending, he must break Hong Bion's magic shield with this staff. Then he dashed through the flames. Approaching her, his footsteps grew increasingly urgent. When he was still not far away, he used Blink to quickly close the distance. This astonished Hong Bion immensely. She ground her teeth in frustration and turned around. At this moment, Yusial had stepped into her fire magic battlefield, the two locking eyes with sparks flying. Yusial calculated that when approaching a fire mage, the explosive magic would push back enemies within a 2-meter radius. As he thought this, he chuckled. For others, it wouldn't be easy. But for someone with as much as 10 years of experience like himself, it was different. He had been through this many times before. Immediately, he was hurled away by her magic, leaving Bion stunned and open-mouthed in horror. But undeterred, Beak Yusial quickly regained momentum to advance again. He decisively used the point sticks to attack her protective membrane, creating cracks on its surface. Bion remained puzzled, unable to believe this, wondering how he could do such a thing. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial did not stop. He frantically launched relentless attacks against it. The shield could no longer withstand it and shattered, causing Bion to suffer serious injuries and fall back. Beak Yusial stepped closer to her, smiled brightly, then sat down and said, "I've won." Bion felt deeply ashamed, a proud princess losing so humiliatingly like this. She said bitterly, "Who exactly are you?" Beak Yusial slowly stood and replied, "I'm just an ordinary student." Then he said mysteriously, "But the person hiding over there can come out now, right?" Realizing she had been discovered, the flame girl cautiously stepped out. At that moment, she was cautiously stepping toward the two of them. Flame was quite surprised and asked, "How did you know I was there?" Beak Yusial didn't know how to explain it, so he forced a smile and replied, "Well, just consider it a hunch." But deep down, he fully understood the reason was quite simple, or more precisely, it was an intuition sensing magical power. Still, how could Flame believe such a silly excuse? She replied absent-mindedly, "Oh, a hunch, you say. Then how did you break the magical shield with an ordinary wand?" Hearing this question, Beak Yusial went blank. Flame added, "Why don't you explain then? Or do you intend to say that was also just a hunch?" At this point, Beak Yusial suddenly thought, indeed, scenes like these couldn't appear in a romantic novel like the original. It made sense why Flame was curious, but he couldn't tell the truth. Thinking this through, he quickly had an idea, pointed at the rod in his hand, and said cheerfully, "Oh, this rod is really hard." Flame heard it and said annoyed, "What does that have to do with anything? Hard or not, do you think just waving it around can break a magical shield? If that were true, then the knights in this world would have already beaten our mages to pieces." Beak Yusial admitted this. He thought to himself, "That's exactly right. You're completely correct." Beak Yusial's evasive answer only made Flame feel more confused. She exclaimed, "Until now, I have always felt something strange but never had the chance to ask. Beak Yusial, who are you really?" Bion stood beside, ignored like invisible, but having been eavesdropping all along, she couldn't help feeling surprised. Meanwhile, facing Flame's rapid-fire questions, Beak Yusial's face broke out in sweat. He was frantically thinking of a way out. Could it be that the time has finally come? How is it that in less than a month, I'm already suspected about my identity? Should I just reveal my true identity? No, I can't. Flame doesn't have the slightest goodwill towards me. Doing that would be far too dangerous. Thinking this, Beak Yusial said, "Even if you suspect me, I'm not that kind of evil person." Hearing this, Flame responded confusedly, "Huh, what do you mean?" Beak Yusial smiled awkwardly and continued, Just as I said, I only want to help." This made Flame even more perplexed. "Say you want to help me, okay, but help with what? What exactly are you trying to say, always being so vague? It's annoyingly maddening." But Beak Yusial didn't explain further and turned away. He raised his hand in farewell. I want to say more, but there's no time." "Well then, I'm leaving now." This action left Flame feeling deflated and angry, ready to blow steam from his head. And it was precisely Beak Yusial's actions today that changed Bion's perception of him. It seemed she was planning to do something crazy. Beak Yusial suddenly thought, it seemed fine, just leave it like that. Hopping these two would spare him. Suddenly, someone threw those point sticks at him. That action came from Bion. After throwing, she stood there frozen, surprised, mumbling how strange. As for Beak Yusial, after taking this combo hit, he painfully held his head, turned around and shouted, "Damn, if you have something to say, just say it straight, why so cowardly?" Bion spoke up, "I thought you would catch them. You can easily dodge all magic and traps, yet can't catch this." Hearing these irritating words, Beak Yusial was speechless, thinking he had no other way. The syndrome of sensing mana also has its limits. How could that intuition be maintained forever? Thinking this, he pretended to be in pain. "Ouch, that hurts. The duration to maintain sensing mana depends on my mental energy. Since my mental energy is depleted, now I lose sharpness and even have a headache." But then Beak Yusial curiously asked, "Then why did you throw this to me?" Bion answered without hesitation, "You won, so take." Although these point sticks seemed quite important, in his heart he quietly thought, "Is she feeling sulky? But if I take all of these, my score would jump up significantly. Besides, those others don't really benefit me much." Thinking this, he bent down and picked up 1 point stick, then stood up and happily said, "All right then, thank you, but I'll only take this one, you keep the rest. So I'm off now." With that said, he turned his face and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. As he walked, he indulged in a delusion of his own strength, thinking to himself with a sly smile that surely they must be marveling at his actions. What a kind-hearted man, someone always merciful to losers like this. How cool he must be. He hoped they thought the same. But the harsh truth was that they did not think so. At that moment, Flame exclaimed, "Rita, that guy's got issues. He's mentally unstable." Bion probably felt the same, saying wearily, "He's probably just a commoner, so his mind is a little scrambled." But deep down, she was also wondering what the real identity of this Beak Yusial really was. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Professor Lee Hanwal and the other professors were attentively monitoring every move of the candidates. The images being projected were incredibly vivid and realistic. Watching this, someone exclaimed, "Oh, the first-year Class S students this year are truly rare talent." Hearing the voice, Professor Lee Hanwal turned to observe. He stroked his beard and continued, "In general, it's worth watching up to this point, isn't it?" The person speaking was Telix, an elder of the Magic Council. A woman standing beside him agreed with this senior's opinion, saying, "Indeed, very interesting." She smiled with her eyes crinkled in satisfaction, perhaps thinking to herself, "In my youth, I was much better than this. Hee hee." This woman was Jarina Eon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. At the appearance of them, Professor Lee Hanwal was quite surprised, thinking to himself, the Magic Council, the Tower Council, just a trainee's internship observation, but gathering such high-profile figures. Which makes sense, though. To recruit talent, you have to do that. Surely most of the other professors are also watching this internship session. Suddenly, everyone around murmured and exclaimed loudly, "Look, look." Following that, Professor Lee Hanwal also turned his face, looking toward the screen in front. They saw images of two male students seemingly preparing to class. Quickly, everyone had identified these two trainees' names. They exclaimed, "Huan Yang and Ma Yuxiang are facing each other now." Immediately after, Huan Yang made the first move. He used his magic staff to create an extremely powerful spell directed straight at his opponent. On the other side, Ma Yuxiang showed no fear at all, calmly standing and observing. And then as it came close, he channeled energy and blinked up high, even blinking 3 times consecutively to dodge the opponent's magical force. This amazed everyone present. Jarina Eon said, "Oh damn, he can actually activate triple level 3 magical blink consecutively. Truly amazing." Professor Telix was equally surprised. Right, at age 17, he has already accomplished that. Professor Lee Hanwal kept his eyes fixed on the screen, thinking that usually an ordinary sorcerer needs to be at least 25 years old to reach level 3. Yet Ma Yuxiang at just 17 could already skillfully use level 3 magic. It was truly unbelievable. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in surprise, "Look, look." Both of them were proficiently using 3 elemental attributes. The battle grew more intense and dramatic between 2 evenly matched opponents. Witnessing this, Professor Lee Hanwal also marveled, thinking a normal sorcerer could only control 1 attribute and would have to train hard just to manage 2. Indeed, mastering 3 attributes is proof of innate talent, and they had been bestowed that talent from birth. Watching this, Professor Lee Hanwal suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is that the final phantasmal beast?" At that moment, a giant hawk appeared, its gaze filled with murderous intent, radiating all around. This made Ma Yuxiang and Huan Yang startle and pause. But before they could react, the bird suddenly opened its beak and let out a painful scream. Its dreadful cry echoed throughout the dungeon. Then it slowly fell down. This terrified the two, leaving them speechless. They didn't understand what was happening either. The bird fell right before them, lying flat on the ground. Immediately after, a gentle voice spoke up. "Oh my, are you two fighting?" That voice came from the girl Azel standing above. She hesitated slightly before continuing. "I'm sorry for bothering you too." Up to this point, Professor Lee Hanwal was lost in thought. Oh, that girl is Azel. But the hidden monster only appears when certain specific conditions are met. Not only is it hard to find, it's also very difficult to defeat. Yet that girl was able to hunt it down all on her own. However, in the face of her achievement, the professors behind seemed not to expect this and even felt a bit of pity for the poor girl. One said, "The eldest daughter of that traitor, such a shame. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, her talent would have blossomed even more." As he spoke, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. What is that?" "That is the princess of the Adalbit kingdom. But who exactly is that opponent of hers? His face looks unfamiliar." At this moment, Professor Lee Hanwal couldn't keep calm anymore, exclaiming, "What that magic? Could it be Blink?" Speaking of Blink, over the past 100 years, many scholars have tried to master it, but all either died or became disabled, so they had to give up. It truly is a magic spell that cannot be easily controlled. Yet that child can control Blink so skillfully, as if it were his own limbs. Elder Telix of the Magical Council thought silently. He was no less astonished than Professor Lee Hanwal. In that silent atmosphere, someone couldn't help but ask aloud, "Who exactly is that teenager?" Professor Lee Hanwal immediately responded, "The student's name is Baek Yuseol. He is an exceptionally special student who can use Blink as his signature magic." Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely astonished. Another person spoke up, "Blink can be a signature magic. This is completely different from the innate talents of Ma Yuxiang, Huan Yang, or Azel." Elder Telix also said somewhat confusedly, "Oh, is that so? But why doesn't he use other magic and just play around? If he used magic, the one-on-one duel would have ended already. I really still can't understand." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone entered and said, "No, he is fighting for real." Following the direction of the voice, everyone present turned their faces to observe. The sudden appearance of this person shocked them into stammering, "Are you Eltman Eltwin?" He added, "From the very beginning he was really fighting. You all just didn't see it, right? That's truly interesting. I mean, watching that pupil fight reminds me of knights who existed in ancient times." Upon hearing this, someone exclaimed in utter shock, "You said knights? Oh, how can this happen? It's unbelievable." Telix was no exception. He said very surprisedly, "Do you mean the knights disappeared along with cold weapons?" Note, cold weapons are those unrelated to fire or explosions and don't use gunpowder or other explosive. But how could such a young student possibly do it? It's truly miraculous. Professor Lee Hanwal still hadn't taken his eyes off the screen. Finally, he probably realized the issue and thought to himself, well, so that's how it is. The knightly way really isn't bad. The knightly way refers to the fighting spirit of those who wield swords in this magical world. Heroes who have battled evil and protected the world since ancient time. Knights always fight with a magical sword, but to exist and fight using a sword, that was considered impossible. Yet this student was truly swinging his staff as if it were a real sword. Moreover, if Eltman Eltwin's speculation was correct, that kid was truly a rare talent. The principal of Stella Academy, renowned as the best magic school in the world. Eltman Eltwin was a 9th-level master mage, and also one of the 10 great sages of the continent. If this was the great sage's thought, then the first dungeon training session had concluded. At this moment, on the practice ground dedicated to Class S students, a student was diligently training. Here, he used his magical staff to generate mana and attack the dummy in front of him. After a while of training, he grew exhausted and stood there panting heavily. Suddenly, he realized the mana in his staff was nearly depleted, but it seemed he was still dissatisfied with his own strength. Thinking to himself, damn it, this isn't enough yet. I'm still far from where I want to be. Among the 141 participants in this dungeon training session, 39 people failed to meet the criteria and were eliminated. Azel was the one who defeated the final boss, ranking first. He himself stood in second place. Ma Yuxiang was in sixth, but he did not feel that he had won. He recalled the moment during the fight in the dungeon. At that time when the final boss appeared, if he hadn't entered, he might have known the true power of Ma Yuxiang. Thinking of this, He Wenriang was bitter and clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept. Perhaps from their first meeting, he had already felt irritated with the name Ma Yuxiang. He did everything gently, but whatever he did, Ma Yuxiang showed results far beyond expectations. In this training session, he had arranged magic arrays everywhere and carefully calculated their movements. Despite that, Ma Yuxiang easily blocked the attacks and stopped them. No matter what I do, I just can't beat that kid. Is his talent thick and high like a fortress wall? No, that's not it. Right now, I don't have time to blame myself. I have to try harder. At the same time, Bion also just entered this training room. What caught her eye was the image of a male student wielding a magic staff, creating a huge whirlpool of power. Looking closely, she was quite surprised, thinking, oh, He Wenriang, that kid is always so calm, yet today he's frenziedly training as if poisoned. But although this wasn't what she wanted to say, thinking this, she used magic to create a fire spell. Her whole body radiated blazing orange light. Immediately after, she aimed straight ahead and unleashed a spark. Then a loud explosion erupted. It seemed her mood today wasn't good either. Could it be that she was angry about something, which made her crazily train like this? The flames kept burning fiercely, and the loud explosion caught He Wenriang's attention. The boy stopped and turned his face to observe, to see who could produce such a powerful magic flow. Meanwhile, Bion was still very upset, feeling annoyed and unable to believe she was only third. Even though she had earned extra points, and the Queen Mother was quite satisfied, if she didn't regain her form, she would be punished. Damn it, a commoner always acting high and mighty, how unlucky. Ending her thoughts, she unleashed a very strong strike, a blinding light spreading from the explosion in front of her. At this point, Bion was exhausted, standing there panting heavily. He Wenriang nearby also hesitated, his mind filled with questions. Wow, what's wrong with the princess today? But maybe because of her mood, the princess's magic had become more accurate than before. It was truly surprising that Princess Bion's fire magic had such destructive power, yet she could control it so well in such a short time. Bion was also quite surprised at her own achievement, thinking how damn it was. Although unwilling to admit it, Yuxial's special lecture was not without effect. By applying those pun riddles, my magic has increased significantly. Even though he is just a commoner, with both the worst scores and personality, Yuxial is definitely the only one who knows how to overcome his weaknesses. But why do I still feel so frustrated like this? Oh heavens, oh heavens. Suddenly someone called out, Your Highness. Yi Terran, what's the matter? The woman continued. Yes, the Teravan scepter you requested earlier has been repaired. Should I tell Yuxial right now? Looking at the scepter in front of her, Bion replied, Yes, that's better. After hearing that, Yi Terran replied, Yes, I know. I'll be going then. Then she turned away and left. But suddenly the princess thought of something and tapped the shoulder to call back, Wait. Yi Terran was confused. What is it, Your Highness? A while later, at the second main tower, Bion held Yuxial's scepter in her hands, filled with hesitation. She thought, since I heard Yuxial is here, I came. This is the second main tower, where the professor's research rooms are. But what is he doing here? Could it be to meet the professor? Suddenly Bion was startled, her eyes wide open. She turned her face away, hesitating. Wait, why do I need to come here? I could just hand it to him at the training ground. HMPH, doing this is no different than deliberately going to look for that commoner. No, I really need to go back first. Lost in a stream of thoughts, suddenly a voice rang out. Oh my, what is the princess doing here? Upon hearing this, Bion was startled, looked up and stammered. Teacher Hammerl, hello ma'am. It's been a long time since I saw you, no, professor. Hammerl replied, teaching magic to the princess felt like just yesterday. Yet the princess has already grown this much, so fast. But why did the princess come here? Bion replied awkwardly. Ah, I have some matters, so I came here, but an unexpected event came up so I plan to return later. Seeing the princess's embarrassed attitude, Hammerl calmly continued, that's true, things are a bit chaotic there now, so it's better to come back later. Bion was so surprised she was speechless. Hammerl went on, currently all the magic officials are here because of the student Usial. This made Bion even more amazed. Curious about what was going on, she asked, but why are they looking for that commoner? Hammerl answered, surely the princess knows that student does not use magic, right? Bion answered shyly, yes. But inside she felt quite sad and embarrassed. She thought, indeed the professor had watched that match. Why did I reveal such a pitiful appearance in front of the teacher I respect most? So embarrassing, sob. Hammerl noticed the princess's expression change and comforted her. Princess, you don't need to blame yourself, because the other party also did their very best. Bion spoke softly, but he didn't even bother to use magic. Professor Hammerl laughed and said, no, that's because of his faith. Faith? Bion asked in surprise. That's right, Hammerl explained. After watching the training session, the headmaster believed that this student was trying to revive the vanished knights of the past. But this made Bion unable to believe it. She exclaimed, Professor, what are you talking about? Usial and the knights, how is that even possible? When she said this, she suddenly froze for a moment, recalling the way Usial fought against her. She thought to herself, it's unbelievable, but it's true that Usial used the staff like a sword. He only used the pointed stick to shatter my protective shield. Even that magical sword, too. Thinking of this, she felt deeply sad and stammered aloud. But if you don't use magic at the magic school, you will receive very harsh punishment, right? During magic practice, points can be deducted and other penalties apply. Hammerl suddenly lowered his voice and replied, that's right, the student knew this well but still chose to take that path. But it's also wonderful, isn't it? Although he achieved amazing results through Blink, he still tried so hard. I can't believe faith is real. After finishing, the professor said goodbye and left, leaving Bion standing there lost in deep thought alone. She thought that if someone said they wanted to pursue knighthood, they would obviously be laughed at. It was such a ridiculous joke in this era, truly absurd. Yet Usial was not joking and genuinely wanted to pursue knighthood. She had once gotten angry and told him to stop joking around. Suddenly, Usial's appearance cut through her stream of thoughts. He asked what he was doing here. Not only that, he was chewing on the 5th-rank herbal prize, ethelic, in his mouth. Bion suddenly felt flustered, her cheeks flushing red. Then she composed herself and replied, yeah, I'm not here looking for you. Before anyone asked, she confessed herself, making Usial laugh. Hey, who said anything about you? He said. In response to his teasing attitude, Bion cast a sharp, cold stare that made the protagonist clamp his mouth shut, saying no more. Bion held out the box in front of the protagonist and said coldly, all right, take this. Just seeing the box, Usial was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling bright. Grateful, he said, oh, it's Taravan, thank you so much. When he opened it to check, he gasped, eyes wide, looking at the beautiful, gleaming sword before him, thinking to himself, wow, this is the invisible sword. Indeed, Adalbit's craftsmanship is excellent. What a wonderful help to the princess. With the money I currently have, I can't buy this. Thinking this, he asked if he could keep the box, but his true intention was clear on his face if he sold it. It would probably fetch a high price. Bion replied with fatigue, up to you. After listening, Usial felt joyful inside. I finally earned some money, though it's a bit intimidating. Seeing his excited attitude, Bion shook her head in exasperation. Commoners really just think that way. But inside, she still felt puzzled about something she didn't dare to ask direct. After some thought, the princess gathered all her courage to ask, hey, Usial. The male lead replied confusedly, yeah, what's up? Bion continued, do you really not use any other magic? Faced with this blunt question, Usial froze for a moment, unable to say anything. After asking, Bion also felt a bit awkward, blushing deeply on both cheeks. She turned her face away and left. Ah, it's nothing, I'm going now. The male lead stood dumbfounded, watching her figure fade into the distance. Then he also turned and walked away. As he walked, he thought about the magic question. But then he recalled that Professor Lee Hanwal had said something similar earlier. Though the professor spoke as if he understood his feelings and respected his opinion, he didn't understand any of it. There must be something good about it. As long as I have this magic sword in hand, I feel somewhat reassured. Thinking this, he exclaimed, by the way, I should try it out. Let's see how powerful this sword really is. A little later, he arrived at the training ground dedicated to Class S. Holding the sword in hand, he mumbled, "Let's see. Just need to channel mana into this." With that, a fiery glow emanated around his hand, and right after, a sharp sword formed. Looking at the sword, he marveled, "Wow, so beautiful. It's better than I thought, isn't it?" Then he suddenly fell silent, thinking, "But if Flame wields it, it's different. It will have even more beautiful colors." The female protagonist Flame is a very special existence. Although she is human, she can still handle the magic of dwarves and elves. That wand alone, no one can use it because it continuously consumes the user's mana. But Flame can recover mana using natural energy and uses that wand as a special technique. As for me, I don't have a bit of mana. Even though I have tried to absorb mana continuously, due to magic leakage, mana cannot accumulate in my body and is pushed out. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath will become Teravin's clue. At that moment, he suddenly remembered he hadn't touched that damn system for a long time. He opened the system and murmured, "I have to check my status, right?" Immediately, a status panel appeared. UCL's attribute values: muscle strength 77%, senses 29%, agility 87%, stamina 55%, endurance 97%, mental power 43%, mana experience remaining 0. Skill, blink level 1. Trait, delay due to mana leakage level 2. Muscle strength plus 5%, agility plus 8%, senses plus 15%. The sixth sense is activated by consuming the user's mental power, detecting mana within an 18 m radius, and automatic perception acceleration activates when it detects the user is in danger. Blood circulation speed plus 1%. After reading the status board, he happily thought it was great. He had consumed the rank 5 reward herb, so his muscles had grown a little. But in the future, with a weapon, he could accumulate experience more direct. "I have to practice using the sword. I'll probably be very busy from now on." Transition to the next morning at the academy. In a classroom, the voice of a mage echoed, "Starting today, we will practice true magic spells. Everyone spread out and raise your magic staffs to practice." This professor is Professor Virian, the defensive magic instructor. After explaining for a while, he went down to observe the students practicing. Everyone seemed very focused. Only the shouts could be heard loudly, "Magic shield, magic shield." The professor looked quite pleased, smiling with eyes nearly closed, thinking that this year there are many excellent students. It's good to rank by levels. Suddenly, he was shocked and froze. While all the students were enthusiastically practicing, Yusial was just standing still doing nothing. The professor silently thought, "Is that student really the rumored S-class student?" An S-class student, but from a commoner background, possessing a mid-level magic staff. Moreover, he ranked 5th in the recent dungeon training session. Damn, it was irritating to watch. Thinking this, Professor Virian approached with a fake smile and asked, "Hey, you there, you're UCL, right?" "Yes, but why aren't you practicing at all?" The male lead didn't know how to explain, so he forced a smile and said, "Ah, it's because I'm currently learning a different defense method, so I don't need to study basic magic." Upon receiving the answer, the professor continued, "Oh, really? I'm quite curious about this so-called different defense method of yours." But in his heart he thought, "This arrogant brat. If it were Princess Bion studying magic inherited from Adalbit, that would be one thing, but what does a mere commoner know to dare look down on my class? Not bad kid." Still, he recalled hearing that this kid Yusial didn't use any magic besides blink. "Oh, then I've got some fun for you. Ha ha." With that thought, he put on a forced cheerful smile and said, "Oh, then why don't you demonstrate that excellent defense skill of yours to your classmates, so that everyone here can broaden their horizons a bit? The opponent will be." He paused a few seconds, turned his face toward the back, then continued, "The opponent will be Morso from Class B. What do you think?" In his gaze, a distant student named Morso stood smirking, looking excited and cocky as he waited for Yusial's response. The professor thought to himself, as a lecturer of defensive magic, personal relationships are very important for me to continue at this school within the Scalvan Empire. It would be very beneficial if he performs well. I would gain some prestige too. What could be better than if he shows strong magic skills in front of a Class S student as well? After thinking for a while, Yusial replied, "All right, sir, if you wish, I will comply." As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher said enthusiastically, "Then you students step onto the arena." Immediately afterward, both stepped onto the battlefield. While Morso stood there grinning confidently, Yusial appeared quite indifferent toward the mat. Morso's friends continuously cheered, "Hey Morso, crush that kid, embarrass him, we believe you can do it. Keep it up." Morso confidently replied, "Of course, just wait and see." The recent commotion caught Yusial's attention. He quickly recognized them and sighed, thinking, "What nonsense is this?" Looking closely now, he saw they were the gang of Uslek and Raiden from before. "Those bad kids, but it's fine. After all, this is a required class I have to attend, Since I can't use magic, there's nothing much to do. If you people like it so much, then I'll indulge you to the fullest. Thinking it over again, I remember Professor Virian's bad reputation has been widespread since the first episode. How ridiculous. Then he suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Well then, I might as well use this opportunity to check the training results. Not a bad idea after all. The professor spoke up. This match will be conducted in an attack and defense format. Furthermore, no other magic may be used. At this moment, Morso had taken a defensive stance, ready to fight. The students below whispered among themselves. If he attacks, Morso will win, right? Defense is just defense after all. Has he learned Earth Element offensive magic? It's said to be very hard to count. But Prince Jeremy was extremely calm, paying close attention. The professor's voice rang out. All right, get ready to start. Show me your best skill. Immediately, Morso used his magic staff to create a formation in front of him, and a giant stone appeared. Seeing this scene, the students below were terrified and exclaimed, "Enough, that's second-level magic. In basic magic practice, the unspoken rule is to only use first-level magic." Is Yusial okay? But Yusial showed no fear. He remained calm, focusing intently on every movement of his opponent. Morso thought angrily, "Damn brat from Class S, so arrogant. Take this gift from me." With that thought finished, he shouted and sent the stone flying down. Immediately, the stone hurtled straight forward, an overwhelming aura radiating powerfully around it. Yusial also sprang into action. He channeled mana into the magic staff in his hands, and instantly, a sword appeared. Without hesitation, he swung forcefully forward. The stroke seemed gentle, but its power was not to be underestimated, and the opponent's stone was shattered into clouds of smoke by Yusial's slap. Even the teacher stood stunned for a moment, speechless. Prince Jeremy didn't seem overly surprised. Morso was so shocked he trembled, exclaiming, "No way has my magic disappeared." The truth was that Yusial had sliced it away entirely. The students below murmured in amazement. One remarked, "It looks like he cut the magic with a sword," while another replied confusedly, "But the magic really vanished. That's impossible." The one heartbroken at this moment was none other than Professor Virian, who pondered, "It can't be as simple as slicing it away and making it vanish. That's illogical." Yet, has Yusial truly annihilated Morso's magic? Within all magic, traces of mana always exist. If the mana is separated, the magic disappears. Could that be the method Yusial used? Meanwhile, Yusial lifted the sword to examine it, smiling with satisfaction. He thought it worked better than expected. Although he had only neutralized second-tier magic, staying to practice on the training ground for just a few days already yielded such good results. Excellent, this clearly makes it worth trying. This is truly my battlefield. Morso, frustrated, clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, how dare a commoner block my magic?" The professor began to contemplate. If Morso lost here, it would be hard to explain. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Thinking this, he said, "Yusial, I acknowledge that your defensive method can be executed. However, that method only blocks magic one at a time, so it still has limits. For example, what if attacked in large numbers?" These words seemed to hint at more so. He quickly grasped the professor's meaning and flashed a cunning smile. Yusial sighed in exasperation, thinking that the teacher liked to say so many pointless things. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in astonishment. On this side, Morso had already started to act. He created more stones, truly a formidable opponent. Immediately, he controlled all the stones to rush toward Yusial, releasing a terribly intense magical energy. Seeing this scene, the group of students murmured among themselves, saying it was a bit too much and that someone might get hurt. Why didn't the professor call for a stop? Morso smiled smugly, thinking this was the end. The piercing stones charged forward. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and Yusial was shocked, his eyes wide open. Watching the large and small stones rushing quickly toward him, the protagonist thought. There were a total of 11 stones flying in. If he couldn't use Blink to cut them, then there was only one way to block them all. Thinking this, as the stones came close, Yusial remained unflinching, gently swinging the sword in his hand to block them. He acted lightly as if nothing was happening, but immediately all the stones exploded simultaneously. Witnessing his advanced magic being easily blocked by Yusial, Morso experienced a full range of emotions from surprise to rage. His eyes red, teeth clenched, he exclaimed, "Huh." Bitterly thinking to himself, how could my strongest magic be blocked so simply? By what strength, by what power could a hated commoner do this? Damn it, this is crazy. On the other hand, at this moment, the one who was freaking out was Professor Virian. He bitterly thought, damn it, what is this? What the hell is that kid Morso doing? This is doomed. If he loses, I'll be in trouble. What should I do? Over here, Yusial was also a bit surprised by his own magic, exclaiming, "I've tried doing what I saw in other games, but it seems not bad at all, pretty good. This is the technique called panning. The downside is that the mental energy required to maintain its shape is multiple times greater than normal strength. Therefore, stamina quickly drops right after use. Moreover, its defensive capability is weaker when blocking only a single object, so in reality, it's very difficult to use. Luckily, this is just a training match, otherwise there's no telling what could happen. Below, the group of trainees were buzzing with chatter. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen this. It's almost like a magic shield. Oh, so there's magic like that too. Amazing. Morso will definitely lose soon. At the same time, Morso clearly wasn't happy at all. He was confused, his anger dropping. He exclaimed, "Damn it. Could it be that this noble son is going to be embarrassed by some commoner like this? I can't accept this truth." Thinking this, he started gathering mana into his magic staff. A strong aura enveloped. Before Morso's reckless action, the students below nervously whispered behind the teacher's back, "Hey, look there, using magic again." Wasn't Morso's turn to attack already over? Meanwhile, Professor Virion remained highly focused on observing the battle, ignoring the surroundings. He smiled triumphantly, thinking that's right, keep charging the attack. Finish off that commoner kid. Morso shouted loudly, "Die, this time I won't let you off. I can't endure this humiliation." Suddenly a voice rang out, teacher smiling triumphantly. Professor was startled and turned around, saying, what is it, Jeremy?" Prince Jeremy smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Why don't you let Usial have an attack turn?" Caught off guard, the professor froze for 5 seconds, then forced a smile and stammered, "Well, that." At the same time, the students began to aggressively bombard the teacher with thoughts. "Hey, isn't this a basic first-year match? If he's careless, he could get seriously hurt. Isn't it already over? Such an irresponsible professor. Can he really be qualified as a teacher? Truly unfit to be an instructor." Virion seemed overwhelmed by the students. Worried, he thought, "Damn it, I was so focused on the battle that I missed the students' reactions. How could I be so negligent? What should I do now?" Jeremy, seeing the teacher remain silent, called out, "Teacher, will you switch the magic attack turn to Usial?" The professor stammered, "Magic." While everyone was focused on the professor and diverted their attention from the match, Usial gained the advantageous position, pressing the sword's edge close to the opponent's neck. At this point, the outcome was already too clear. Usial was the winner. This victory left a humiliation for Morso. In the end, he had to accept the fact that he had lost. The students below suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Usial finally won. He's better than I thought." It seemed Usial had caught the eye of Prince Jeremy, who suddenly broke into a dangerous smile, a smile that foretold ill omens in the future. Scene shifts to the royal palace, a place both magnificent and splendid. Inside, desperate screams echoed, "Ah ah ah, huff huff, please have mercy on me." A stranger appeared, revealing that Morso, after losing to a commoner like Usial, was being brutally beaten by someone, blood splattering everywhere. The person responsible for this was none other than Prince Jeremy. After a while of tormenting his opponent, the prince walked off wiping blood from his hands, speaking to the girl in front of him. "Vera Jane," she replied. "Yes, sir, please let me know what you need." Jeremy Kelvin glanced at Morso lying beaten on the floor and said, "That classmate is quite injured. Did you fail to take care of him? If there is any mistake, I will be very upset." His words seemed to carry a threat. "Make sure you take good care of him, or you will suffer the same fate." Vera Jane responded, "Yes, sir, I understand. You can rest assured." Jeremy added, "That's good then, we can thank her for that." Watching Jeremy's figure leave, Vera Jane worriedly thought, not a loyal minister but a classmate, that's really strange. In the Scalvan Empire, where the power of the empire is determined by magic, Crown Prince Jeremy surpassed all his elder brothers at the age of 12 to claim the throne as heir. Not being a loyal minister meant the Jordan family was permanently expelled from the political arena. In fact, it wasn't only Morso who caught Jeremy's eye, but Usial's ordinary civilian life would also no longer be peaceful in the future. Cut to the next day at Stello Academy, everything continued on its normal course. In a magic class, an experimental practice session was underway. The onlookers who had been eagerly watching Usial's challenging duel were still chatting about, "Hey, have you heard? Usial from Class S is going into the Night Path. So weird. A knight training at a magic school. Could it be he wants to become famous? I heard he even defeated Morso of the Jordan family, which shows he's really capable." "Really? Isn't the Jordan family influential in the Skelvan Empire? This is getting interesting." Flame overheard this and sighed in frustration, thinking, "It's annoying that everywhere I go I hear Usial's name. I don't care, but for some reason it bothers me. Who even is that kid?" At that moment, the serious voice of a professor rang out, all right, gather your attention right now. What's all this noise you kids are making?" Then the professor held up a vial of liquid solution in front of him and continued, "Alchemy requires precise timing and perfect temperature adjustment. This professor is none other than alchemy professor Mason Tyron. Today we will practice the Tyron fatigue recovery potion that I have researched. Please focus on the practice. Flame practiced while feeling annoyed. Damn, it's really frustrating. Just a tiny mistake leads to a big failure. A small slip-up ruins everything. Alchemy is too difficult and complicated. I want to avoid it as much as possible. At the same time, the professor's alarmed voice rang out. Altarisha, you're being dangerous. Do you know how you can become an alchemist like that? The blonde girl stammered, I'm sorry. Flame stood back observing and thought. Professor Mason said I will become a black steed, and even better in the future. I probably have to go gather materials to prepare. There's no choice but to diligently listen to the lectures. I believe I can do it. Suddenly, a smug laugh caught Flame's attention. He he he. Yusial seemed to have succeeded and stood there laughing proudly. He he he. Awesome, this is it. Flame thought wearily what's gotten into Yusial, laughing like a madman. At first, I thought he joined this class to get close to someone, but now I see he's just a weirdo. What am I even witnessing? She sighed and thought, well, it's none of my business, I'll just go gather more material. After a while, the perfect experimental results appeared. Flame was exhausted after struggling intensely, gently wiping the sweat off his forehead, his mind racing. Finally, it was done. Luckily, his high academic achievement allowed him to complete this quick. Taking a closer look, how is Azel doing? He saw Azel was still fumbling through practice. Flame felt relieved, thinking it was good that she was performing well in a normal way. But wait, normal. If he remembered correctly, in the original episode, Azel accidentally obtained Mela's magic code note. So wouldn't this class produce a product similar to Tyron's fatigue recovery medicine? Then why did he make just an ordinary medicine? Lost in thought, suddenly the professor's angry voice rang out. Yusial, who said you are allowed to change the experiment ingredients as you please. Yusial replied, yes, but doing it this way will yield better results. Hearing this, the professor was startled and confused, saying, but the problem is this result is different from the fatigue recovery medicine Tyron I instruct. Looking at the vial, Flame couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes widened, amazement filling his thoughts. The high-grade medicine was supposed to be made by Azel, yet Yusial achieved this extraordinary thing. Why was it Yusial who manufactured Tyron instead of someone else? Meanwhile, Professor Mason Tyron tried to keep a cool head because losing it would mean a fever. He raised his hand to his forehead and sighed wearily. No, this attitude is really inappropriate truly. Coming from common folk means you can't make anything decent. Hearing this, Flame recalled the story's plot while thinking. That dialogue was originally the reason the family was destroyed. This phrase had haunted Azel because the pain of losing her family lasted until the very end of the blame. If Yusial had known this truth beforehand, would he have drawn the criticism of Professor Mason Tyron in order to protect Azel? Professor Mason Tyron holds significant influence within Stella. If she accused him, his academic record would be seriously affected. Flame thought to himself, why would that kid go that far? Because of anyone. Dying for a girl is the most heartbreaking death. At the same time, Professor Mason Tyron shouted fiercely, Yusial, what is that rude attitude? Didn't your parents teach you manners? Call your guardians here immediately for me. Only then did Yusial realize the serious trouble he had caused. He thought to himself, I forgot because I was so obsessed with alchemy that I completely overlooked this nuisance. How foolish of me. He timidly replied, I have no parents and no relatives. After hearing this, Mason Tyron became even more irritated, her face red with anger as she shouted, if you do that, aren't you disrespecting me? Are you trying to bypass me? Yusial thought, fine, since I've already been scolded, what else can I do? Oh right, tomorrow I'll try making kimchi medicine and cola medicine. In the weeks that followed, the quarrels between teacher and student still had no end in sight. Professor Mason Tyron said, how many times have I told you, don't use ingredients that haven't been taught? Yusial replied, but after slightly changing your method, the results improved a lot. Hearing this, the professor was so furious he could blow steam, shouting at a stubborn student, you really think you can do that? Immediately, Yusial adjusted his glasses and began analyzing the professor's position. A notification appeared. Mason Tyron, 21% dark magic infestation level, feelings of inferiority and jealousy, pseudo-dark magic contract user, Professor Alchemist Episode 8 boss confirmed as dark magic infect. After reading it, seeing the professor trembling with indignation, Yusial thought quietly, good, everything is progressing according to my plan. Episode 8, the boss is infested by the dark magic Mason Tyron. She is a villainous character who cannot overcome her emotions and has become dark magic. If the infestation level exceeds 90%, she will transform completely into dark magic. Below 50%, she cannot be detected by current magic. At 21%, since it's impossible to prove or report she is dark magic, the only option is to stimulate the infestation level above 50% to notify the dark magic extermination squad. If it were an ordinary dark magic infestation, there is a way to return before being completely controlled. But Mazen Tyrn is a pseudo-dark magic contract user, having made a contract with dark magic through her own will. The seed of dark magic is sprouting, so she cannot return to her former self. Yusial thought episode 4 hasn't started yet, but I must prepare in advance since there is such a powerful boss. Otherwise, other students might also become dark magic and threaten Stella. Mazen Tyrn continued to threaten, if you don't change your attitude, don't expect good results in alchemy. Yusial sighed, damn, that's better anyway. If I attract attention, there won't be any damage, right? It seems that during the time doing exercises, I should maybe work out my muscles, haha, I have to really make her furious. After a while, Professor Mazen Tyrn divided the class into several groups. Standing in front of his group, Yusial held his head in despair, thinking, unexpectedly the practical test turned out to be a group exercise. Damn it, this is crazy. None of the students assigned to his group were happy. Everyone's face was gloomy, as if soaking in a bath of misery. Azel was no exception. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yusial awkwardly thought, oh dear, look at that. Everyone looks suffocated and tense. Why so stressed out, guys? He forced a smile and said, hello, I am Yusial. The others in the group responded one by one. I'm Sahun, I'm Mal Liwen, and I am Azel. Mal Liwen covered his face, crying and groaning. Boo-hoo, our group is doomed. Why did I have to be in this group? Professor Mazen Tyrn will give very low grades. Students she dislikes, no matter how well they do, it's useless. After hearing this, Yusial fell silent, thinking, oh my god, it's all my fault. I feel sorry for you guys. Suddenly, Azel spoke up. Come on, everyone, cheer up. Are we really just going to give up like this? Another person stammered, but before they finished, Azel continued. After all, in the practical test, at least 3 alchemists will come to assess compatibility. By then, Professor Mazen Tyrn won't be able to ruin our score. Hearing that, Sahun and Marian became more excited, their eyes sparkling brightly. Without saying anything, the whole group turned and smiled as brightly as flowers. Perhaps a glimmer of hope was kindling in their hearts. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Oh, then we just have to work hard. How fortunate, I also want to try once. Yusial turned to look at Azel with admiration. Here was the save. The girl was a bit surprised but ignored him, turned her head, and continued speaking. Anyway, the Type D enhancement drug, assigned in this exercise, isn't too difficult to combine with the knowledge we've learned. But we have to find really good ingredients. So who will find the fire lizard tail, the main ingredient of the demon medicine? Without hesitation, Yusial raised his hand. Let me, I will find that. Everyone knows that the corpse of a monster is the most important thing in alchemy, right? You have to choose the freshest one for better results. The whole group seemed to understand this. Someone added, good, let's decide on that. Classmate Yusial will take on this task. Inside, Azel thought to herself that seeing his confidence, she could trust him. On this side, Yusial smiled smugly. Fire lizard tail, huh? I'll have to go directly to the mountain to find it. Cut to the alchemy professor's office. A student walks in. The professor calls out, come here. The professor held up a piece of paper and said, can you deliver this paper to the first-year students of Class C Alchemy Group? But except for Group 12. The student replied, yes, sir, I understand. The alchemy practical test will take place in front of professional alchemists. If you perform poorly, the path to becoming an alchemist will be blocked. The professor thought, Yusial, just wait and see. I will show you the price of opposing the professor. Scene shifts to the private training ground of Class S. Azel is practicing magic. Suddenly, she hears a call, Flame. A male student hands her a piece of paper. This is for you. They told me to deliver it to you. An announcement about alchemy, take this. Flame takes it and replies, ah, thank you. The male student adds, one more thing. Absolutely do not tell any other student. You'll understand why, right? Watching his figure walk away, Azel sighs. Students are just like that. Meaning don't reveal this to Yusial's Group 12, right? I should know better than anyone. Think he's afraid of me or something. As she opens the paper to read, Flame is quite surprised. The content reads, notice, the practical exam will change from using the level D enhancement potion to the Tyrant supplement potion. Students, please take note. She realizes something, eyes full of astonishment, thinking, wait a minute. If Yusial knows the original formula, he will be able to stop this, won't he? Instead of preparing lizard tails for the level D enhancement potion, the italic spider shell should be prepared for the Tyrant supplement potion. That's right. This time is the opportunity to test that kid. A few days later, to gather ingredients for the practical lesson, Yusial teleported to the Great Darabli arena. The moment he stepped out, the protagonist grabbed his head, face contorting, teleportation's great and all, but stepping out makes me dizzy. "Oh my head." A strange voice chimed in, "Welcome, Master Mage Yusial." It was a warm greeting from the staff there. Yusial replied awkwardly, "I'm not an official mage yet, just a trainee." The staffer cheerfully continued, "But a Stella trainee still gets the same perks as an official mage, you know." At the mention of Stella, the trainees nearby buzzed with gossip. "Look, it's that Stella trainee." "Really? It's the first time I've seen a Stella uniform. So jealous. It actually looks pretty cool." The staffer added, "How about that? If you need any help, just tell me." Yusial answered, "Oh, thanks a lot." He then stepped inside, thinking as he walked, "As long as you have the pass and a Stella pocket watch, you're treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy really is terrific. Plus teleportation is free, which normally costs 1,000 credits. Lucky me, thanks to that. I spend every weekend hopping around neighboring cities. Turns out what I know is exactly like this world." He pushed deeper into the forest, eyes darting around, muttering, "I think it's around here." Today's target is the level 2 fire lizard monster. Their strength and physique are slightly superior to regular beasts, but their magical defense and speed are formidable. They can only be defeated using level 2 magic or higher. Thinking further, I once hunted level 1 monsters and found it not too difficult, so level 2 probably won't be a problem either. Very quickly, Yusial sensed their breath nearby. He channeled mana to transform his magic staff into a sharp sword, silently preparing himself. He stood upright alone, concentrating intently. Across from him, a pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly, as if wanting to devour its prey alive. The fire lizard aimed straight at Yusial, but he was no rook. With his keen instincts, Yusial immediately detected the enemy. With no unnecessary movements, he whirled around and delivered a deadly strike. Death came too swiftly. The lizard hadn't even realized what happened before it bled out and died on the spot. Who would have thought? Yusial cast a cold glance at his handiwork. Quite impressive. Within the blink of an eye, one was already eliminated. He exclaimed, "One down. Now any of you who want to join my team, come on over. I'll take care of all of you alone." Suddenly, he was stunned by the scene before him. A few fire lizards were crawling clumsily closer. Each one looked fresh and juicy. Yusial smirked. Now it's time to start gathering material. Without further ado, he fiercely charged forward to attack, the results exceeding all expectation. Finally, the day of the practical exam arrived, and Azel suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. "So fresh," Yusial answered nonchalantly, "Of course. Who do you think I am, hee hee." Azel continued, "All right, that's too much. Now you also know how to choose ingredients." The protagonist replied, "If you know, then be quiet." Azel was delighted. "Good. Now we just need to combine them and it'll be done. Let's do our best." At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation for the upcoming results. Professor Mason Tyrn spoke. "Is everyone gathered yet?" Standing next to her were 3 other alchemists who would be judging today. Mason Tyrn continued, "As announced, the test will take place under the supervision of alchemists from the Alchemist Association. If you perform well, your path in alchemy will open up much more. So what are we waiting for? Let's start. Today's assignment is a Tyrn supplement." Upon hearing this, Yusial's whole group widened their eyes. "Is she messing with us?" Professor Mason Tyrn continued, "Has everyone prepared their ingredients?" Azel panicked. "Sorry, Professor. We thought the assignment was a de-enhancement medicine." Mason Tyrn smirked coldly. "That's true, but I have already announced the change of the assignment, haven't I?" The assignment was changed to a Tyrn supplement, right, everyone? The truth was, the whole class knew, only Yusial's group was left out. A feeling of isolation and bitterness surged. The protagonist thought silently, "She's playing dirty indeed, I can handle it, but if others fail, it'll be a big problem. I wonder if the original story has a part like this." At the same time, Flame glanced at Yusial's group, feeling a bit guilty, then turned away. Her confused attitude made Yusial perplexed. Azel thought to herself, what is happening? Could it be that Yusial didn't know the original story's content? Why didn't he stop this from happening? Professor Mason Tyrn spoke up. "Student Azel, could it be that you prepared the wrong materials?" Azel anxiously stammered, "That." Mason Tyrn was irritated. For an alchemist pursuing truth, mistaking ingredients and losing sight of the goal was unacceptable. She smiled slyly, realizing there was no other way. It looked like Group 12 would be eliminated. Suddenly, Yusial raised his hand. "Wait, creating the Tyrn supplement isn't that difficult." Professor Mason Tyrn was confused. "What did you say?" Yusial confidently declared, "I will create it using different ingredients. And it will even be more effective than the professor's version, exactly my usual style." His arrogance made Mason Tyrn bitter and furious, yet she could do nothing. Thinking that the main ingredient for the Tyrn supplement was Atalic's spider venom, which contained a large amount of nutrients, and the Tyrn supplement was made from that, yet he intended to use a fire lizard's tail instead. How insane. But all the better. Taking advantage of this, I will end his alchemy path in front of everyone. Just wait and see, that arrogant brat. Mazen Tyrn exclaimed, very well. You have 1 hour to complete the Tyrn supplement within the allotted time. Looking at the fire lizard's tail in front of her, Azel panicked. Hey Usial, are you crazy? What can you even make from that? Usial forced a smile. Since it's come to this point, we have no choice but to take a risk. Just trust me and follow my lead. It's better to try than to be eliminated. Maybe luck will smile on us. After hearing this, the whole group felt reinvigorated and encouraged. I will do it. I want to try too. We must open their eyes. Right after that, the group got to work practicing. Usial said, all right, listen to my explanation. Looking back, alchemy was Usial's most cherished field in his journey to conquer the game world. He had meticulously recorded every formula, no matter how small the detail. The Tyrant B-type supplement formula was, of course, no exception. Initially, he did not intend to use this formula, because it was something Professor Mazen Tyrn from the future had painstakingly researched and invented. Thinking of this, Usial confidently said, the reason why Italix tarantulas contain many nutrients is that they are necessary for reproduction. The fire lizard's tail also has a similar organ. He pointed to a spot on the tail. This is the blood vessel here. Can everyone see it clearly? I heard that the Awo tribe in the southern desert often uses the fire lizard's blood vessel to nourish their chieftains. They live very long lives, so this blood vessel could definitely replace the Italix tarantula. Mal Lewin raised his hand. I know a bit about the raw material processing techniques of the Alaker tribe. Let me take charge of this part. Usial said happily. That's fine, that's great. As for this mistletoe, it must be dried using the desert region's special method. Does anyone know how? Sahun replied, it's the solar drying method, right? I learned it when I followed my father. With this amount of vascular tissue, I can dry it in 5 minutes. Before he could finish speaking, Azel volunteered, let me take care of the next processing step. Usial smiled, well then, I'll trouble you. Immediately after, the whole group got to work, serious and focused. Each person had their task. They tried their best because they could only rely on this result. No one was allowed to falter. Seeing everyone's effort, Usial smiled and thought, they're quite good, even better than I expected. You spoke up, let's start mixing according to my instructions. Let's do our best. After a while, Mazen Tyrn was so shocked he stood frozen, not blinking. What stunned her was the supplementary medicine that Usial's group had created. Usial confidently said, Professor, this is the Type B Tyrn supplement. Please examine it. The other alchemist authors witnessing this couldn't believe it either, thinking privately, this is unbelievable. Could these kids really do it? Although the exact results were not yet known. Mazen Tyrn thought bitterly, ridiculous. Even I took many years of research to create the Tyrn supplement. How can these kids say they made it and actually do it? How could they finish it so easily? A curious professor said, let me check it first. She reached out to absorb energy from the medicine vial, and her body gradually felt the energy radiating. Her eyes widened in amazement. Perhaps in all my life, I've never encountered such a miracle. Another professor asked, what do you intend to do? She regained her composure, though there were still some flaws, and quite a bit of raw material was wasted. But the efficacy was still better than our supplemental Tyrn medicine. Upon hearing this, the whole group became excited, their eyes shining like headlights. The results far exceeded expectations, and luck smiled upon them. The other professors took turns examining it, praising it endlessly as excellent. The young people brought a lot of new and unusual knowledge. But one person was shaking with anger. Damn it, Mazen Tyrn's face was scowling and annoyed. It looked pitiful, but whatever, haha. Mazen Tyrn snapped, give it here so I can see. She took the group's Usial medicine bottle to verify for herself, shocked to the point of having her mouth open wide, internally refusing to accept it. It couldn't be wrong. This drug applied the nutritional metabolism technique, converting monsters into energy for humans, which she had researched. Clearly it was the perfect Tyrn supplement. How did they manage to create a superior final product in such a short time? How could such an illogical thing happen? But then she thought, well, since I'm the one gradding, don't think you're doing so well. Just blame the lack of raw materials and have it fail right here. But life isn't a dream. All of Mazen Tyrn's calculations collapsed when an alchemist behind spoke up. It seems the group scoring 12 points is way too low. Professor Mazen Tyrn, what do you think? Mazen Tyrn thought bitterly, damn it, these old folks are here again. She gritted her teeth, resigned to accepting that the group with 12 points had passed. Resigned to accepting that the group with 12 points had passed. We succeeded. They passed the practical exercise successfully, but one person was probably so angry they were having a heart attack. Mazen Tyrn's face twisted, and she thought to herself, I will deal with you later, Yusial. Just wait. At this moment, Maison Tyron's dark infiltration rate was increasing. A few days later, at the dedicated training ground for Class S, the trainees were enthusiastically practicing. After a while, Flame was exhausted. Finally finished, but I still have to go to class. I'm dead tired. Suddenly she widened her eyes as voices came from afar. It's okay, Arshwang, you did very well. Right now, you're still better than the princess. Don't cry anymore. Through Flame's eyes, a group of friends were comforting Arshwang, the red-haired girl in the crowd. Flame thought to herself, that girl seemed to be known as a fire magic prodigy, but they said his rate of progress was terrifying. I've been training for years, yet sooner or later the princess will surpass my control ability. Flame was shocked. Hong Bion's control abilities were supposed to begin developing only in the second. So how did he manage it in the first year? Could it also be because of him? Thinking back to the alchemy practice, she found it strange. The formula for the Type B Tyron supplement was originally discovered by the future Azel, but was stolen and perfected by Maison Tyron. Yet Yusial knew a version of the formula not present in the original work. It seemed that the original episode didn't include this detail. Wait, he knew future information, but not the content of the original episode. Could it be that he's not a transmigrator but a time regressor? If so, everything makes sense. If Yusial comes from the future, he only knows future knowledge. He doesn't remember all the petty events related to Azel. Flame continues to speculate. In the original story, Ma Yuxiang also once did a regression. The 11th seal, the only moon in the world possessing the power to control time. If that is his power, then it's truly terrifying. Lost in thought, a voice rang out. What's going on, Flame? Turning around, he saw He Wenryang approach. Flame ran up to him just in time. You know Yusial, right? What impression did he leave on you? He Wenryang was surprised. What do you mean? I just thought he was a little special. Flame continued to ask, nothing else. Don't you feel anything different? He Wenryang said calmly, no. Flame disappointedly put his hand on his forehead. Haze, is that so? He Wenryang wondered, Flame, do you have feelings for Yusial? Flame candidly replied, I think so. She thought to herself, after all, Yusial is like me. Both know the original episode's content in advance. Murmuring, but no, this won't do. I can't stand still here forever. He Wenryang puzzled. What do you mean? Flame answered, I mean standing still like this doesn't suit me at all. By the way, since we're talking about Yusial, how about I meet him and confess right away? He Wenryang stood frozen, not understanding what Flame was mumbling about. Confess. This phrase stunned He Wenryang. He stood still for a few seconds, speechless. Immediately after, Flame left, not forgetting to wave. Thanks for listening to me, I'm off. Leaving He Wenryang with 1,000 questions in his head, his eyes vague. Slightly sad, the guy watched Flame's figure fading away, his hand slowly lowering. Flame's words echoed in his mind. Confess what confession? Could Flame possibly have special feelings for Yusial? Oh, that's crazy. A long day passed. Scene changed to the next morning. Yusial sat alone, dazed, sipping a bitter coffee. He sighed sadly, thinking about what to do now. Currently, the dark invasive rate of Maison Tyron has reached 37%. In less than 3 months, that event will occur. Maison's darkening will randomly affect a student, possibly Flame's friend like Jack, Arshwang Bion's loyal female knight, or even He Wenryang, the heir of the low moon shadow. If He Wenryang is darkened, it would truly be a disaster. Though the probability is very low, his darkening means the worst outcome, requiring special caution. Thinking of this, Yusial's eyes widened in astonishment. In front of him was Flame, looking quite annoyed. Flame spoke first. What are you doing? Yusial was confused. Doing what? Flame continued. Last time you didn't clearly answer the question about your identity. He thought, so that question, you make others awkward. How do I explain this? This is a long story. Or just tell Flame the truth. Maybe she could have extra information to make things better. Might as well go all in or nothing. Let's try. He spoke up, I am. But before he could finish speaking, a series of warnings from the system appeared. Warning, plot strength insufficient. Warning, do not reveal the time travel identity to this character. Warning, do not share knowledge or information you know with this character. Multiple urgent warnings startled Yusial. He thought wearily, almost going crazy, what the hell is this? Then he said, let's do it this way. Everyone has their secrets, so we'll only tell half the truth. What do you think? Flame replied, okay, I agree. He felt relieved hearing that, thank God. If Flame interrogated further, I wouldn't know how to answer. Flame continued, let me ask first, you know the future, right? Yusial, barely relieved, grimaced, oh God, told to only say half but you ask directly like that. He replied, you ask meaning you do too, right? What's your purpose coming to this school? Flame candidly said, of course it's to prevent the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Yusial sighed, thinking luckily, not sure if true, but I don't want this world to perish either. Flame went on, now it's my turn. Why do you act that way? Yusial thought, what exactly does he mean by that way? He wasn't sure of his meaning, so he evaded. He answered, no particular reason. I just do whatever I believe is most right. Thinking that's enough of an explanation. But Flame angrily snapped, don't lie. How can someone be so kind? You must have a purpose, something you want to achieve, right? Yusial was confused, no, not like you think. Ah no, is there something you want to achieve? Actually, I'm not sure either. Flame was annoyed. What did you say? Not sure. Yusial continued, I just want to survive. Hearing the truth, Flame was shocked speechless, survive. She felt a bit awkward for suddenly asking this question, stammered, probably sorry I misspoke. Yusial was bewildered. What the heck is it over now? Flame's eyes welled with tears. She turned away and left. Well, I'll go first, see you later. Yusial was puzzled. What's going on? I haven't even asked anything yet and she's crying. What did I do? Suddenly an angry voice rang out. Yusial felt a chill down his spine, an ominous premonition. It was Hei Wenryong, eyes piercing like bullets, radiating killing intent. Without beating around the bush, he barked, answer quickly, why is Flame crying? If you lie, I won't forgive you. Looking at Hei Wenryong's furious face, Yusial was terrified. Oh my god, just a glance from the rival of the strongest character is already chilling me. Now I remember, there's a plot where Hei Wenryong loves Flame unrequitedly. I'm doomed, but I didn't do anything. Misunderstandings are troublesome, I have to be clear. You spoke up, there's nothing shady between me and Flame. Why are you asking that? Hei Wenryong frowned. Do you think I'd believe that? Believe it or not, you have to believe it, especially that what you're thinking isn't true, rest assured. Yusial forced a smile. All right, is that okay? I really have nothing shady with Flame. Hei Wenryong fell into thought, then suddenly lowered his face, so my question was unnecessary, sorry about that. But the way he apologized gave Yusial goosebumps, stammering, it's really okay. Well then, I'll be going now. Hei Wenryong turned and walked away. Yusial sighed with relief, thinking, what was that about? It's nothing like him at all. Hei Wenryong, who is always cold and rational, is acting so unsettled, it makes me uneasy. The scene shifts to the evening. Azel closed the book in exhaustion, wondering why she couldn't focus at all today. Suddenly remembering the conversation with Yusial in the practice room. Yusial, I have something I want to ask. Did you come up with the formula just now on the spot? After thinking a moment, he replied, let's just say yes. But at that time, she was shocked. She had always considered herself a genius, thinking that was enough to defeat anyone, but apparently not. Thinking this over, Azel was startled. What was she just doing? At this rate, how could she possibly avenge her father? Those who betrayed her father and pushed him to death. The vile and cowardly Adalbit family. She couldn't settle for just this in her revenge. She reassured herself, no, not like this. She couldn't give up, she had to try harder. One day, she would succeed. The next morning, warm rays of sunlight shone through the window onto Flame's bed. She woke up but lazily didn't want to get up. Flame thought, because I like lively places, I chose a 4-person room. In hindsight, I should have chosen a single room meant for S-class students. I picked a 4-person room, thinking it would be fun and easy to socialize, but now I regret it. Flame muttered. Yusial said he didn't know the purpose, no longer doubtful. It was proof that he had time regressed. I remember in the final part of the original work. On th letter 1 EBF 11th Moon once told Ma Yusiang, I can give you the chance to reverse time, but the price is losing nearly all memories and recollections during the period you return to. After completing the mission, you will disappear from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world, including friends and loved ones. Do you accept this trade to start over? At that time, Ma Yusiang replied, if that is my destiny, I will accept to save the world once again. But Azel urgently stopped him. Wait, I'd rather witness the world's destruction than live in a world without you. Let's go together. Azel's persuasion stirred Ma Yusiang's cold heart, causing him to abandon the idea of time regression. Ultimately, the world was destroyed, ending in a tragic conclusion. Thinking of this, Flame sat up. If this world differs from the original, and Ma Yusiang does not know that Yusial time regressed thanks to on th letter 1 EBF 11th Moon, then after completing the mission, he will vanish. No one will know of his existence anymore. Losing most memories, only the spirit of responsibility remains. He only said he wanted to survive. As the time regressor, courage must be the sole motivation that helped him not fear being erased. Flame continued to ponder. He should have run away, but with the mission on his shoulders, Yusial turned back to save the world, even knowing that death awaited at the end of the path. Though afraid, he still accepted it. In that case, I should no longer doubt him. We share the same goal, and I will support him in saving this world. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Jackie flung the door open in panic. Flame, Sir Hei Wenryong is looking for you. He is waiting on the first floor of the dormitory. Flame immediately lay down, pretending to be tired. He told her to send him away and say that he wasn't here. Jackie was confused, but before she could say more, Flame cut her off. I don't know, just say that. I want to sleep. Don't disturb me. Jackie had no choice but to comply, but a flash of envy toward Flame sparked within her. Being cared for but not knowing how to hold on to it. She quickly went down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory, Hae Won-ryong stood there dazed, his eyes filled with the melancholic gaze of a lovesick man. Jackie ran up. Sir Hae Won-ryong, she thought to herself with relief. But when he turned and saw Jackie, his expression fell. The person he had been waiting for did not appear, replaced instead by a stranger. Hae Won-ryong's cold expression made Jackie feel awkward. Her eyes sparkled as the flames of unrequited love ignited, but he was indifferent. Who are you? His words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Jackie's face, pulling her back to reality. Her young heart shattered. Seeing her silent, Hae Won-ryong asked again, "Where is Flame?" Jackie replied, "He's tired and already gone to sleep." Hae Won-ryong thought that perhaps she was in a bad mood because she had failed to confess to that pathetic guy. What does he have that I don't? I'm cold, I know. I'll come back later. Then left, leaving Jackie staring after him in confusion. Jackie was disappointed. Why? I love him, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this. Everyone only pays attention to Flame, the outstanding talent who always receives the spotlight and affection. She is as beautiful as an angel. Even Hae Won-ryong secretly admires her. But I am just a nobody. Fate is so unfair. Jealousy was building up. Jackie clenched her fists, bitter and truly furious. Cut to the next morning at the main tower #1 of Stella Academy. A man spoke up. I heard this time Professor Mason Tyrn was severely embarrassed by a student. Mason Tyrn bit his lip, apologizing. I'm useless. I have no excuse. He turned his face away. Surely you know I have high expectations of you, said Vice Principal Akihiden. He continued, by the way, is the research on combining the Liu Kim technique with the doctors from the Moon Shadow sect progressing well? Mason Tyrn confidently replied, of course it is. I won't let you down. Akihiden patted his shoulder and whispered, good, I only trust you. Mason Tyrn responded, yes, please entrust it to me. I'll take my leave now. After Mason Tyrn left, Akihiden sneered in contempt. What a fool. She doesn't realize she's being used. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. What she craves is status and honor, which makes her open her eye. It's ridiculous that a mage studying counterdark magic is working for the dark magic. I eagerly await the day the alchemist's dark magic study is completed. Cut to somewhere else, a slender figure carrying a towering stack of trembling documents, while those around remain indifferent and no one helps. Suddenly a kind person approaches. It is Yusial. He cheerfully says, teaching assistant, are you okay? Let me help you carry them. Thanks to Yusial, the documents were delivered to Professor Mason Tyrn's office. The teaching assistant sighed with relief. Thank you. Without you, Professor Mason Tyrn would have scolded me again. Yusial replied, no problem, it's a small matter. Taking the opportunity, Yusial looked around. The room was filled with crumpled, torn papers, scattered messily from the desk to the floor. He thought it was truly chaotic. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he stared intently at the board. Oh, what is that? The teaching assistant explained. Ah, that's a formula Professor Mason Tyrn is researching with other doctors, apparently called the random spatial exchange calculation. Yusial was startled. The random spatial exchange calculation. This is the initial formula of alchemist's dark magic study. In Mason Tyrn's darkening volume, the dark magic user completed this formula with her, causing devastating damage and engulfing the world in flames. Alteration, she was the one who changed the whole situation. What if she acts first and deciphers this formula before the dark magic user? Yusial thought further, she is the only ray of hope in the darkness. With a genius mind and outstanding innovation, she has created countless items that dark mages couldn't even dream of. An idea flashed. He spoke up, Assistant Alterisha. She was startled. Do you want to have coffee? Yusial smiled. No, that's not what I meant. Professor Mason Tyrn bothers you and makes you uncomfortable, right? She replied. Why do you suddenly ask that? If there were a way to get truly satisfying revenge, what would you do? Would you want to try it? Alterisha was flustered. I'm just a humble assistant. How could I help with revenge? If I'm not careful, I might get fired and end up homeless on the streets. Yusial continued, so what? Do you have any ideas? You could very well become a great alchemist, even surpassing Professor Mason Tyrn. Alterisha was surprised. What? Yusial added, then no one would dare to look down on you anymore. His words seemed to give new motivation, planting seeds of hope in Alterisha's heart. She murmured, if only that were true. Just as Yusial predicted, Alterisha was tired of her current job. dissatisfied with having to care for Maison Tyrn in a dusty room. Her long-held dream was to become an alchemist and create groundbreaking inventions. She had the talent to do so. Because later on, Altarisha would become a great alchemist, with genius intellect and outstanding creations, deserving of the very best. Currently, Altarisha had temporarily set aside her dream due to harsh reality. But Yusial thought to himself, I will help her achieve her dream soon. After the first preliminary exam at Stella, Yusial continued to visit Altarisha, giving only a few suggestions, which Altarisha quickly grasped. Cheerfully, oh, you think so too. I had thought about adding a button to change colors for the magic, and then attaching an eraser, like a mechanical pencil, very convenient. Yusial observed with satisfaction, wonderful. Altarisha's invention is making good progress, but the main formula is still missing. Guiding her to pass Maison Tyrn isn't easy. Yusial strolled out, when suddenly a teasing voice said, Hey, how do you even walk like that? Spacing out like that means you're going to bump into someone. It was Flame just passing by. Yusial crossed his arms, confused. What? Which guy? Flame replied, besides your great-grandfather, who else? Don't you understand, or are you pretending not to? Yusial was speechless, thinking to himself, this is tiring, but I never mentioned my age, and anyway, he does talk to me more than before. You spoke up, anyway you arrived at the perfect time. I have something important to say. Do you remember the roommate, that girl Jack? Hearing Jackie's name, Flame looked annoyed, frowning. Angrily turned away, that's illegal. Yusial jumped back in shock. Hey, what are you thinking? I haven't even said anything yet. You need to take good care of her. Jackie's current condition isn't very good. Yusial thought to himself, if Jackie gets corrupted by dark magic, she will be very unstable. Flame replied, I'm not sure, but we've planned a hunting trip this weekend. I'll check then. Yusial answered, okay, I'm counting on you. But what do you think about going hunting? The hunting season is approaching. The target is Matevis Cemetery, where episode 4 begins, with main characters like Ma Yusiang, Azel, and Flame all participating. There is even a big battle with a level 5 necromancer. I'm not involved, but obtaining the hidden reward would be useful for contracting a familiar. A few hours later, the scene shifts. Yusial goes to Professor Li Hanwal's office to ask for permission to go out. Li Hanwal holds the paper and reads it. Training, but you probably can't learn swordsmanship or knightly arts there. Yusial freezes, unsure how to respond. Suddenly he notices Ma Yusiang's application for going out and thinks to himself, as expected, they're starting the hunt now, perfectly matching my memory. He persuades, teacher, quite a few people have been hunting recently. Li Hanwal replies, it seems everyone is going to Matevis Cemetery to join the club activities, probably searching for treasure. Ma Yusiang and He Wenryang are very diligent. Ma Yusiang said he would return to the clan, while He Wenryang went with Flame. Yusial is startled. What? Without Ma Yusiang, we can't stand against the necromancer. With the current team formation, we cannot defeat a level 5 necromancer. What to do? I can't request support without evidence, and the plot doesn't allow revealing everything. But I'm not going to let things happen like this. A few days later, at Matevis Cemetery, a male student just killed a giant fish, which lay gasping on the ground. He shouted, saying it's a level 2 monster, a weak piranha. Suddenly a gruff voice scolds, Hey, you stupid bastard, don't ruin things. Did you hear the team leader's order? This is second-year student Kasif Derek. Doc Cholkwang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, saying sorry. Chip Derek was annoyed. How can that idiot even laugh? A girl spoke up from afar. Forget it, talking too much is a waste of words. That was second-year student Bandion. She turned to me saying we shouldn't pay attention to them, just ignore them. Azel replied softly, yes ma'am. Chip Derek turned back and said, I heard everything. Is there a problem? It's too noisy. Be careful how you speak in front of the freshmen. Azel thought to herself that she heard there was an opening in the club, so she'd follow along, hoping they weren't bad people. Just as she was lost in thought, the team leader's voice rang out, Azel, let's go. She replied, yes, ma'am. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar. The whole group was startled and looked in the direction of the blast. What was that? Could there be a fight nearby? Bandion asked, if there's an overlap in hunting areas, should we go greet them, team leader? Kasif Derek blankly answered, yes. As soon as those words ended, the whole team aggressively moved toward the source of the explosion. Azel suddenly widened her eye. She spotted Bion in the distance. Flame and an unidentified group of people were there. They were arguing. Bion shouted clearly, I took down the giant piranha first. Flame replied, nonsense. It's in our hunting area, so it belongs to us. In front of Azel lay the dead giant fish, its teeth clenched. She thought that the giant piranha was said to be a rare tier 3 monster. they were probably fighting over the spoil. Getting involved would only cause more trouble. Besides, I don't want to face the little sister who killed my father at all. Must leave here immediately. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Come on, juniors. If you have anything to talk about, just confide in your senior." It was Cassif Derek who cheerfully stepped forward. Bion and Flame simultaneously shut up and scram. Cassif Derek was annoyed. "How dare you say that to your senior?" Bion replied that if you are a senior then behave properly. What is the captain confused about? Suddenly a loud rumbling noise arrived. The ground shook. A mysterious source of energy radiated. Flame thought this energy was a bad omen. A skeletal hand suddenly thrust forcefully out from the ground. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open. Flame was stunned. It's impossible. The skeleton appeared already. In front of them, countless mummified corpses lay on the ground, with gaping mouths screaming horrific. At the same time, in another area of the cemetery, there was a warning sign. Do not enter alone. The system updated experience, skills, increased stats. Yusial appeared, sighed, wished he could use magic, but all he had was blink. Giant fish corpses lay scattered on the ground. He murmured, "It's about time." Looking into the distance, he recognized the tomb. "Ah, found them." His expression briefly saddened. He lacked overpowering skills like Ma Yuxiang to wipe out a skeleton army, and also lacked overwhelming strength. The only option was to fight like a player. Episode 4, The Attack of the Death Necromancer begins. The ground shook. Something quickly emerged. A skeletal monster lieutenant boss appeared 3 times in this episode. With red eyes and bare, nasty teeth, it stared at Yusial. He thought with his current power, a direct confrontation would surely be death. But I do not intend that. Grab his head and punch him hard again. The unwritten rule of comics is that when someone transforms or summons, you have to stand still and watch. But that doesn't mean standing still means getting caught. The magic staff, the backbone, completes the command rights of the Bone General belonging to Yusial. Now the whole world is yours. Let's get started. More and more skeletons appeared on the other side, surrounding the group. A cold aura spread out. Flame thought he had been careless and off guard. This is episode Spirit Master. Something feels off. If I remember correctly, the one dealing with this episode is the Demon Yuxiang. So why is Azel with this group? Where is Demon Yuxiang? Could it be that I have to face a level 5 Spirit Master with them? Seeing Flame lose his composure, Hei Wenryang reassured him and sent a distress signal to Stella via pocket watch. Just hold on until they arrive. Doc Chulkwang added, "That's right, wait a moment, the professors will come. Even if we can't defeat the Spirit Master, at least we can escape." Bion spoke up, "Now is not the time for consolation. This is a graveyard. The longer we delay, the more skeletons gather. We must quickly return to base." Jackie fearfully stepped back when he saw the grotesque skeleton horde. "Don't come any closer." A big, snarling mouth screamed, as if wanting to devour raw flesh. Suddenly, a burst of power attacked from behind, stopping it from charging. The one who acted was Azel. Jackie stammered, okay. Doc Chulkwang praised, "Not bad for a freshman." Azel continued, "This Spirit Master is well prepared. He uses an energy container device to store mana. Normally a level 3 to 4 Spirit Master can summon up to 15 skeletons at most. Yet he controls a vast area with no triviality." Doc Chulkwang added, more skeletons pouring in. "This has been planned for a long time. Surely they want to kill us to create the skeletal mages." Cassif Derek forced a smile, thinking as the captain he must show his prowess by wiping them out with powerful magic. But life isn't a dream. A skeleton grabbed Cassif Derek's leg. He turned pale with fear, then a quarrel with his brother. Before he could react, Doc Chulkwang dashed forward to attack decisively. "Damn it, don't think you can run." But unexpectedly, a hand appeared in front of Cassif Derek. In an instant, he couldn't resist. Doc Chulkwang realized, damn it, they were chanting a counterspell, quickly ducking down. A terrifying source of power formed, oppressive and intense, fragile as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone was startled and panicked. Bion shouted, "No, if it explodes, then we." A big explosion rocked the cemetery, leaving a huge crater. Many were injured. Fortunately, Flame was unharmed, but the group of necromancers kept advancing relentlessly. Flame thought silently, "This is wrong, this is my limit, I'm too exhausted." The situation was dire. Magic power drained with no time to recover. While the enemy forces were terrifyingly numerous, jaws agape, skeletons screamed as they approached. Flame, faint-hearted, suffered a drop in blood pressure. It's over. She gripped her staff tightly, trying to observe, is this where I die? But suddenly the skeleton horde stopped, as if being controlled. Flame couldn't believe her eyes. What is going on? Finally stopping, what the hell is this? From afar, Yusial's figure advanced like a deity descending to save the day. Flame was stunned, wondering how he could be here at exactly the right moment. She noticed the skull Yusial held in his hand was that of the dry bone general. Much stronger than regular bone soldiers, usually accompanied by elite bone soldiers as escorts. Yet he had captured it alone. Unbelievable. Doc Cholkwang regained consciousness and thanked him, saying it was thanks to him they survived. Yusial politely replied, "It's nothing." Izel asked how he managed to get the dry bone general's skull. Yusial joked that he fished it out from the bone broth pot, but thought silently that he didn't need to reveal. He ambushed the summoning spot. His joke left Azel speechless. Yusial remained calm. After all, he had to quickly devise a new plan. If the necromancer directly controlled the dry bones and ignored the dry bone general, it would be troublesome. Doc Cholkwang asked the junior if he had any plans. Yusial replied that on the way here, he saw the necromancer controlling near the base area, making escape impossible. Their only option was to strike directly at their core. Everyone was bewildered by his recklessness. Duho hurriedly asked if he was thinking straight. Yusial calmly replied, "Didn't we learn this in school? Although necromancers control powerful bone soldiers, their cores aren't what we should fear. Bandion is worried, but he must have a guard squad around him. The control range is too broad. If we don't strike directly at their core, we won't escape." He thought to himself that the guardian team of the Death Spirit Master consisted of one dry old general, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regular bone soldiers. The number would gradually increase. The opportunity was only now, but how to convince? Someone spoke up, even though he was a bit foolish. "But in terms of combat and tactics, he had more experience than us." Bion continued sincerely, "With this situation, we can't break the siege, and the Death Spirit Master didn't expect us to dare attack the core directly." The two seniors looked at each other. Perhaps that was the only way to survive. "I don't know what you're relying on, but we can't separate. I'll help." Bandion happily agreed. "Fine, I'll go first before the Death Spirit Master discovers us. We still have a chance." At the same time, at another location in the Matevis cemetery, a figure appeared. He spoke up. "Meeting Stella's fledglings here is really fortunate. Transform them into dry old sorcerers. Even the Dark Demon Alliance dared not underestimate me. That is the level 5 Death Spirit Master of the Dark Demon Tower, Sa Bihia." He laughed wickedly. "Accumulating mana in the magic power vial here where 700 dry old rests. No one dares to underestimate me anymore, he. Suddenly he froze. What was this? "I've lost the feeling. Could it be that my general has been defeated?" A crack echoed as a force struck the shield from behind. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The skeleton behind shook violently. He was horrified. A level 4 magic shield cracked. How could that happen? He was enraged. "You bastard, I won't let you escape." But as swift as a blink, he had no time to react. A huge explosion thundered, completely destroying the group of skeletons. The flame is the combined strength of the Yusial group. Sa Bihyuk was stunned as if frozen. "Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect them to dare to attack the core directly. Even if a chick, Stella is still Stella and cannot be underestimated." He thought, although he didn't want to, dealing with this is too dangerous. He must summon elite bone soldiers, biting his finger until blood spurted. "Spread your arms, evil ones, obey my command." The earth cracked open. The dry warrior appeared baring teeth with a sly grin. A legion quickly surrounded, but Sa Bihyuk spat a mouthful of blood. His body severely injured, he wiped the blood bitterly. "Damn it. Although summoning the bone soldiers caused me harm, that's enough already. Stop them for me so I can kill them." The dry warriors growled and charged to attack. While he stood observing from afar with a smug smile, he exclaimed, "Good, fight well, now I can be at ease." But life is never that simple. Yusial quickly demonstrated his blink skill, appearing right behind the Death Spirit Mage in an instant. Sa Bihyuk immediately turned around in panic, shouting loudly, "Damn it, who are you?" On this side, Yusial sneered, not bothering to answer. At this moment, the Death Spirit Mage was terrified and thought, "I clearly already had the positions of all 12 students of Stellar Academy through the vision of the Bone Soldiers. So how on earth did this kid get so close to me?" Suddenly his eyes opened wide in shock. Unable to believe what he saw in Yusial's hand, he anxiously exclaimed, "Impossible, isn't that my Bone Soldier General? Why is it in your hand?" But suddenly Yusial lightly let go. The skull fell to the ground with a bang. Without stopping, the male lead slashed hard at it. Due to the elite skeletal soldier suffering worsening injuries, Sa Bihyuk kept coughing up fresh blood. His pale face and clutching the wound inside, he couldn't help but feel bitter. He thought, "Damn, I was too careless." It turns out this is the true power of the students at Stellar Academy. On this side, Yusial was sweating and thought to himself, Doc Cholkwang and Bandian should have handled the elite skeletal soldier first, then supported me. But because those elite skeletal soldiers were trapped, could it be that I have to fight alone? I'm the weakest here, or should I run? The male lead sensed this move wasn't quite right. Suddenly, Sabihyuk coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and Yusial was startled awake. Only now realizing his condition, he muttered, It seems he's seriously injured too. It turns out he overexerted himself summoning the elite skeletal soldiers and suffered internal injury. Looks like I can do it. Thinking this, he involuntarily smiled with confidence. At the same time, Bion's flames erupted fiercely. Suddenly, Jackie ran over in a panic. Princess, it's dangerous. The necromancer is fighting Yusial one-on-one. Bion was startled. What? She looked ahead. Where Yusial and Sabihyuk were fighting, a fierce power radiated around. The battle was extremely intense. Bion muttered, this is serious. This situation is completely unlike the original plan. For some reason, Yusial is the only one facing the Death Priest. Meanwhile, the Stella trainees are dispersing everywhere. Perhaps they have to split his forces and eliminate the enemies one by one. Can Yusial hold him off until we arrive? If he dies, I won't forgive you. Hang in there, Yusial. On this side, Yusial relentlessly uses Blink to move swiftly. His wide-open eyes observe carefully to devise a reasonable solution. Precise judgment and Blink skills help him temporarily avoid Sabihyuk's attack. Knowing he can't dodge forever, Yusial switches to a high-risk, high-reward style like when he was in the game, suddenly blinking close to the Death Priest. Sabihyuk, a level 5 Death Priest, grits his teeth when seeing Yusial's reckless play and growls, HMPH, you won't defeat me easily, don't even dream about it. After speaking, a cage made of bones enveloped him. Yusial smiled faintly, thinking it's probably no better than this. In case of situations like this, he had already prepared a special cola potion of bone essence. Haha, now this arena belongs to me. With that thought, Yusial threw 2 cola vials at him. Immediately, the bones corroded rapidly. Sabihyuk's eyes widened in disbelief as the protective magic he was proud of crumbled away. Recalling how he had bragged earlier, his face flushed with embarrassment. He screamed madly, you damn bastard. How dare you destroy my bone shield? Eliminate him at once. Numerous sharp bone spikes launched toward Yusial. But he had blinked behind Sabihyuk a long time ago. Proudly holding the sword in his hand, Yusial thought this was the moment. He expected to take him down in one strike, but unexpectedly, Sabihyuk turned around with a twisted smile and bit the bait. As if everything was within his prediction, he had noticed Yusial's appearance from behind, and only then did the protagonist realize, damn it, he was the one being deceived. Suddenly, a sharp bone spike emerged from the ground, piercing brutally through Yusial's leg. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yusial painfully and bitterly thought, damn, I got hit. Suppressing the pain, he tried to retreat. Sabihyuk laughed triumphantly, haha, you bastard. Keep causing chaos. Now you'll face this bitter end. Feeling the sharp pain from his leg, Yusial gasped, thinking maybe he had been too careless. Although injured, he was still a genuine level 5 mate. But I can't die here. He must be exhausted. Continuously using magic has been draining his body. In other words, that's all he has, whether level 5 or whatever. What should I do now? If he takes another hit from me, I could destroy him. But because of the pain, I can't focus. Even my sixth sense isn't working. My head aches like a hammer blow. Blink is hard to use now. What should I do? Suddenly a thought flashed in Yusial's mind. That's right, that's it. While bowing his head in thought, Sabihyuk stepped right in front of him, preparing to attack with a confident expression. Die. Yusial quickly realized. Without hesitation, he immediately ran forward at full speed, but because of his wound, he stumbled and fell face down on the ground. Seeing the pitiful state of the protagonist Sabihyuk, he burst out laughing like a madman. Haha, look at you running for your life. How miserable you are. But Yusial did not care about the mockery, and quietly told himself just a little more. He struggled to drag himself forward step by step. Sabihyuk kept mocking, haha, struggling is useless. I will kill you right here, but Yusial did not think so. He curled his lips into a smile and said, I've won. The distance between Sabihyuk and Yusial was 13 meters. Meaning he didn't need to cancel the blink move. While the necromancer was still confused, not knowing what trick Yusial intended to play. Suddenly, his eyes widened in extreme horror. In less than a second, Yusial had blinked right in front of him. The protagonist braced himself, enduring the sharp pain in his leg. He focused all his remaining strength into his sword, then unleashed a critical strike that pierced through Sabihyuk's heart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, on Yusial's teammates' side, with the necromancer dead, the skeleton soldiers suddenly stopped attacking to everyone's astonishment. The entire legion of skeleton soldiers vanished into the wind. Seeing this, Doc Chulkwang exclaimed in surprise, could it be that Yusial has defeated the necromancer already? As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie collapsed to the ground, eyes full of disbelief, murmuring, it's unbelievable. Yusial truly defeated a level 5 soul necromancer. The words sounded like a starting whistle, and everyone's emotions exploded, as if returning from the dead. The whole group cheered in unison. We're alive, we're alive. The scene shifted to Yusial. After defeating Sabihyuk, he also lay exhausted on the ground. After a while, he slowly woke up, sighed, feeling extremely tired, and thought, I want to go home as soon as possible. Afterwards, the Stella Academy Magic Knight immediately flew to Maitvis Cemetery, received the information, and took everyone back to school. As soon as he returned to the academy, Yusial was called out and scolded by Lee Hanwal. Yusial, you said you were going to train in a place with green hills and clean air, but you ended up at the cemetery. It seems the air there is pretty fresh too, huh? Yusial didn't know how to justify Lee Hanwal's sarcasm, so he lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry, I only got out of the vehicle because I thought something bad was about to happen. Lee Hanwal nodded. I understand what you mean, but rules are rules. You will be punished, and there are no exceptions. However, your willingness to rush into battle, without hesitation to protect your friends, even though it violated Stella Academy's regulations, is commendable. You did very well. The school will give you a deserving reward and bonus points. Wait until that time comes, Yusial replied. Yes, thank you, teacher. After saying this, Lee Hanwal turned and walked away, leaving the male lead standing there sighing, thinking to himself, I guess I should head off too. The doctor said I have to rest for a few days to recover the thigh injury, need to rest well for a full recovery. While walking and thinking, the sound of someone's footsteps gently approached. Yusial turned around to see who had come to thank him. It turned out to be Azel, the female lead of the story. Azel always wore a bright smile on her lips. No matter how heavy the burden on her shoulders, she stood firm and overcame every difficulty and adversity. She was a wonderful character. Seeing Yusial starring, Azel spoke, I really thank you for today. The male lead gently replied, next time treat me to a meal. But Azel's complexion did not look very good. She thought silently, there was one thing I learned from this event. Even before that in this world there are many people more outstanding than myself. I have always considered myself a peerless genius, and that belief has not changed until now. But only when I enrolled at Stella did I realize the truth that this world is vast and full of extraordinary people. I entered Stella with the goal of becoming the best, but I realized it was not easy. Suddenly, Azel spoke up, can I do the same? If I try hard, can I be like you? Faced with this question, Yusial was quite surprised and confused, thinking this is not good. If it were the Azel of the past, she would not have asked that. Maybe she has become like this because of me. In the original storyline, Azel had to face every challenge as the main character, and somehow, she overcame them all. The Death Mage raid was no exception. Perhaps she managed it by devising her own strategy, and through that effort, changed the outcome. But due to my interference, Azel only had to endure the trials without the narrative of overcoming adversity. Currently, she still relies on those around her, so despite experiencing many events, her spirit remains fragile. Yusial didn't know how to respond at first, and saying empty words would only hurt Azel more. So he decided to speak his feelings from the bottom of his heart. He didn't need to ask himself. He had demonstrated what others thought impossible. That was his miraculous success. Azel was surprised. How did you know that? Yusial replied gently, because I have always been watching you. This answer left Azel confused. Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Yusial was startled and thought, wait a minute, doesn't this sound like a stalk? What the heck did I just say? Then he awkwardly said goodbye and left, saying, well, I'll be going now. Only then did Yusial dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh God, I almost got caught. Meanwhile, Azel pondered over what Yusial had just said. He said he was always watching me. No one had ever cared for the child of a traitor like me. Even if they did, their only purpose was to scrutinize and criticize my mistakes. No one truly cared, yet he had always been watching me. Yusial's words pierced through Azel's icy heart, flowing through her veins, preserved in her mind. She felt her heart pounding wildly, the flame of passion for magic and a seemingly lost goal awakening again. Before anyone could realize, the sun had appeared on the horizon, a new day beginning in the city. This place is the Magic Council, the gathering spot of the world's most outstanding mages, people immersed in magic to the point they cannot tear themselves away. A momentous event is about to take place. Everyone is talking about the Stellar Academy student defeating a 5th-level necromancer. This is truly absurd. What era is this that necromancers still exist? Have the dark mages not vanished with time? Even though it's sensational news, the fact that a Stella student defeated a 5th-level necromancer is true. Hearing the rumors, Yusial thought it was just an award ceremony, yet there were magical reporters and nobles coming to watch. They are really overdoing it. Wait, why does Bion look so excited? She's openly joyful, feeling Yusial watching her. Bion turned back, her face cold as before. What are you looking at? The male lead was flustered. Nothing at all. Then Lee Hanwal looked at everyone and shouted loudly. everyone fell silent. Today, we will award 13 brave students who fought against the dark mages. This reward is personally presented by the headmaster. The 13 students were shocked to learn the reward would be presented personally by the headmaster. Yusial also did not expect the pinnacle of humanity, a 9th-level mage. Eltman Eltwin will be the one to present the rewards. He usually appears in the game and almost made it as a main character. Although he is said to be 300 years old, he looks like he is just 18 to 19, always wearing a gentle smile. But he is the strongest wizard in the world, nicknamed the Murderous Destroyer. While everyone was still shocked, Eltman Eltwin walked past each student, patting their shoulders to encourage them. Well done, keep up the effort and be courageous in the future. Then he approached Yusial. With eyes as clear as a child's, yet who would have expected this to be a 300-year-old principal, whose face is even more youthful than the trainees here. But standing before him, Yusial felt pressured, swallowing nervously, thinking that just looking into his eyes was already overwhelmingly intense. This is level 9, a rank owned by only 10 people worldwide. I can't look away right now. Oh, so tense like a drawn bowstring. The principal was puzzled by the tension on his face, smiling brightly, still hardworking as before, just as I expected. After saying that, he left, leaving many questions swirling in Yusial's mind. What did he mean? A moment later, the loudspeaker announced that the award ceremony was concluded here. Returning to the dormitory, Yusial looked at the book in his hands attached with the certificate and gasped in surprise. Wow, a generous reward of 5 million credits for me. With this amount, I probably won't have to worry about money for a long time. I never dreamed the academy would give such a large sum. This might not mean much to wealthy people like Bion or Hei Wenryang, but for poor ones like Yusial or Azel, this is a significant prize. In addition, the final reward in this series of incidents is the container of the Fop Su T-letter 1EED TH-letter 1EA7N, regarded as the heart of the T-letter 1EED Lin Su. He rejoiced silently. Although it's still difficult now with Altarisha, I will soon create a private space. Then carrying items will be easier. However, to do that, I must first solve the interference formula of the chaos algorithm. Fortunately, the other apprentices happily yielded the reward, which is a relief. Next is the reward from the system. An announcement sounded. The infiltration mission of the T-letter 1EED Lin Su has been completed. You have received a large amount of experience for progressing the story in a unique way. You will also receive additional rewards from the Constellatio project. 1. A downgraded version of the item used in the game. 2. A downgraded version of the skill acquired in the game. 3. Experience points. After reading, Yusial was quite surprised. There's even this too. It's not that he didn't like it, but gradually he realized his strength was still weak, and he really needed this compensation. He thought carefully, the most important thing right now is skill. So let the experience points go into blink. Through the recent battle, I realized how weak I was. Trying as hard as others is meaningless. I have to get ahead with the knowledge I already have. After making the selection, the system notified that the reward had been granted. The experience points for the blink skill were sufficient. The skill upgraded to blink level 2, with a maximum range of 12 meters, a maximum of 3 charges, and a cooldown time of 3 seconds. Yusial felt the change within his body. Although the range did not increase, he was still satisfied. For now, it was enough. Clenching his fists tightly, he was happy. Finally, the number of blink charges had increased. Now he could use it more freely. Having a bit of free time, he immediately thought about the next issue. Azel's condition was not good. The scene shifted to a meditation class in darkness. Azel was there with everyone else. She felt as if she were swimming in a dream world, floating midair. It wasn't a bad sensation. A cold wind blew through, and she felt as though something was stuck inside. Azel tried again and again to push it out, unaware that she was startled by a student's call. Azel. She quickly looked around and saw the other students sitting cross-legged in meditation, just like her. She thought, oh, did I accidentally fall asleep? A transparent butterfly flew past her ear, conveying the professor's voice. Why use magic during meditation? Look at the top of your head. Azel looked up, eyes wide with amazement. Indeed, a solitary pillar of ice was hovering in the air not far from her. She had accidentally used magic without realizing it. Azel was stunned. Wait a moment, when did I create this? I didn't perform any formula or calculations at all. She asked herself, could it be that the other students didn't notice? Even if it was just first-level magic, they should still be able to sense the mana flow. If this was the effect of the meditation that Yusial introduced, it was truly amazing. Before, she had her doubts, but the result was not only good but wonderful. After a while, the meditation session ended, and the students rushed off to eat. Instead of going to the cafeteria, Azel chose a red bean cake. She enjoyed eating it, Thanks to the prize money, she could savor the red bean cream cake, costing 1,500 credits. So happy. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. Hello, Azel. What struck her eyes was the appearance of Prince Jeremy Scalvin. He smiled softly as if he were happy, a sparkling smile, not masculine but purely adorable, making her heart flutter. Jeremy Scalvin continued, have you joined any club yet? Azel was a little surprised. Not yet, I haven't joined any club. Jeremy Scalvin added, really? Then why not join our club? Azel was not foolish enough to accept such an unexpectedly attractive offer. Surely there was something shady behind this generosity. She narrowed her eyes. What's the condition? Jeremy Scalvin laughed. Condition? No condition at all. It's simply because I like. But this answer made Azel think even more. For a girl like her, a genius among geniuses, reaching level 3 at age 17, and good-looking, this was not unusual. However, the title of traitor's child attached to her made no one want to get close. Yet Jeremy Scalvin was different. Azel clearly thought he was trying to turn her into his pawn. Seeing her hesitate, Jeremy Scalvin stepped forward. Oh God, don't you trust me, Azel? I really don't have any conditions. Just join the club and stay by my side. I'll do everything for you. You know who I am. Azel was smart, understanding better than anyone. The Scalvin Empire was currently in conflict with the Adalevit Kingdom. If she had the support of Crown Prince Jeremy, her difficult life could end. No longer needing to rejoice over a red bean cake, no longer suffering humiliation as the child of a traitor. Even though she knew she shouldn't, she stammered. The moment Azel's eyes went blank. Jeremy Scalvin smiled, sensing that his goal was about to be achieved. But just then, a hand was raised. Flame stepped forward without hesitation and slapped Azel hard across the face. Both she and the prince were stunned and confused. Contrasting Azel's blank face, Flame spoke harshly. You said you wanted to be with me, yet you secretly flirt with others. You clearly said you liked me, so now you're planning to throw me away. Before anyone could understand. Flame grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Come with me, we need to talk. Flame Loy Azel left, leaving Jeremy Scalvin confused, bringing a touch of interest before this strong-willed girl. A while later, at the back of the school campus, Flame felt relieved, almost a big problem. Azel was still confused. What's this about? What were you trying to say to me? Flame continued, anyway, you should thank me. If you refuse without a reason, that guy will harass you for life. Sorry for hitting you, I'm leaving now. Saying that, Flame waved goodbye and left, leaving Azel bewildered. On this side, Flame walked while thinking, did I do the right thing? Following the storyline and joining the club, she would be completely destroyed by Jeremy. He would spread all sorts of insults and shameful gossip that even women couldn't speak of. The achievements she worked hard for would be unacknowledged. Afterwards, Azel's depression worsened. I tried not to interfere, but looking at Yusial, sometimes interference isn't bad. Even though he lost nearly all memories of the future, he still tried to change the bleak events. Flame looked back anxiously, wondering if her lie would be discovered. Scene changes to Jeremy Scalvin's room, where he sat enjoying a fragrant cup of tea, deep in thought. Flame is really adorable. Her expression as she tries to hide her emotions in front of me is so intriguing. Even more than Azel, I want her. So the prince has shifted his target to someone else. Scene changes to the next day, when the sun has risen high and a new day begins. Inside the classroom, Lee Hanwal's voice rang out. Starting today, we will conduct a combat simulation practice against monsters. In this test, your targets are no longer weak level 1 or level 2 monsters, but instead mid-level level 3 monsters that are extremely dangerous and much tougher. The teacher knows that an ordinary student cannot defeat such strong monsters alone, so this time the goal is to form groups, identify their weaknesses, and defeat them using each team's strategy. Specific regulations have been announced. From now on, you can move around and choose a mid-level monster as your target. Moreover, you will have enough time to practice with it. Head to the Stella Dome. To the north is the Fiery Valley, to the south the Ice Sea, to the west the Barren Desert, and to the east the swamp covered in grass. Find the terrain that best suits your group and hunt a mid-sized monster that matches your group's fighting style, then eliminate it. Next, Class A and Class Sham will practice. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. At that time, you will demonstrate a battle with the monster you have trained against. Form groups of up to 6 people and submit your list to me. Hearing this, Azel stood alone, as no one wanted to team up with her. She felt a little disappointed and thought to herself, I hate group work the most. This ability evaluation is very important. If I don't do well, I won't get a scholarship. Without a scholarship, I would have to study while working part-time on weekends or during vacations. The consequence was reduced study time. The path to a scholarship grew more distant, progress in magic slowed down, and a bleak future awaited, requiring even greater effort. Suddenly, a voice ahead caught her attention. Princess, will you form a team with me? The train of thought was interrupted. Azel unconsciously looked up and saw countless students surrounding Princess Bion. They kept giving reasons why they were better than others, truly worthy of the royal Princess Bion, who had the right to choose anyone she wished. But in stark contrast to that scene, Azel was completely alone, with no one approaching. Her eyes glanced at Bion with a hint of admiration, quietly thinking that before Adalevit destroyed her family, there had been only flattering words around her. Both had started from the same point, when her family with the ice attribute was still at its peak, and the Adalevit royal family with the fire attribute fiercely competed to dominate the magical world. The two sides constantly restrained each other. Neither was superior. Because of this, Bion and Azel were two children born with innate talent. The whole world once focused their gaze on them, believing they were the chosen ones, born into noble magical families with peak talent. Azel once believed that one day she would become a great magician, until the Adalevit royal family destroyed the ancient clan. Thinking of this, she clenched her fist tightly, telling herself there was no need to be angry. At that time, she thought she was the chosen one. Now she could take revenge on Adalevit. Azel stood dazed with her own thoughts, and just as the seed of worry was about to sprout in her heart, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, are you all alone?" The person arriving was none other than Yusial. Seeing his radiant face, Azel sighed, "Is something wrong?" Hearing this, Yusial knew he had come at the right moment. Azel's confidence had not yet been overshadowed by darkness, and this was his chance to help her regain her light. Before the mages at Stellar Academy, Yusial smiled brightly and pointed at himself, saying, "Let's form a team together." Over here, Bion quickly noticed that Yusial had arrived. She felt a little disappointed. "What do you mean, Yusial?" She wondered why he chose Azel as a teammate when there were countless other options. Azel was also surprised and asked again, "You just said form a team." Yusial calmly explained, "You know, there's no minimum number of members required, right? The two of us can form a team and get bonus points for having few members." Azel was startled. "Are you crazy? How can just two people handle a mid-level rank 3 monster?" But after saying that, her mind unconsciously became persuaded. A thought flashed. For some reason, if it was with Yusial, she believed she could do it. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Yusial smiled confidently. "So do you agree?" Azel froze for a few seconds, lost in thought, then nodded. "I agree. Anyway, I don't really have anyone to form a team with." Yusial replied with a smile, "Ha, that's the right decision. Let me go submit the list." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Azel watching his back. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaching. Azel was surprised by Bion's appearance. She crossed her arms in annoyance. Azel was startled. "What's wrong?" "If you're trying to compete with me, mind your own business. You're a pig in human disguise with no shame." Hearing the contemptuous words from Bion, Azel's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. Then Bion turned and walked away. Now Azel understood that Bion approached not out of fear of her potential, but because Yusial had been taken by her. Realizing the truth, Azel clenched her fists and let out a bitter laugh. It turned out, in Bion's eyes, I didn't exist at all. Bion continued walking, thinking to herself how frustrating it was. Could it be that I lose to a loser and a civilian? Even though I could form a team with anyone, I at least need the strongest knight for an advantage. She looked around, focusing her attention on Ma Yuxiang, who was hesitating between joining a team or going alone. Without hesitation, Bion approached. Seeing the princess approach, Ma Yuxiang asked, "Hello, princess, what's the matter?" Bion replied, "Have you formed a team yet?" Ma Yuxiang was surprised. "Not yet. I was planning to go alone." Bion was a bit surprised but composed himself, then said, "So you form a team with me?" Ma Yuxiang curled his lips. Is that necessary?" That was clearly a refusal, but Bion was not one to give up easily. She was resolute. Yusial and Azel have already formed a team. You know, the fewer people in the team, the more bonus points you get, right? Bion glanced toward Yusial's team. Ma Yuxiang also looked over and saw the two chatting happily. Bion continued, "I think they're not targeting normal mid-sized monster, but special mid to large-sized monster. I'll say it again, you form a team with me, okay?" Ma Yuxiang pondered. Although aware that Bion was provoking him, the challenge to compete against Yusial's team awakened his fierce fighting spirit. Finally, he smiled. "All right, sounds interesting. I also want to compete with Yusial once. Let's defeat them together." Bion exhaled in relief. "Great, I'm counting on you then." She cast a sharp glance towards Azel, muttering to herself, "Just wait and see. This time I will defeat both of them." Time passed. After 4 days of preparation, the simulated battle with monsters officially began. Li Hanwell's voice rang out, "All right, we will start the evaluation test for Class S and Class. Each team has the right to choose the monster they want to face, ranging from easy to hard." While Flame was starting up, the surrounding chatter kept rising. "Oh, Team 16 chose Mugreka. that mid-sized monster looks easy to deal with. Flame made up her mind, thinking silently, it's okay, I've trained very thoroughly. Although she couldn't hunt special monsters for attribute bonus points or big special monsters, defeating this level 3 mid-tier monster alone was enough to get the maximum score. Normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a level 1 mid-tier monster. If you exploit attribute weaknesses, rich experience, and a favorable environment, defeating higher-level monsters is also feasible. Flame told herself that using light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, she just had to accept. She decided to keep away from the level 2 special monsters and focus on achieving a high score with her own ability. While waiting for her turn, Flame suddenly saw Azel. She recalled that in the original novel, Azel was pressured by Bion and his faction, unable to train or form a group, forced to compete alone and received poor results. Azel lacked the points for a scholarship, had to work part-time to make ends meet, enduring humiliation and oppression from other trainees. That situation caused her magic skills not to improve, and her spirit gradually collapsed. But now everything has changed. Flame and Yusial, people who traveled through time from the future, have appeared and altered the original storyline. Yusial chose to form a group with Azel even though he remembered nothing about the past. Thanks to love and patience, Azel's future has become bright. Just then, a loud explosion echoed, startling Flame to turn back and look at the arena. She saw the monster had been defeated. Lee Hanwal declared that Team 16 had completed their round. You all worked hard. The audience cheered. Flame understood her turn was coming, her heart racing with a mix of nervousness and determination. After congratulating the team that just finished, the instructor announced that Team 17 should prepare to begin their test. Flame immediately replied loudly, "Yes, I'm coming right now." She quickly moved toward the testing platform, headed to where Yusial and Azel were standing. Flame coldly stepped past both of them, but unfortunately, as she walked by, she accidentally stepped on her shoelace, lost her balance and fell forward. At that critical moment, a hand from behind grabbed the collar of her shirt, helping her avoid a painful fall. The sight of a small girl hanging suspended in someone else's arms made the audience laugh. Haha, so cute. This girl is even shorter than my little sister. The person holding Flame's collar was Yusial. The male lead looked a bit embarrassed, asking if she was okay. Flame was flustered from being held like a child, unable to speak. Yusial let go. Flame awkwardly turned around to thank him, but Yusial pointed to her foot, saying it was nothing, just tie your shoelace. Looking down, Flame saw one shoelace was tangled. She silently recalled that Jackie had tied it securely earlier. Seeing Flame fumbling, Yusial offered to help, but she quickly refused and fixed it herself, thinking how lucky she was to notice it in time, or else she would have failed the test. After tying it up, Flame stepped onto the testing platform with a confident demeanor. Seeing her alone, the audience started whispering. Is he alone? It seems so. Impossible. Is she planning to defeat a mid-level monster all by herself? Flame's test started with an opponent that was a giant mid-level monster. Compared to it, Flame was like a tiny ant. The pressure difference was obvious. The endless chatter was that the monster had no special attribute, so it couldn't be countered. Lee Hanwal's voice rang out, Group 17, the test begins. Upon receiving the signal, the monster charged at Flame with terrifying speed, but Flame stood still, focusing on chanting the spell, despite the audience's worry. Look at that frantic figure. How could he possibly handle it alone? Upon completing the spell, she whispered, petals followed the wind, and beneath her appeared a golden magic circle. With determined eyes, Flame believed she could do it. Strong vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monster's body, rendering it unable to move. Next, she cast a material transformation spell, hardening the vines like stone, causing the monster to gradually weaken, its body trembling with frustration. But Flame knew it wasn't enough to finish it off. She summoned 3 halos above her head, condensing power for the finishing blow. At that moment, the beast went mad, straining to break the vines. And within a second, all the vines snapped. With fierce, bloodshot eyes, it charged forward, opening its jaws as if to swallow Flame. At the same time, Flame's magic activated. A huge beam of light shot forth, piercing straight through the monster, leaving a fatal wound, a large hole in its body. Flame was exhausted after using nearly all her mana, panting. The giant monster finally crashed down to the ground, causing the earth to shake. The students watched in astonishment. The teachers and guests took off their glasses, put them back on, unable to believe their eyes. Those who had mocked Flame were now silent. Wow, our group of 5 couldn't even defeat a mid-level monster. Who is he? Lee Hanwal declared that Team 17's test was completed and praised Flame. She bowed her head in thanks, left the stage, thinking to herself, finally, it's over. When returning to her seat, she was suddenly surprised to see someone, eyes wide with amazement, wondering if she had mistaken her sight. Above, the next group of trainees stepped onto the arena. Lee Hanwell's voice rang out. Now we will begin the test for Group 31. The next thrilling battle between the Academy's two strongest rivals was about to take place. All eyes turned toward them, especially those of the first-year trainees. They seemed to see idols continuously shouting, "That's Princess Byeon of the Adolbit royal family, and her teammate is Ma Yuseong, who has the highest entrance score. He's really handsome. How could anyone be both handsome and a top student? This will be a perfect performance to watch. Go Princess, go Ma Yuseong." On this side, Flame leaned her back against the wall, thinking to herself, Byeon, who was supposed to form a group of 6 people within her faction, was now teaming up with Ma Yuseong. Yeah, in the original novel, these two characters had nothing to do with each other, but now they were in the same group. The more she thought about it, the more headache-inducing it became. What kind of crazy combination was this? While Flame was confused, a monster summoned by Byeon's group appeared. Its body was covered with diamond-hard scales coated in slime, with 2 wing-like fins that allowed it to soar through the sky. It had arms, legs, and a head resembling a carp, creating a bizarre appearance. The students in the stands gasped in astonishment. Wait, was this real? Unbelievable, the illusory fish of gods and demons. It was a special mid-to-large monster. Who would have thought they'd dare to challenge such an impossible different-type monster? Were they out of their minds? According to the original novel, Byeon used the fire attribute, while Ma Yuseong wielded 3 attributes, earth, lightning, and fire. But those were just his true hidden attributes that couldn't be revealed. The illusory fish was a water-type monster with a tough scaled body that once dominated the seas thanks to its intelligence and numbers. But due to a curse from centuries ago, they lost all their intellect and became mere monsters. Yet, they still retained the ability to fly in the air and were immune to lightning, which was the critical weakness of flying creatures, and countered the attribute Ma Yuseong commonly used. The two not only targeted the special medium and large monsters that everyone failed to defeat, they also gave up attribute advantages, clearly aiming to score full marks on this test. But that score is only theirs if they succeed. While everyone was still buzzing, Lee Hanwell gave the start signal. The phantom fish soared high, roaring, its foul breath spreading across the stands. Seeing it approach, Byeon raised his staff and began, as planned originally. Ma Yuseong nodded, understood Princess. He spun his wand and stepped back to observe from a distance. A trainee wondered, what are they planning to do? The person beside him was confused. I thought they were going to attack. Why is the knight stepping back? What kind of mage is this? While the audience was focused on watching, Ma Yuseong suddenly blinked, jumping into the air to confront the phantom fish directly. Doc Cholkwang, seeing his confident posture, stroked his chin. Oh, for a first-year trainee, his blink is quite impressive. Bandian nodded, that's right, this kid is pretty good, but at that level he can't reach the monster. Blink can't be used midair, so what exactly is he planning? Amid suspicion, Ma Yuseong used his wand to summon a square stone platform beneath his feet. Then the fireball cast by Byeon exploded right at Ma Yuseong's position after his blink. The shockwave propelled him forward like a missile, heading straight for the phantom fish. The audience gasped at this coordination, the two of them working together so perfectly. It was unbelievable. When approaching the phantom fish, Ma Yuseong formed a giant fist of stone in the air, striking directly into its body, causing the monster to fall to the ground at a terrifying speed. When the dust settled, the phantom fish lay motionless. The extreme physical force cracked and shattered its hard scale. Not missing the opportunity, Ma Yuseong cast a spell. A blue magical circle appeared on the ground. Countless stones rose up, locking the phantom fish tightly. But he was not skilled at controlling magic, so it was quickly broken. Ma Yuseong landed without anger. His purpose was merely to buy time. Because Byeon's destructive magic had been completed, a giant fireball, like a miniature sun, descended upon the phantom fish, causing it to scream in agony. The terrifying explosion engulfed the area. The audience could hardly believe it, shouting, "Oh my God." It's in pain. The phantom fish is known for its high fire resistance. After that, Ma Yuseong continued wielding his wand. He smiled smugly, finishing it off. Just then, a force of lightning struck straight into the monster, while it was still reeling from Byeon's previous attack. Finally, the phantom fish was defeated, reduced to ashes and dust. The crowd's emotions erupted. They applauded enthusiastically. The phantom fish was defeated without a chance to resist. It was crazy. This year's freshmen are incredibly strong, especially the first-year girl who managed the mid-level monster so well. Their skills rival those of the senior S-class students already. After the performance, Byeon and Ma Yuseong returned to their seats, sensing eyes filled with envy and admiration. Byeon was confident, the feeling of victory with overwhelming power made her imagine herself as the main character of the episode. Glancing at the group of Yusial and Azel, she thought, could you really beat me? No matter which monster you and Azel choose, you can't possibly put on a better show than us. That was what Bion thought to herself. But when Yusial stepped onto the stands, his next words silenced the entire audience. Please summon 5 monsters for me. Everyone was taken aback, surprised expressions clearly visible on Princess Bion's face. Contrary to her calm demeanor, the other trainees buzzed with chatter. I just heard what? Aside from Princess Bion's group in flame, didn't all other groups need 5 people to barely handle a mid-sized monster? Yet now these 2 intend to fight 5 at once. I've heard rumors about Yusial, but is he out of his mind? All attention focused on the male lead. A series of blue lights surrounded the 2 of them. The summoning completed, the mid-sized monsters appeared in the arena. Yusial and Azel were surrounded by the monsters, looking like 2 tiny ants among them. At the special observation corner, 2 teachers were somewhat surprised, and the monsterology researcher Vichin spoke up. The monsters Yusial's team summoned included the poisonous frog Heimer Raydun, the black sand bison, Carden Nami slime, and the falling monster. Princess Bion, standing nearby, questioned Ma Yusiang, hey, did you notice something? Ma Yusiang looked at her somewhat surprised, then turned his gaze to the stands and smiled, actually, no. I'm just curious about what Yusial is planning. I'm also looking forward to his performance. Facing the appearance of the monsters, Lee Hanwal, the host, raised a skeptical question. I just want to ask one thing, who decided on this monster lineup? Innocently and carefreely, Yusial replied, it's me. Knowing who picked the lineup, Lee Hanwal continued, although you're a knight who can easily earn points in this situation, it's not the same for a bishop. I think this strategy is a bit too much for the bishop. 5 monsters had now surrounded the 2 of them. Contrary to everyone's worry and doubt, Yusial smiled confidently. No, not at all. The strategy I chose this time was designed specifically for the bishop, said Azel standing next to him, surprised. Hearing the answer, Lee Hanwal realized something and said, all right then, let's get started. At the signal, the monsters surrounded Yusial and Azel. Azel was worried. Yusial whispered, can you do it? Azel replied, of course. Yusial said confidently, just believe in me. But she silently thought, how can I trust that? That line is so cliché. To motivate, Yusial said something that made Azel slightly uncomfortable. I believe in you. A quality cheer-up from a teammate. Azel sighed, a few thoughts reflecting that Yusial really is a hard person to understand. Cut to one night, Azel walks behind Yusial, carrying many doubts in her heart. She decided to ask, hey, Yusial suddenly turned around. Seizing the moment when it was just the 2 of them, she asked, why me? Honestly, you're a skilled knight who could have chosen anyone else to form the team. Facing the difficult question, Yusial scratched his head, considering a reasonable answer. Finally, you spoke up. Indeed, our class has many talented people. For example, in controlling fire magic, no one compares to Princess Bion. In controlling flame, unmatched, first-year magic user Yusiang is known as the strongest. No one disputes it. Hei Wenryang is also very suitable to form a team with me because of her single-target attack ability. Yusial understands himself and our classmates well. Azel is even more suspicious. So why did Yusial turn his back and remain calm? I still feel you are the most suitable person to be my teammate, that's all. You turned around and gave a radiant smile. All right, let's continue. Just as expected, Azel looked at your back, her face slightly flushed. This was the first time she saw you serious yet still smiling. Since you spoke sincerely, my responsibility has increased again. Back to the present, Azel clenched the mystical staff tightly. Thoughts gradually appeared. Although I don't understand his intentions yet, he surely has a reason to choose me, so I will show him. Azel condensed magic around her feet. The mystical staff floated before her, focusing on releasing mana. She closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. Within danger, opportunity will arise, and only in opportunity can she fully demonstrate her talent. The trainees observing noticed the change. Wait, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill? One added, no way, that is a special ability that only occurs when a mage of 6th level or higher enters an unconscious state. But if you lose focus, the mana flow will reverse, which could cripple you. After all, he is just a first-year student. While everyone was discussing, Azel became enveloped in a stream of mana, blooming like a flower on the battlefield, surprising everyone. Yusial looked at her, a series of evaluations appearing in his mind. Indeed, he was right. She was a strong contender for the Winter Queen title. He smiled, then said, then let's get started. This was a battle between 2 first-year students against 5 mid-level monsters. The only thing he could rely on at this moment was himself. Immediately after, Yusial dashed straight forward. Blink activated, the sword glowing with a radiant aura. He swung the blade, aiming at the belly of the poisonous Frogheimer Raiden. His eyes focused intensely, sharpness evident. A long crack appeared on the poisonous frog's belly, as if it were sensing pain. It screamed pitifully, and Yusial glanced to the side. The first step to attacking the poisonous frog was complete. Next was the black sand bison, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the bison looked toward the screaming frog. Blood-red eyes appeared. Its target was the poisonous frog, not Yusial. The bison took a deep breath and pulled back its front legs. Predicting this, Yusial smiled and continued running. Very good, just as I expected. The way to handle 5 mid-level monsters at once was to create a special atmosphere, making them enemies of each other. The match grew increasingly intense and dramatic. Witnessing this, all the students in the stands were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. In front of them, 5 monsters were fighting amongst themselves. They muttered, "Oh my God, what is happening? I can no longer believe my own eyes. Are they really tearing each other apart?" Seeing the plan succeed, Yusial smiled victoriously. Just as predicted, the plan to make them hostile and slaughter each other has been successful, or in other words, this is the strategy of using others' hands to kill, a dirty trick often used, exploiting the power of others to eliminate opponents without getting involved. Yusial continued explaining. The professional gamers of Ether World once racked their brains wondering how a bunch of newbies could deal with a pack of powerful monsters. After countless experiments, they found a solution by exploiting the characteristics and attributes of the monster. He analyzed, first, when I attack and wound the toxic Frogheimer Raiden, it emits a red light. This light stimulates the berserk attack instinct of the black sand bison. Then the bison sprays sand around as it moves. When the sand sticks to the Nami slime, it feels uncomfortable, producing a massive amount of water to keep moist. He smiled, "Well done. The plan is still on track thanks to the barrier on the simulator pedestal. The water level rises very quick." As if remembering something, Yusial looked at the Carden bird and gave a sly smile. "Next is your turn." He continued explaining. A special trait of the Carden bird is that when it senses moisture, it emits a piercing scream spanning over 7 octaves. When the water rises, it gets irritated and screams. The scream stimulates the falling monsters, the sound-sensitive species, driving them insane and causing them to attack enemies. Just as predicted, the shout caused the falling monster to rush in and punch and kick the Carden bird. A supersonic kick distorted the Carden bird's face, sending it backward into Nami slime. Nami slime was angry and splashed water into the Carden bird's face. Everyone thought it would counterattack, but it did. The Carden bird stared at the falling monster with eyes full of murderous intent. The falling monster glared back as if to say, "There's a lot of blood here. If you like it, then come at me." The two charged at each other and fought hundreds of rounds. Other monsters also began searching for opponents and attacking one another. In the stands, scholars and professors were surprised. One scholar exclaimed, "It's unbelievable that the student named Yusial knows all the characteristics and weaknesses of the 5 monsters like this. Even I, a scholar specialized in monster studies, hadn't thought of this plan. They are reckless and thoughtless but admirable." A female professor spoke up. "I agree, they are reckless and crazy. But what surprises me is Azel's concentration. The girl maintained the mana flow steadily, while the monsters fiercely fought. Truly extraordinary. She certainly poured her heart and trust into her knight." On the simulation stage, the monsters still enthusiastically attacked each other. No longer paying attention to anyone, sand swirled, water rose, the red light grew brighter amidst the chaos. Yusial perfectly fulfilled the role of the knight. The knight is responsible for protecting and suppressing the enemy until the mage finishes preparing magic. Whenever a monster blindly attacked Azel, Yusial immediately blinked over, using a sharp sword blade to slash at the ankle, causing it to fall backward. As the Carden bird just stood up, it was attacked by other monsters and couldn't stay alert. Yusial realized the danger when his attack enraged the monsters. He quickly returned to his position and continued his work as a knight. Suddenly, his sixth sense signaled danger, and Yusial widened his eye. He saw a huge boulder hurtling toward Azel, who was still in a state of mana resonance and unable to move. Without hesitation, Yusial blinked over to protect her with skillful precision. He slashed the boulder into 2 pieces. The demon Yusiang chuckled and said, "Hey, Princess Bion, do you think Yusial resembles the ideal knight? He's like the knight who protects the princess in fairy tales." Hearing this, Bion widened her eyes, her ruby-red eyes sparkling. Looking toward Yusial in the battlefield, he danced like a warrior of light. His sword and the afterimages of his blink captivated everyone's gaze. Moving east then west, it wasn't a performance, but a protection of Azel from all directions. Under absolute protection, she didn't have a single scratch. As the tense battle wore on, the monsters gradually grew exhausted and badly wounded. Suddenly, magical circles appeared on Azel's body, like shooting stars or droplets of light, falling through the silent space. Her eyes, as beautiful as jasper, opened. She gripped her crystal flower staff tightly. As soon as she finished, the water accumulated on the ground froze. A giant ice flower appeared in the sky, radiating a cool light from its petals. Witnessing the dazzling magic, the audience couldn't take their eyes off the pale green flower. So brilliantly beautiful it made them forget the purpose of the test, wondering if any artwork could be more exquisite. No one evaluated the magic of the students anymore. They only admired the magic of a true sorcerer. Azel's magic was simple but on a different level, unmatched by any other sorcerer. Time passed, water rose to the monsters' bodies, frozen by Azel's magic into ice, leaving them motionless. Though exhausted from the chaotic battle, they couldn't break the ice immediately, but who knew they would soon shatter it and attack frantic. Thinking this, Azel cast shattering magic. The radiant flower shattered into pieces, turning into thousands of sharp ice spears like giant javelins, piercing through the bodies of 5 monsters. Their skin was ripped, frozen, and necrotized. When they tried to move, the wounds attached to their flesh made them howl in pain. The audience whispered, "What now? I don't know either. Hey, do you think they really defeated 5 mid-level monsters with just 2 people?" Suddenly, someone panicked. "Impossible, look over there." Everyone looked toward the melting ice on the carden bird. Its eyes widened, steam rising from its body. An innate trait, when sensing cold and high humidity, it emits a terrifying heat, enabling all 5 monsters to simultaneously break the ice, their murderous gaze fixed on Yusial's group, the ones responsible for their plight. The teachers showed signs of disappointment, sighed. In the end, those 2 still didn't succeed, their strategy perfect, the battle magnificent, but man proposes, God disposes. They hadn't anticipated the hidden traits of the mid-level monster. A pity it was so close. Even so, with this performance, the UCL group could still receive very high marks. As everyone agreed, Azel suddenly raised her hand to the sky. A golden orb of lightning magic appeared. The audience's eyes widened. Impossible. That flow of mana, could it be? Without hesitation, Azel declared, "The thunder god descends." Right after that, tens of thousands of electric currents exploded, turning into countless lightning bolts that poured into the bodies of the 5 monsters, making them scream in pain as the electricity ravaged them from within. Witnessing the magic combo of lightning and ice she'd created, Azel stood there slack-jawed at the spectacular sight, her eyes showing disbelief. Did I really cast that spell? So it turns out I can do it too. Just like he said, memories rushed back. She recalled the first time she heard Yusial's crazy plan. She'd been shocked and asked, "Are you crazy?" expecting him to be annoyed. But Yusial just gave her a sincere smile. "You can do it, and I believe in you. So please believe me, someone who always puts all faith in you." Hearing Yusial's heartfelt words from the bottom of his heart, Azel clenched her fists, telling herself. Yusial still smiled, but the seriousness in his expression and tone was genuine, not a joke. She felt a weight pressing on her chest. Before, she had nothing but faith in the path she chose. No friend had ever told her that her path was right. Her whole life was lived in fear and anxiety, clinging to a fragile hope. Just as that hope was about to fade, Yusial appeared. He was the first to reach out and save her. Can I really do this? Now she felt as if drifting in an endless ocean. Although she tried to overcome the storms, she still hesitated, wondering if she was going the right way, but that question no longer mattered. Far at the horizon, Yusial had gone ahead, leaving behind footprints of light across the vast ocean, like stars guiding sailors. Like a lighthouse guiding ships safely away from danger, Azel sensed the light whispering, "Follow me, I will lead you." Then Lee Hanwal declared, "The test for Group 32 ends here. Congratulations on your outstanding performance." Standing in the center, Azel smiled happily. Her insecurity and inferiority vanished, leaving only bright confidence, though her face remained lost in hopeless thoughts. On the south main side, Yusial hung suspended in the air, thinking inwardly, "That was close. I almost got swept away. At least they should warn before using such dangerous magic." The scene shifts to the next day. The results of the combat simulation test against monsters were announced. First place Group 32, 199 points, Yusial and Azel. Second place Group 31, 127 points, Ma Yusiang and Bion, followed by third and fourth place. Looking at the scoreboard on the notice board, Ma Yusiang felt bitter. "We lost." Bion stared at the board, nodding. The point gap between the 2 groups is huge. Surpassing 100 points is remarkable. Not to mention we faced special mid-level monsters, while at a disadvantageous element, something no one has done. But seeing Yusial's group's 199 points, we have to admit we lost. Ma Yusiang did not expect the proud, cold princess to admit defeat. He smiled teasingly, "Oh, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly," Bion haughtily retorted. "Shut up." Ma Yuxiang continued, "Though I don't want to admit it, Yuxial is a more talented vanguard knight than me. As for Azel, she takes on the role of a skilled long-range mage better than her." Hearing that, although Bion partially agreed, she could not accept losing to Azel. Looking at the handsome face of Ma Yuxiang, the image of Yuxial appeared before her eyes. Bion comforted herself, wishing that Yuxial were her knight, then everything would have been different. In the test, he always protected Azel from start to finish. Not only was he a knight, but he also devised strategies for positioning the long-range mage and even arranged the stage for Azel to shine. She thought she knew Ma Yuxiang was very talented, but Yuxial was truly the most outstanding knight at Stellar Academy. If he supported her, she could cast magic as well as Azel. But why would that ordinary person be wholeheartedly devoted to Azel? If such a perfect knight existed in this world, that knight should belong to her, the perfect queen. The more she thought about it, the less Bion could accept the fact that someone so perfect would care for someone else. Her face turned an ominous gray. The inner struggle was intense. Admitting defeat would be a lie. She could not accept it. This was really strange. She had to thoroughly investigate Yuxiang. After thinking it through, she took her leave of Ma Yuxiang and walked away. However, on the way, Bion's eyes widened in surprise when she spotted a woman with black hair. With an icy-cold expression and eyes clear and unblemished, almost as tall as her, wearing a third-year student ID. This person was Saorin Orkin, the Duke's heir and close friend of the current queen of the Adalbit Empire. Passing by, Bion felt irritated. Did she come because she heard that Bion lost to the commoner group and the traitor? So annoying, Saorin Orkin sneered, immature and naive. Does the kid not realize that all his petty actions are ridiculous and weak? The kid is still very inexperienced. The princess's silhouette gradually faded away, and Saorin Orkin looked on with disdain. Flame was recording daily life in her journal, writing and thinking at the same time, unable to believe that crystal flower magic could be cast so quick. That has become her trump card signature after overcoming many difficulties. Unexpectedly, she perfected it and performed it in front of everyone. According to the original storyline, Azel should be devastated from the shock of the simulated battle, trapped in Prince Jeremy's cage, gradually withering away over time. But that dark future has changed, probably thanks to Yuxial. She kept thinking, in the original romance novel, Ma Yuxiang and Azel faced the apocalypse together. But what if there was an extra episode written by the author that she didn't know about? What if an unknown character loved Azel for life without reciprocation until the world's end? That sounds too far-fetched. After reading many romance novels, strange thoughts circled in Flame's mind. One answer emerged: to rewind time to find love and protect the world where the one she loves lives happily forever, even if the price is being forgotten to exist. In that last moment, did Yuxial feel any regret? Flame's heart tightened, emotions choked her, unable to believe she was witnessing a tragic story from real life, not a movie or book. What does it feel like to trade existence to turn back time? The scene shifts to Yuxial's room. He stares intently at the system board. Episode 5, The Battle Simulation with Monsters End. Congratulations to the host for gaining a large amount of experience by leading the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project grants an additional reward. Yuxial exclaimed, "What should I choose this time? I had thought about it before but hadn't decided yet." Blink was enhanced from the previous episode. It's best to prepare for the next episode. The more he thought, the more headache he got. Then suddenly an idea flashed. He smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, that's it. How could I forget?" He said to the system, "I want to choose Leafhainel's leaf key item." The system responded, evaluating the host. "Please wait. Ding ding ding. Check complete." Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yifenel's leaf key. Seeing the key appear, Yuxial jumped with joy. Wonderful. Although not as classic as the old equipment I used, this is a rare item only available to advanced players. It opens communication with special spirits, but only functions to open a specific dungeon. To use it, you have to go outside. But after the cemetery incident, Stellar Academy tightened regulations. What should I do now? While thinking, Yuxial remembered how to leave Stella when he used to play the game. Back then, the Academy also restricted going outside like now. What did I do? After a while, his eyes lit up. Right, the club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun had risen high, casting warm rays. Yuxial began writing his coming-of-age journal. My family had been poor since I was little, rarely eating out like others. Whenever my mother went to work, I stayed home alone, only knowing how to cook instant noodles. When I got tired of noodles, I insisted on having something delicious. My mother used her savings to buy me a bowl of jajang noodles. I was very happy. Even though my mother ate with me, I didn't understand why she didn't pick up her chopsticks. She said she didn't like jajang noodles. After asking around, I finally understood. After finishing writing, he rested his head down, crossed his arms in front of him, his eyes stinging from the long note-taking. He smiled to himself, thinking, all right, I've completed the assignment. Now I should find a club to join. Yusial stepped up to the school bulletin board, where countless club advertisements were posted. He observed carefully, cautiously resting his chin on his hand, murmuring which club would be the best. The announcements made him hesitate. A literature club for university entrance exams, a chess club, the elite sport of mages, a cooking club, the inspiration for young chefs. Looking at the information on the board, he thought, there seem to be many clubs here, but few allow activities outside. I need to think carefully. Just then he noticed something, his gaze shifting aside. He murmured to himself, still haven't registered for any club. It turned out someone was standing next to him. Yusial asked, who is that? The other person glanced over. What? So what? Seeing the other didn't like the question. You changed the subject, whom you should actually be pursued by many clubs. Azel questioned back, don't you know who I am? Hearing the strange question, Yusial calmly replied, of course, you're Azel. You've been quite famous lately. Azel didn't deny it. Well, that's true. Seeing her slightly sad expression, Yusial thought quietly, after the test, Azel's reputation changed significantly. She probably feels the same way I do. Wait for you to choose. Azel closed her eyes, looking like Yusial when he first arrived here. You have to choose your club carefully. Suddenly from afar, Ma Yusiang approached, patting Yusial on the shoulder, smiling, so you're Yusial. The friendly appearance surprised Yusial. He thought Ma Yusiang. Yeah, why is he? Yusial brushed his hand away. All right, let go first. But Ma Yusiang kept smiling. You're amazing, I've seen your test results. I heard you even commanded the lower soul mages, that's impressive. Yusial was puzzled. Well, it was just luck. As expected, Ma Yusiang looked at him intently. Sure enough, you're very different. Ma Yusiang's cold expression transformed 180 degrees. Yusial swallowed in surprise, stammering. You know, I'm just a commoner, always having to think of ways to do better than others. Hearing the smart answer, Ma Yusiang smiled. Then you manage your time far more effectively than I do. Suddenly, Yusial asked, what do you plan to do this weekend? Ma Yusiang was surprised me. Then he answered briefly, study. Both of them were stunned. Yusial smiled. I asked casually, and he answered casually too. Thanks. Ma Yusiang waved his hand. Want more? I'm really studying. Studying and practicing as well. Yusial stammered. Don't you usually not do things like this? Why are you laughing so much? Ma Yusiang continued. Ah, well, yes. Lately, I've liked doing this, don't know why. One person laughs easily, another is suspicious. Yusial thought that his gaze was always handsome, so he should be a bit more normal. Ma Yusiang went on, practice comes later, what's the reason this time? Azel suddenly spoke up, it's about practicing the dungeon, right? Ma Yusiang added, yes, if you hadn't interfered then, miss, I might have been in danger. Hearing that, Azel got angry, don't call me miss. Yusial summarized the situation, right. In the original story, Ma Yusiang cooperates with Flame and easily defeats He Wenryang. But this time, because I intervened, Flame got stuck where I was. Ma Yusiang had to face He Wenryang alone. Could that be the reason why He Wenryang is acting strange? Anyway, everything is still good. Thanks to that, both will train themselves, which is completely different from me. Their growth will certainly bring a positive outcome. Ma Yusiang returned to the main topic. Hey Yusial, you still haven't joined any club, have you? It's been a long time since you enrolled. His tone was a bit abrupt, because I've been busy. Ma Yusiang smiled as if offering a tonic, pointing at himself. Then join the club with me. Yusial looked away. Let's see. If you meet my requirements, I'll consider it. Ma Yusiang asked, what kind of club do you want? Yusial began a speech. It must be quiet, few people, no private gatherings, with the 4 major insurances. Lunch includes cheese and pork chop, free to operate outside, respect individual activities, allowed to go outside. Azel was confused. What club in the world is like that? Yusial knew well, smiled. Of course there isn't such a thing, I was just kidding. Ma Yusiang suddenly said, that's interesting. If I create a club like that, would you join? The two of them stared blankly for a few seconds. Yusial asked back, trying to stay calm, can you really establish a club allowed to go outside specially? Ma Yusiang smiled brightly and confidently. Yes, I definitely can. In Yusial's mind, he calculated, that's right. Ma Yusiang has broad connections linked with the hidden powerful factions in Stella Academy. Although scary, they would be useful. Freedom to operate outside school, health insurance, enjoy beef chop daily, no unreasonable restriction. But he thought further, there's no free meal in this world. Ma Yusiang and I aren't close. Even if I show genius-level game knowledge, is that enough for him to create a dream club for me? Serious attitude, great idea, but what benefit does he get by making this club for me? Ma Yusiang's eyes flickered as he looked at Yusial like a precious gem. Of course, you're very special. Yuseol thought, what exactly does he know? Then suddenly remembered one big problem of Ma Yuseong, extreme loneliness. With no other way, Yuseol nodded. All right, you start the club, Ma Yuseong said excitedly. Really? Yuseol replied calmly, yeah, but you have to let her join too. He pulled Azel in, surprising her. Me too. Seeing the plan was on the right track, Yuseol was smug. In the original story, these two were a perfect match. If they had Azel, she could take care of Ma Yuseong's spirit. He's like a pufferfish that would either die or go mad if he left the water. I don't rely on Flame because she's always with Hei Wenryong. Ma Yuseong was happy. Having Yuseol nearby was good enough, and adding the beautiful Miss Azel was welcomed. Azel was annoyed and said, "Don't call me miss, it's irritating." Hearing this cat-and-dog conversation, Yuseol wondered whether this decision was right or wrong. Ma Yuseong asked further, so what's the club's name? Yuseol had it ready. Leave it to me. A moment later, the application appeared before everyone. The club establishment form, club name, Culinary Club, President Yuseol, members Ma Yuseong and Azel. Purpose, to explore cuisines around the world. Azel was hesitant, is this okay? To reach the special activity seal rank, they need at least one faculty advisor and 5 members. Ma Yuseong's mouth twitched in a smile like a savior. Leave the members and the seal to me, but finding a faculty advisor is what I find difficult. Yuseol turned to him. How did you get special permission to go out but still find a professor difficult? Ma Yuseong smirked, it's nothing. That smile gave Yuseol chills down his spine. Seeing everything settled, Ma Yuseong took the paper. Okay, I'll go ask for the seal for the club registration form. Yuseol replied, yes, I rely on you for everything. Watching Ma Yuseong's back gradually disappear, Yuseol thought the special activity seal wasn't something just anyone could get. If they stamped it for him, they must be one of them. Cut to the main tower number 1, the office of Vice Principal Stella. He was enjoying his porcelain tea when the door opened. His expression changed as Ma Yuseong stepped in. Seeing the face of the endlessly charming prince, the vice principal smiled respectfully. Oh my, what breeze has brought you here? Welcome, young master Ma Yuseong. Noticing the flattery, Ma Yuseong smiled warmly. Yes, it's been a long time since I saw you. Ma Yuseong plopped down into the vice principal's chair, crossed his arms with a satisfied smile. Oh, your seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it already. Haha. At the arrogant words, the vice principal only gave a faint smile and bowed respectfully. Thank God, young master. It is an honor that you like it. I'm truly glad to see you grown like this. Ma Yuseong responded indifferently. Is that so? Life at Stella Academy is great. I meet many interesting friends. This place is much better than home. While speaking, his smile shone bright. But the vice principal frowned, thinking to himself, what is this crazy kid doing here anyway? Regaining his composure, he asked, so what breeze has brought you here? Ma Yuseong didn't answer immediately, gently placing the paper on the table. The corner of his mouth curved up full of meaning. This is the application form to establish a club. We need you to stamp it. The vice principal was stunned. What did you say? His eyes fixed tightly on the paper, unable to hide his doubt. A weirdo like Ma Yuseong wants to establish a club. If the family knew, they would be shocked. After a moment of thought, he sighed and nodded. I understand. An application form to establish a club, huh? First, let me check if it meets the criteria. After all, to form a club, the minimum number of members must be valid. That's the rule. But just as he reached out to touch the paper, Ma Yuseong immediately covered it with his palm. The room fell into silence. The vice principal froze and looked up. Ma Yuseong's radiant smile vanished. His eyes darkened like an abyss, and his low voice carried an invisible pressure. He didn't need to check the con. His job was only to stamp. The vice principal's throat went dry. He sensed something terrifying hidden in the boy's gaze and swallowed hard without thinking. He thought he could not resist. In fact, he had no right to object. As long as this kid remained the heir of that great man, he could not refuse. Cold sweat ran down his spine. He reached under the table and took the seal. Yes, of course I will stamp it, but please keep this a secret. He skillfully reminded him while stamping. When the seal was finally imprinted on the paper, Ma Yuseong felt his purpose achieved and withdrew his cold attitude. I understand. Thanks, I'm off now. He left the office and the door closed. The vice principal remained motionless for a moment, then plopped down into his chair, exhaling deeply. Damn it. A half-talented kid daring to be arrogant in front of me, like father like son. He clenched his fist tightly, his eyes darkening. How could he be so much like that man? But this will end soon. One day I will personally crush the neck of this arrogant kid. The next day the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The professor raised his voice. All right, class is over. Remember to do your homework. He quickly left. The whole class buzzed with chatter. Hey, did you see what just happened? That professor always nitpicks nonsense when presenting. Exactly, especially towards ordinary students, he nitpicks even more. After tidying up their books, the students left one by one. Only Jackie remained standing there, staring intently at the presentation sheet in his hands, overwhelmed with regret. Damn it, I could have made a better impression, but I ruined everything just because I was worried. Flame saw that Jackie hadn't left yet, and sensing her regret, comforted him with a smile. Jackie, you presented better today. Don't pay attention to the professor's harsh words. You did great. Jackie snapped back, shut up. I don't need your fake comfort. Flame was stunned then upset. This kid, I was worried about her so I came to comfort her, yet she doesn't understand my hardship. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. It's true though. Flame startled and shouted loudly, can you stop appearing suddenly like that? You scared me. She crossed her arms and frowned. Do you have something you want me to help with? Yusial awkwardly scratched his head. It's nothing big. Do you have any close relationship with a professor? I'm planning to form a club and need to find a free professor to be an advisor. Can you help? Flame raised an eyebrow. Why don't you do it yourself? Yusial sighed. It seems professors really dislike me, so it's better not to ask directly. Flame was speechless and then laughed. Ha ha, obviously, with your attitude all this time. Arguing with professors during class, sleeping in class, even cheating. You're lucky you haven't been expelled yet. Yusial cleared his throat and looked away. Ahem, no need to say everything. Flame closed her eyes in thought. Being a club advisor is quite troublesome. It's not easy to find a professor willing to do it. Suddenly, she remembered. You're close with Professor Mason-Tyron's assistant, right? I saw you often visit her lab. Yusial raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's right. Why not ask? Flame crossed her arms and looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you stupid? This is Stellar Academy. Assistants can also serve as advisors. Yusial gaped. He couldn't believe he had been running around everywhere without realizing the easiest path was right in front of him. Playing the game in storyline mode, he never noticed this detail. As he walked, he considered the proposal. But when he approached the laboratory, Yusial froze. Professor Mason-Tyron stepped out, holding a blank sheet of paper. Smiling slyly, her sharp eyes hiding something unpredictable. Yusial squinted at her back as she disappeared, suspicious. Why was she here? Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside cheerfully. I'm here. But the smile faded. In the middle of the room, Altarisha looked miserable. Wiping away tears, flustered. Yusial, you're here already. Yusial stepped forward worriedly, speaking softly. What happened? Altarisha sobbed, trying to explain. It's like this. Seeing her evasive eyes, Yusial knew she was lying. He spoke sternly, teaching assistant. You didn't prepare your research in advance, did you? Altarisha clenched her fists tightly, smiling wryly. Well, about that I already gave it to Professor Mason-Tyron, you know. The alchemy seminar is coming up. The professor said he would present on my behalf. Her eyes gleamed with hope. It's great. My research will be presented before the world's top alchemists. But Yusial interrupted angrily. I get it. Altarisha, your RESERCH Chinese letter has just been completely stolen. Is your name even on it? Altarisha froze, hesitated, then forced a bitter laugh. Ha ha, it's okay. It's also an experience. Alchemy is like that. It's not just me. WHOSE Chinese letter were taken. Everyone goes through the bitter reality and acceptance. Yusial was upset. Is this how they endure to become alchemists? You think even though Mason-Tyron is about to solve the formula, I want Altarisha to complete it herself first. Seeing her research stolen, I can't just sit idly by. Yusial asked, teaching assistant. Besides that, what other research are you working on? Altarisha was surprised. We're tackling the research together. I mean the technique of random digital interference combined with Qigong. She sighed. That technique has existed for 300 years, and no one has solved it yet. I tried following your unique idea, but it still wasn't effective. Yusial smiled confidently. If we can solve it, this research will make a breakthrough. Actually, I've already solved that part. Altarisha's eyes widened, her pupils constricted in shock. What did you say? You really solved it? Yusial nodded firmly. Yes, let me present it. Although she didn't fully understand how it worked, he wrote the enhancement formula on the board. Altarisha looked closely, her eyes flashing images of techniques and alchemical formulas. She gasped when Yusial finished writing, looking straight at her with confidence. But if it were you, definitely it would be different. Altarisha muttered and stepped closer. She meant that if the dispersion ratio and reflection were added to the formula, combined with the Panicen flow and the Trini coefficient, she was completely absorbed, forgetting Yusial's presence. He was secretly amazed at Altarisha's insane focus. Unlike himself, who only copied and memorized, her genius brain must be flashing countless ideas. I shouldn't finish this research for her. Altarisha must complete it herself to become the true author and regain faith in herself. I only provide support. I have no intention of becoming an alchemist, nor do I have the capability or ideals for it. But Altarisha is different. She is a genius who can change the future of humanity. Yusial quietly left the room, closing the door without a sound. His role ends here. For the rest, he trusts Altarisha's talent and waits. Some time later, thanks to the help of Altarisha's assistant and the mage Yusial successfully established a culinary club. As the team leader, he requested permission to go outside and arrived here through the blink gate. Although the process caused some joint pain and the professor repeatedly questioned him, thanks to prior preparation, he was lucky to pass the test and was granted easy travel permission, as long as he did not cause trouble. Along the way, Yusial couldn't help but be enchanted by the poetic scenery. A giant tree, the Third World Tree, rose high into the clouds, with thousands of branches and leaves spreading wide like an umbrella covering the vast garden below. The characteristic green aura of the World Tree, also known as Nam Hoa Lin Ion, gently enveloped all things, bringing a sense of peace and happiness. The garden around it is called the Dream Garden. Anyone can enter to pick fruit and enjoy it. Viewed from above, the scene looks like something from a fairy tale, making this place a famous resort spot and even an unmissable photo location in the game. Yusial exclaimed, "Wow, the in-game graphics are nothing compared to the beautiful scenery before his eyes." Just then, a beautiful young woman with pointed ears and snow-white skin stepped forward. Seeing the Stella Academy insignia on her uniform, she smiled warmly and welcomed the mage from Stella. "We warmly welcome human mages here." Yusial smiled in response. "I am very glad to meet such a lovely lady." Another passerby greeted enthusiastically, "May your sincerity reach Mother Earth." Yusial nodded sincerely. "Yes, I express my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for granting this beautiful garden." They greeted him with the elven salutation he remembered from the Codex of Knowledge. He thought to himself that he had heard how long ago the Altman and Eltruin saved them from the burning and collapse of the Second World Tree. Perhaps it was true, since many elves recognized the Stella uniform and were very friendly. But in reality, few mages master offensive magic, and the test to become a magic knight is extremely difficult, so those holding that title are rare. By the way, many elves have captivating appearances, which Yusial admired as he walked down the street. However, not all elves are stunning at first glance. It's just that the proportion of outstanding appearances in the elf race is higher than in humans. There are still ordinary elves. Among them, Sioran, the elf king, stood out the most with a goddess-like beauty that stole the hearts of countless people. She is the character with the largest fanbase in the game and also one of Yusial's favorites. He thought that elf-kind was born without gender. Only when experiencing true love does one's gender change, according to the person they love. Hoa Sioran was born with the appearance of a beautiful woman but had never loved anyone, so according to the game's setup, she had no gender. Later rescued by Flame, she fell for him and chose to become male to stand by the one she loved. Seriously, what a boss. No idea who the hell wrote this storyline. No matter which content branch the player chooses, Hoa Sioran never turns female, leaving male gamers both despairing and amused. Lost in memories, wandering around the world's tree outskirts, Yusial found the mysterious labyrinth in the garden of the celestial spirit Leafhanel. He calculated that his skills had improved quite a lot. It was best to prepare for the upcoming event. He opened his inventory, took out Leafhanel's leaf-light key. Grinning, fortunately he could use it earlier than expected. He inserted the key into the rotary lock, but a message popped up. "If you open this gate, other owners of the key may be alerted." Yusial flinched slightly. He'd seen this warning in the game before. The key in the game had a similar message, but many were disappointed as no special event occurred. He thought, forget her, at this point, what else could possibly happen? Yusial decisively turned the key, and in an instant, the gate leading to the Garden of Celestial Spirits opened. Meanwhile, at the cradle of the Celestial Spirit Wood, where the Elf Kingdom rests atop the highest peak of the Taisao Mountain Range, a magnificent yet desolate castle stood tall. Though in ruins, it strangely harmonized with the majestic nature around it. At first glance, one might mistake it for a tree amidst the vast forest. At the top of the castle, the bedroom was engulfed in darkness, with only a faint light filtering through the window slit, arousing curiosity. Could it be that sunlight never reached here? Stimulated by the light, a slender woman rose from bed, slowly walked to the window, her snow-white hair cascading like snow blossoms over the ice-cypress mountain range. Gazing at the breathtaking natural scenery, her golden eyes widened, sparkling like gold, radiating brilliantly. Anyone who looked at her would lose their sanity, captivated by a beauty beyond the endurance of any sentient being. She was the fairy queen Hoa Sioran, often excessively sleepy early in the morning. Even when awake, she would quietly sit by the window, watching the birds freely soaring, a feeling of unease rising within her. She didn't know when she would ever be like them, free to spread her wings. But she could not leave here. She felt truly envious. Suddenly, a strange sensation from her chest startled Hoa Sioran. She raised her hand to her head, frowned, as if someone had stepped into the secret garden, the resting place of the thousand-year-old divine leaf Hanel. Hoa Sioran couldn't believe it. That was a forbidden area. No one was allowed in, so who dared to trespass? Putting aside the matter of where that person got the lost key, she was curious about the identity of the one using it and decided to go there herself, even though she knew she couldn't leave the room. At that very moment, her heart tightened. Pain like hundreds of needles piercing her made her stagger. She had endured for decades without revealing her face, unable to act recklessly. Fearing that a slip of the tongue might trigger a curse causing someone to go mad, she clenched her hands tightly, controlling her emotions, telling herself to wait a little longer. The World Tree's birthday was coming, and as the Fairy Queen, she had to appear before all the people. Then she would investigate who that person was. After making up her mind, Hoa Sioran continued gazing out the window, sunlight caressing her face. Many reasons kept her living in this dark, secluded place. Whether sleeping or going about her daily life, she always feared someone might accidentally see her flawless, captivating profile. Turning back, Yusial had just stepped into the dungeon when a strong fragrance suddenly hit his nose, causing him to uncontrollably sneeze repeatedly. Damn it, this damn pollen. The sound attracted plant-based monsters in the root dungeon, who rushed to attack. Yusial ran for his life but couldn't keep running forever. He stopped, determined to fight. The battle was fierce, but plant-type monsters are resilient and not easy to kill. Yusial pulled out an alchemy bomb. Fire is the weakness of wood-type monsters. This is why I chose alchemy as my secondary skill. Although I can't combine gunpowder and magic like a high-level alchemist, a level 1 fire bomb is enough to handle them. He threw the fire bomb at the tree roots. Boom, 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 the bomb exploded, and the monsters screamed in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Yusial drew his sword, used Blink to approach, quickly searching for the weak point. Without hesitation, he thrust straight into the root's head. It collapsed and vanished into nothingness. The system bell rang, congratulating him that he gained experience points. Yusial breathed a sigh of relief. At least these weak monsters gave a decent amount of points. Looking ahead, he continued the journey. The real target of this episode was right before him. There was no time to waste. The system announced that he was entering the labyrinth's boss room. The giant wooden door closed, a gentle breeze passed by, and the scene before Yusial looked like a fairy tale painting. A magical night sky, a bright full moon more splendid than Earth's moon, enveloping an endless field of flowers. Countless stars adorned the night, making it even more poetic, the moonlight shimmering on each petal like a silver layer. Yusial took a deep breath, strengthening his resolve to step toward the center of the maze. His eyes lit up, the woman praying with folded hands on the stone pillar over there. Could it be the divine deity Fictional, the boss of this maze? The most mysterious beings in the world are divinities, phenomena when a pure soul cultivates for 10,000 years, comprehends the truth, and evolves into a new entity. Even in the world, such existences are extremely rare, but the creature before me is not a perfect celestial spirit. That woman, just before becoming a celestial spirit, had her heart stolen, forever frozen in this state. Yusial cautiously approached, each step filled with vigilance. Suddenly the ground shook violently, causing him to tremble, his face showing alarm. Just 1 second later, unable to maintain his footing, he collapsed. Yusial realized this was the pressure of magical power. As expected, even in death, a celestial spirit remains a celestial spirit. But he couldn't give up. Thinking this, he fixed his gaze on the charging celestial spirit. Although the pressure made his legs heavy, he still refused to quit. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. When he reached beside the celestial spirit, Yusial's legs, exhausted, gave way. He panted wearily, when suddenly a system sound rang out. Experience, trait of suppressing magic leakage increased. Ability stats increased. Only then did Yusial breathe a sigh of relief, his breath easier, no longer pressed down by the pressure. Indeed, this place is the training ground left behind by a celestial spirit before departing. A miracle that mages across the world frantically seek, but none have discovered. The magic veins here, just moving normally, have a 100-fold effect. Thanks to absorbing the celestial spirit's aura through the body, the natural harmony ability skyrockets tremendously. Simply put, enduring all this hardship is just to find a good gym. In real life, I never touch the gym, but here, whether I want to or not, I have to do it. While thinking, Yusial's gaze was drawn to a branch, emitting purple energy, in the hands of the celestial spirit. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to take it. The system notified, you have acquired a special artifact, the branch of hatred. High grade, description. Hatred does not fade with time, it only burns fiercer. Special functions. 1. Upon first contact, causes an abnormal hatred state on the target. 2. Upon second contact, hatred explodes, dealing damage. 3. Hatred accumulates daily, storing up to 3 months maximum. 4. If the target has risk level 6 or above, damage is halved one time. After reading, Yusial smiled with satisfaction. With this, I can face Mason Tyron, the boss in Episode 8. Having acquired the artifact, now it's time to start training. A few weeks later, thanks to diligent practice here, Yusial's stats increased significantly. Mana leak delay LV3, muscle strength plus 8%, reflex speed plus 12%, sensory sensitivity plus 20%. Sixth Sense consumes mental power to activate, detects mana phenomena within 24 meters, heightens awareness when in danger, activates automatically, mana circulation rate in blood plus 2%. Looking at the stats board, he marveled that his current stats were around mid-level 2-star. There's still a long way to go. The main characters already have stats surpassing 4-star. Since no one in this world teaches swordsmanship, my only option is to thrust and slash precisely through the enemy's weak point. I have to train until I can scrape bones clean, strip flesh until vomiting blood, only then stop. While training, Yusial felt his body change, something stabbing into his chest. He coughed violently, hacking, the sword falling to the ground. The system notified that you have mastered the special spirit energy breathing method. The breath skill of the celestial spirit has been acquired. Yusial's gaze was hazy, everything blurred. His eyes fluttered closed as if losing consciousness, everything dim and mysterious. Suddenly a strange voice echoed, waking Yusial up. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you hear me? Are you pretending not to hear? I hope you really are. Do you hear me? Answer me, I'm waiting here. Yusial jolted awake. What the hell is this? The sound came again. The voice continued. Hey, you heard me right. Regaining composure, Yusial turned and murmured, Are you the celestial spirit Leafhanel? A big question mark appeared in his mind. Did celestial spirit Leafhanel just start talking to him? Astonished, he exclaimed, What's this, a talking corpse? The irritated celestial spirit said, I'm not dead yet, you vile human. Yusial was still stunned. How can you speak? The celestial spirit replied, I've been talking all along, it's just that your ears were deaf so you didn't hear. Why didn't you hear before but hear now? It must be because you're starting to be like me. Just now you were breathing the same breathing technique as mine. The more he listened, the more confused Yusial became. Thinking back, just now there was a notification that he had acquired a skill. The system currently displays information. Celestial Spirit Breath LV1 skill, merging with nature through celestial spirit respiration, greatly increasing the circulation ratio of demonic energy in the blood. When used, however, the phenomenon of spirit beast invasion appears. Effect 1 power increases by 107%, 2. Reaction speed increases by 125%, 3. Sensory perception increases by 147%, 4. Endurance increases by 101%. Maximum duration is 15 seconds, invasion level at 1%. Yusial silently rejoiced. What is this? This skill is so overpowered. Though short-lived, the stats spiked to the level of a 4-star rank. Wait, what does spirit beast invasion mean? It means I will lose my human body. The spirit beast maintains form through magical power, but with a physique like mine that leaks magical energy, losing the body means death. This skill shortens lifespan the more I use it, He reminded himself to stay positive. After all, this is a useful skill in an emergency situation. After the silence so far, the celestial spirit spoke. Strange, this is the second time a human has exhaled celestial spirit breath. You resemble that person. Presence so faint it's hard to detect, body devoid of demonic energy, as if not existing in this world. Yusial was surprised. Who was that person? The celestial spirit continued. He also wielded a sword like you, severing magic, even cutting through celestial spirits. Yusial was shocked. What? He thought no swordsman like that was ever mentioned in the game before. If strong enough to cut through celestial spirits, he must be a true master. He asked, Can I meet that person? The heavenly spirit said harshly, No, the disciple of the ancient archmage already killed him. Yusial was struck like lightning. The ancient archmage, you died long ago, how could you be alive? The heavenly spirit continued, Do you want me to teach you? I once fought him and recorded all his breathing techniques and moves. Yusial was half believing, really. The heavenly spirit added, But there's a condition. I cannot leave here, nor speak to anyone else, because I am as good as dead. Find my heart for me, help save me, and bring me back to life. Just as expected, Yusial was straightforward and said, Sorry. With my current power, I cannot take the heart of another heavenly spirit. After some thought, the heavenly spirit reluctantly said, It doesn't have to be a heavenly spirit's heart, just a pure heart of a divine beast. Yusial was confused. If you use a divine beast's heart, you will lose most of your strength. The heavenly spirit replied, "That's okay. It's better than being trapped here forever, living alone all my life." Hearing that, Yusial thought that both sides would benefit. He said, "If it's just an ordinary divine beast's heart, it wouldn't be impossible." "I can do it," the heavenly spirit asked, "really?" Yusial told himself, "The reason I'm cultivating here is to prepare for an upcoming summoning contract ritual, where I will meet countless divine beasts. Compared to finding a heavenly spirit's heart, this is much easier. I am confident I will try to bring one back if I can." The heavenly spirit was delighted. "Thank you, I will wait. Oh, and there's something I want to give you." Yusial was surprised. "What is it?" The heavenly spirit said, "Look behind me." He asked, "What is this?" Celestial spirit response, Alpha's flower chain, a symbol of the bond between Leafhanel and the destined friend, no power. Yusial had never heard of this item in the game. At most, it had no flame, but could be used for burning. He put the ring into his pocket, but suddenly startled. "Wait a minute. He is a celestial spirit after all." Observing carefully, he exclaimed, "A symbol of a celestial spirit. Maybe this is more useful than I thought, he." At the same time, in Altarisha's laboratory, she was personally perfecting the formula based on Yusial's instruction. After a period of concentration, she stopped. "To look at the result, I've done it. No, now is not the time to be complacent." She continued to copy the formula from the board onto paper. A while later, Altarisha happily said that a new era would begin tomorrow. If Yusial knew, he would surely be very happy. In another place, the Dwarf Kingdom, the mineral capital of the Black Steel Empire. The dwarves here are extremely energetic, lively, and full of vitality. Amidst this scenery, the two main characters, Yusial and Altarisha, set foot in this strange city. Just upon arrival, Yusial beamed with a bright smile. "We have arrived." Altarisha stood beside him, glanced around, nodded in confirmation. "Yes, indeed." Today marks the day of the Grand Academic Conference, a major event with a venue that changes annually. This year, the honor belongs to the Optical Metallurgy Academy, renowned as one of the world's top alchemy schools, located in the Kingdom of Dwarves. Since the dwarves invented material magic, this year's conference is expected to be on an extraordinary scale. Rumor has it that the greatest alchemist, Hwal Siak Koden, the Golden Alchemist, will be attending. A thought flashed through Yusial's mind, accompanied by a sense of satisfaction. This is the perfect moment to present Altarisha's latest discovery. But his gaze shifted to Altarisha beside him, who spoke up, worry evident. "Yusial, is this really okay? This is something that Professor has devoted half his life to researching." Yusial thought to himself, what a fool or kind soul, unable to do anything when his research is stolen, yet still speaks so nicely. Sensing her unease, he changed the atmosphere. "Don't worry, Altarisha. It's not like I copied Professor Mason Tyron's research. I simply surpassed her." Altarisha hesitated. Thank you." The two continued walking. Yusial spoke playfully as they went. "Then let's go in. That red carpet looks too stressful. Let's take the back door." Altarisha nodded eagerly. "Oh, right, that's a good idea." As they stepped inside, a broadcast sound echoed, drawing the attention of the hall. "Welcome to all doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society. Now I hereby declare the opening of the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference." The enthusiastic voice, tinged with humor, caused several top professors to slightly raise their eyebrows. The host continued, "At the opening session, we are honored to introduce a new medical invention." The sound of high heels echoed. Spotlight beams swept across as a figure walked out with great charisma, none other than Professor Mason Tyron, whom Altarisha had mentioned with respect and a touch of guilt. The presenter solemnly began, "Please welcome Professor Mason Tyron from Stella Academy to introduce the latest medical drug product." She gently stepped up to the podium, her sharp eyes scanning the audience, then projected the first slide onto the screen. "Hello, I am Mason Tyron from Stella Academy. Today, I will introduce the new Alpha experimental drug line from Hongduok." She paused and clicked the remote control, the screen displaying an image. "First, please take a look at this." The presentation began to become lengthy and detailed, precisely in accordance with high professional standards, requiring more patience than knowledge. Everyone listened attentively, although even those of us seated below barely understood what she was saying. The terminology seemed aimed at splitting atoms, making anyone lacking patience prone to a half-awake drowsiness. After a prolonged stretch, she concluded her presentation with, "That is all for my talk." The hall seemed to awaken from hypnosis as applause rang out accompanied by dramatic nodding. A wave of chatter broke out. "Oh my, Professor Mason Tyron is truly a genius. That challenging innovation for Hongduok is absolutely fantastic." In the corner of the room, Yusial folded his arms and observed, his sharp eyes analyzing like a grandmaster in a chess game. He thought, talking about Altarisha's thesis as if she herself created it, quite convincing. but the joke was only just beginning. There were many ways to retaliate, and now the main course was about to be served. Just as he thought, the main course was laid out. Another character stepped forward. Altarisha from Stellar Academy. The atmosphere fell silent as Altarisha stepped lightly onto the stage, standing exactly where Mazen Tyrn had just left. She looked at the audience, took a deep breath, and began, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Altarisha, an alchemist from Stellar Academy," but no one paid much attention. The audience whispered like patrons at a street tea stall. "Hey, is she from the pharmaceutical company? I really loved Professor Mazen's cell regeneration extraction. Absolutely fantastic." Amid the noisy waves, only Yusial focused intently on every word Altarisha said. She hesitated slightly but continued. "The topic I am presenting today is," at that moment, a faint smile appeared on Yusial's lips as if he knew what was about to happen. Altarisha's next sentence silenced the hall completely. "This is a complete summary and thorough understanding of the technique using mixed variable alteration." Silence enveloped like time standing still. No chatter, no whisper. Everyone turned to look at her, eyes wide as if asking, what did she just say? No one dared to interrupt, but the atmosphere was shattered when an elderly man slammed the table and stood up, his voice sharp. "Do you know where you are standing?" The auditorium trembled, all eyes turning to Altarisha. Under the pressure, she was slightly flustered, stammering but maintaining her composure. "Yes, of course I know this is a wonderful and honored position, especially for someone like me." Her response was humble yet resolute, but the professor was relentless. "Then explain clearly what the spell you just cast means." Altarisha gently pressed her hand to her chest, calming herself. She took a deep breath, looked directly into the expectant eyes, and said, "Please understand it from the perspective of an alchemist." The auditorium erupted like a broken hornet's nest, murmurs spreading. The incantation to transmute variables, impossible, for the principles of magic and alchemy cannot be combined. Indeed, for 3 million years, no one has resolved the contradiction between those two. A renowned professor sitting in the front row, with white hair and deep-set eyes, raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat to steady himself. The tense atmosphere was broken when the moderator's voice rang out like a bell to relieve the stress. "Please keep order and allow the speaker to finish." But then another deep, authoritative voice rose. "If you think it's impossible just because many have failed, then how can you call yourselves alchemists?" Everything fell silent. The voice belonged to the man wearing a white robe trimmed with gold, his hair softly curled with a golden sheen, a legendary golden alchemist, Hwal Siak Koden. He smiled as he stepped forward. "I have been eagerly awaiting what you are about to present. I want to see the truth hidden within the magic that everyone has long believed impossible." He raised his hand to encourage her. "Come now, brave little girl, share your discovery with us." Altarisha stood as if petrified, a rosy blush spreading over her cheeks, her eyes shining with gratitude and emotion. She gently bowed her head and whispered, "Thank you, sir." A shout like thunder struck through the hall, leaving it utterly silent. None other than Professor Mazen Tyrn, his gaze as sour as if he had just tasted vinegar, gnashed his teeth as if he wanted to bite the microphone to pieces. Before Altarisha's assistant presentation began, "I have a question regarding the thesis being discussed." The audience murmured. Hwal Siak Koden tilted his head, his eyes sharp as laser beams. "What do you mean?" Mazen Tyrn spun sharply to face Altarisha, his voice slicing through the air clearly. "I suspect plagiarism." The entire hall seemed to explode with rapid whispers and chatter. Good heavens, plagiarism, the most serious accusation in academic circles. Hwal Siak Koden burst out laughing, a laugh half amused, half as if ready to sue someone. "How ridiculous. Do you know what happens if you accuse plagiarism without evidence?" Mazen Tyrn replied, "Of course I know." He stepped close to Altarisha, spreading arms like performing magic. "As everyone knows, the interleaving algorithm for mixed variables has 5 unsolved problems. Only when all 5 are solved can alchemy and magic harmonize. Until now, our academy has only solved 2, and even those answers are incomplete." Yusial folded his arms and listened attentively, eyes narrowing. Mazen Tyrn continued proudly, "But I, Professor Mazen Tyrn, have solved 4 out of 5 problems. And the assistant standing here is my assistant." The auditorium buzzed with excitement. Someone whispered amidst the noise, "If this thesis is indeed..." Mazen Tyrn raised her hand to interrupt. "That's right, this thesis is definitely mine." She tilted her head with a challenging smile. "Even if my assistant accidentally solved the 5th problem, so what?" Mazen Tyrn's gaze was like an icy dagger piercing Altarisha, sharp and cold. Her face curled into a triumphant smile. Bitter thoughts echoed in her mind. "Altarisha, you insolent brat. You are a genius, I do not deny that. But so what, this will be where you end." "Fool, talent means nothing if no one recognizes it. Your talent will forever belong to me." Mazen Tyrn leaned close to Altarisha, face to face, voice like a judgment bell. So, Assistant Altarisha, do you dare affirm that you have solved the remaining 4 problems? The hall fell silent. Altarisha froze, eyes wavering, took a step back, heart pounding. I knew it, this would happen. My hair is about to turn gray. Oh God, what should I do? But a voice like a breeze whispered in her mind. If you ever feel troubled being alone, call me over. Altarisha's eyes opened wide, glowing bright. Fear vanished like rain erased by sunlight. She inhaled deeply, lips pressed tightly together, curling into a calm smile. Her right hand slowly rose. I have a request. I want to invite a co-author up. The auditorium erupted as if bombed. A loud murmur spread. What a co-author? Hwal Siak Koden raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who is that person? Altarisha lowered her hand, her gaze directed toward the audience, pointing directly at a young man in the sea of people. My co-author is Yusial. Yusial almost toppled backward, mouth agape, eyes wide as if his brain had just powered down. Co-author, I only contributed a few ideas, right? No, wait, how am I supposed to react now? After Altarisha introduced him as the co-author, Professor Mason Tyrn also looked toward Yusial, and then he took his steps forward, gradually approaching the podium. The crowd's chatter mixed in two. How ridiculous, such a young student here, really. I don't think anything will actually change other than disputes spoken aloud. Golden Alchemist Professor Hwal Siak Koden showed some interest, folding his arms eagerly. Oh ho, I eagerly anticipate this. On Yusial's side, after moving, he now stood closer to the lectern, his gaze somewhat downward, carrying a slightly somber mood. He gradually moved closer to Professor Mason Tyrn. Then his gaze fixed straight on the professor, showing no signs of worry or hesitation. He quietly stepped past Professor Mason Tyrn's side, but suddenly a surge of magical energy burst forth, originating from the branch he was holding in his hand, and the power of this spiritual force touched the professor's arm. A system information panel quickly updated afterward. The special hatred skill of the defensive branch item was activated, targeting Mason Tyrn after he passed by. It seemed the professor did not notice this. Instead, he looked over with slight anger and said, HMPH, how rude. Seeing that the other did not recognize it, he gave himself a faint smile as his thoughts materialized. All right, it's effective. He stopped upon reaching the necessary position and officially faced the scholars below, silence falling first. Then with an expressionless face, Yusial spoke first. First, I would like to listen carefully to Professor Mason Tyrn's argument. There is a saying that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. So let's work together here to solve the cross-training technique. A smile appeared on his face, and once again, murmurs broke out among the people. A debate between a professor and his assistant over this report. Sounds really interesting. Agreeing with everyone's. Altarisha's worry turned immediately towards him, speaking somewhat hesitantly. Hey Yusial, I noticed you seem a bit anxious. You cast your eyes elsewhere, but then you quickly reversed the question. Hey assistant, don't you believe me? Hearing that, Altarisha looked a bit confused. Ah no, I believe you. To reinforce her certainty, Yusial added words of comfort. I've been by your side all this time, so don't worry, Assistant Altarisha. You can do this. I trust you more than anyone else. Seeing his smiling face, Altarisha felt her cheeks flush slightly, her thoughts racing through her mind. Could she really do it? Her hand then clenched tightly onto the collar of her own shirt. Focusing, she adjusted her glasses, but more thoughts rushed in again. That's right, Yusial is correct. She had to trust what she had accomplished during all this time. She neatly adjusted her hair as well. Meanwhile, Mason Tyrn was left bewildered and unable to control the situation. After regaining her confidence, Altarisha stepped forward to stand opposite Mason Tyrn and said, Then let's get started. Altarisha had completely gained her confidence. The method of intersecting variables in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I have discovered a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the miraculous formation that can resolve the anomaly, but I urgently needed to use the restroom, so I couldn't write it down. Afterwards, he died in the restroom, which made the formula famous. Since that time, countless alchemists have attempted to experiment with it, but the results have been complete failure. Therefore, now no one wants to try it anymore. For this reason, the unsolved formula has been considered impossible. But now someone claims they can solve the random blink caused by the Thoa magic force. A smoker with a cold expression commented, Interesting. Information about this person also emerged later. A member of the Moon Mage Tower, Squad 13 of the Destruction Team, Captain Keen. Another girl nearby wearing similar attire, Yan Long. What's so interesting? Bored to death for sure. Updated info. Vice Captain Hazen Macaron. Then these two appeared here by putting themselves into stealth mode. After finishing the previous yawn, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron looked up and cast a half glance of judgment. Is that Captain Professor really a dark mage? Then someone nearby also whispered, "Seems like there's a smell of tobacco around here." Looking toward where both had started recording information on the blackboard, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron continued to comment, "The more I think about it, the more I feel this mission is a big scam." But then Vice Captain Hazen Macaron looked over at Keen, standing beside him without saying a word, and could only helplessly rub his head, close his eyes, and continue speaking. What could he do when the captain blindly trusted whatever the old man said? But then she was suddenly forced to open her eyes and look ahead. Not only her, Keen also paid attention in that direction, where both Mason Tyrne and Altarisha once again faced each other, quickly forming assessments in their minds. Then, the atmosphere in this auditorium changed, right? And then the host's voice rang out again. Yes, just after finishing the first difficult problem solution. Moving on to the position of Professor Hwal Siak Koden, the golden metallurgy expert, who was currently surprised by the information written below. That was observing a continuous flow of information recorded specifically and in detail on the two blackboards. He then offered another assessment, similar yet a completely different approach. And on this side, Captain Keen also formed his own line of thought while intently watching in the same direction. Yet Altarisha's explanation was simpler than Mason Tyrne's. Moreover, the final results had some difference. Below, the host's voice rang out once more, announcing the second difficult problem solution. Again, both returned to their blackboards to continue writing. Above the observation area, a few people had started to gather, and the worry mixed with surprise was clearly visible on their faces. It was truly astonishing. Many had solved the second problem before, but this kind of explanation was something I had never seen until now. This was a problem said to require at least 200 lines of writing to resolve and clarify, yet she managed to solve it with exactly 12 lines. The person they were both discussing was Altarisha. Observing on one side, Yusial crossed his arms and smiled, internally reflecting on his own judgment. The audience's reaction was also very positive. He kept his smile there, and his thoughts shifted somewhat, yet the real part was only just beginning. The host's voice rang out again. Currently, the solution for the third difficult problem was continuing. Would the third problem, which no one had ever solved until now, really be cracked right here? Both were intensely focused on recording their research results on the board, and a bead of nervous sweat appeared on Altarisha's face. Meanwhile, Mason Tyrne's anxiety was even greater. Both had stopped writing, and Hwal Siak Koden below began to show surprise as the assessments were continuously made. Had she really solved? Mason Tyrne, who solved the third problem previously considered impossible, achieved truly impressive results. Although he heard this praise, Mason Tyrne showed no sign of happiness. Instead, he felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Hwal Siak Koden's words revealed this, but more than that, Altarisha had something even more impressive. Looking at the results hidden within Altarisha, Mason Tyrne began to feel frustrated and angry. His thoughts quickly overwhelmed him. What was this way of reasoning, after all? On the other side, with a satisfied smile, Yusial then heard the endless chatter of those around interrupting. How could she have come up with such an approach? Even witnessing it firsthand, I still couldn't believe it. All along, the alchemical seniors regarded the 5 difficult problems as separate issues, solving them one by one, but Altarisha was completely different. She viewed all 5 problems as a whole and proceeded to solve them integratively, and that was the difference between Mason Tyrne and Altarisha. Then, the process of solving the difficult problems continued. Mason's hand writing on the board began to shake. His calculating thoughts were no longer functioning well. Wait, what is the formula for the next part? He glanced back at his blackboard and began to curse. In truth, he didn't have enough board space left to write, so he immediately turned to a nearby host and shouted, "Please bring in more boards here." The voice grew even more strained and urgent, "Hurry up." But then a familiar sound was raised, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. "I've solved." Mason's gaze froze momentarily and immediately shifted to the side, where Altarisha calmly turned her back to the blackboard and looked down at the people below. Then Altarisha proceeded to explain to everyone, adding a complete analysis and explanation of the interdimensional random interference technique. A flash of light flickered around her, and her deep voice resonated throughout the square. It was just an analysis providing a complete explanation of the interdimensional random interference technique. Concluding this complicated matter, everyone had already begun to lose control of their temper. Insane. And then the sound quickly overwhelmed everything else. Insane, this is truly madness. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, this is so moving. Indeed, a moment of the century. Altarisha, hearing these words from below, felt pleased, and with that came a growing confidence in her mind. I did it. She then turned toward Yusial, standing not far away, and added new thoughts. Thank you, Yusial. This is all thanks to you. Her smile remained, but another voice appeared. Altarisha. Opposite her now was the darkness emanating from Mazen Tyre. Altarisha looked over with deep concern. Professor. Yusial's footsteps immediately moved to stand beside Altarisha. Then an arm was raised, and the magical energy emanating from Mazen became increasingly visible. Something was off in the voice Altarisha instantly produced, and then some kind of confession was revealed. How much longer do you intend to make me sad? You stole the thesis, then edited it, and forged it as your own. Does that make you happy? Yusial stepped forward one pace, shielding Altarisha from behind. His eyes showed no emotion as thoughts quickly formed in his mind. Was she trying to become a dark magician permanently? Although earlier than expected, that might actually be better. Not only that, looking at Mazen before him, he gave himself new contemplation. If she became a dark magician in front of everyone now, the surges of anger would be uncontrollable. She repeated every word Altarisha said. Altarisha's eyes finally showed resentment. She tried to regain calm by biting her lip, carrying the accumulation of emotions up till now. Altarisha suddenly shouted loudly, "I told you to admit it already." Confidence returned to her. On that momentum, Altarisha spoke clearly. My thesis is even better than the professor. Wasn't the presentation just now enough? How much more do you have to steal from my thesis before you're satisfied? Upon hearing this from her, the audience as well as the scientists began to be surprised and started exchanging remarks among themselves. So the thesis about the red medicine earlier was from that assistant. No one. Not confident for long, Altarisha had to let herself tremble a bit. Professor. Once again she erupted her emotions, her voice rising louder than before. The professor is even more foolish than I am. Hearing this, Yusial's expression began to show bewilderment, looking over at the woman standing beside her. This feeling quickly spread to where Keen and Hazen Macaron were standing on the other side. And finally, it was Mazen who was now regarded as the new focal point. To dispel this slightly awkward atmosphere, Hwal Siok Koden spoke up, breaking the tension. Heh. Then he crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this is truly interesting. Today's symposium is really fascinating. At this moment, Mazen was startled and returned to reality. A dazed feeling mixed with his voice as he realized a small trace of demonic aura had been revealed. What? Then he looked back at his slightly trembling hands. What did I just do? That thought rapidly replaced the others. This is dangerous. Knowing where all this started, Mazen directed his anger and gazed to one side. His steps hurried and purposeful as he approached Altarisha, embodying a clear threat. Altarisha, how dare you do that? She was surprised and timid again. But then this surprise was quickly replaced. When she saw a familiar figure blocking the way ahead, it was none other than Yusial. His voice sounded slowly, Professor Mazen. Now please take another look at the situation. Following that voice, Mazen's face froze in place, and then gradually fell into a state of bewilderment, questioning life. All the while she had to endure an invisible pressure, as countless glances from those below were casting unfavorable feelings toward her. The alchemist sat silently waiting for this outcome. Mazen then turned sideways and began to speak. No, that's not it. The climax of this was when she raised her hand to her chest and spoke in a noticeably higher pitch. That girl stole my thesis. Those below heard everything and could assess what the real situation was. Hwal Siok Koden remained silent. Take her outside. Someone quickly responded, yes. After those words, the order was executed. Two monitoring spirits stepped forward and took Mazen to one side. Faced with this, Mazen still tried to argue. No, I said I didn't do anything wrong. Both members of Destruction Team 13 looked toward her departure, while her voice still couldn't stop, saying, let go, let me go. After the great danger and huge trouble had passed, Altarisha sat down on the spot, as if the initial burdens had been lifted. And from in front of her, a hand slowly reached out, her sparkling eyes gazing toward those familiar hands. Yusial, with a confident smile directed at her sitting there, spoke, Assistant, you've worked hard today. Hearing this encouragement from him, Altarisha couldn't help but be momentarily bewildered. Then she broke into a bright smile, dispelling all her worry. The yellow light outside added a shimmering beauty to the place. Transferred to the 13th Destruction Squad of the Moon Tower, the two were now heading in the same direction. Hazen closed his eyes and spoke, but ultimately gained nothing. Hearing her say there was no beginning or end, but there was a middle, Keen grasped the point and added, so if the emotions explode to that extent, there must be signs already. The sensors reacting to the dark magic's invasion show no feedback at all. Another issue was pointed out by Hazen. That makes sense, after all. The Moon Tower's spiritual sensor isn't absolute. And then a new question was raised, glancing at Yusial and Altarisha surrounded by scholars. Hey, Is that kid really the high school student they said was the co-author? Turning to Keen beside her, she paid some attention and assessed herself. Pretty cute, isn't she? Keen, hearing this, cast a half glance back and asked, have you investigated yet? Hazen looked a bit puzzled and responded, just received news from Matra. Before coming to Stella, that kid's hometown was destroyed by dark mages, so he must be a civilian with the lowest achievements, yet somehow he entered Class S. Moreover, he studies at the world's most prestigious magic school without using magic, which is generally very strange. Today, he also requested to have his name removed from the article. Unexpectedly, there could be so much information. Captain Keen calmly looked ahead. I see, remember carefully. Then his eyes showed surprise at something. From the front, Yusial stared directly at Keen, with 1 part concentration and 9 parts expressing uncertainty. And then he decided not to pay it any mind. He looked straight ahead and smiled brightly. Standing there somewhat dazed, Captain Keen tried to ask himself, wait, our eyes just met a moment ago, but the 2 Hazen Macaron beside us looked away and didn't believe it. What? Impossible. Then he looked back at Yusial ahead, continuing to assess whether the captain's perception reduction spell along with his dark barrier could be so easily penetrated. The conclusion was that it must have been an illusion. Focusing his gaze unwaveringly ahead, Keen was stunned for a few seconds. Yusial's smile appeared as if nothing had happened after the previous intense gaze, and so Keen had nothing more to say about it. There was nothing else to do here either. After confirming that Professor Mason-Tyrn showed no abnormalities, Keen took himself aside and said, let's go. It's over. Hazen Macaron put both hands behind his back, adding, I'm also fed up with this boring place, and moved to a carriage marked with a distinct noble aura. Inside was the figure of someone angrily biting their nail. This person was none other than Professor Mason-Tyrn. Just now, the continuous curses erupted. Damn it, if it weren't for Yusial, I wouldn't have had to endure such humiliation. But then from in front of her, someone was sitting reading a book with eyes closed, calmly saying, now that things have come to this point, we have to deal with it. Calm down. Mason-Tyrn saw this person suddenly appear here. Her voice became more dramatic. You are Raiden. The other party immediately opened blood-red eyes, revealing clear dissatisfaction. After casting an indifferent glance, he quickly shut the book in his hands. Upon hearing Mason-Tyrn's remark, that was not a problem. Professor Mason-Tyrn's face clearly showed considerable surprise. Raiden almost responded with a somewhat displeased expression. Glancing over, he added, fortunately, there was a suppression from the contract. If the emotions had surged a bit more and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans. Knowing she almost caused a great risk, Mason-Tyrn immediately went blank on the spot and apologized. I'm truly sorry. Seeing her only know how to say things like that, Raiden closed the book into the space, shut her eyes, and sighed. Do you think that just apologizing can solve the problem? The leader is deeply disappointed. You must immediately adjust your mood back to how it was at the start. She said, you have almost lost the value of a professor at Stellar Academy. Unwilling to accept this, Mason-Tyrn shouted loudly, explanations continuing to pour out. No, I have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident, I can still make everything turn out smoothly. I haven't been kicked out yet. Hearing her talk too much, Raiden interrupted with her eyes closed. Silence and standing still. Bowing your head to the ground and walking around is the most useful thing you can do. The interrogation replaced the atmosphere. Understood, right? Raiden then moved away, leaving Mason-Tyrn with a series of demands. Don't move and keep silent until the commander gives instruction. When left alone, Mason-Tyrn clenched her hands tightly, pouring out her own fury. The blame was directed straight at one person. This was all Yusial's fault. Her expression hardened into something dangerous, clearly revealing that some kind of plot was about to form. Recalling the image of both before being pulled away, Mason-Tyrn added a bit more thought. Just need to wait a little longer, just a little more time. His image deeply engraved in the mind. Moving to a train heading somewhere. Inside a train car, Yusial crossed his arms, staring intently at Altarisha, who wore a strange expression opposite him. Then his gaze shifted to the side, concluding that he brought it into his thoughts. What a pity. I think if Mason-Tyrn had used dark magic during the presentation, it could have prevented the collapse. The catastrophe of episode 8 would have been averted. I guess everything would have gone smoothly until the episode that is supposed to explode. His eyes also closed, beginning to lean back, but the thoughts remained there, unable to do anything else. Don't be too hasty either. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment was activated. Suddenly, his eyes opened. Only one thing made me somewhat concerned. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously looked to one side, where Keen and Hazen Macaron stood side by side in a shadow invisibility state. Looking at Keen, who was staring back at him then, the new conclusion was immediately specified by him. that person was definitely keen. And introduced in more detail, a small group of elite mages, selected with extreme rigor, the top dark mage unit of the Moon Tower. Even in this Moon Tower, which is infamous for hunting mages and dark sorcerers, the commander of the elite unit 13 was Keen, who pondered deeply on himself. If I didn't have a sixth sense, I would have never realized until the last moment why those dangerous people were there. Perhaps they came to monitor Mazen Tyre. Whatever the reason, it would be great if we could participate actively. Just thinking this, he unconsciously noticed Altarisha, who looked drowsy as if she had just woken up. The old story continued through a new one. I apologize, but could you spare a moment? No sooner had the words finished than someone appeared near Altarisha, and the question she voiced was full of surprise. Pass it over, who is it? Before she could hear the other introduce themselves, she was taken aback herself. Could you possibly be? The person opposite appeared dressed in a white suit with the distinctive ears of the elf tribe, holding his hat. As he opened it with a slightly cheerful expression, he began to speak. Then, very pleased to meet everyone, the character's information appeared along with the chairman of the Nebula Corporation, Melian. As the episodes of the game progress, the worldview will gradually expand, and as the main character Flame matures, naturally many other characters will become targets, among whom is the one known as the heart of the southern lower moon plains, chairman of the Nebula Corporation, Melian. Thanks to placing the fateful golden ratio point of his life, he was destined to be the richest man in the world. Although he was over 50 and had a daughter, he remained a target for many people, not because he was rich or handsome, but because of his daughter. The antagonist Jiriel, who is also closely related to the high-ranking elf Jiriel. True to her title as the female antagonist who tormented the main character through several episodes, players became furious and found ways to torment Jiriel as much as possible by targeting the person she loved most, her father Melian, marrying him and destroying the family. After that somewhat lengthy introduction, Yusial sighed wearily but did not forget to summarize a few thoughts. It sounded like a joke, but everyone was excited about this dramatic development. Continuing the story, he looked ahead with a half-indifferent gaze. I had expected that, but didn't think he would actually come here. I need to make a good impression during today's conversation to prepare for the upcoming episodes. Melian was smiling as she looked at the two sitting together, cracking this smile as she began with a few initial questions. You must be the alchemist Altarisha, and this is the alchemist whose identity hasn't been revealed yet, right? Oh, if you don't mind, may I ask your name? He had thought ahead on this side. I knew this in advance, but the question was really clever. And he responded immediately, I am Beek Yusial, a first-year student of Class S at Stella Academy. Melian was immediately surprised by this information. Oh, so you are a trainee from Stella Academy. Very pleased to meet you. As he slipped his hand inside his coat, Melian closed her eyes and added, the reason I came to see you too. A carefully prepared document was presented before the two. The explanation clarified what it was. To propose an exclusive alchemy contract for Altarisha's spell techniques to the Nebula Trade Guild. Of course, the terms would be very generous. Would you like to take a look at the contract? His expression showed no surprise at this, but Altarisha was the one more surprised. Just holding it in her hand trembled slightly, and according to the document, it trembled too. As soon as she opened it, her eyes brightened continuously, her voice excitedly expressed, this includes unlimited support for materials and technicians. I've never seen such a sum before. A few thoughts quickly formed. With these conditions, I can create and release inventions I've always dreamed of. Yusial would surely like this too. Her gaze shifted toward him, but he seemed dazed, not understanding what his intention was. Altarisha hesitated a little after seeing his reaction, and then an idea turned toward Melian, adding, excuse me, could you give me a little more time to think it over? Knowing that something still wasn't quite right, Melian immediately added to her words while she was holding and examining the paper. The conditions still weren't sufficient, were they? If she had any requests, she should just say them. But Altarisha quickly interrupted. No, that's not it at all. The conditions are not only sufficient, but even excessive. It's just that I need to discuss it with the co-author of this technique. Yusial, sitting beside them, was also surprised by her words. He couldn't believe he was the reason for this important issue. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Having heard that from her before, Melian chuckled somewhat wryly and thought, is that so? I had assumed the co-author was just a figure of speech, but it turns out not to be the case. Looking at the two people opposite him smiling brightly, he thought to himself that he didn't need to pay attention to her. How could that be? At the age of just a teenager, to already be able to help resolve a long-standing issue of over 300 years must surely mean he was an extraordinary genius. Melian raised his hand forward to ask, do you want to take a look at the contract? After all, no matter what, he was still just a student. Following the suggestion, Yusial also took the paper and studied it carefully, confirming Melian's continued reasoning. With these conditions, it certainly couldn't be refused. His face still smiling, he immediately gave his answer: I must decline. Unexpectedly, this could happen. Melian's expression became utterly bewildered as she looked across at the man sitting opposite. And the major doubts raised. Could you please tell me the reason? If the conditions are not satisfactory, I will immediately make correction. He stopped speaking there, staring straight ahead. His thoughts unraveled every issue. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Trade Association, the largest trade guild in the world, was certainly a good move. But although Melian is an excellent businessman, he is extremely stubborn by nature and unwilling to lose anything if this technique were bound under his control. Only cheap items can be mass-produced, limiting the diversity, individuality, and overall performance of the equipment. Moreover, because of the excessive monopoly, many mages will not be able to access these devices, and technological development will become biased towards commerce, allowing those black mages to catch up technologically. In fact, I've seen players choose this storyline branch just to earn money, but the outcome is always a sad. From those inferences emerged a new issue he raised, unrelated to the conditions. I simply do not want to sign an exclusive contract. Melian then hesitated a bit and said, So you mean? Holding the paper in his hand, his face showing no clear expression. He added that this technology, a fusion of magical studies and alchemy, will have a tremendous impact not only on daily life, but also on the crafting of equipment for mages. We hope that more mages will use these new pieces of equipment. Upon hearing all this from him, Melian offered a few confirming remarks. You have great dreams and ambitions. Having big aspirations is a good thing, but to realize those wonderful dreams, money is essential. He immediately responded, as it happens, I have just concluded negotiations with a series of investors, and one of them is Chairman Melian himself. And as if understanding his point, Melian posed an important question. So do you intend to sign contracts with those people and with me at the same time? If so, most of the conditions I propose will have to be dropped. Without denying it, he smiled with his eyes closed and confirmed, That's right. Frankly speaking, I also desire those conditions very much. Then his eyes gradually opened, and in a calm and measured tone, We will elevate the product to premium level. A new smile appeared on his lips. This is the proposal I offer. We will still strive to make the items as widely available as possible. But among those, the premium items that are difficult to craft will be exclusively contracted with the Starlight Trade Guild. That's called a brand, isn't it? Seeing that he had such high confidence in himself, Melian, standing opposite, squinted slightly. As a professional merchant, Melian understood his meaning. She pointed her arm toward him and smiled as she asked a question. Excellent, but will those luxury items really sell? I would never do anything that would harm myself. Knowing what he was worried about, he lowered his gaze and replied with a few words. That's right, so I will not ask you to sign the contract immediately. Then his cold yet confident gaze continued to appear. In half a year, let's hold a private press conference for investors with Chairman Melian. Melian's expression suddenly changed as she heard him continue. If you like the products I introduce, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing that he had done some careful calculations, Melian closed her eyes, accompanied by her familiar smile. That's right indeed, truly wonderful. Altarisha smiled, understanding that the other party had initially agreed to these terms. To demonstrate this cooperation, Melian took out something resembling a business card and said, This is a messenger slip, which also contains my contact information. He reached out to take it. Yes, thank you, sir. Additional explanatory information appeared along with the messenger slip, a document written on paper and sent out. It will certainly reach the recipient. The work was done. Melian put her hat back on, a smile appearing as a sign of farewell. All right, now I'll take my leave. His expression remained no different from surprise. Meanwhile, Altarisha kept a faint smile on her face. As calm as he could be, now he was trembling just as much. He raised his hand to his chest to check if his heart had fallen out. His words were a little shaky. Oh my God, I thought I was about to die from worry. Seeing him like that, Altarisha standing beside him also felt anxious. Was that typical behavior for someone who worries a lot? In response to her bewilderment, he replied, I'm really worried. Hearing him say that, she naturally smiled and added a compliment. Just as expected, Yusial is amazing. Hearing her say something strange to him, the other side looked confused. Seeing him puzzled, Altarisha changed her tone. It's nothing, and paid her no more attention. He turned his focus to the door he had recently left through, his thoughts accompanied by a smile. After all, one problem had been solved. When I return, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club members. Some additional information appeared. The scientific conference had safely concluded. Classes at Stellar Academy were continuing as usual. A professor was on the podium addressing the students below. Professor Mason Tyrn was unwell, so I will be substituting for him in teaching this class today. When he upstairs heard that line, he immediately glanced at himself with half an eye, and the contemplation returned once again. It really has vanished without a trace, hasn't it? That contemplation escalated further as images of Professor Mason Tyrn's demonization appeared. If everything goes according to plan, she will fully awaken in episode 8 and will inflict great damage on this school. I don't know how everything will change in the future because of this matter. His gaze grew even more serious, wondering whether this episode could come sooner. I hope at least it will unfold to an extent that I can handle. Adding to the assessment, not only Mason Tyrn but also Altarisha did not come to school. The class had ended, and he was currently walking down some hallway. It seemed she was happy and receiving a pension now. Just then, some student ahead of him said something. Hey, did you hear that? He paid attention to the conversation nearby. The assistant, Altarisha. Was she the one who deciphered that incredibly difficult super-consciousness non-interference technique? The conversation continued. Oh, I heard it, but isn't there still another co-author? They said that person's identity was kept secret, but why would they do that? He didn't pay attention to that story as he looked straight ahead. Good, could that person be extremely ugly? Ha, is that so? After a while, he was now outside the school grounds. His thoughts were still there. Keeping it a secret that he was one of those authors helped him attract less attention in this school. His steps suddenly stopped. At first, he gave a hint by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses. Because all focus and attention must be directed to Altarisha, that is the right and best approach. Stopping at one spot, he noticed something appearing near him. Ah, found it. Isn't that Ma Yuseong? Wow, look at that posture. After a long time, the two main characters, Yuseol and Azel, appeared again. People who saw Ma Yuseong observing Azel felt a bit shy, and some gossip arose. Achieving high grades and good looks, isn't that cheating? Is the person beside her in some class? She looks like a doll. HMPH anyway, she's still not a very good person. Yes, she is beautiful. But he quickly glanced over, silently thinking that anyway, there would never be a quiet day, attracting the attention of both. He then spoke loudly across, I'm here. Seeing him appear, Ma Yuseong smiled and greeted, hello Yuseol. He waved back and said, sorry, I've probably kept everyone waiting, haven't I? Don't mention it, someone added, not really. Then a question was directed at him, so what are we going to eat? Didn't you say you were the one to decide? Knowing that Azel could hardly eat the delicious dishes due to her family situation, he immediately smiled confidently. He said that she would find out if she went there. They moved to some restaurant. There were 3 people at the table, but only 2 plates of food. A bit stingy, right? If I had to guess, this dish is definitely pizza. The shimmering light along with the spreading aroma around. Azel's eyes showed a craving. Her face already flushed as she was about to eat a delicious dish. He had noticed her current cuteness. Her gaze was fixed only on the food and the food. He still didn't take his eyes off her. Some thoughts came to mind. Reflecting back, he thought there was something in Azel's explanation and introduction, that when you order pizza, you have to order some kind of drink that's almost always served, maybe some kind of pickled juice. Following that, he handed her some kind of drink and said, here, you eat this. Azel looked at him with a questioning gaze. Her own worry showed. How exactly was she supposed to eat this? The worry appeared again on Azel's face. That confusion made him wonder a bit. Hey, is this her first time at a pizza place? He said, ah yes, that's right. Just then, Azel raised the cup to her lips to try it, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. It's delicious. Her face immediately flushed red. Opposite her, Ma Yuseong also noticed the cup similar to Azel. He drank it and then immediately raised it to his mouth. Feeling comfortably integrated with his body, Ma Yuseong immediately turned his words toward him. Yeah, it really is delicious. He looked on, dazed and coldly thoughtful. Take a picture, capture this truth, he said. He was just drinking but looked like he was shooting for a food magazine. After everyone finished drinking, he lifted a piece of the cake toward the front with a bright smile and said, try this one too. Just eat. Filled with anticipation, Azel picked up a knife and fork. Seeing her pick them up, he wasn't surprised. Closing his eyes, he said, oh dear, are you planning to stab that knife into the cake like that? Nobody does that. Then she looked at him, surprised, as if asking for guidance on how to eat it. He immediately demonstrated by bringing a piece to his own mouth. Of course, an explanation followed. They said eating it that way is very tasty. Azel glanced back and forth, feeling awkward. That seemed a little strange, wasn't it impolite? Meanwhile, Ma Yuseong smiled brightly. Oh, isn't that just too much fun? So Ma Yuseong picked up the cake with his bare hand, choosing a spot to bite. All right, let me try it here. You don't know until you've eaten it. Only after tasting do you realize you haven't truly eaten before. Ah, never mind, making myself look dazed again and again. Azel followed both examples, holding the piece of cake in her hand, then quickly took a bite, her eyes tightly shut. Afterward, her body trembled slightly. catching the attention of the two male classmates sitting nearby. She brought her hand up to her cheek. Azel's face immediately lit up with joy, a few thoughts also appearing in her mind. Ah, there was a gentle sweetness flowing in every slice of cheese, along with bell peppers dancing on top. Adding a bit of bell pepper with olive oil could create a special dish, also including bacon and onions. They seemed to be dancing together to create a symphony. Seeing her so cheerful, the guy beside her asked, "So, do you think it tastes good?" While eating, hearing him say that surprised Azel a little. But then she glanced back at the slice of cake in her hand, blushing slightly, and said, "Yeah, it really is delicious." Both men then looked at her and smiled softly. Then a few suggestions and exchanges were added. "From now on, let's come to this place to eat regularly. Will you take me along? Depends, don't be like that." The scene shifts to a sunset over some field, where a remarkable crack appeared, signaling that some danger was about to be born. Back at the classroom as she walked, her steps suddenly stopped when someone called out, "Hey Flame, have you heard about that?" Her gaze shifted, responding with a soft smile, "Yes, I have heard." The female trainee looked a bit flustered. "Oh, really?" She spoke and quickly left. "See you later." Flame watched the figure disappear and then stood silently in place, sighing deeply. I guess she came to talk about the rumor concerning assistant Altarisha solving the interference enchantment formula. But as far as I know, it was all created by Yusiao. His image appeared in her mind, sparking a new line of thought. But how did he solve that formula? Clearly, to regain the past, most future knowledge, except for key events and stories, must be forgotten. Could he remember those things? Or was it because he was just too smart? In front of Flame, some people were whispering excitedly. Then someone approached and greeted, "Hello, Flame." That person was none other than Jeremy Scalvin. He smiled brightly and continued the conversation. "This time, would you like to practice Persona Gate with my group?" Seeing him standing nearby, Flame avoided his gaze. "Why are you acting like that? If you go, do I have to go with you?" Her eyes widened, voice firm. "Go find another girl. Don't flirt with others without a reason." After saying that, Flame left immediately. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scalvin's face revealed a strangely sinister smile, truly peculiar. The scene shifted to a nearby announcement board, displaying several lines of content. The official Persona Gate document. "First-year students, please choose a Persona Gate to practice with your group." Everyone looked up at the board. Flame still stood there, lost in new thoughts. "By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has it really started yet? The Dark Mages call it the Persona Gate. If it is not quickly conquered as soon as it appears, the place will turn into a dead land where no creature can survive. Moreover, unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating the boss or destroying cores, the Persona Gate requires analyzing and breaking down their patterns, along with their magic." Pondering further, she reflected on how from analyzing concentration to space distortion, structure, and soul imprisonment, one needs knowledge of thousands of patterns as well as the ability to memorize them, and ultimately, combat strength. In fact, the purpose of training magical warriors is precisely to prevent the Persona Gates. It can be said that this is the most important subject. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If the original story is correct, something is truly merged into the Persona Gate operation. I cannot let Yusial handle everything alone. Determination surged within. This time, I have to stop it to avoid great damage. The scene shifts to the 9th Star Tower, the 9 Towers Cloud Floor Cafe. Princess Bion's group is gathering. The table is filled with pastries and fragrant tea. A sudden question rang out. Has everyone tried the new dessert? A few responded, "Oh, you mean the pumpkin cake without cream cheese. The flavor is really unique." Princess Bion took a sip of tea as the chatter continued. "That's right, I tried it once and was truly surprised." But Bion's thoughts did not agree. It was dull. Just then, her eyes widened when she heard someone mention the recent matter. By the way, Stella's assistant had solved the interspace technique known as accidental interference spellcast. Rachel continued, "I heard about this from my father. Moreover, it is said that the co-author is actually a student of Stella Academy." Both friends were simultaneously surprised and amazed at this information. "Oh my God, really?" Certainly, Rachel's father is the director of the intelligence agency, but doubt arose. Who in the world could solve an unsolved problem while still a trainee? You're right. Over here, Bion placed her teacup down on the table, thoughts overpowering her mind. Even the director of the Intelligence Bureau did not clearly know who that person was. But then the image of Assistant Altarisha and Yusial appeared in her mind. So Yusial was indeed the co-author of the interspace interference technique. Her face noticeably darkened, unable to control her emotions. Her hand suddenly gripped the edge of the teacup. A series of questions drifted through her mind. Why did Yusial hide that truth? Was he deliberately raising the reputation of Assistant Altarisha? Then a thought flashed. Could Yusial have feelings for Altarisha? She abruptly stood up, causing her friend beside her to look up and ask unconsciously, Princess. Bion immediately turned her back and left. I have to go now. The classmate unconsciously added, yes, but it's tea time now. The other three stared blankly as she left, not understanding what was happening. A question echoed upon seeing her hurry by. Why would the princess act that way? The scene shifted to the schoolyard. Bion was walking when suddenly a figure appeared right in front of her. Her eyes looked downward, not yet recognizing the person. It wasn't until a voice called out that she paid attention. Realizing someone familiar, she responded, Princess Hong Siwa. Hearing her call her by name, Hong Siwa quickly covered her mouth to laugh. Oh my, didn't you tell me to call you sis? An additional piece of information. They were forced to become enemies because of the fate of the legitimate child and the illegitimate one. My half-sister, Hong Siwa, I hate that woman to death. Cutting off her thoughts, Princess Bion asked again, what are you doing here? Hong Siwa smiled brightly. Ah ha ha, don't look at me like that. Isn't the reason you came here for something? Recently, in the first-year class, a commoner trainee appeared who is very interesting, right? The question made Bion slightly startled. She was talking about an ordinary person who still upholds the spirit of a knight, a quality almost lost in this world. The image of Yusial flashed through her mind. Seeing her strange reaction, Siwa folded her arms and added, judging by your reaction, it seems you're interested in him too. Her voice became more thoughtful. He is a knight who sacrifices everything for the mate. With a cold gaze and a mocking smile, isn't that every princess's dream? Bion's hand clenched tightly. So, did you introduce me to him? She was not satisfied with these words. Princess Bion gently stepped forward and replied, all right, thank you, you try it yourself. Hong Siwa burst out laughing loudly, looking at her. She seemed annoyed, truly cold. Then, as if remembering something, she raised a finger. You weren't like this before. Is it because the eldest sister has passed away? Bion's face fell, and a sadness was clearly visible in her eyes. She walked on and said, I take my leave now. Her gaze followed her figure, briefly filled with sadness. Thoughtfulness quickly took over. Perhaps this time I was too harsh, went too far. Maybe it's still too soon for her to hear about the eldest sister. Just then the guard Seirin appeared and added a word. Seeing her arrival surprised, Princess Hong Siwa paid attention and said, what's the matter? A file was handed over by Seirin. Here is the information about the person you asked to search for, trainee Yusial, a copy of the assignment he submitted in class, along with a brief biography of his past. Hong Siwa held the document and said, really, I didn't expect to find this without digging. Very good. There really was an assignment with such a requirement. She opened the document to see what it was like. The title read, To my mother, Mom, I miss you. Reading up to here, Hong Siwa laughed loudly, quickly covering her mouth. Aha, kids will always be kids, right, as time passes. A minute later, her hand holding the document began to tremble. Seirin was a bit surprised to see this scene. In front of Hong Siwa, tears fell as she hurriedly covered her mouth. I understand now. Yusial's mother said she doesn't like black bean noodle. Seeing something was wrong, Seirin quickly changed her words. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Siwa turned her face away. Wait, are you crying? Siwa replied, it's nothing. Just wiped her tears, she added some thoughtfulness. She had never deeply considered poverty. He lived in that situation, yet still maintained the spirit of a knight. Her eyes drooped. Yusial's hometown was invaded by dark mages, wasn't it? Then she smiled. I'm sorry, Bion, but I'm getting more and more curious about Yusial. Scene change, the last day of training had arrived. The trainees gathered on the grass. The professor stepped out to explain. From now on we will begin the Persona Gate training course for first-year trainees. Please enter the gates according to this arrangement. Yusial stood in a corner amidst the rustling sounds. It was just like in the textbooks. I was a little worried. Thinking further, so finally it begins. Before all the upcoming events, starting with a new thought stream linked to my system board as a reward for completing the academic presentation. We can also activate the gate analysis function from these glasses. I have trained in Leafhainel's garden and enhanced my abilities, so that's enough. Your information displays clearly. His face was pensive, eyes revealing deep thought. At this moment, the teacher standing nearby pointed towards the gate and signaled, students entering gate C7 please proceed this way. Flame standing next to Yusial responded succinctly, yes. The attraction in her voice made him inadvertently turn to look. Not only that, others also appeared, including Princess Bion and Azel. Deep in thought, he wondered, so these are the people who are accompanying me. This Persona Portal practice session will be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people. The important thing is to cooperate to overcome the challenge. His eyes still did not leave the group. First-year students at Stella Academy with average skill at level 2 will not easily conquer the Persona portal, prepared with 3 risks in the very first real mission. A concern arose. The C7 Persona portal, where the event takes place, can hold a maximum of 16 people. It's unfortunate that Hei Wenryong isn't here, he thought, but with flame. Bion and Azel, they should not fail to conquer this portal. His steps moved forward. After all, he didn't need to participate in the strategy to defeat the final boss. The portal appeared right before his eyes. All he needed was the hidden reward. Saying that, he stepped into the portal, which then took him to another place. Yusial's face showed a brief surprise. A new information board appeared, welcoming him to the Iharan Ball. A golden sparkling square unfolded before his eyes, with people beginning to gather on the large carpet at the center. Bion's group quickly entered this area, similar to Yusial. Everyone's eyes looked around, assessing the situation. Then a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Hello. A maid butler raised her hand behind her, smiling brightly. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Bion felt that something was off upon hearing this, suspiciously asking, a dress and shoes? What do you mean? A thought interrupted her. Had there ever been a ballroom inside the Persona Gate? But she quickly adjusted her mindset. This wasn't the time to think about that. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guidance notifications. Countless complex characters appeared on the screen, but anxiety began to surround her. Wait, hold on, had they really given such a complicated formula for a first-year student's test? The butler then delivered the instructions to everyone. Miss, the dinner banquet is about to start, you must hurry. Bion, still confused, asked in surprise. Butler, how can you speak like that? Is that a prescribed phrase? A thought interrupted her again. I don't know if this is truly an NPC inside the Persona Gate. I've heard that those created by the mage within the gate cannot express personal action. Seeing the butler smile freely along with her previous words, Bion's mind began to waver. No, it can't be. This is Stella Academy. No way would a real Persona Gate appear here. It must just be Stella's technology a little more advanced. The butler's smiling expression remained on her face. Why would you say that, sir? Bion changed her tone. Don't worry, go get the dress. The butler replied, yes, I understand. She left under the princess's gaze, with anxiety creeping in. I don't know if it's because of my mood, but this training session somehow feels like it won't end easily. Time passed quickly. A step appeared, and Princess Bion had changed her outfit. Her silver pink-red hair blending with the color of her dress, her beauty flawless to the highest degree. Then her eyes suddenly glanced at a figure, none other than Yusial in a classy suit. His gaze was also directed toward one side. Bion looked over, her face briefly flushed. He was dressed quite elegantly, looking very fitting. But focus soon took over, and a few memories surfaced. This piece was submitted by trainee Yusial for a subject. It is said to be his past story. She received the document and gently stroked her hair. I see. Glancing through the information, she seemed to have caught a clue. Back to reality, she still didn't take her eyes off. Could it be because of Yusial's personal information that she received a few days ago? I feel he seems different. He stood in front of me, yawning repeatedly. His eyes looked back while her thoughts continued. Overcoming the past like that, the path of a knight in Stella. Yusial's bewildered expression cut through her thoughts. What are you looking at? Is this your first time seeing a civilian yawn? Bion was briefly surprised, but then bashfully averted her gaze and replied, no, it's nothing. Just then, a voice interrupted. Is everyone here already? Someone gradually approached their position. All eyes turned to this arrival. A red-haired lady holding a fan continued speaking. From now on you will attend the ball hosted by Duchess Ihara. Then her gaze shifted, focusing on a wall. It is said that those 4 corridors lead to the mansion's basement, but the basement is full of labyrinths and traps. When people get lost, the knights inside the mansion will start moving. She smiled. You can only trust your intuition and knowledge. Can you do it? Yusial stood in a corner and replied curtly, yes. Upon hearing this, the lady glanced over in surprise. You look so confident, I'm glad to meet you. This confidence makes me feel a bit guilty, I like it. Yusial answered, thank you. Faced with this natural exchange, the other trainees couldn't help but be surprised. What? That person talks like a real person. Do original NPCs have such dialogue? The lady's voice continued, wishing you all good luck. She turned her back and left, leaving a silhouette for everyone to watch. The male trainees looked at each other again. All right, let's go. Anxiety engulfed them as they approached the gate and began their mission. Just then, a voice rang out, hey, everyone wait a moment. The speaker was Flame. She asked about the training test. Do you all find it a little strange? She calmly provided details. It is difficult to explain, and these NPCs act very realistically. I can't analyze anything from this Persona Gate. Normally, the practical test for first-year trainees shouldn't be this hard. The trainees in front agreed. In fact, I found it strange too. I almost couldn't understand it. That's right, that NPC looked very real. As everyone agreed, Flame's expression brightened. All right, I'll persuade them to go this way. But then a voice cut in, wait, Flame. Jackie appeared, arms crossed, displeased. You're not seriously saying this is a real portal, are you? Already worried. In my opinion, this is exactly the scenario the professors want. In real combat, you can't always completely decipher a persona portal. In other words, our falling into such a confusing situation is part of their plan. She analyzed further. Moreover, Stella is the place that trains the most elite magic warriors, along with the top phantasmal knight squad. Could they really fail to detect if a real portal appeared in the school? Everyone began to believe Jackie's words. Oh, that's how it is, so that's the case. Meanwhile, unease surrounded Flame. This isn't good. If by the rules this portal is real, no one would ever believe that said aloud. She had tried to create an unusual feeling. Looking over at Jackie's smug expression, now what to do? A quiet silence enveloped the space. Yusial glanced over thoughtfully. In the end, did they still have to go down this branch? He recalled information from episode 6 of Jackie's Darkening Branch. In the original novel, the character Jackie didn't exist, so Flame must have been very confused. But the scene where Flame blocks this path is one of countless branches present in the original game. Anyway, this is the situation where one of the 3 trainees must become the darkened sacrifice, and new concerns began to arise. Although Yusial hoped no one would be corroded, if fate has determined it, can it really be changed? Seeing the opposite situation, he thought even helping Flame wouldn't change the outcome. If so, the right choice is to step back. They looked at each other for a moment, then Jackie decided to turn away. No matter what you say, I'm leaving. Flame tried to hold on. Auntie, wait, Jack. Jackie turned back, eyes cold. Even this situation was arranged by the professors. Just stay calm and handle it, while you all just stand there dumbfounded. Jackie chose a portal and teleported. Flame couldn't stop her. The male trainees exchanged worried glances. One decided, I'm going in too. I've always been ready for this situation. Yusial stood with crossed arms, assessing. No one was acting systematically. His fingers moved slightly. Well, given how things are, there's no choice but to advance. He smiled and stepped forward. While Yusial confidently walked ahead, he suddenly stopped and noticed something to one side. Oh, it turned out to be a somewhat large group of male students gathered behind him. Yusial asked, why are you all standing behind me? Everyone became a bit flustered. Tiny beads of sweat appeared. It's nothing. Seeing so many people share the same expression, he could only stand there indifferently, sighing over the small worry. You're not planning to follow me all the time, are you? Kids always have schemes. His steps moved forward again, but he thought he didn't really care much about these things. Anyway, there's nothing important here. A long, dark corridor is the next choice on the path. The light contains some kind of energy, emitting a purple glow. You stop in the quiet space, and footsteps from behind approach. Then your attention shifts again to the place from which the voice came. What is this terrifying corridor? The person walking with you is Princess Bion and 2 other girls. Thoughts form within you. It seems everyone has arrived. The princess's gaze has fixated on something. The 3 then step ahead of you and stand before the closed door. You wonder where the others have gone. Your gaze drops, a clear conclusion forms immediately. As predicted, it seems we cannot all appear at the same time. Analyzing more carefully, the 16 students are arranged into groups of 4. Those 4 corridors will be divided among the 4 groups. The person entering is you, then the silhouettes of 2 familiar friends appear. It seems Azel and Flame have moved elsewhere and formed a group together. Your eyes look at those here with Princess Bion. You think you're surprised to be in the same group with her. They are exchanging something. We should move immediately. Yes, Your Highness. But then the princess notices your gaze. The question was immediately asked with a somewhat blank look. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied about something? He started to sweat. No, he replied, still keeping that expression. The princess added, oh my, it's really dull. Ignoring it further, his gaze shifted in another direction. Instead, the Princess Bion and Azel splitting up seemed like a good thing. At this moment, a startled expression took over his face. No, wait a sec. He raised his hands sideways to stop everyone from moving forward. There was something ahead. A golden light appeared, revealing several statues in dancing poses. Their shapes resembled decorative mannequins. A big question arose among everyone as they looked at them. Figurines, yes. Princess Bion said nothing, but was somewhat startled. Then attention was focused straight ahead. There, inside the room, stood a gate. The 2 girls standing beside the princess offered their opinions. Will our unlocking spell even work? I have some doubts about that. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is too low to do anything here. It's so dark this place makes me a bit scared. The situation is a bit difficult. Princess Bion looked over at him and asked, Hey Yusial, have you deciphered this gate yet? but his answer was somewhat disappointing. The princess's face displayed that disappointment most clearly. For an ordinary person, is it too difficult to expect so much? There must certainly be something here. But then the surprise was replaced when his voice sounded once more. But I already have a preliminary idea about how we might move away from this place. With this new feeling, the princess immediately asked back, "Really? Are you serious?" His gaze remained forward, looking at the dolls ahead. Yusial pointed forward while diverting her attention, adding, "If you look closely, you can see that each statue poses differently, but they are all performing the same dance." The question was asked, "Do you know what that dance is?" Hearing him say that, her eyes fixed forward and then an answer gradually formed. She immediately said, "It's Serena's soul-catching dance that has faded away." Analyzing further, this is the dance Serena performed right before she died, unable to bear her own tragedy. He then asked again, "So surely you remember the moves clearly, right?" Princess Bion was somewhat startled. Understanding his thoughts and calculations, she exclaimed, "No way." To calm her down more, he looked forward again with some thought. Now she must have also noticed that each movement of the statue is sequentially connected, but occasionally some movements oppose each other. Time had passed for a while. He glanced around and continued, "All right, is everything ready?" The other two friends moved to the empty spots and began their dance moves. "Done," I said, "me too." Princess Bion then performed the move in the vacant spot. His gaze kept watching without looking away. Then the gate opened perfectly. Everyone's cheers echoed. We did it. The door fully opened, and in front appeared a dark corridor, with the light of a new area shining in the distance. Without hesitation, everyone quickly moved through. All attention turned back to Princess Bion as everyone advanced forward. A large room appeared, bathed in golden light. Knight armors held swords up and down, arranged in different positions. Beneath these armors were strange patterns. A friend pointed in that direction, asking if there might be some hidden meaning in those armors this time as well. Another friend added, "All right, let's move closer and examine those armors carefully." Everyone then split up to observe each standing armor, but there was no further progress. No matter how I looked, I still couldn't understand why this time it wasn't the same. That's right, I didn't notice anything unusual. But then Princess Bion's gaze shifted to another direction. The place where Yusial was touching the carpet with those special drawings. A question was immediately asked, "Hey Yusial, what are you doing?" After observing for a while, he stood up and gave his opinion. This time it seems that these knight armors are just optical illusions. The real clue is the carpet. Another surprise made everyone focus again. He added the explanation that this time the dance on the carpet is actually the key. If you look closely, you can see a figure performing a specific unique movement. If we can sequence them in the exact order, we can solve this puzzle. The two girls were also looking intently and added to his words, "Oh, you're right, I think I know about this." The tango in Serena's silence. Everyone once again split up and observed the movements engraved under the carpet. Yusial and Princess Bion also looked down more attentively. After a while, surprise formed in him as if he had discovered something strange. The sequences were newly arranged, and the light flashed more intensely. A familiar sound rang out and a loud voice announced, "The door has opened, a new path revealed." He and everyone quickly moved in that direction. "All right, let's hurry up." Princess Bion's gaze once again did not leave him, adding an evaluation to her thoughts. He really is different. I had known this from the moment I was taught how to change perspectives, but I couldn't have realized that it would make such a huge difference. The breakthrough speed was strangely fast, enough to pass through a gate that couldn't be analyzed. The added anxiety, along with strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning, could this really be the level a first-year student had reached? It was as if he had come to the Persona Gate after practicing it dozens, even hundreds of times. Arriving at the new place, her thoughts still lingered. Upon reflection, before Yusial entered this school, he had mentioned that his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. The little whispered remark he made suggested that this place also had other stone statues. Meanwhile, further analysis by Princess Bion revealed that it was a remote, secluded village that no one had ever known about. But it was a frontier in fierce battles against dark mages. Now, I understand why his villagers lacked basic academic knowledge, but were very skilled in strategies and combat. Looking back at him, further analysis suggests that he must have fought on brutal battlefields against dark mages in his past life. Whether that is the reason or not, he was truly different from the other students. The quiet chatter ahead, "Let's go there and help adjust the weight balance for me." "All right, I understand." A touch of surprise was added to the princess's face. Everyone tried their best to get high scores, yet he openly guessed randomly, scribbling on the test as if to show everyone that was the case. He also didn't do his homework, and his attitude in class was terrible. But wait, hold on. After looking again at his handsome features, a new assessment emerged. so why is he trying so hard now? Princess Bion immediately grew serious. There must be a reason. Don't tell me you can feel it. The atmosphere has changed. Yusial turned back to look at her. A finger pointing in a direction immediately caught attention. Hey, why are you spacing out like that? You should come over there too. But she unexpectedly questioned him. Tell me, commoner. He was dazed, not understanding what she was saying. Bion voiced her suspicion. This persona gate, the one we are challenging, does it really exist? She waited silently for an answer, but all she received was contemplation and silence. He then evaluated her. Your eyes have become sharper, Bion. Normally, one wouldn't be able to discern the truth to the very end and would always be obstructed by a zel. A smile replaced the look. This was evidence that Princess Bion was gradually moving away from the path of becoming a villainess. Seeing him, the princess gave a slight nod. What are you smiling about? He replied, nothing. The other two friends stared around in confusion. Why didn't the princess come here? What had happened? Turning his back on her, he immediately gave the answer to the previous question. As you said, this place is real. You could get injured or even die. If you can't get through, it will cause a synchronization phenomenon with the outside world. Therefore, I plan to get through this place as quickly as possible. Princess Bion paused for a few seconds. She knew that. Yusial always acts when there is a reason. Her lips pressed tightly together. She thought she would not accept help like this. With narrowed eyes and a drop of sweat falling, she was sure she would survive on her own strength. Meanwhile, in another scene, a dark room filled with fallen soldier armors lay scattered around. Flame and Izel are teammates in this trial gate. Seeing both of them appear here, someone immediately called out to one of the two. Hey, Flame. Flame looked over as a female friend waved. Over here, over here. Flame headed toward the three people running over. Is everyone still okay? One friend went missing. The girl hesitated a little, this, and then added, Jackie suddenly disappeared. Flame's eyes showed surprise. What, Jack? The female classmate looked at everyone with the same expression and explained further. It was all thanks to Jackie that we were able to make it here. Just as we went through the last door, she suddenly disappeared. We haven't been able to find where she is. Confusion suddenly locked Flame tightly. Have you been searching for a long time? An alternative thought. That means she conquered this gate faster than both me and Azel, without leaving a single scratch. A statement from the opponent was unexpectedly added next, but this wasn't our first time either. Flame seemed to not believe her ears. What? Moving to Yusial on this side, he is currently sitting with arms crossed, leaning back, eyes closed against a pillar. Suddenly, someone approached and asked a question that made him open his eyes. Hey you, when did you get here? Looking at Flame approaching to ask me, he answered, not long ago. Flame added, then did you see Jack? I haven't seen her. Receiving this result, Flame felt a little sad. Is that so? And so she left under his gaze. Although he did not understand what was happening, he had already guessed something. I think I could have stopped Jackie from disappearing if I had reached this place before her, but now there is nothing more I can do. The situation has come to this point. Now I can only help the heroines clear the stage. Moving to somewhere in Stellar Academy, someone's voice suddenly rose loudly. What, a persona gate has actually been mixed into the trainees' exercises. Homeroom teacher Lee Hanwal immediately rushed to the training area. Surprise and worry appeared alongside the scar on his face. The previously blue gate has now been transformed into a blood-red gate. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? Professor standing nearby explained upon seeing Mr. Lee Hanwal appear, as if someone had completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The only wave appeared simultaneously with the emergence of the persona gate, so it was not detected in time. The security team was also reinforcing the system, but Mr. Lee Hanwal suddenly interrupted. Damn, at this moment, that no longer mattered. Suddenly another person interjected. He was right. Following him, a shadow appeared, catching Mr. Lee Hanwal's attention. A new figure had appeared. Taking his place, the most important question now was who was inside that persona gate. Someone recognized this person, Commander Erin. Erin Blackswan, the supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight order in the world. The man said to create a sea of blood from the corpses of dark mages, rarely appearing on the Stella Academy campus. He approached with a cold attitude. What's the situation? Has the reinforcement advanced? The earlier professor replied, no, it's not possible. It seems the students inside are facing a rather difficult challenge. Erin asked further, what is the level rating of this persona gate? The immediate answer is yes. Currently, the level is estimated to be between risk level 4 and 5. Erin frowned, estimated. Give me an exact number. The professor holding the stack of documents answered tremblingly. Yes, initially it was level 4, but as soon as the students entered, it suddenly jumped by 1 level. Erin paid attention. It was unusual, though not unheard of. The persona gate is emitting false waves. Bring me the list of students who have registered. The professor holding the documents immediately handed it over. Erin then opened it and carefully scrutinized each name on the list. A few names from Class 1 S rank appeared. Beak Usial, Bion, Flame, Ezel, right. After receiving the list and reading some names, Erin's eyes narrowed further. A persona gate at risk level 5 means even veteran mages must prepare thoroughly to pass through. Currently, these are first-year students at only level 2 to 3 mages. This is absolutely insufficient to handle the situation. Erin's voice turned colder. Prepare 16 foam boxes to collect the bodies of those students. Hearing this, teacher Lee Hanwal yelled loudly, commanding Erin. But Erin turned his back and left. This was only a guideline for efficient future operations. Returning with eyes full of danger, don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real persona gate at risk level 5. It's like saying ants could kill a tiger. After saying that, Erin disappeared, leaving Mr. Lee Hanwal more worried about his students. I know this bet is really unreasonable, but I still hope the kids can get out safely. The red gate is still intact. Moving inside, Ezel and Flame simultaneously focused on the same direction, where someone had called out, "Hey everyone." Jackie returned with some dust on him and continued, "So this is where everyone is." You stood here arms crossed, deep in thought, while everyone else showed a bit of joy. "I'm really glad you're still safe. Why did you suddenly disappear like that? It scared me a little." After looking, you turned to one side. A deep silence appeared, now that everyone is here. The only thing left is to fight the final boss here. While pondering, not long before, suddenly something was about to appear and caught Usial's attention. And then red status boards continuously appeared. You have arrived at the dance clock tower. If you go down the stairs here, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just started, so hurry up. Everyone in the group headed towards a staircase leading downward. I guess we have to go down these steps. While everyone was focusing on the passage below, Flame anxiously looked up, as if realizing something bad was about to happen. A monstrous spider began to take shape in her mind. Atop this clock tower dwells a great sword spider, the leader, a level 4 risk monster. Its 8 legs can transform into 8 sharp blades. Flame swallowed nervously and took a deep breath. It's very dangerous, and I can't just rely on Usial forever. Moreover, he has lost his memory, so he has no information about the great sword spider leader. But I've done some research on that great sword spider, so I'll try to stop it myself in some way. And then Flame looked over at Ezel nearby. If Ezel and Usial face the final boss together, we might be able to get through without suffering much damage. All right, Flame resolutely spoke up. Wait, everyone. Just then, someone's voice cut in, startling her a little. Wait a moment, it was Usial looking up toward a high corner. There's something above us. Flame froze for a few more seconds. Then he broke the newly formed silence. You all go down there first. I'll check around here first and come down later. Following his words, no one objected. They all continued going down together, led by Princess Bion. At the very end and moving slowly, worry still lingered in Flame. Usial probably didn't even know about the existence of that great sword spider. The shadow just now appeared, but he could sense its presence right there. That was impossible. Don't tell me, hesitating to choose an alternative, she thought he didn't know that his senses could be that extraordinary. Well, after all, he did deflect the magic. While she was hesitating, everyone else had moved deeper below. At that moment, a male trainee stopped, as if sensing something. What is this sound sensation? The other trainees shared the same expression. Then, Princess Bion detected the location of the strange sound and immediately warned everyone loudly. The sound was coming from above. Everyone's attention shifted upward, only to be shocked once again when a giant sword spider charged towards them. It was the sword-tongue spider. Another trainee objected. No, that was the level 4 risk giant sword spider leader. Seeing it appear here, Flame's mood began to worry. What was going on, and what about Usial? Thinking about Flame, Princess Bion suddenly realized that somewhere in that worry, commoner. The expressions of both then turned to Ezel nearby. Don't tell me that. But then, unexpectedly, a foot of someone appeared on the spider's body. Usial jumped down from above, delivering a deep stomp to the spider, with a flash of golden blink light manifesting outward. The sword was already held tightly in hand when someone below called out loudly, Usial. Seeing that the people below hesitated a little, he suddenly shouted even louder, I will stay to handle this guy, so everyone else hurry downstairs. Ezel seemed unable to believe what had just happened. She started to seriously doubt him. Could he stop it all by himself? She then clenched her teeth and made a decision. Perhaps she should step forward and support him. Just then, someone's voice called out, I don't know what you're thinking, but what we need to do right now is to move to the ballroom immediately, as fast as possible. Princess Bion suddenly approached Ezel and spoke those words. Before continuing forward, Princess Bion didn't forget to look back once more and added, That is the most helpful thing to do for that commoner. Still surprised by him earlier, now Flame was additionally baffled by Princess Bion's actions and expression. Curiosity arose as she watched the princess's back disappear. In the original work was Bion like this. Flame's curiosity was justified. Normally, Princess Bion would have been jealous of Azel's battle prowess and likely have some conspiracy. But instead of jealousy, this time the princess helped Azel. After that, no one stayed to bother. The door of the room below was then thrown wide open. Everyone proceeded toward a new dance venue. The sound of instruments and music spread throughout the room. As everyone stepped further into this place, someone exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, that was completely understandable." It was far more magnificent than what they had expected from this special dance party. The crystal chandeliers cast radiant light in the air. The masked nobles held hands and danced amid that brilliant atmosphere. The red carpet stretched along all the stairs here. It was truly enchanting. While the atmosphere was lively, suddenly the lights here abruptly went out, along with the music stopping accordingly. Everything became silent. All the nobles were quiet, as if waiting for a main character to appear. And in that darkness, a slow step emerged. Once again, everyone was stunned. Princess Bion immediately spoke, diverting attention. Someone was coming down the stairs. Flame began to make a small guess, maybe the final boss, Duchess Aharon. Everyone should be cautious. But then something broke the view and surprised Flame on the spot. At the position where the spotlight shone, someone was standing under this light. "Hello. Pleased to meet everyone. I am Jackie Aharon," and no one else but Jackie, who had split off and gone missing from the previous group. Her current smile seemed somewhat off. Contrary to the expressions of the trainees, the nobles here were very excited by her appearance. "Duchess, you are so beautiful today. Please give me a bright smile, and I will give you my heart." Although Flame had read the original novel, she still had no way of knowing this plot development. How could this happen? This development does not exist in the original romantic novel's storyline. In fact, the character Jackie didn't even exist from the start. Judging by Princess Bion's worried expression, it's impossible for an ordinary person to become an NPC in the Persona Gate, and not just any NPC can become the final boss. Looking at Azel's expression, there is only one way for someone to become an NPC in the Persona Gate, and that means Jackie was already a dark mage. Flame bit her lip after making these inferences and understood why Yusial said those strange things. So this was Yusial's way of warning me about the involvement with Jackie, but I can't just give up like this. Determined yet anxious, I will bring him back no matter what it takes. So Flame tried to communicate with Jackie above. "Jackie, if you're obsessed with that power, you could turn into something terrible. So please calm down." But then Jackie suddenly interrupted. That's nonsense. "Right now I am Aharon." A dangerous smile appeared behind the paper fan. "My head is Aharon. My chest is Jackie. My heart is..." Jackie's face blushed unusually. It was so excited that it felt as if everything was melting away. Seeing this situation, Princess Bion understood that it was already too late. Her mind had been corrupted by dark magical power. Azel beside her added, "At this moment, the only way is to conquer this gate and bring him back to normal." Flame tightly grasped the staff with his arm. Flame understood the meaning. I got it." Golden magical light emanated from the staff. Concentration locked in on Flame. "Wait for me, Jackie. I will surely save you to make up for this." A red lightning bolt suddenly appeared near Jackie. Now, enough with the small talk. The magic power exploded further around. That smile appeared again on Jackie's face. "Let's start this party together." The important info board updated. The battle with the tempting masquerade boss has begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a streak of green blood appeared on the screen, where the great sword of the leader had carved a long slash across its upper belly. That blood came from there, and this was the crystallized result Yusial produced with his blink of speed. Anxiety began to creep over him with beads of sweat falling. It really was a tough spot. Analyzing the situation, he realized the Great Sword Spider leader was a pocket dimension type and not crucial for clearing the gate. However, there are two reasons he had to endure this hardship. His eyes narrowed. First, to obtain the enchanting petal attached to that Great Sword Spider's forehead. While he was pondering, the spider suddenly swung a leg straight down at him, but he was prepared. He instantly used Blink to dodge easily, checking the dropped loot where the monster had missed. At the same time, during that dash, he tossed out 3 potions of different colors ahead: orange for sparking, green for slippery, purple for oily. And then a result immediately appeared. The spider was electrocuted. Its body numbed in waves. Lightning struck straight down the body. White light shone out. The second reason is Yusial swung his sword fiercely. He charged straight toward its energy shield. In just a short time, that shield miraculously began to crack, and his aim focused directly on the rose petal on the forehead. His expression suddenly changed with these developments. revealing the hidden strategy to surpass Episode 6 of Jackie's Dark Magic Path. Additional information suggested that the enchanted flower petal, when absorbed, significantly boosts mental power. This is an item for effective use, accelerating perception, increasing critical points, and providing supplementary abilities to slow mana flow. It's a mandatory item to use, and there are some intriguing details in this story. The spider struck forward once more. He launched an additional attack based on his earlier assessment. The enchanted flower petals were connected to the final boss, the Duchess Aheron. As the opponent lunged, he blinked upwards to avoid it. His main focus was on the fight, but distractions still divided his thoughts. In fact, the great spider leader was actually the husband of Duchess Aheron. However, I didn't really pay much attention to these things since I had pressed skip to bypass the storyline, concentrating on important reflections, even as the monster kept attacking continuously. His face immediately showed frustration. He continuously used blink to move around and decided to shift to a position above it. In any case, because of that reason, whenever I attacked the barrier appearing in front of the flower's wing, the Duchess also showed a similar sign. Therefore, the main characters would be able to carry out their strategies more easily. It is precisely because of this concern that he also felt another kind of worry, but I wasn't sure whether my attack would be effective at the right moment. However, a slight smile appeared on his lips, so I decided to attack it as much as possible to defeat it outright. In all previous battles, the spider sword had charged the attack first, so this time he decided to go all out by acting himself first. Blink was continuously deployed. As soon as he appeared in a new position, he used blink once more. Thus, we could only see the afterimages along the path he left behind. The ability to blink 3 times consecutively allowed him to do all that, turning this place into a stage for his performance. Before this transformation, the spider emitted a series of strange sounds. As for him, after that performance, he has now settled down. If I continued to maintain this state, before I could think further, he was suddenly surprised, and the expression on his face shifted to astonishment. The spider below has moved unusually along with some kind of greenish substance, and you know where the problem lies. I threw so many slippery potions, yet it's still not over. There was no other choice. He was forced to rush at it once again. When Yusial saw the spider below moving oddly without anywhere to cling to, he immediately felt uneasy. Damn it, below was the dance hall, and his speed was increasing due to inertia. Rushing down, there was a snap decision to change his course of action. All right, think about this. I need to check the direction that spider is moving toward. Moving at a rapid pace, he finally caught up with its position. They collided, their eyes met. Sweat dripped down his face along with angry gritted teeth, and he adjusted himself. His pupil flashed with a special color, blink. A few minutes earlier, just as the large bulletin board appeared, the battle with the masquerade festival boss Temptation had begun. Following that announcement, Princess Bion's entire group gathered together into a fighting cluster. Meanwhile, Jackie's hand grasped a part of her black dress. Blood-red music sounded, and Jackie's dance immediately began. All attention was focused on her movements. Each step she changed triggered new flashes of red lightning, and beneath her feet, a strange magic circle had formed. Once again, Jackie changed her steps according to her dance. The red lightning bolts began to alter the situation around, and everyone stepped aside. But the announcement seemed too slow, and then all the previous lightning bolts converged on one spot to attack. The nobles standing nearby were also knocked away. Back with the others, Princess Bion, after seeing that powerful strike land, turned back to look at everyone and asked if they were all right. A male trainee behind replied, yes. Calming down to analyze the problem, the worry became clearer moment by moment. I don't have time to hesitate or delay. Now is the time to fight. She personally took out the azure staff and planted it. The upper part of the staff began to emit light, because this time the opponent was a black mage. Meanwhile, above, Jackie continued her dance moves, while the fire elemental magic attacks began to target her lock-on. Noticing this, Jackie looked back with a contemptuous glance, and of course, there was reason for that. It wouldn't be that easy. After that speech, a strange black formation appeared right in front of Jackie. All fire magic attacks were easily stopped by it. But the attacks did not stop there. Azel formed 3 small ice formations, from which large ice pillars shot out. The other students were not without thought either. They all simultaneously launched spells, rushing toward the target. But unfortunately, all those attacks were blocked by the similar magic circles from before. The students were taken by a huge surprise. All the magic we created, is it completely ineffective? While everyone launched their attack, Jackie made a new move. Red lightning bolts formed in the sky, and a slight startle was born. Ah, she's attacking once again, be careful. At that moment, by some miraculous way, Flame created a complex magic formation right in front of her. Jackie looked over and seemed to realize something. Mirroring her previous gesture, Flame also grasped a part of her own skirt. The sound of music began to play. Flame held her staff with an indifferent expression and started the requested dance. Those watching her action didn't know when it happened, but were greatly surprised. "Why are you suddenly dancing here?" But Flame didn't answer and continued her dance. After a while, Flame stopped, her eyes half lowered, staring straight at the opponent. Following the previously formed magic formation, Flame immediately unleashed an attack out. A golden light swept past Jackie's side, who, holding a fan and with wide eyes, could only stand there watching. Seeing it succeed, Flame silently rejoiced. "All right, it's exactly like what I read in the novel before." Then she raised her voice loudly. "Everyone, let's dance." The eyes of Princess Bion and Azel looked on in astonishment, and with the explanation continued by Flame, we already had hints from the previous episodes. In this episode, not only does it open with a magical confrontation, but it also includes a dance. We can only use magic through our dance movements. Quickly understanding, Princess Bion grasped the issue. So that's it, the dance of Duchess Aharon cannot be broken by ordinary magic. Azel also formed some ideas. The dance can counter Serena's quiet tango, and everything boils down to one important clue. Serena's farewell song is dead. Without hesitation, Princess Bion opened the scene with a dance. Azel synchronized and began to dance as well, and the other classmates knew this dance too. The musical notes created blended harmoniously with the dance, and within a short time, magical attacks were successively unleashed, heading straight for the spot where Jackie was standing. Unexpectedly interwoven, she held the fan in front of her mouth, and just like that, a large explosion formed before everyone, with Jackie at the center. The music was still playing, and Azel in that melody began to feel a new worry. Would that attack be effective? But then the sound suddenly changed, causing her to change as well. Wait a minute. As the blood-red music played, and from the smoke born of the previous explosion, a black shadow slowly appeared, contemplative in posture. The melody seemed to quicken its pace. Two other students on this side also noticed the same thing. What the hell is that? One foot was slowly lifted forward. Specifically, 2 more feet emerged beneath Jackie's skirt. Her eyes also shifted to a demonic red hue, prompting someone to urgently warn everyone. Her legs have now grown to 4, haven't they? The dark black feet from the explosion once again rose onto tiptoes in rhythm with the dance steps, continuously changing their movements. Through the new rhythm generated by the 4 feet, Jackie quickly formed a new, denser magical array behind her back than before. "All right, then let's begin the correct way." With the sound Jackie spoke, her face became increasingly dark and demonic. Seeing her like that, Flame couldn't help but shout loudly toward Jackie. "Stop it, Jackie. If you keep immersing yourself in the role of Duchess Aharon, you won't be able to come back anymore." Jackie retorted, "Exactly why do you want me to stop? Just look around." At the same time as the dark magic spread, the voices of other nobles echoed endlessly. "Jackie Aharon, Jackie Aharon." Everyone just stood silently there watching this scene unfold. From that moment on, the scene was no longer beautiful, but rather looked more like a terrifying spectacle. The nobles cheered rhythmically along with the music. Just as expected, "You are truly beautiful. You are indeed the best dancer. Punish those foolish challengers." Looking at Flame's bewilderment, Jackie added a few words. "Flame, are you really that heartless?" Flame was taken aback. What? Some old memories surfaced along with strange, selfish, and mean analyses in the mind. "This is a sweet and wonderful feeling. You are the only one who exclusively owns it. You have kept it to yourself." Flame always had a smile on his lip, while Jackie stood aside looking saddened. And now the pent-up anger was unleashed. "I will never let go of this heart and feeling." Red lightning began to appear more. Princess Bion sensed a great mana about to be released and warned everyone on behalf of all. "It's coming. Everyone protect yourselves." After these words, Jackie on the other side began to act. Clusters of energy beams were formed from the formations and launched straight forward. Fortunately, with the prior warning, Princess Bion and Azel raised their protective shields to block the attack. But unexpectedly, another classmate beside Azel was hit by the attack. Azel noticed this, but there was no way to help. But then, while she was distracted, another overwhelming power was heading towards her position. But she herself didn't manage to turn back and observe. She couldn't do anything more. Azel closed her eyes, but then opened them when nothing approached her. A light shone on Azel's face. Bion relied on her own power. She stood firm and formed a massive wall of fire that helped Azel avoid the previous danger. After providing support, Princess Bion immediately hurried back. "Hey, you fool. Why are you just standing there distracted like that?" Azel stammered something. Still looking dazed, Princess Bion's voice got even higher. "For me, defending against fire elemental magic will be more effective, so let me handle that. Focus on blocking the lightning elemental magic coming your way." Azel understood. Princess Bion continued the arrangement. She followed behind us and attacked when there was an opportunity. Flame also noticed Princess Bion's change and even spoke to me about it. In that fleeting moment, Flame looked even more bewildered. What on earth is happening? In the original story, Bion ruined the team's morale out of jealousy over Azel's abilities and tried to sabotage that relationship. In the end, it caused great harm to everyone instead of ruining the work and throwing everything into chaos. At this time, Bion was the one who grasped and understood the situation best. A blood-red energy strike this time flew straight at Princess Bion and was blocked by an ice barrier erected by Azel. The princess was a little startled as she looked at her. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts were still there. No, that was Bion and Azel. They were together. Azel looked at Princess Bion and spoke naturally and gently. You shouldn't let your guard down. Feeling teased, Princess Bion immediately appeared sulky. What do you mean? Soon after, surprisingly, Flame appeared behind the two to assist with attack and defense. Me too. We can't afford to lose to those two. Flame officially counterattacked by forming a great magic just behind and continuously releasing yellow energy beams forward. But with 3 dark magics in front of me, Jackie blocked all of Flame's attacks aimed at him. It was useless. But Flame smiled faintly right after. Large energy lightning bolts diffused and pierced through those barriers. Once again, a great explosion was born at the center of Jack. Looking at the smoke ahead, that familiar question appeared again. So, is this the end? Looking closer, the smoke was somewhat thicker than before. And of course, that shadow appeared once again, but this time it had horns. The first to notice was Azel, followed by Princess Bion, and then Flame. Jackie's voice changed, calling out Flame's name. Jackie's legs had completely transformed into spider-like limbs, resembling the creature everyone had encountered in the corridor downstairs. Do you hate seeing me this happy? The noble NPCs had entirely changed, beginning to tremble. Meanwhile, some had already started to vomit. Jackie was gradually losing control. Why won't you just leave me alone? Why? Knowing that she ended up like this was partly because of me, Flame tried to speak up loudly. Jackie is not like that. Please be rational. But Jackie had reached the peak of his anger. Be quiet. Immediately, a blood-red magic circle was formed. Not stopping there, a second divine magic array appeared right below. The blood-red musical sound rose again, sealing a smile on Jackie's face. The original Princess Bion was stunned. Impossible. Behind Flame, the identical expression was displayed. This was. Looking at the danger ahead, thoughtful analysis was brought forth. At least this was a level 5 risk. There was nothing more to think about. What should we do now? From their gaze looking ahead, Flame suddenly looked up, as if sensing some movement. The noises increased steadily, and she then asked a big question. What was that sound? Azel seemed to sense what it was and interrupted from beside her. It's Yusial. Flame was startled at her word. But suddenly, another unexpected development occurred. Jackie screamed as if struck by some blow. The question was asked again by Princess Bion. What is happening? Flame glanced from afar to explain. I don't know the reason either, but it seems the battle between Yusial and the spider sword leader above has affected Jackie down. Jackie held his head in pain. Flame didn't believe it, but there was another confirmation in his mind. Don't tell me Yusial has discovered this characteristic and is fighting that monster alone just to help us defeat this final boss. Not sure how the attack is going above, but Jackie once again clutched his head, crying out helplessly. Not missing this opportunity, Princess Bion's tone changed, saying now is our chance. After issuing the command, the 3 unleashed their magical skills once more. Princess Bion's fire, Azel's ice, and Flame's light surged quickly forward. Ice advanced first, freezing the legs of the spider sword leader's limb. Then came the engulfing flames of Princess Bion. Light was the final attack rushing in. A great explosion occurred when the 3 elements collided, sweeping away the smoke that had formed. Jackie shouted angrily, "Is this what you kids call showing off?" But then his anger exploded to the peak. How dare you? At that moment, the original spider sword leader suddenly appeared in the room. Feeling that something new had appeared here, Princess Bion anxiously asked, "What is happening?" Flame was equally suspicious and said, "I don't know, it seems like something just fell down." As if recognizing a familiar figure, Flame hesitated for a moment in thought. That can't be. Isn't that the great sword-tongued spider leader? Falling from above had caused this giant spider to lose consciousness, and the dance floor cracked as a result. The big question that arose afterward was, has it died? A male trainee in the group seemed unable to believe his own eyes, his body trembling as he spoke unconsciously. That's ridiculous. Yusial, a first-year trainee like us, actually hunted down a 4-star monster by himself. Not only the spider but also other similar beings fell. This male trainee suddenly turned around in shock to see you lying there completely unconscious. In front of everyone present, a large spider fell right on the exact spot where Jackie had been standing before. From below, someone stepped up these stairs, one of her friends. Flame was the first to ascend, but she carried a sadness within. Jackie was now pinned under the giant spider, struggling to rise but trembling as she questioned Flame, who was moving forward. Why do you always bother me so much? Anger grew on her face. I will never forgive you. But then another thought arose in this situation here. Oh heavens, so that's how it is. You couldn't win by dancing, so you had to resort to this trick. Because no one dances more beautifully than me, right? How pitiful, truly pitiful. In the end, you're just like me, also jealous of someone more beautiful appearing. Wearing an additional foolish smile. Aha, not just me alone, after all, you're no different from me at all. But the sadness deepened in Flame's mind as she looked at her friend, who was no longer lucid. Seeing her strange expression looking at her, Jackie asked him blankly, why are you looking at me like that? Shifting part of her emotions, Flame stood there and asked Azel behind her, Azel, can you summon an ice mirror? Azel replied quickly, yes. Jackie, understanding her action, then smiled smugly. No matter what absurd thing you do, the truth is that I'm still more beautiful than you. At Flame's request, Azel created an ice mirror in front of Jackie. She blankly cast her gaze into it. One side of her face had completely transformed into a spider. She still couldn't believe this was true. What is this? While the male classmate here was concerned about you just sitting up, are you okay? Oh, my head. Jackie's voice shattered that quiet atmosphere again. Is this my appearance? You're lying, isn't this an ordinary mirror? Yusial has now regained consciousness, but is pressing his fingers to his forehead and mouth, while Jackie's voice continues without end. You all are trying to deceive me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting, truly disgusting, absolutely revolting. That sound keeps echoing. Jackie screamed even louder. Ah, please put that mirror away. The group of nobles who had sided with Jackie earlier at the dance have now stopped. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what would happen next, so they all lowered their heads and let Jackie rage in her agony. Ah, I don't want this, I hate it, this is not me. Jackie's transformed hand trembled as it reached out for help. Flame, please, can you do anything? Please help me, save me. But the words shifted somewhat. Do you think I would ask for that? A sword-like leg resembling a giant spider's combat limb appeared, Jackie's transformed arm that was raised toward Flame's scream. With added anger, it's all your fault I ended up like this, die. Flame was a mix of white and red, but the one injured in the attack was Jackie. Something emerged beneath Flame's feet and pierced through Jackie's body. Her dazed eyes opened. For a moment, Jackie recalled the happiness she felt standing beside Hei Wenrian. Jackie could not be saved. Everyone could only help her escape this situation through sacrifice. The flame from Princess Bion began to blaze. Once again, Flame lowered her head, saddened because she herself had done that terrible thing. The identical Princess Bion also felt something similar. But the saddest person was probably Flame, because she knew that she herself was partly the cause of that death. After Jackie vanished, she stood there speaking her final words to her friend. I'm sorry, Jackie. I truly am sorry. At the same moment Jackie fell, an official announcement appeared, ending the story of Duchess Aharon, who had achieved the greatest beauty and fame in the world. You have conquered the ballroom of temptation. Congratulations. Moving outside where everyone entered the gates, an announcement sound also echoed here. Team A6, the simulation practice has ended and the students have left. The training simulation for Group B3 has also been completed. As the trainees came outside, Teacher Yusial immediately issued instructions. Evacuate them at once. A teacher responded, yes, sir, everyone has left. Teacher Lee Hanwal then focused on the last place, worry forming on the spot. Is this C7 the only thing left? Suddenly, the red gate right next to Teacher Lee Hanwal began to undergo some change. Red lightning bolts started to flicker around. Sensing that something was wrong about to happen, Master Lee Hanwal immediately turned to another assistant nearby and said, the waves are shaking, prepare quickly. Yes, but before he could say more, the gate suddenly mutated. The space expanded, and the previous red hue gradually faded away. The master's gaze was sharp and intently fixed on this change. But then a faint smile appeared on his lips. The ant has defeated the tiger. Following these words, all the trainees had appeared outside, except for one, and the red gate then completely disappeared. Seeing the trainees able to come out from that dangerous place, discussions leading to a lively debate arose. Had they truly conquered the dangerous level 5 persona gate just as trainees? Even veteran soldiers with rich experience had considered that a challenge. Doubts continuously arose. Was that boy the leader? Aaron's face showed a hint of surprise because he himself had stumbled over his previous work. Then he turned back and mocked himself for joking. Let's retreat. Yes, sir. It didn't stop there. After coming outside, Yusial stepped forward, raised his sword across his chest, and said, I hereby report that the mission to conquer the Persona Gate has been completed. In total, 16 people participated, one person was sacrificed, and 15 returned safely and successfully. Teacher Lee Hanwal's expression immediately turned bitter after hearing those words. In the end, there was still one sacrifice. Afterwards, the teacher refocused and instructed, "You all did very well. I will immediately assign a healing mage to come right away, so everyone should rest now." Yes, just at that moment, someone appeared and interrupted, asking if something had happened while I was away. Everyone then intently looked toward the familiar voice. Following that, another person appeared here. "Oh, it seems something happened while I was gone, is that right?" For a moment, you stood still, bewildered by the unexpected arrival of this person. Stella Academy's principal, Eltman Eltwin, a great rank 9 mage, smiled as he approached you. "About that matter, will you tell me everything?" Moving to Stella Building Number 1, the principal's office, Yusial walked alongside Principal Eltman Eltwin down the hallway here. As he walked, his face briefly showed an indescribable dazed expression mixed with a new worry. A private conversation with Eltman Eltwin. "No way, why do I feel so anxious?" His eyes glanced elsewhere, as if complaining about some decision. "That's why I don't want to be a leader." Back before exiting the gate, Princess Bion gathered everyone, as if to raise a major issue. "Wouldn't it be better if we appointed one leader to report the situation before leaving?" With a calm face, his thumb pointed towards Azel. "So what about Azel?" His state went from fainting to waking up, and Azel was puzzled by the significant opinion he directed at her. However, from the start, neither Bion nor Flame intended to let him escape this chosen fate. Both wore the same expression, arms crossed calmly, saying, "Commoner, we've already opened our eyes wide, and you still dare to openly ignore your contribution. No matter how much you cherish him, that's just not right." A sweat drop fell, and for some reason, as if there was a special bond attached to Azel, he added, "I think I'm somewhat capable, but this time I'm not." He stiffened, vaguely following his own thought. "She thinks so too." His eyes immediately closed. So in the end, he was forced to become the leader. What the heck had happened while he was unconscious? But perhaps this abruptly cut off his thoughts. The director's voice rang out, bringing a new matter. "Is this the third time we've met?" Opening his eyes wide, he looked at the director and continued, "You seem taller than last time, huh?" A bit dazed and still very young, not understanding the director's meaning, he stiffened again. What exactly was he saying? As you were trying to understand that, suddenly a few old memories flooded back. A small village devastated by a blizzard, blink, blink, blink. In that place covered entirely by snow, Yusial stood alone. At that time, although he had a body incapable of using magic, he diligently practiced a single magical skill, blink. At that moment, he glanced to one side as a sound arose there. You are amazing." A fully cloaked figure appeared, adding amid Yusial's bewilderment, "You have an interesting talent. I will write you a letter of recommendation, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. There will be bonus points." And the one who appeared was none other than the current headmaster of Stella Academy, Eltman Elt. "To bring you back to reality," the headmaster spoke once more. "The reason I called you here is," you suddenly startled. Master Eltman Eltwin smiled and added, "I am here on behalf of the Academy to thank you for preventing that potential crisis." You sat there pondering a bit more. "It all began with me." But the headmaster's words remained, "And I have no intention of revealing this to the outside." Of course, if the damage to students became serious, things would be different. "Thank you, it's all thanks to you. And there is one thing I need to confirm." You instinctively paid close attention to these words. In an instant, the headmaster's expression turned cold. Inside that gate, could there be a problem? In just a blink, cold sweat started to pour down Yusial's entire body. What was that look? It's no surprise they call you a Black Witch Slayer. Even so, I'm not even a Black Witch. Between hiding the truth and speaking it, Yusial chose to speak the truth, though the worried expression remained. "Yes, the student has died." Jackie showed signs of black magic corruption. With a face devoid of sympathy, the dean replied, "I see, that's unfortunate. Being affected by corruption means that there were dark feelings in the heart from the start, and no one can resist that." Yusial clearly sensed there was no remorse at all. Before Yusial could process what was in front of him, the dean brought up another matter. "Oh, look at my mind wander. Come to think of it, I haven't even offered you something to drink yet." The teacher turned back with his characteristic bright smile. "Would you prefer coffee or tea? Do young people these days like carbonated drinks?" Others might not notice, but from now on, this would be a proper conversation. Grasping some key information, Yusial voiced his choice. "I'd like tea." Calmly, he asked, "Is there a type of tea called lilt tea?" The dean looked at him with curiosity about lilt tea, then immediately smiled meaningfully. Yes, there is. Please wait a moment." Yusial exhaled softly, feeling truly relieved. Time passed and the director brought out a cup of tea and placed it on the table. "That's right, lilt tea is truly surprising. Few know about it, and even fewer like it." You responded, "Thank you very much." Immediately after, you picked up the cup and began to taste it, savoring the tea. But you showed no expression. The thought immediately revealed the atmosphere. Just as expected, it is bland. Compared to earthly foods, it is like durian or fermented anchovies. The issue is taste, but it's strangely addictive, so some people dislike it. It has a distinctive smell that turns them off, causing them not even to want to put it in their mouth. But those who grow to love it become passionate fans. The reason you chose lilt tea is because the private meeting with Eltman Eltwin is a branching point and an opportunity. The flame one chose coffee promised to teach magic. Aizel chose a carbonated drink that had attained magical enlightenment. And lilt tea is Eltman Eltwin's favorite tea. The only issue was that you glanced sideways, waiting for the teacher to continue. About lilt tea, you see, being exclusively enjoyed by the lilt tribe living on the western continent decades ago, they should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and faced misfortune together with the lilt tribe. The lilt tea brewing recipe is said to have disappeared. The master smiled, looking at the cup of tea in his hand. This must be one of the few lilt teas left in the world. If humans weren't foolishly greedy, we could still enjoy it to this day. Truly, it's a pity. But the next words from you brought the director a sense of surprise. Is that so? But it's also strange because even now I'm still drinking it. Seeing you put down the teacup, the master hurriedly asked, "So, do you still have any left?" You replied briefly, "No." Hearing this, Eltman Eltwin's expression changed, showing disappointment. "I thought so, however, it's still too early to be disappointed," you cut in, "but I know about it, the recipe for lilt tea." The director's eyes widened. The quiet atmosphere was shattered as the master could no longer contain his calm. "What, really? How did you get that recipe?" Yusial knew he spoke hastily and looked somewhat dazed. The thought quickly took over. This was somewhat difficult to explain. I can't say exactly that I got it from a game. In the director's expectation, you slowly said, "My late mother taught me, so that's why I know about it." Wearing a somewhat sad expression, you expressed that. The final gesture, the nurturing from a mother, swept away your emotions. The master felt sad too. "Sorry, I probably shouldn't have asked that." You tried to shake off that sadness. "It's all right, no need to apologize for that." The thought occupied again. It's truly a relief that everything went smoothly. Regain calm as usual. The director cleared his throat and asked for your opinion. "So would you consider selling that formula to me? I will pay you generously." Eltman Eltwin couldn't contain his eagerness. "But you waited for this moment." Finally, the moment I had been waiting for arrived, and you said immediately, "Actually, there is something I want from you even more than money, director." The master asked again, "Oh, and what is it?" To be the director once again surprised, you stated, "The space enchantment technique of the headmaster. I want your help, even if only once." Surprised by your choice, the director asked again, "What? Why don't you reconsider? The lilt tea formula has now ceased production and could be sold for a much higher price than that. But my magical technique is completely impractical. You understand what that means, don't you?" You sat there silently. "I understand very well about Eltman Eltwin's space magic and Altarisha's alchemy technique. And finally, by using a mana vessel captured by a soul mage, I can create a magnificent multi-dimensional space. It will be a story. A space that can only be created when a mage masterfully controls the level 8 space attribute. That is why very few people in this world can achieve this. But with the help of level 9 mage Eltman Eltwin, I can create the most advanced storage facility in my mind." He smiled brightly and continued, "More than just a few coins. As an alchemist mage who seeks the truth of matter, understanding the nature of magic and the original lilt used, you can consider it the most precious gift in your life. So please, I am asking for your opinion." After hearing everything you said, time and again, I was surprised. A smile and a sigh soon followed. Expecting an answer from him, the teacher replied immediately, "All right. If that is truly what you desire, then let's make a deal." Yusial looked clearly delighted. "Wonderful." Meanwhile, in the first tower, Vice Principal Ikihiden was sitting across from someone. Clenching his hands tightly, he addressed the other party. "I've heard a story. The Persona Gate is very difficult, and you just opened it, but already failed, right, Raiden?" As the Vice Principal had said, the person speaking to him was Professor Raiden from the New Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, I fear the sect leader will be furious if he learns the truth about this matter." The Vice Principal adjusted his coat and said, "You're too rigid and inflexible by nature. That's the real issue causing trouble. I'm not too sorry about your failure, but there are still many other ways." Professor Raiden appeared indifferent, as if he had guessed something. Under Vice Principal Akihiden's threatening gaze, Professor Raiden voiced his speculation. "Are you planning to make Professor Mason Tyrn lose control?" The atmosphere was unusually silent, and the exchange ended with Professor Raiden's departure. If there was nothing more to report, I will take my leave. The corridor stretched on as the professor walked silently. During this time, he began to form some new judgments. The only realistic reason for opening the Persona Gate this time was to deal with several students who might attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. Although they opened the gate, which carried risks beyond their capabilities, who would have thought that Flame, as Princess Bion and even Beak Yusial could step outside safely? Looking towards the nearby window frame, the professor gave a slight assessment. None of these matters were part of the plan. Preoccupied with these thoughts, the professor suddenly looked in one direction when someone started a conversation. "Professor, it's been a while." Raiden slowly turned around. He saw the polite smile of a student named Ma Yuxiang. Folding his arms, Ma Yuxiang continued speaking. "When I was little, you seemed like a dangerous beast, but now I hardly recognize you when you behave like a human." Before Raiden could react, Ma Yuxiang brought up a serious issue. "Honestly, my friends have nearly been injured recently. Did you, the old man burdened with so much, slow in your work and plan this?" Hearing these words, Professor Raiden turned to Ma Yuxiang with a cold expression. "Even if you are a young master, please restrain your words and disrespectful action." Friends, Ma Yuxiang's face darkened. The other party ended with a question. "Are you perhaps too immersed in the role-playing school game?" However, Professor Raiden was surprised when Ma Yuxiang's voice no longer sounded the same. It turned out that not only had his appearance changed, he even dared to speak arrogantly and rudely in front of me. An invisible but real pressure began to weigh heavily on the professor's body. He gritted his teeth and tried to resist, but his expression became increasingly strained as beads of sweat appeared on his face. The eye expression, aura, and spirit of Ma Yuxiang standing opposite had completely changed. Raiden sensed the king's spirit radiating along with a warning: being cautious is wise. A smile appeared afterward. "You gentlemen are truly troublesome and an eyesore. Until we meet again." Ma Yuxiang slowly stepped away. Step by step, the sound echoed, still creating a strange feeling. The professor raised a fist to his chest. When Ma Yuxiang completely disappeared from sight, Professor Raiden gasped, taking a deep breath to calm himself. "If it is for the benefit of the Moonlight Sect, this is nothing." The scene changes, switching to the group of Princess Bion standing somewhere. The two female classmates kept worrying and addressed the princess. "Princess, we are glad you are safe. We heard the school made a mistake in establishing the Persona Gate. Is that correct? Really, who knows how they work?" Faced with those words, Princess Bion looked down with unsurprised contemplation. Just as expected, the other students knew nothing about this matter. Considering the Academy's stance, this was understandable. At that moment, someone appeared, calling Princess Bion's name. The voice was impossible to ignore. The princess turned her head to confirm. "Senior." A male student approached with a smile. This student was Edmund Atlick, a third-year student at the Academy. Still smiling brightly, Edmund Atlick started chatting, saying there was no need to address him so formally and stiffly. He felt a bit embarrassed using overly formal language. In response to this change, Princess Bion calmly replied that the Academy maintained a strict hierarchical system. Hearing her cold words, Edmund Atlick immediately shifted the topic. "Ha ha, glad you're safe. I was really worried you might have gotten into trouble." With her usual expression, the princess replied curtly, "I'm well, senior, you need not worry." A sudden thought formed, this sly old fox. What he worries about is not himself, but more likely his own livelihood. The two leading great powers of the Adalbert Kingdom, the Orcan Duke family supporting Princess Hongxi, HWA, and the Atlick Duke clan, the only family able to rival and oppose the Orcans. Among them, Edmund Atlick was the sole heir of the Atlick Duke. Perhaps his goal was to help her become queen and marry her. Realizing the previous approach was ineffective, Edmund Atlick changed the subject. "Oh right, do you want to play soul chess? There will be a competition for the students soon." Although Princess Bion wasn't interested in soul chess, she still nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's do that." Seeing an opportunity to get closer, Edmund Atlick placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly and coldly. "All right, today I'll teach you a move. Watch carefully and learn." Bion was surprised by this action, biting her lip in resentment. Walking behind and greeting everyone ahead, she closed her eyes and calmly thought. There was a painful truth that she couldn't become queen without the help of someone like him, if only she could gain some kind of power. Even if that was someone with power equivalent to Duke Atlick standing on her side. Just then the princess suddenly shifted her gaze out the window. Yusial, what a coincidence, he unexpectedly walked past outside, catching the princess's eye. But the princess quickly looked away again, just as he turned to speak. "Bion, what are you doing? Why don't you come quickly?" However, she still hesitated and glanced back at the window. It seemed he had already left. Princess Bion left that spot. "Yes, senior." Cut to Yusial holding a flower petal. Stopping at a corner with arms akimbo, inspecting it, considering, let's see, is this enough now? The surrounding scene shifted to pink. The petal in his hand floated up. An information panel appears. Absorbing the flower branch of the enchanting tree will increase mental strength by 65% and permanently boost a small amount of charm-type magic resistance. Yusial's status panel. 2-star strength 73%, 2-star senses 57%, 2-star agility 42%, 2-star stamina 19%, 0-star durability 99%, 2-star mental strength 24%. Noticing the changes, he smiles slightly, not bad at all. The information continues. Project Constellatio grants you a special reward. He raises his hand to his chin, making a new judgment. Thanks to completing a new episode, I received this special reward. Anyway, what should I take this time? Should I use an additional growth item? Suddenly, he realizes something. Is it possible to take Merkin's necklace? The system responds, yes. He is immediately pleased, then decides to take it. New information appears. You have obtained Merkin's necklace item. Advanced level description. The necklace was crafted by Merkin, a future alchemist engineer. It overcomes a barrier to the limit in order to protect the wearer's life. Special function. Merkin's shield automatically defends against attacks of level 6 or below, usable only once. Without hesitation, he puts the necklace on. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, but ensuring survival is not a bad idea. Since episode 8 is coming, he has to fight against Professor Mason Tyrn, who has awakened. The information continues. The branch of hatred has accumulated 78% of its value. Yusial smiled warmly. Well, preparations for the battle against Mason Tyrn were also proceeding smoothly, so I guess I'll rely on Altarisha for the rest. The scene changed, transitioning to the International Alchemy Organization. Yusial arrived here and stood before an area. A smiling person spoke up, saying this is the 13th branch of the Cordon Living Stone sect, the side building near the large elm tree within the alchemy city. You respond, I am here to meet the alchemist Altarisha. The receptionist clearly expressed, I'm very sorry, you cannot see her right now. You knew the situation, a bit dazed, putting your hand into your jacket, muttering, I knew it. Immediately you presented a letter. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Altarisha. The receptionist was flustered, oh my. The subsequent exchange was simpler. Sincerely sorry, I will guide you right away. Please follow this way. Thank you. Approaching the door of Altarisha's research room, the receptionist called inside, Ms. Altarisha, you have a visitor. There was no response sound. The receptionist spoke again, may we come in, please? At that moment, Yusial was startled by a sudden feeling. A sudden large explosion occurred, releasing an extremely strong pressure. The blast made the door shake violently, but fortunately it remained intact. Inside, thick smoke rose, obscuring vision. But luckily, it did not seem to be a major accident. Yusial was still there, speaking up, quite surprising. Given the door had just shaken, he had quickly pulled the receptionist aside, but still felt a bit worried himself. We almost got into trouble. Waving away the smoke before him, Yusial stepped into the room. Because the smoke was still thick, he called out loudly to the assistant, are you okay? He quickly received this reply. Are you the student Yusial? Despite the recent explosion causing trouble, Assistant Altarisha remained safe and smiled as she continued, welcome, I want to show you something. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared beside her, none other than the golden alchemist Hwal Siak Koden. Yusial hadn't yet paid attention to him, but noticed Altarisha's expression and thought to himself, the explosion didn't even bother. Both their attentions turned to the golden alchemist when he noticed something on the ring he wore. Student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet. On the silver ring was a button, and he placed his finger on it. A green shield appeared, covering his entire arm. He joyfully explained with enthusiasm, if we press this button twice, in this state alone, it boasts third-level power. Yusial was surprised as the effect didn't stop there. He continued, oh, but if you press this button one more time, how about that? Isn't it amazing? Whether your mana is low or you're an ordinary person who cannot use magic, you can still deploy this shield magic at least once. Its defensive power reaches only 500, but it can be very helpful in emergency situations. Before the three of them, a large shield 3 times the size of the man's face appeared, replacing the smaller shield just now. The difference was that no magical rune inscriptions were carved on it. The golden alchemist was astonished. If this were revealed, the world would be overturned. It was all thanks to this genius child, Altarisha. He noticed the boy's presence. Ah, come to think of it, the kid is also a co-author. He persuaded him. Why don't we join the alchemical world together as alchemy practitioners? Yusial wanted this, but had to leave both of them baffled with his answer. I cannot survive as an alchemy practitioner because I lack mana. Witnessing a prodigious alchemical genius without mana, Hwal Siak Koden exclaimed, what did you just say that? This secret, up until now, seems to be unknown to anyone at the academy, but it is not exactly a secret. He explained that a congenital constitution, incapable of absorbing mana, slows down the process of mana leak. The golden alchemist pushed up his glasses, still in disbelief. What the kid just said can't be his intention. Altarisha spoke on his behalf. Is that what people call a limited lifespan? He calmly accepted, but his eyes wandered off in another direction, quietly thinking, yes, that is indeed a big story, but is it really true? To bring them both back to normal, Yusial added, my time is indeed limited, but I have no intention of dying. I'll take care of that, so don't worry. Hearing that, Altarisha breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Yusial raised his hand. Besides, can I take a look at that shield bracelet a bit? While Siak Koden was startled. Oh sure. After receiving the silver bracelet, he took out the encyclopedia to examine. Information appeared on the bracelet. He felt certain it was still in the initial phase, with many raw and unnecessary components. He looked at Issa and asked with a smile, wait a moment, can I borrow your magic welding pen? Altarisha was surprised but didn't object. Here it is. While Siak Koden's eyebrows twitched, not understanding what he intended to do. Oh, what is the kid trying to do? The silence was interrupted by Altarisha. She knew what Yusial wanted to do and did not want anyone to disturb. Back to him, after receiving the magic welding pen. He slowly placed the pen on the silver bracelet containing the special information. An idea occurred to him. For the connection point from the magic welding pen, thanks to the encyclopedia, I will carve the complete shield bracelet in the future. Erasing the original design, creating a more efficient structure, enhancing the quality, everything was done. When he activated it, a shield much bigger and stronger than before was generated. While Siak Koden opened his mouth wide, checked measurements with his glasses. This cannot be happening. With anticipation and excitement, he announced that the defense value had increased all the way to 800, nearly 1.5 times more effective. He exclaimed with admiration, his face flushed red. It wasn't for nothing that she said the kid was a co-author. Have you ever thought about working alongside me? Don't worry about not being able to use magic. I will assign some alchemists to craft magic shuttle missiles for you. Yusial felt grateful but declined, laughing. Sorry, I have my own reasons for continuing to pursue the dream of becoming a magic warrior. He was regretful. Oh, that's unfortunate. You added an intention, but I still have something I want to ask. You held up the purple orb. Altarisha, can you create an item with this? Altarisha took it and asked, a kind of charm, Don't rush, Yusial surprised both of them. It's spatial magic. Principal Sella also said she would lend a hand. Both froze. Altarisha remained calm first. Oh, it's the principal. While Siak Koden was speechless. Oh, that old man decided to help the kid. You really are a troublemaker. Altarisha was embarrassed. I want to help you, but I have never tried using elemental attributes. Yusial smiled. I know I'm not asking you to do it right away. You can take your time to master the skill. His thought was that it might take a few months. Both agreed. All right, leave it to me. It's time to create a masterpiece. Returning to class at Cello Academy, Azel sat at her desk, troubled. Something was wrong. She looked at Yusial sitting, dazed, not far away. Seeing him yawn, Azel hesitated about whether she should ask. Before she could act, someone arrived first. A familiar voice, commoner Yusial. Princess Bion appeared in front of him and said, I have something important to tell you. Are you free? Azel looked at both of them vaguely, wondering if there was another important matter. Yusial replied, it's nothing serious. Azel watched Princess Bion lead him out of the classroom. After they both left, Azel returned to her sadness. What they said had nothing to do with her, right? Why did she feel so strange? The two walked down the hallway, not speaking, which was a bit awkward. Yusial broke the silence. So, what were you going to say? Princess Bion stopped and answered. In the world of alchemy, it is said that a technologically advanced alchemical product has been developed. She turned to look at him, thinking he was somewhat handsome, then proceeded to the main point. I heard you are a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused to consider. Given the information power of the Adalbit royal family, this was an obvious consequence. Staying calm, Yusial replied, so what? Do you want to link directly to the merchandise business through me? Reading his intention, Princess Bion crossed her arms, closed her eyes coldly. Nobleman, I don't deny it, but don't misunderstand. The item is very important, but having a relationship with someone like you is even more important. He was embarrassed. Oh, really? The thought interrupted him. He didn't expect her to think so well of him. Surely this is different from the original. Perhaps this time, I can prevent Princess Bion's death. However cold she was before, now she is just as shy. Hey, then come eat with me, okay? Suddenly someone interrupted. Ah, it's Bion, right? Both of them looked at him in surprise. This is Edmund Atluck, the trainee, speaking irritably. I refused to have lunch with you, wondering if there was something important. Never expecting she'd go with such a commoner, really disappointing. Behind Edmund Achlik's cold face, the three stood silent for a long time. But then that silence was quickly broken by Yusial's thoughts and gaze fixed intently on the other party. That man, you have seen him before while playing this game. One of the death flags leading Princess Bion to destruction. Edmund Achlik, judging by that guy's attitude just now. It seems he still doesn't know he is a co-author of the report created by that random technique. At that moment, Princess Bion suddenly spoke, startling him and cutting off that thought. She is not an ordinary civilian. Thinking of connecting with the alchemist Altarisha through this civilian, so please don't disturb right now. However, Edmund Achlik wouldn't allow that to happen, a dangerous smile appearing clearly. Hey Bayon, do you really think that? Just an ordinary civilian like that could have any power to help you? I'm better than that. Yusial listened to the criticism aimed at him, but indifference still dominated his thoughts as usual. It's really funny to look at the princess beside me. That thought continued. Well, I've gotten used to being looked down on like a commoner. Although I know she is a great supporter of mine, Princess Bion coldly rebutted Edmund Achlik's previous remark. Exactly what does senior mean by that? Seeing the princess looking somewhat displeased, Yusial didn't want things to go too far and immediately interrupted their conversation with his own words. All right, let's just pretend we never discussed the item exchange. Princess Bion suddenly spun around to look at him. What? Meanwhile, Edmund Achlik was very pleased with this. That's right, the commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Yusial unexpectedly brought up another important matter. Ah, by the way, regarding the item business. I will certainly tell them that Duke Achlik bluntly refused to supply the kingdom of Adalbit. At that moment, Edmund Achlik's face went cold and stern, but a dangerous smile remained. Hey, it seems like you're a bit too arrogant. Do you know what happens when a first-year trainee dares to challenge a third-year trainee? Yusial replied coldly right away, so what? That's none of my concern. Worried about his direct confrontation, Princess Bion found herself in a somewhat awkward position. As a commoner, he also knew that the hierarchy system in Stella was very strict. Moreover, he was famously the most influential among the third-year students. What was he thinking when he spoke such words? Ignoring both of them here, Yusial turned and left. Then I'll take my leave first. The gazes of the two locked onto his back, after which contempt was clearly visible on Edmund Achlik's face. How could a first-year student not know just how terrifying his seniors were? It seemed I needed to make this guy's school life a bit more enjoyable. Seeing that all his efforts had come back to zero, Bion clearly showed a look of sadness and loss. Meanwhile, Yusial had stepped out onto the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, he carried a private sorrow. Sorry, Bion, but if that person hadn't been pulled down, you would never have had a happy ending. Whether she inherited the throne or Duke Achlik fell, in the end death would still come. That was inevitable. His footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze flicked sharply to one side. At least he wouldn't let Bion bow before that guy. His eyes then shifted straight toward the students moving away. Specifically Bion, who was hiding in a corner of the wall. Truly helpless, Princess Bion could only tap her forehead. Ha, should I just throw away everything related to this princess's honor? The reason Edmund Achlik keeps interfering with her is very clear. Perhaps he wants her to never stand firm on her own 2 feet, so that she has no choice but to depend on, feeling even more helpless when she was all alone there. Looking back at her clenched hand, the previous sadness deepened. She had missed a good opportunity. Was she really incapable of doing anything on her own? At that moment, Princess Bion's eyes suddenly widened, as if realizing something. Wait a minute. The figure and voice from before surged back into her mind once again. I will definitely tell them that Duke Achlik flatly refused to supply the kingdom of Adal. Thinking back as a commoner, why would he say that? Normally, he shouldn't attract such attention, but instead he directly provoked her, giving her a very strange feeling about this. Cut to night in some rooms of the academy. Yusial appeared, holding something in hand, opened a gift box, smiling and said, "Great, it arrived safe." A 3-compartment box was revealed before eyes, a bracelet, necklace, and ring with simple patterns. Though they didn't look like accessories, their integration capability was very remarkable. Sat there watching them for a long time. Yusial pondered deeply. Altarisha's original artifact had arrived sooner than he expected. He added another question. Now, what is this used for? An information panel appeared immediately. The necklace has a protective shield ranging from low to medium level. Description: activating the protective shield covers the entire body when worn. Effects: agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function: body shield grade 1, 125 BP, damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Yusial showed clear delight. Oh, this is even better than I expected. The remaining ring in his hand also displayed new information. Unknown dagger ring, intermediate level. Description: upon use, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and creates a new mana dagger. Effects: agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function: magic dagger level 3, duration 5 minutes. The final item among the 3 detailed artifacts is a shield bracelet, low to medium level. Description: when activated, it becomes a forearm protecting bracelet. Effects: strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function: shield level 1, 1000 BP. He offered a compliment to the bracelet item. That's truly Altarisha. She can already create intermediate level items. Clenching his fist, a new smile appeared. I need to test this immediately in real combat to send feedback to Altarisha. And I had already informed Dr. Halsk Corden. Now that all preparations are complete, it's time for me to crush Duke Ajlik. A few days later, the second exam was approaching. This exam was divided into 2 parts, practical and theoretical. In the practical part, the combat magic test would be scored differently depending on the type of magic cast. For example, lightning magic was scored based on maximum voltage and the number of chains linked. Wind magic was scored according to the force of the explosion generated. Ice magic was evaluated by maximum coldness and coverage range. For healing magic, light, brightness, and other special attributes offered many factors to consider. But the most anticipated remained the fire attribute. Who else but Princess Bion? Watching everyone continuously display their abilities, Yusial couldn't help but be amazed. Indeed, the main characters operated on a completely different level. Then, before him, an instructor looked back and spoke. Yusial, your turn. Yusial's foot stepped onto the testing area. The person in charge signaled to prepare to start, using exactly one of their abilities. From where he stood, Yusial blinked forward toward the pillars and a slightly large red button on top. He easily moved to the pillars and pressed the red button. Especially, his focus and the absence of any unnecessary movements made each button press effort. From the perspective of evaluating the situation, the supervisors couldn't help but be surprised by his practice. Every time they saw it, it was an unbelievably vivid imagination. There was no delay during the blink execution, and he immediately oriented and performed it precisely. Truly astonishing. Yusial stopped and the announcer's voice rang out. Yusial's test was over. Still there alone, staring blankly in one direction, he immersed himself in new thoughts. With this, I can consider that I have completed part of the practical combat. I can't use magic, so the rest is basically lost. But if I score high on the theoretical test with my glasses, that can be considered compensation. Just then Yusial was startled, staring blankly back as someone approached and called his name. So he is Yusial, huh? A group of trainees approached, clearly showing mockery directed at him. I heard a first-year trainee like you dares to argue with a third-year trainee, you're hopeless. Oh my, if I were a freshman, I couldn't even imagine that happening. Seeing the group naturally coming to cause trouble, Yusial narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, so it's starting now, it must be Edmund's group, right? True to expectations, one guy stepped forward and spoke directly. Oh, look at this kid, daring to glare at us like that. That guy's face then looked drained of blood, with no intention of closing his eyes. In response to those words, Yusial remained calm, thinking to himself, I figured as much. But despite that, signs of discomfort were clearly visible on his face. He felt a bit annoyed having to take a beating from these kids. Still keeping that intense expression, Yusial silently watched the person who came looking for trouble, allowing himself to intimidate further. He then smiled perfectly. Huh, look at this kid, I told you to lower your head. Yusial calmly listened to the other insulting him a bit too much. This damn kid is even more insolent than I thought. You're just a civilian, and I heard you don't even have parents, right? If you don't want to die, then kneel down fast, you bastard. Just at that moment, the senior from class 52 passing by noticed the commotion here. Since I looked over anyway, I thought a bit more. What's going on? Is there a fight? The distance wasn't far, so Dion quickly realized that those guys were from Senior Edmund's group. But above all, she noticed that he was there too, huh? Is that the freshman we met at Mardavis Cemetery? I heard his name is Yusial, right? After thinking that, I just crossed my arms and shouted, what are you guys doing over there? As he stepped closer, he looked at Dion and said, can't you see? I'm disciplining the juniors, don't interfere. Ban Dion, this kid dares to talk back to a senior from class 53. As seniors, it's our duty to discipline juniors. Hearing the argument, everyone also noticed her arrival. That's Dion. Ah, is she a student from class S? Hearing the issue and grasping it quickly, Dion turned to look at Yusial, clearly surprised. But then after looking at him a bit more carefully, a new idea formed. Yusial, was he planning to kneel? If he was strong enough to take down a level 5 summoner, he should have been able to handle them easily. So why would he bring worry upon himself like that? "No way," without hesitation. Dion decided to stop him. "No, don't do that." He was also surprised by her decision. "What?" Dion closed her eyes and continued calmly. "If it's true as you say, a rookie arguing back to a senior in episode 5-3 is no small matter. If this is a military mage team, it would be seen as defying a superior. So my suggestion is that we hold a special training session for the juniors." Hearing this, both of them were left stunned, staring blankly. Questions arose. Such training must be approved by the student council president. The opinion was raised, so Dion decided to handle it. "I will go get approval, so let's do this properly." Suddenly, with a more reasonable step, he flashed a perfect smile for himself, and then emitted a bit more of a murderous aura. Looking straight at Yusial, he added, "All right, that sounds fun." The whole group then left, leaving behind only the two pairs of eyes watching them go. Only two remained. Dion then spoke to him, apologizing for the interference, but if they didn't leave him alone, they would never let him go. Yusial said nothing but clearly showed his surprise. "Huh, does she mean they won't let me go?" Not receiving any answer from him, Dion went on to share her guess. "You plan to seize the moment of humiliation to strike back hard, right? Someone smart enough to defeat a million summoners wouldn't argue with others without reason. Then there is only one reason to end Stella's long-standing foolish tradition, the senior ritual. You have chosen to sacrifice yourself." Yusial remained silent there, listening, then blankly occupied his spot. "Me, it's like, who am I and where is this?" Returning to the main issue, looking back at those people who still hadn't disappeared, Dion continued to analyze her previous words in more detail. But among them, there were also those who had no choice but to follow Edmund. They are called the coerced, bound by family circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like them be punished. Then one of my hands directly placed itself on his shoulder, adding encouragement. "So I will set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I will personally persuade the student council president." Hearing this, as if sensing the looming danger, Yusial kept wiping his sweat, not knowing what else to do. A helpless smile stretched across his lips. Huh, what exactly has she been saying all this time? Time passed hurriedly, and some green drawings were depicted in detail. It was another type created by some professor. This was precisely the magical protocol interpretation exam. The students below accordingly began their written test. Among them were those who couldn't help but express complaints. "Yeah, I don't understand a thing. Can I really solve all of it today?" However, standing out among them was someone who stood up and left their seat. That was Yusial. When putting on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpassed that of forgetful professors combined. "I'd like to submit my test," he said. The exam supervisor, a bit confused, took the paper from him. "Huh, it's only been 20 minutes you're giving up the test. How is that possible?" Yusial turned as he was leaving to explain, "No, I've already finished it." It sounded a bit illogical, so the supervisor looked again at the results he had completed. "What, you mean?" And from the earlier confusion, it turned into immediate panic. This. Putting his glasses away inside his jacket, Yusial calmly walked off, saying, "I didn't study at all, but finishing it feels incredibly refreshing." However, things gradually became somewhat complicated when I had to stop and look to one side as someone was gossiping about me. "That's Yusial, right? I heard he's just a freshman but dares to talk back to Edmund Achlik. It seems like he's about to be properly taught a lesson." Standing there dazed, you know something bad is about to happen. Looks like the whole school already knows. His gaze dropped, and on top of that, Dion had to come out in the open. Special training for juniors simply means a place where seniors who want to teach a lesson can directly challenge juniors. They duel one-on-one at Stella. Seniors are forbidden to insult or hit juniors. But within the training organization, seniors can legitimately punish juniors, called a challenge, though in reality it's seniors using magic to beat juniors, so this must be approved by the student council president to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can submit proposals directly to the council. I just intended to kneel down and get it over with, yet things ended up like this. Thinking back to that moment, well, just kneel quickly and then go sleep. Throughout the process of going back to my room, Yusial gradually came to a decision. Things had come to this point. A certain box was opened. Inside was an item placed in it, something special like a stuffed bear. Holding it in his hand, a confident smile appeared. If it can't be avoided, then so be it. Just relax and slowly enjoy it. Moved to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was checking documents and had noticed the movement ahead. This student was Stella Student Council President, second year, Class S, Mi Ryu. And as expected, the person who had spoken to Yusial earlier was now here, showing a serious demeanor. The president quickly asked, "Ban Dion, what brings you here?" Without hesitation for even a second, Dion placed a piece of paper on the president's desk. But then his tone softened a bit. I want to request approval to open special training for the juniors, targeting Yusial, the new student from Class S. The president was surprised by the statement, then said, "Ha, I thought you hated such ridiculous matters, so why are you doing this now?" Showing no emotion, Dion replied, "It's precisely because I hate it that I'm doing it." Since this was an important matter, the president gave a slight warning. "I don't know what you're planning, but no matter how talented, a new student can't possibly defeat a second-year student. The gap created by experience is not something stats can compensate for, yet you still want to request to open a training group." Waving the paper in his hand, Dio now smiled and said, "If you want to know why, just come and watch. It'll be really fun." Seeing her sudden change, the president narrowed her eyes slightly and exhaled, saying, "Really, what are you scheming?" Meanwhile, outside, the sound of someone preparing to enter was heard. "Oh, student Mi Ryu." The figure of the person in charge of checking earlier, Yusial, was holding a paper as he entered this room. "Could you please take a look at this report? It's a thesis report submitted by a student." Recognizing him, the chairman immediately greeted, "Ah, Professor Gerald, welcome. This exam also has a thesis worthy of submission to the academy, huh? However, there seems to be some hidden dissatisfaction. The last time you brought something, it wasn't quite up to par." But the professor was still adamant about passing it through. "Ha, just have a look. It was a bit confusing before, and now it's even more perplexing." The chairman had understood the reason. "Isn't this the stacked circuit design of Professor Gerald? Impressive indeed. It has the iterative formula used in reverse model resolution. And by such a simple formula, too." Looking more closely, the idea had already occurred. The stacked circuit had been perfected by countless scholars before, yet now it has been taken even further. Only a genius could do this. It can't wait any longer. The chairman raised the important question: who wrote this? Raising one hand, the professor smiled and answered, "Graduate student Yusial." At this level, he could even be invited to participate in the Aslan Symposium. "Ah, now is not the time. I must report this to the vice principal immediately." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew unusually quiet. Holding that check paper, the chairman was stunned for a long moment, combining two incidents happening at once on one graduate student. The chairman gave his assessment. "Yusial, you are far more interesting than I thought." Professor Gerald held Yusial's exam paper and immediately went to find the vice principal. The document was already on the desk. The vice principal leaned on his hand, frowned, and asked, "Are you intending to recommend student Yusial to attend the Aslan seminar?" Professor Gerald replied happily, "Yes, as you can see, this is truly surprising." However, the vice principal's tone suddenly grew serious as he interrupted, "That's somewhat difficult and troublesome." Unconsciously, Professor Gerald responded, "Yes." The vice principal adjusted his mood and began to explain what he just said. "Currently, Stella has many applicants registered besides that student, especially the freshmen this year, who are promising candidates and will stand out wherever they go. In an academy, the maximum number of students allowed to participate in Aslan, excluding those prestigious individuals with permanent enrollment rights, is 2. But are you nominating Yusial for that position? A magic warrior who cannot use spells. That's an insult to the sorcerer." Professor Gerald froze in place and then closed his eyes at the vice principal's next words. "If you understand, you should leave immediately. I absolutely cannot allow Yusial to go to Aslan." "Understood," Gerald said with exhaustion as he left the vice principal's office. Meanwhile, the vice principal frowned increasingly as the exam paper left on the desk was crumpled directly without even being reviewed. HMPH, who would ever think to put a pest like that into Aslan? No way. With a cold expression, your exam was instantly burned up. Time passed quietly and silently. The second test round had ended, and the ranking board was announced. Yusial blended in with the crowd, standing before the large result board. Pointing with a finger, he looked confused and added, "Let's take a look." "Ah, I found it." After scanning the results from bottom to top, Yusial was selected, ranking 419th in Class S. Yusial looked on with some pride. Although the ranking had quite a few digits, standing at 419th meant he was truly doing well in this rank. "Even though I scored perfectly on the written test." Suddenly, your eyes locked and focused intently on a certain position within your view. "By the way, this time the top position belongs to. Could it be Ma Yuxiang?" The first rank showed Ma Yuxiang of Class S, second was Flame of Class S, third Azel of Class S, fourth Hei-Wen Ryong of Class S, fifth Biyun of Class S. The top members were all from Class S. The rankings weren't surprising, but something made him feel a little concerned. Hei-Wen Ryong, who achieved second place last semester, had now dropped to fourth. Could it be because Azel and Flame had focused more on studying than before? At the same time, the figure of Princess Biyun appeared here. Right after that, he stood beside you without you even realizing it and continued to think. Because Jackie followed the path of the Dark Mage, the entire Dark Mage line of Azel and Flame had disappeared. When focusing too much on you, Princess Biyun suddenly spoke up and directly asked you, Are you trying to adjust your ranking appropriately? I think it's quite clear now. Princess Bion was waiting for your answer. But that seemed somewhat impossible as sweat appeared on Yusial's face at that sudden appearance. How surprising. What is she saying? Why is she suddenly here? Is she planning to do something bad? As if reading your thoughts, Princess Bion immediately spoke. However, seeing that you had managed to reach the top 600, it seemed like you intended to participate in the academy tournament. Upon hearing this, Yusial vaguely realized it and brought his hand to his chin to think further. Ah, now that I think about it, there might be such a thing. The Academy Tournament is an event where selected students compete against trainees from other prestigious magic academy. After these considerations, you immediately looked at the person who had just spoken, assessing you. At that moment you only saw shyness, a flushed face, and the gesture of the princess stroking her hair. You thought again, what is going on? What is this feeling? Naturally approaching the princess, Yusial confidently spoke out the thoughts in his head just now. What is it? Do you have anything else you want to say? Bion opened her eyes wide, her face flushing even more, and immediately turned away as if sulking. Her fists clenched tightly, proving it even more. In the follow-up confusion of Yusial, a question arose immediately. Why did you do that? Yusial didn't understand at all. His eyes narrowed even more. Why would you do something like that to Edmund? He's an influential person and also an enemy. Probably he will keep causing trouble for you until graduation. His tone turned a bit serious. Do you have the confidence to handle this? Seeing Princess Bion concerned about him made Yusial a little surprised. His eyes never left the changing expressions of the princess. Without much thought, Yusial spoke frankly, "No, I don't think I can handle it." Hearing the answer made the princess's heart feel like it was tightening. Rejection was present in her, and the confusion returned to Yusial. Instead of being bothered by kids with blue eyes a few years younger, I'd rather crush them all and get expelled. Back to the princess's mood, her clenched fists trembled more and more, and two continuous questions were directed at him. Then why did you do that? What benefit did you get from me? Instead of answering quickly, once again Yusial created a silent pause as his gaze remained fixed on the princess. And only when his eyes looked away did the answer come. That's because I value our relationship more. Princess Bion's worldview immediately turned rosy after those words. Knowing he hadn't finished speaking, Yusial scratched his face, looked elsewhere, added, and besides, I won't do that for you for free. So after this is over, you have to sign a contract with me to buy an item. The Princess Bion facing him was a bit confused because she knew something clearly. Actually, item contracts can be made anywhere, not just with Adalbit. But why? Yusial's inner self began to waver after that question. Honestly, I shouldn't have said I wanted to save her and give her a happy ending. His gaze looked away again. That, I'll tell you later. Curiosity gave Princess Bion yet another question mark. Not able to ask more about that story, Bion decided to change the subject. Okay, by the way, do you have any plans for the new recruit training session? This time, he replied quickly. Yes, somehow I have to do something for this. The unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't need to hold back. Yusial was puzzled. Princess Bion had her confidence and burst out a string of words. Yes, you can fight the senior to some extent with your innate ability. It's all right, I will do my best to deal with the consequences. Yusial was slightly sweating. Okay, thank you. Another thought arose. It seemed she was trying to appear considerate to help me. But why would she think she could win? While the two were exchanging words, in a hidden corner of the hallway, someone was standing there listening to everything. This person was none other than Arshwang, a fire magic talent she had left, then transferred to a special training place. A large fire suddenly flared up high at this location. Right at the magic practice class site, Arshwang was here and was under the training of Professor Hong Yi. Praise along with a smile was given. Your control ability is truly wonderful. Arshwang lacked firepower, but this can easily be compensated by precise control, and you will pass this test. It will work well against sensitive enemies or when performing missions quietly. Right after that, the gaze shifted elsewhere to compare, but your magic is still not enough. Princess Bion lowered her face and looked down sadly, while complaints from the opponent kept ringing out. Fire magic. How many times must I say that destruction is not everything? Yet I was ranked first in the fire attribute compatibility. It's really unreasonable. Now I'll try once more. Arshwang glanced at those criticisms, and a hint of dissatisfaction began to show on her face. The magical flames were continuously created and blazing. The training dummies in front were increasingly engulfed by the flames. Arshwang kept practicing her specialty in fire magic. However, the dissatisfaction had not left her expression. This time I lost again. If it comes to effort, I did not lose. So why is it like this? She let go of her magic staff. Looking at the destruction she caused ahead, Arshwang still couldn't understand why she couldn't win. Back with Azel, she now heard the chatter of a few students nearby. thinking back, isn't it today? I'm talking about the sparring matches between first and second years. Shall we go watch together? Azel had a private thought about the matter. Could it be something involving Yusial? Meanwhile, she had missed the chance to talk to Yusial when Princess Bion took him away earlier. A sadness marked her very own fate, but that didn't matter much to her. She still had to go to class, so Azel quietly walked alone to another place. However, deep inside, she was struggling with a serious hesitation. Then stopping at some place, Azel smiled faintly and regained her spirit. Ah, I finally made it here. Azel glanced at the person standing beside her who was talking to her. Ah, you came here too, said a girl with brown hair and bright green eyes, smiling. There are rumors that Yusial likes you. This girl is Harlan, a first-year student in Class B. Her friend did not hesitate to sit next to her, smiling even more brightly and teasing a bit. Actually, you two aren't secretly dating, right? That's why you came here, isn't it? Azel was shy before. Hearing these words, her face flushed red. It's not like that at all. She even showed hesitation in her words from the start. Yusial and I don't have anything. She couldn't say it out loud. Harlan next to her had a new thought about Azel while her smile remained. How surprising. She wondered what kind of person she was, carrying the title of the daughter of a trader. But hasn't she already become cuter than what I originally thought? She couldn't force the story any further. Instead, Harlan remembered there was one thing she hadn't done. Ah, this greeting is a bit late, isn't it? I'm Harlan from Class B, nice to meet you. Azel replied blankly, yes, ah, nice to meet you too. Just then, someone's loud exclamation caught both of their attention as they looked to one side. It seemed like everything was about to begin. At the bottom of the large courtyard, Yusial appeared and stood still there with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hearing the increasingly lively chatter focusing on him, he once again looked confused just like before. Why were so many people gathering here like this? Not only that, Senior Doc Chulkwing up in the stands shouted encouragement loudly. Hey brave boy, I don't know the details exactly, but please go easy on them. Hearing these somewhat exaggerated compliments, Yusial was dazed. A new thought popped into his head. Wait a minute, was I the one chosen by the seniors to fight? Why should I go easy then? As for Dion beside him, he remained unusually calm. Only Dion was like that. While the other trainees were delighted to witness such a match, that bastard Yusial will finally have to learn a lesson he won't forget. He's just a civilian who thinks he's the center of the universe. Serve him right. Once a senior puts a mark on you, that's the end of the story. Saying this, one of the two stiffened his expression. Hearing his friend being badmouthed, Bion immediately cast a cold glare, staring fixedly at the other party. His coldness intensified, as if to imply that if the other side said one more word against him, he would kill them right there. And this tactic really worked. When Princess Bion left, the two trainees who had been teasing earlier shrank into a corner, too timid to do anything else. Like everyone else, Bion was also interested in his match and chose a good spot to watch. But when she thought of him, her eyes narrowed slightly. She still couldn't take her eyes off Yusial, calm down below. And shortly after, Yusial's gaze fixed intently ahead where someone stood opposite him and spoke. Hey kid, are you ready? Hey kid, are you ready? Your opponent has appeared. Second-year student from Class C, Caliban Kadalam, with sharp eyes, also from Class C, with strength ranked roughly around 300. Although I am from Class S, if we only compare pure fighting ability, he seems stronger than me. It's best to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Yusial casually swung back. Well, I'm ready, I guess. Hearing that confirmation from him, Caliban gave a dangerous smile, stubborn until the last moment. HMPA. And just as the tension built dramatically, a professor stepped forward to preside over both. Since everyone is here, I will explain the match rules. This duel will last at least 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you falls. If there is any sign of life-threatening danger during the fight, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Moreover, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to concede, and the match will end immediately. Then the match began. As the sound rang out, both were transported to a vast forest full of green trees. A clock with 4 zeros will be the starting highlight for everything. Caliban remained confident as he took out his wand. Yusial, facing him, grew serious and held a sword of light to ease some of the tension. Harlan looked at Azel and asked a question. Who do you think will win? Azel already had her answer and choice. Of course, it's the senior. After all, Senior Caliban is the inheritor of the Earth attribute. Earth elementals have very strong defensive capabilities, and Yusial's firepower is not exactly that powerful either. Harlan agreed and analyzed further. Not to mention, Earth elementals specialize in terrain control and can dominate the battlefield's terrain, making their attacks even more diverse. Could Yusial's sword pierce the defense of a third-level Earth mage? Although I previously expressed that opinion, Azel still felt more sadness. Harlan is right. There's no way Usial can win this battle, at least logic. But there is still a bit of faith placed in him. Returning to the fight, Senior Caliban revealed more of his danger on his face. Today, I will show you what fear really means. The domain can. At this point, confusion rushed in. The ground had cracked, but the two words blink constant already appeared in front of Usial. What Usial chose to do first in fighting his opponent was to keep his distance. And once he had established a safe distance, Usial realized something about his opponent. Caliban had also sensed something similar. Immediately, a new smile appeared on Usial's face. After smiling, he thought, I'll run. Run as far as possible. Caliban stayed behind, unable to believe that he could act so quickly. What is this? Sharing the same impression, Harlan stiffened and spoke up, observing. Oh, running from the start without keeping face for himself at all. Azel beside him shared the same view. That's true. However, Azel's worry for Usial remained. But in this situation, that might be the right move. Back to the battle, Caliban kept chasing behind with anger continuously showing on his face, shouting, hey you bastard, come back here quickly. Usually, if he were to turn back, that would be strange. Who would listen to that and actually turn back? Once enough frustration builds up inside, it's time for it to be released. Caliban clenched his teeth, then from his current position, 3 simple green formations were created. Throwing stone. Usial was surprised as his opponent quickly shifted the situation. And realizing that, the attack struck ahead and dust flew everywhere around. Princess Bion, Azel, Senior Doc Chulkwang, and Dion had to suppress their emotions and waited anxiously. Stopping at a bush, Caliban smiled again and thought, good, that move definitely hit. When the pride is pushed high, the features and face become even more pronounced. Caliban stiffened. What is this? Right before my eyes appeared a monkey hanging upside down by its tail, swaying. Could it be a monkey doll? Because when startled, people lose their sharp judgment. What the hell is that? Why is it here? Just as I didn't know what to do, the 2 claws on its hands showed signs of closing in on each other. A dangerous pressure quickly transmitted into the opponent's senses. Boom. A burst of light exploded, forcing him to raise his hands in defense. True to his earth mage nature, a greenish light enveloped Caliban from head to toe. His body didn't budge, but the uneasy feeling only grew. I almost bit it there. Lucky I matched my body weight to the Earth's gravity. But that stopped mattering when his senses detected a strange change. An earth blade sprang up right behind him, and just as Caliban guessed, a ripping wind sounded as Beak Usial appeared there and swung a slash with his sword of light. A crackling sound rang out, but sadly the sword couldn't cut through it. Caliban spun around grinning, wand raised high, die already. Shatterstone, the earth blade he'd created, dissolved in an instant, replaced by the energy of a new explosion about to form. Caliban was sure this time he couldn't afford to miss again. But the impending slap in the face would slowly change his perspective right where the blast formed. Nothing appeared there, not even strange lotus-like traces. Nothing at all. What the? Caliban looked around. Hey rookie, is that all you can do? Just run away. Are those words about knightly spirit just empty phrases? The slap updated again when he stepped on something strange. Oh my god. His body reacted oddly. What had been heavy as a lump of earth was now lifted up, unsteady. Why is my body so stiff? Losing balance, he staggered and tilted to one side, his gaze fixed forward. Hidden in the bushes from afar, Beak Usial watched everything intently. A smile that boosted his confidence. But when it caught Caliban's eye, it felt like a provocation. That kid, he's smiling. Exerting all his strength to cast magic, Caliban bent down and gritted his teeth, Earth's gravity. His wand pointed once toward where Beak Usial had been, but the boy had vanished. Irritated, furious, completely annoyed, Caliban had to use his senses to find him again. This brat wants to play peekaboo, come out now. Whether by choice of angle or not, a strange thing like a tennis ball flew from afar. Sensing the motion, Caliban sidestepped and slid it in two with his wand. Stop those cheap little tricks. From the split of the ball, a somewhat intense light shone out. Instead of an explosive bomb, it was a smoke bomb. Thus Caliban was temporarily blinded. Tears fell. The game was over. But no, Caliban was still there, albeit looking a bit messy. Is this a CS gas grenade? Though not badly injured, Caliban's attention accidentally hit a bell lying and swaying on the ground that he hadn't noticed before. And as expected, that light was shown for everyone to see. Instead of affecting only Caliban in combat, it now affected everyone watching outside. Harlan wondered, what is that? Azel squinted and replied, it looks like a flashing device that temporarily blocks sight and sound. From CS gas to dazzling attacks, this senior seems completely disoriented. Princess Hong Bion stood aside, curled her lip, and judged, that's it. Now if one can approach slowly and deliver the finishing blow, that commoner will be the victor. Suddenly something changed that made the princess widen her eyes looking below. What now? Below, Beak Usial calmly produced more round objects to prepare to throw. The first one hit the side of his face and deformed it, accompanied by a spreading pain. The rest couldn't be wasted either. Beak Usial continuously used his blink skill to redirect the attacks. From another viewpoint, Senior Doc Chulkwang and Senior Dion voiced their doubts. Is it CS gas again this time? It seems there's just a bit of simple smoke mixed in. What should I say now? Beak Usial's attacks aren't lethal. He has at least inflicted light wounds. Instead of just tears this time, there's also spit. Cursing is the only way to vent for now. Damn you, Beak Usial. Drawing most of his mana, Caliban pulled up a chunk of earth from beneath his feet straight toward the sky. Beak Usial below was somewhat surprised by the impact. His earlier insults apparently weren't enough. Caliban raised his voice in the following words. Enough with this so-called training. I don't need it. I'll fight you seriously right here and now. Beak Usial couldn't help but look bewildered, unable to avoid what was coming. A massive green magic array with countless characters layered atop one another enveloped the area. From his previous days, Beak Usial froze solid with a fresh bead of sweat. Still, a meteor shower isn't too much to expect from a first-year student, is it? Already pissed off about the stakes, and now hearing impermissible words, Caliban's eyes went red as he ground his teeth. Are you out of your mind? I don't know about others, but you shouldn't say that. Both Doc Chulkwang and Dion sympathized with those words. Fair enough. When words couldn't change things, small, sharp stone pillars began to sprout from the array. Time started to slow count. 14 minutes 47 seconds, 14 minutes 49 seconds. Caliban's wand-bearing arm rose straight up, preparing to strike. The moment his arm came down and pointed forward, he gathered more strength and shouted, "Die!" The timer kept running. 14 minutes 55 seconds. The dense meteor shower surrounding the sky was inching closer to Beak Usial. Time reached 14 minutes 57 seconds, and he still stood there without any motion to move. Not only that, Beak Usial seemed sleep-deprived, so his eyelids gradually drooped. Time slowly passed. 14 minutes 58 seconds, 14 minutes 59 seconds, and the crucial moment arrived, 15 minutes. A smile stretched at the corner of his mouth. Just as the earth pillars were only a few spans away, Beak Usial raised his hand and declared, "I give up." Instead of saying it might stop before him, you could say all magic halted under the push of Stella. The entire square suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Because of one thing, they all couldn't believe he would utter those words at such a critical moment. And it seemed the most pitiful person now was Caliban, since from the start he'd been the only one taking hits constantly, staggered, eyes burning, coughing and hacking. One bout of annoyance after another. After a while, he finally regained some composure. The announcement sounded, training match over. Both returned to the real world and stood facing each other. First-year student of Class S, Beak Usial, surrendered. Therefore, the winner is Caliban of Class C Year 2. Caliban still couldn't believe this was real. Is it over? Contrary to that expression, Beak Usial felt his body lighten considerably. Ah, I finally survived. Pity him as he still stood there listening to the announcement. The special training match ends here. His body trembled in its natural way. Then a helpless, metallic wail echoed across the entire square. The match ended just as most students predicted. The second-year student won. Stepping outside, the chatter grew lively. Wow, did you see that second-year student's face? He looked like he was furious enough to go mad. If I were in his place, I'd start throwing punches regardless of the match result. You're right, it looked like the first year had beaten the second year. But what exactly were the things Beak Usial used? Could these be newly developed items this time? Beak Usial did very well, but I found myself more drawn to those tools. Senior Dion was also swept up by those comments. Is it really because he likes using magical tools? While ordinary alchemists fight by using terrain features, Beak Usial planned the placement of his magical tools from start to finish thanks to his superior mobility. He created advantageous terrain by installing items in his area. As expected, that kid really is remarkable. Senior Doc Chulkwang beside him unexpectedly interjected a few words. Oh, Mi Ryun said you requested this training. So did you achieve the result you want? Dion once again observed those around her. The result I wanted, yes. Now second years won't be able to hassle first years so easily, and sometimes even a second year could lose to a first year. With a bit more murmuring from other students, I'm in a bad mood. I can't stand seeing that arrogant first year humiliated. What a pity, me too, Senior Dion concluded at this level. I suppose this is the relative outcome I wanted. This situation has become really interesting. Haha, things are going well. Moving to the Red Falcon club room, someone slammed their fist on the desk. It was Edmund Atlook, clenching his hand with a contorted face. Caliban, that stupid brat. Not far from there, Princess Hong Bion was also sitting and reading some newspaper. It contained information about Assistant Instructor Alter Risha. alchemist Altarisha, developing new magical engineering technologies in the future, amid outside discussions about Beek Yuseol. Princess Hongbion sank into thought with a series of battle images. Is this the ultimate result of surrendering the win to the opponent? Throughout the 15-minute duel, Beek Yuseol didn't even properly use his sword and merely humiliated his senior by using various magical tools. In other words, that means if he wanted to win, he could have at any time. However, he chose not to, and intentionally surrendering has a clear reason. It would be odd for a first year to defeat a second year. Isn't he indicating that not everything is solved by strength alone? Princess Hongbion thought Beek Yuseol would be enraged and crush his senior. But she never expected he would humiliate the opponent before withdrawing. Seriously, he's a hard-to-read commoner. In a nearby corner, Edmund and his faction members were still discussing what to do about Beek Yuseol. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't we say they should teach Beek Yuseol privately? Actually, the second years still haven't handled Beek Yuseol separately. What? A student awkwardly scratched his face and explained carefully. Contrary to rumors, Beek Yuseol greeted seniors politely and treated them very kindly. I was going to scold him, but because he's so good at starting conversations, I ended up buying snacks for him instead. An absurd situation occurred. What the hell? Edmund was speechless and seemingly couldn't believe it. Just as they began to plan how to deal with it, someone's hurried voice suddenly rose. Young master, startled, both looked in the same direction. It was one of the people who had accompanied Edmund to the academy. Her appearance made Edmund feel uneasy. What's the matter? She stammered, but managed to say clearly. It's that I just received a call from the Duke. I think you should contact him. A phone appeared at the needed spot. Edmund made the call as he'd planned before the connection. Oh my, this is a bit big. Father is the one contacting me first. When connected, he replied, Yes, father, this is Edmund. The son's voice responded, I just received a call from the Alchemy City. From the Alchemist City, he held up a newspaper and said, I've received extremely important news. The alchemists of the Altarisha Research Institute have stopped shipping items to the country because Duke Atalik refused. Do you know anything about this? He answered, Yes, of course not. How could you say that to the Altarisha school? Although Edmund denied it, the reality was reiterated by him. But it's true. A co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique said so himself. In an instant he fell silent. Something strange immediately occupied his mind. A co-author. It didn't take long before he became utterly alarmed. Wait, father, I really don't know. I've never met anyone like that before. Then another thought flashed through his head. His heart began pounding. A familiar figure appeared. Could it be Beek Yuseol? Where he was, a chill ran down his spine and sweat formed on his face. He couldn't speak until a peculiar hope began to flicker. One issue, he said bluntly to his father. Still, it's absurd to refuse the kingdom of Adalbit. Father, do you know how much influence we have on the Alchemy Council? Not letting his son continue, he cut in with a cold tone. This is a scientific and technological revolution. This is a new technology that has never existed before. It's the ability to create objects equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is collaborating with Altarisha. Edmund gritted his teeth as he fell into danger. The Golden Alchemist always is. This is much bigger than I thought, right? He interrupted, as you said, the country will soon restore trade routes, but Atlik's name will not be among them. He brought up the previous matters seriously. I'll ask again whether you are involved in this incident. Edmund had no answer, and that was enough to form a complete response. Back to Princess Hongbion. The princess was surprised when someone called her name, Hongbion. Can you speak like that? Who else but Edmund Atlik? Confusion showed on her face, and Princess Hongbion replied, Yes, senior. With no other choice, Edmund could only rely on Princess Hongbion. Can you arrange a meeting with Beek Yuseol? Princess Hongbion couldn't believe Edmund himself uttered the name she found disgusting and hateful. After a moment's thought, she narrowed her eyes. Yes, I'll do that. To the southern continent, the Howal Plain, the lower Moon Prairie, a magnificent scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A girl with long red hair was looking out over the vast expanse ahead. That was Jeliel. Without any expression, Jeliel said to herself, Land prices are rising. At that moment, another figure trembling approached her and knelt. Lady Jeliel, please, I beg. Just this once, please show mercy. A strange number 3 panel appeared above his head. Jeliel saw the info panel containing the special number 3. A new knowledge update, scoring the value of all things. This feature allows one to perceive every creature, person, animal, or object as a number. The lowest value is none, and the highest value is 100. She sat down near him, but this person had only 3. That value was equivalent to a street rock. Then she spoke to him. See, why are you bankrupt like this? I warned you not to expand into useless businesses. However, he gritted his teeth, thinking otherwise. Lying, this business was supposed to succeed. And you ruined everything, but it seems beyond saving now. Bury him, yes, that voice rang out as the clearest expression of stunned disbelief. The guards rushed in and dragged him away amid his piercing screams. Ah, please spare me, Lady Jelliel, Lady Jelliel. Jelliel glanced at him one last time. Once those sounds faded, she broke into a particular satisfied smile. However, it quickly vanished and returned her to normal. Ah, how boring. Kids these days really have no will at all. Just as that thought formed, a familiar voice suddenly called, Jelliel, are you there? Hearing the call, Jelliel beamed with flushed cheeks. The tone was different from before. The arrival of this person was, however, a question mark. And the special person could only be Melian, chairman of Stellaris Company. My beloved daughter, have you been well lately? Jelliel stepped forward to hug Melian. Daddy, was your trip enjoyable? Her cheeks blushed even more. How did the deal go? Is everything fine? She asked, smiling. He cheerfully replied, it's still ongoing. This time, the Altarisha Alchemy School developed a new item by combining special magical techniques. There is a video of an actual battle using the jointly developed alchemical item. Would you like to watch it? The smile remained on her face. Jelliel replied, that would be delightful. A thought intruded. Honestly, I wish I had more time to talk with father. But she couldn't say that. Then shall we go to my room? Yes. Entering the new room, a purple orb emitted a brilliant light. I'll give a brief introduction before the video. He's a first year at Stella Academy. He fought a second year using that item. Jelliel was slightly surprised by her father's introduction, alchemical technique. The co-author of Metallamagic is only a first-year student. Jelliel began to feel a curious interest in him. What kind of person might that boy be? When the screen played, Jelliel snapped out of her surprise. Oh. The image of Beak Usial appeared clearly, yet through that screen, like her father, he also had an information panel marked with a question mark. How strange, why can't I read his value? This has never happened before. Even the emperor of the Scalvan Empire, the king of Adalbit, I've seen that everyone has one. There are two cases where the value of all things cannot be measured. She looked at her father more intently. More precisely, the small question mark panel. One is when the object is a loved one. Then she stealthily glanced back at the screen showing Beak Usial. The other is when the value is hidden to the point it cannot be measured. Knowing you haven't said his name yet, Jelliel asked father, what's this person's name? He smiled and answered, his name is Beak Usial. Remember it well, who knows, you might meet him someday. You mustn't displease your father. If he said so, of course I'll remember. Just a little exchange, moreover. Daddy, before you leave, would you like to play a game of soul chess with me? Maybe. Tapping her fingers on her hand, Jelliel shook off thoughts of Beak Usial. Does he have a value that I cannot measure? Add a cold face, Beak Usial. I'll remember that name. Back at Stellar Academy, more precisely the one recently on someone's mind, Beak Usial. He held a glass and was seriously drinking something black. And on the other side, Edmund Achlik showed clear embarrassment, awkwardness, and stammering. He couldn't let time be wasted in silence. Beak Usial spoke first as he set the glass down. I've finished my coffee. If you have nothing to say, I'll be leaving. Edmund couldn't believe he was so decisive and blunt. Ah, wait. Not daring to look at him, Edmund said, I regret what happened earlier. That was my fault. I am deeply sorry and have reflected on underestimating you just because you're a commoner, so please forget what I said before and take back what you said. He remained indifferent as the other spoke, his expression fixed, his deeper thought reconstructed itself. What's this? Apologies or whatever aren't that important, but to prevent Princess Hong Bion's tragic end as much as possible, I need to remove Edmund's political power to achieve that. Edmund was startled when his voice turned oddly cold. I don't want to do that because of you. Right now I should demand more, so what should I do? Let's see. Beak Usial put his hand into his coat. What if I do it like this? A paper with writing on it was revealed. This was no ordinary paper, but magic paper. A mysterious sheet on which anything can be miraculously created just by drawing, Beak Usial continued. This is a magical oath written on magic paper. Bet with me then. Edmund grew puzzled. Bet. He explained in more detail, but nothing changed. The game will be soul chess. If I lose here, I'll withdraw what I said. I'll only supply items to the kingdom of Adalbit through House Achlik. Edmund wanted to confirm again. Soul chess. You also add a reverse condition, but only if I win. Please transfer me a regular pass to attend the Aslan Symposium. Edmund sensed a danger in those words. What? He calmly listened as the other spoke. Now do you think that's reasonable? Edmund squinted. Of course not. The Aslan Symposium, a public forum where members of prestigious magical houses gather to hold academic discussion sessions. Only truly reputable houses in the magical elite can participate, and there are 3 conditions to attend. Having attended last year and presented an outstanding thesis to be recognized for participation the following year. Having a paper that can be presented at a slam, or being one of the 12 rising stars of this generation. Because worldwide it gathers genius mages to compare merit, participating in a slam, and even maintaining that status proves one's ability. House Atlic the Dukes have attended a slam for decades. This is a key factor sustaining their power. I'm thinking of targeting that. He put the paper back into his coat. Beek Yusial closed his eyes and added, "If you don't like it, then fine." Just as he had walked a few steps away, a decisive, hesitant voice stopped him. "Wait." Edmund's face fell as if depressed. "Did you just say soul chest?" "If you said that," a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. With deep danger in his gaze, "All right, I'll sign it. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow." He studied his own expression for a long moment to question how the other had slipped into his coat pocket. A day passed to reach an important matter. Moving to the next day, students began gathering far more densely than usual. Surely they were all headed for an event. The uninformed will be told by the informed. Why are there so many people at the cafe today? Senior Edmund, in his final year, is betting a game of soul chess with his first-year junior. Is that really a thing? The focus points straight behind Beek Yusial, whispering, who here at Stella Academy can play soul chess better than Senior Edmund. Which fearless junior is this? You supply the answer without saying it. It's me. He sighed lightly and glanced elsewhere. Do you all think I like it? From the start, I had no interest in soul chess at all, however. What? He startled when he looked toward a student emerging. Here they come. Senior Edmund and Princess Hongbyun were accompanied by another student carrying something, confidently declaring themselves the center of attention today from Edmund Atlic. Beek Yusial was similarly concerned. Indeed, he had brought Princess Hongbyun along. Today, Princess Hongbyun was prickly, doubly so when the chatter included her. While the princess looks stunning today, aren't those two secretly dating? Princess Hongbyun focused on Beek Yusial with understanding. What's this? Why is she staring at me so intensely? Did I do something wrong? Unable to do more after sulking, Princess Hongbyun crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and picked a seat. Another student brought out a board divided into alternating black and white squares. Until now, Princess Hongbyun had never understood him much. This time was no different. She felt uneasy. What does Beek Yusial think? Edmund learned soul chess at 5 and was called a soul chess prodigy. Not just at Stella, but across Adalbit, there are few players better than Edmund. But why did he choose the game Edmund is best at? Beek Yusial seemed to read minds with Princess Hongbyun. Edmund smiled at her like a familiar object, holding that smile and turning back to the decisive game box. Honestly, it was surprising Beek Yusial set a slan participation as a condition, placing his hand on the white pieces. But this is indeed better. Now the time has come. I will make you feel ashamed before me. Edmund lifted a piece, his smile slightly inhuman. Let's begin the game. Finally, let's check and confirm once more. Edmund, confident of victory, reiterated the bet. Once you sign the magic paper, breaking the oath means you will lose all your mana. You understand that, right? Beek Yusial replied without odd expression, of course. But in this matter, he did feel he was playing a bit dirty. I have no mana, so breaking that agreement doesn't matter. A final piece was placed by Edmund, interleaved at the center point. He let go and extended an invitation to him. The arrangement of the pieces was set. Please go first. Beek Yusial gave himself a brief thought. Is he abandoning first move advantage in such an important bet? He slipped his hand into his coat. It seems he had completely underestimated me. The encyclopedic knowledge he used to his last breath. Okay, things look better for me. At this point, let's briefly explain some rules of soul chess. Soul chess is played on an octagonal board. You must choose 20 pieces from 200 types and place them on that board. You can only move one piece per turn. Unlike ordinary chess, each piece in each square has its own attribute and ability. Combine them strategically to capture the opponent's king and win. That is the ultimate goal. Even for me, a veteran who has fought 10 years in soul chess, it's not easy, but PvP is still much more fun than this game. Beek Yusial chose the black pieces, and then his gaze fixed on his opponent. Moreover, Edmund Atlic is one of the top soul chess players, not only at Stella, but in all of Adalbit. That confidence had completely bound Edmund's reason. I was very surprised he bet a slan qualification, yet challenged with this form of soul chess. Truly an arrogant commoner brat. I will crush you so you never dare challenge me again. Cutting off that thought, Beek Yusial, given priority to move first, prepared to speak. Then let us begin. As if isolated in an indeterminate space, the two were completely separated from outside perception. Edmund noticed the setup Beek Yusial had prepared. It revealed an extraordinary surprise, yet also exposed utterly unpredictable details. What is this layout? It feels as if his pieces were arranged to subtly break my strategy. It can't be mere coincidence. After all, a commoner like this brat couldn't have played enough soul chess to gain such experience. Beek Yusial began adjusting the opening direction because he had let me go first, so I will take my leave. With just the first move, he stunned a player like Edmund. Not only did he move his queen from the start, he charged straight into my formation, lifting a piece resembling a knight. This could prove the guy is an idiot. A smug confidence at the corner of his mouth stretched his smile. This white piece was firmly placed on the correct white square. The piece that moved revealed some vague special transformation in that move. More precisely, that piece quickly knocked one of Beek Yusial's pieces backward. The leading knight, Edmund, confidently thought he had secured the advantage. How foolish. That guy dared to push his queen into a dangerous sacrificial position from the start. The piece trait revealed. Rapid running knight, able to traverse the board with its special movement ability. On one side, Beek Yusial played seriously. On the other, Edmund was confident in each meticulous step. Again, the knight surged forward. Where it passed, Beek Yusial's pieces were struck away and vanished. Still the knight, and it kept charging ahead. At this very moment, Edmund seemed unable to hide the inner feeling he'd concealed all along. He covered his face and laughed tremulously. That tremor passed, and the human nature slowly came to light. Unbelievable. I didn't think you could act so careless. I could finish this, even before I moved to the next phase of my symphony. In this match, Edmund Achillik brought one of his favorite tactics, the flame of annihilation. The core of this strategy lies in the tight coordination of 3 rapid-running knights. Step 1. Use the mobility of the rapid-running knights to disrupt the enemy. Step 2. Use 5 fire pawns to secure map control safely, creating a blazing terrain. Blazing terrain is a special map that reduces defense of weak fire-affiliated units and increases damage for fire-aligned units. If it reached that stage, Beek Yusial would have no chance. Although the plan was like that, the moment Beek Yusial moved his arm for a new step, Edmund seemed to have found where the mistake was. It should have been like that. In a white square on the black side, a piece suddenly appeared without any warning. Edmund knew where the error was, a hidden pawn. It also had its own characteristic info. Iron Shackle Trap creates a prison in the designated range. Any piece trapped cannot move for 5 turns. The 3 white knights that had rampaged earlier were now imprisoned by red shackles when aligned on the same rank. The worry began for Edmund. Damn, my rapid-running knights. The stealth effect should have ended after 3 turns, so why like this? And then the surprise was not over even for himself, because the next piece of information was mentioned. Stealth pawn. The pawn remains invisible in the match. The stealth effect ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before this effect ends, the effect is extended by 7 turns. A drop of sweat fell, but that dangerous smile appeared. That bastard deliberately sacrificed his queen early to trigger this effect. His hands went stiff. It's fine. That effect only lasts 5 more turns anyway. Moreover, this turn I'll activate the blazing terrain field. The white piece placed on a black square ignited the entire battlefield. Blazing terrain reduces defense of all non-fire units by 30%. Fire units gain 200% damage. It's an environment that lowers the opponent's defense against fire and boosts the owner's attack. Completing this objective is extremely difficult because it requires holding points at 5 different locations. Once completed, dominance will tip to one side. Edmund stared at Beek Yusial. How about that, Beek Yusial? Now the territory is activated. Next turn you're done. Beek Yusial was unnaturally calm, but then he made another hand movement to change. A throat full of unease shot into thought. Edmund watched intently without taking his eyes off him to see what trick he'd do next. Another stealth pawn, that cunning bastard. But whatever he placed when this turn passed, Edmund, once confident, did not recognize Beek Yusial's move. And when that move landed, Edmund froze and uttered a foolish word in his mind. Huh. Edmund did not notice how the ordinary pawn had somehow gained control of a specific point, a black embodiment on a white square. Seizing the reversal terrain. When you seize while the opponent's terrain is active, you get the reversal effect. In other words, the blazing terrain immediately becomes frozen terrain. Activating the frost terrain, the fire vanishes and ice pillars rise up. Edmund gradually slipped out of the control he had wanted. With the reversal effect, ice elemental damage increases by 200%. The hidden condition for reversal was met. Gain an extra attack turn. 2 maneuvers, 2 simple pieces, 3 knights and 1 environment neutralized. Edmund tried to reassure himself with his earlier arrogance. What the hell? He saw my entire tact. Edmund rolled his eyes to look at him more closely. No, impossible. It must be a coincidence. With a single adjustment of his glasses, Edmund realized he had been trapped in the palm of a true chess monster. He grew paler and his mouth opened uncontrollably. Coincidence, isn't it? There was still 1 white knight not yet imprisoned. Wake up. Unable to trap the opponent in his hand, Edmund could only clutch his senseless pants pitifully as another bead of sweat fell. Edmund pressed his lips together. I've faced countless opponents like this. Just hold on until the next turn, then I can turn the tide. If I endure, I'll win. He swallowed, his expression hardened, that's all. The bright spark of hope on his face slowly sank into darkness. I can win. Instead of confidence, despair carried Edmund into an isolated dimension. Can I really beat him? Can my turn come back? Beak Yusial's pieces moved without hesitation. Edmund gradually shrank in that scene. He crossed his arms in the chair and switched to serious mode, and a few words of praise for his opponent entered his thoughts. Edmund's skill was indeed not bad, even strong moreover. In this world, beating Edmund in Soul chess has always been one of the toughest challenges. But after 10 years, mad veteran players appeared. This one truly was insane. A veteran who'd played thousands of games with Edmund finally wrote a perfect strategy. No longer hidden, Beak Yusial smiled brightly, and that strategy was stored right in these glasses. In other words, I'm playing Soul chess with an entire encyclopedia of detailed instructions in hand. The next black piece was chosen to be placed on a black square. It differed from the characteristics of the pieces I knew. Bishop of Thunder unleashes a lightning strike, dealing 200% damage to enemies that are frozen. If frozen targets are linked, the attack becomes spreading lightning. Under the piece's hood, a lightning-shaped gap was revealed. The yellow of the lightning and the energy beams gradually converged. The blue of the snow and ice covering the field completely changed to the yellow of lightning bolts. Edmund stood in despair, stunned by that rapid transformation. One move, the entire white side vanished. Now only the black pieces remained there. Ha ha ha. The previous coldness had shifted. Edmund bitterly had to accept a truth he voiced. I lost, Beak Yusial. The tone ended with a phrase. Yes, thank you for this match. Absolute silence. On the board now there is only one color, black and dark. Very soon after, the students repeatedly voiced astonished exclamation. One of them had the courage to speak up directly. Wait. A first group of 3 formed and turned to make a commotion. Are you crazy? Did you see that just now? Senior Edmund actually lost. How did that happen? Was that a tactic or a joke? Was his strategy really always this insane? Edmund sat rigidly without any movement, ignoring those disruptive noises. For the first time facing an opponent who moved pieces coldly and with extreme logic, those things turned an arrogant Edmund into an emotionless Edmund. And then his unwanted scene unfolded. Hong Byun was conversing and standing beside the male lead. The thought kept circling in his head. Have I lost? And it was Soul chess beside. Edmund couldn't accept this truth as they both left. The product contract was also lost. I even lost the right to attend the Aslan Symposium. Hands trembling, thoughts growing more tangled. What should I do? If my father finds out about this, will my life end here? The student in charge of the board, while rearranging, noticed the change from Senior Edmund. With his decisive motion, the board remained intact after Edmund's dangerous slam on the table. The anger that had been suppressed immediately erupted. Damn it. Truly damn it. Because of that action, a few students outside did not dare to intervene deeply. They could only leave the place before things got worse. Very quickly, the quiet space left only Edmund covering his face and trembling. What should I do? Just as he seemed about to fall into despair, a familiar voice rose and untied that annoying knot. Senior, look up. Edmund was not mistaken that it was Hong Byun. When she had noticed him, Hong Byun adjusted and spoke in the calmest voice. I will try to persuade that commoner on your behalf. We will secure the commercial rights to the product. I will ask him to retract the statement he made about the Ajlik ducal family. Edmund was astonished, as if he couldn't believe his ears. A thrill of excitement welled up, making him more open in his next words. Really? Is that really true? Thank you, Hong Byun. Thank you so much. How can I repay you for this help? A gentle voice. The princess interjected a bit. You say repay. I was born destined to be a queen. After another round of emotions, Edmund returned to the feeling he had when he first lost the game to Beak Yusial. It had been a long time since Hong Byun showed that dangerous expression. Therefore, caring for someone who would become my vassal is natural. Hong Byun turned and left coldly. Next, I'll go meet Beak Yusial. Edmund's voice suddenly dropped unusually. A vassal. Hong Byun had only just walked away when Edmund's heart-wrenching scream shattered the last semblance of silence. That's right, at first their relationship was like king and vassal. Edmund used his power to manipulate their bond, trying to change it. But now that the balance of power has been broken, they returned to their original positions and roles. Hong Byun's confident smile dispelled all the tension she'd carried for so long. The narrative shifted back to the protagonist Beak Yusial. Stellar Academy actually has a phone booth. Beak Yusial was contacting the person on the other end. Hello, yes, please postpone all transactions with the merchant in Adalbit for about a month. He smiled and moved to another option. Currently, we plan to distribute only through royal channels. Is that possible? A quick reply came back to him. Of course, I will do that. Anything you want. Thank you, teaching assistant. After finishing what he had planned, he disconnected, stretched several times to breathe the fresh, comfortable air. Finally it's done. Luckily, everything ended safely. But the Aslan participation ticket isn't really that useful. So what should I do now? Anyway, the protagonist will automatically be placed among the 12 rising stars. As he sank into those thoughts, someone cut in, commoner. Who else can call you that so bluntly besides Hong Bion still being here? That said, Hong Bion hoped you were still nearby. As she stepped closer, Beek Yusial put his hand inside his jacket to take something out. Ah, you arrived just in time. He held a sheet of paper up in front of her. Here, a new contract. Hong Bion's eyes went wide in bewilderment. He didn't hide his plan and spoke it immediately. The Altarisha school will be distributed only through the Adalbit royal family for 1 month. How it is used is up to what you want to do with it. Hong Bion studied the new contract's details closely, and then gripped the paper when he unexpectedly spoke in a slightly sad tone. Well, then I'll take my leave. I don't want you to go so quickly. The princess mustered her courage and spoke anew. This time I owe you. Her cheeks flushed and her voice grew soft. Thank you. Sensing the clear change in her behavior, Beek Yusial looked back slightly embarrassed and replied curtly, okay, a passing thought, how lucky to receive thanks from her. Knowing he wasn't good at managing emotions, Hong Bion blushed but chose her words more carefully. Hey, you said there'd be a price for helping me. If you tell me what that price is, I'll answer right away. It seemed Beek Yusial hadn't considered that. He touched one cheek and looked away. Ah, the price, Actually, the price Beek Yusial wanted was quite simple. He stared at Hong Bion. It was obvious. Hong Bion would not be tainted by evil. Instead, she would choose goodness and together with him build the best possible happy ending. This time, Hong Bion couldn't bear to look him in the eye, seeing the princess like that he couldn't say it aloud but kept it in his heart. Yet he couldn't suddenly say, I hope you become a good person. So, based on 29 years of life experience, he gave the most appropriate and exemplary reaction for the situation. Then Hong Bion turned back waiting for the result. The two became cute chatting. Buy me a meal. What? Rubbing his stomach, he smiled innocently. Just treat me to a meal. I want to be full to bursting from a meal bought by the princess. Hong Bion was surprised and didn't expect the price he asked for to be so odd. She froze for a long moment, then a slight smile replaced it. Her cheeks flushed once more. All right then. Then come with me. Beek Yusial's steps changed, and he arrived at a new place. One thing's certain. You came here with the princess in the car parked beside us. You stared at that car, sweating too fast to wipe it away. In the 10 years I've played this game, cash items have appeared everywhere. The cars in Ether are truly luxurious. You can't just let Beek Yusial fixate on that car and crawl into it. Hong Bion turned back to warn. On this side, a confident smile, the stars sparkling. You must take your eyes off that car and go inside with the princess. She brought me all the way here. Has she planned this already? With the princess's current money, I should pick at least the 5 best dishes in Ether, right? But the truth seemed about to give you a bit of a sting. Stepping aside, Hong Bion showed you a special eatery. Stir-fried noodles, black bean noodles, were here. Surprised yet shocked yet. What else could there be but a million question marks and your dazed face? And you even dreamed of a beautiful meal. Where's my big fatty salmon? Where's my salmon caviar canapé? And a whole bowl of black truffle mushroom cream. When the two sat at the same table, the atmosphere clearly split into two opposing sides. The bright stars shifted to Hong Bion and the collapse. The server remained waiting for them to order. Despite gaining many stars, the princess's expression was oddly serious. These dishes look unfamiliar to me. Ah, I found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about what would make Beek Yusial happiest. Hong Bion recalled the conversation with the guard beside her. He said there's a story from his past tied to this place. Really, expensive food means nothing to Beek Yusial. From the past I happened to see, I learned the dish he treasured most. It was confidence in himself and pointing to one direction on the menu. One item, please zoom in closer. It was black bean noodles. But over there, Beek Yusial calmly raised his hand to order something different from what the princess expected. Ah, I'll have 3 bowls of jajampong and an order of tangsiuk pork cutlets. Huh. Hong Bion was embarrassed. His round eyes asked, what's wrong? Can't I order 3 bowls? Hong Bion flustered. No, that's not the issue. This time Hong Bion forced herself to change her thinking. Why didn't he order black bean noodles? Isn't that his memory with his mother? And it seemed Hong Bion realized her mistake. Impossible, right? Why would a commoner write about his mother and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He hadn't overcome the past. He still regretted those things. Because he couldn't repay his mother's kindness that he didn't understand as a child, the server brought the requested dishes. The food arrived. Thank you. Hong Bion bowed her head and slowly felt ashamed for bringing him to this place. For him, black bean noodles weren't a memory. They were a symbol of regret, and I hadn't even realized that. Though belatedly realizing it, the princess chose to tell him at once, "Sorry for treating you to a meal at a place like this." Beak Yusial didn't notice what the princess was thinking, and his mouth moved a little loudly. It's fine. His hand rose, his round eyes continued. Life surprises sometimes make your wallet act up, but since she's a princess, adding a bit more food is fine, right? He said, "Sir, we need more fried dumplings." Meanwhile, the sole chess match between Edmund Atlick and Beak Yusial was widely spread by the students present. A big rumor quickly circulated throughout the academy, growing uncontrollably. What senior Edmund lost to Beak Yusial? Of course, the question why was raised too. The reason was revealed by many students who eavesdropped on the cafe conversation at the time. The truth was even more shocking than the rumor, sorry. I heard this from Arkin, a retainer from the Atlick family. In fact, it seems senior Edmund Atlick did that because Beak Yusial co-developed the alchemic magic technique. Just the rumor that Edmund Atlick apologized to a first-year student, and that Beak Yusial co-authored the Delta Enhancement Technique, shocked Stello Academy. His name spread not only to Arcanium, but also to the Dark Mages. Arriving at the first tower, Tower 1, in the Vice Principal Akihiden's office with arms crossed and a face devoid of expression, that guy really is quite annoying, just a commoner, and didn't he interfere with Mason Tyron's plan? The mysterious figure opposite, identity concealed, asked, "Should we handle this quietly and discreetly?" Akihiden's face hardened as he rejected the idea. Nonsense. If even a single Stella student goes missing without reason, everything will be thrown into chaos. Handing the Aslan Symposium attendance right to someone like him displeases me. However, taking it from him will be easier than taking it from the Atlick family. We must keep an eye on the name Beak Yusial from now on. Monitor him for the time being. A new exchange followed. More importantly, what is Mason Tyron's condition? The mysterious one answered tersely. She's suppressing her dark mana with the Hierarch's control magic, but it could erupt at any moment. Akihiden was forced to reassess. It is still not the right time. The familiar pact ceremony is about to take place. If she truly loses it and provokes the Spirit King, the consequences will only become more troublesome. Raiden, keep watch on Menon's condition. That way, we can use it to divert Eltwin's attention when necessary. Professor Raiden nodded solemnly in assent. Understood. With Ikihiden's final instruction, Professor Raiden left the principal's office and headed toward the faculty building, an area almost deserted. Inside, the lights were out, forming a dim laboratory. A rack of glass tubes lay shattered. The lab equipment, including the microscope, had been dismantled into a wretched state. Only a few sheets of paper remained in acceptable condition. In the room, Professor Raiden clenched his fist and looked at something on the floor, exuding dark miasma, groaning with anger. Since this is a mission, the points of concern should be prioritized. Right before him stood the transformed form of Professor Mason Tyron. Unable to keep her footing amid what was happening, Professor Raiden thought to himself, this has gotten quite serious. Mason Tyron, now with bloodshot eyes, asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you come here to tell me to wait longer? If I endure and wait, can I return to my original position?" Raiden, outwardly calm but inwardly revealing great contempt. How ridiculous. After a lifetime of stealing what belonged to others, you still dream of getting back the position that was truly yours. However, Raiden still chose to show mercy. Your usefulness is over. Once the plagiarism investigation begins, you will be stripped of all posts and expelled from the academy. Mason Tyron panicked, regained her senses, and asked in a haughty voice, "Then why did Akihiden leave me here?" Raiden replied coldly and decisively, "You are completely corrupted already. As a different purpose, you can certainly fulfill that role. That is why you were left here." Mason Tyron trembled and gradually lost control of herself. "Ha, are you trying to drive me mad and out of control, you bastard?" As Mason Tyron bared her fangs and was about to erupt in rage, Raiden cut her off once more. "Then leave this place." Mason Tyron stared in disbelief. "What?" A dark blue something rolled across the carpet. To Lakveen, Raiden turned his back. "Our people are hiding there. If you survive until you find them, break this crystal. It will release magic that suppresses your corruption." Raiden had just reached the stairs when Mason Tyron's voice halted his steps. "Why are you letting me live?" Raiden didn't need to look back. "I just don't want to see my own people die so miserably." When Raiden had fully departed, Professor Mason Tyron managed to stand and step toward the crystal. Without hesitation, Mason Tyron picked up the orb in her hand and continued walking in an unknown direction, and stopped beside a table, holding the annual plan, observing more closely what was on it, more precisely the notes she herself had left. But when she focused deeper on one item, uncontrolled dark magic spilled out, compressing all that hatred. Mason Tyron gradually unleashed deep dark claws, gradually growing more tyrannical in spirit. "How dare you? Do you really think I would leave after being turned into this without doing anything? I will tear everything to pieces." What Mason Tyron had just ripped up was the familiar pact signing. Time passed quickly. Today is the day Stella Academy students take their first field trip to the cradle of the sacred tree to attend the familiar pact signing. The giant vessels began departing on a new route. In a room, Azel and a few classmates began enjoying a meal. Opposite Azel, two classmates exchanged glances, saying they just remembered Beek Yusial. He was scolded and criticized by seniors for a long time, but now no one dares touch him. I've heard that too. I even heard he's actually the co-developer of that alchemic magic technique. After that rumor spread, some seniors personally came to apologize to him. The classmates looked at Azel and nudged. Azel, do you know about that? Azel held a pastry and replied casually, no. The classmates continued, so it's really about Beek Yusial, huh, biting lightly into the pastry. Azel was thoughtful. I think about him a little. Is it just my mood? Somehow I feel increasingly distant from Beek Yusial. It gives me a feeling of loneliness, but the others disagree. A smile appeared. Honestly, I thought Beek Yusial and Azel were dating. Just after the bite, before chewing, Azel spat it all out. Seeing Azel act strange, the others showed concern. Azel, are you okay? Water here, thanks. He seems very close to Princess Hongbion these days. Well, could a princess really be charmed by a commoner? Azel drank water and listened to the story. But lately the way the princess looks at Beek Yusial hasn't been normal. This time Azel kept coughing. Azel drinks slowly. Nearby Flame had noticed Azel. Azel was receiving attention from classmates. Flame paused but was thinking about something, then decided to continue on somewhere, but concern couldn't be shaken off. Azel seems quite in harmony with friends. Normally he'd be here alone, arguing with Hong Bion by now. Something has changed in a place I don't know. Are these things all because of Beek Yusial? Call him and he'll appear. I've been looking for him. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Flame was startled by his presence. You scared me. Who knew he'd appear like this? In Flame's mood, he asked, what's up? He pulled something out and that blank look took over. Pick me a flower from here. Hanbaram flower. A windflower. Flame paused to ask. Hanbaram flower, the kind that always faces one direction. Do you think I'm a vending machine? Though saying and thinking that, Flame's hand reached toward the box of soil he held out. After a moment, Flame's magic activated. A jade light highlighted a spot. Quickly, a shimmering 5-petaled white flower bloomed in the box. Beek Yusial smiled with eyes narrowed when he got what he wanted. Thanks. Flame folded his arms. I know something's wrong with you. What are you planning to use this for? As soon as he said it, Flame vaguely realized something. So a direct question was aimed at him. Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go down to the 4th level. Beek Yusial was surprised Flame could tell. Of course I'm going. Why else would I take it? Flame couldn't help but add a few more words. Watch your back, or this time too. You appeared with a question mark, not understanding. Flame realized she'd slipped up and hurriedly looked away. No, it's nothing. However, she was a little startled when Beek Yusial proactively asked back, what about you? Are you okay? Embarrassment took hold, asking me if I'm okay. What do you mean, you put the flower in your bag? She smiled. It's just I thought you seemed down after the Persona Gate practice. Flame turned her face away. It's not like that, you're so nosy. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. If you're worried about me, I won't thank you for it. Beek Yusial looked back with a faint smile. From a distance in the shadows, someone was secretly watching their exchange. Looks like he's thanking me. I told you it's not that. You're really not honest at all. Oh, give me back my flower. At that moment near Menon Tower, 2 figures in uniforms like the 13th Legion watched the lights ahead. The residents of Maison Tyern, who had disappeared and was no longer known under the Stella name. Starting today, first-year research majors will begin their field activities. Menon Tower, 13th Legion, Commander Keen. Special activities related to dark magic will commence there. Maison Tyern may participate, so please pay attention. The isolated space and the volume of that news quickly dissipated and returned them both to the boundless plane. Additional info: blink space displacement. A unique Menon Tower technique allows rapid travel across long distances, a type of magic only high masters in the world can use. However, even with that astounding magic, the two set out without any special sign. And then standing beside the commander, Deputy Commander Hazen Macaron, who was complaining about the news. Oh my, why is the owner of Ivory Tower so obsessed with Stella? Commander Keen, displeased at the remark, straightened his tone seriously. The tower owner possesses prophetic ability. Stop spouting nonsense and follow me. Deputy Commander Hazen Macaron couldn't stand that tone and immediately snapped back. Right, prophecies. More than half of them are always wrong. Although that's true, Keen held his ground. In most cases it's because we address the issue before those disasters occur. Or maybe it was prevented by other factors before we arrive. Hazen Macaron yielded that way, a light magic appearing in her hand. Anyway, our captain is overly obsessed with the Tower Master and seems troubled by those words too. Keen didn't want time wasted here on back and forth. All right, move quickly then. Immediately, the linked magic circles formed, and the two vanished in an instant. Back to the main topic, Stella Academy frequently has more field trips than expected during its development. They established blink gates at over 20 locations for the vessels. One notable example is the cradle of the celestial tree, also where the cloud flowers are cultivated. This time, homeroom teacher Lee Hanwal gathered the students in a fairly large area, his voice carrying responsibility. Listen up. After participating in the World Tree's birthday celebration, the familiar signing will be held and begin tomorrow. Make yourselves comfortable and use your time well until assembly. 12 students answered in unison, yes. With no longer constrained by time or space, each student split off to do as they wished, and this time attention fell on Flame. She was scanning the surroundings as if looking for something. Looking at the lush tree canopies, Flame dispelled her tension and smiled. Perhaps being surrounded by nature gave her a very relaxed feeling. But then Flame's target appeared as she shifted her gaze elsewhere. Who else could the target be besides Beak Yusial? Flame paid attention to Beak Yusial, but Beak Yusial didn't notice at all. Flame felt deflated because of that, but she had no intention of approaching and watched his back grow farther away from her. Is he wandering alone? Lost in thought, Flame completely failed to notice someone. Jeremy Scalvin smiled and radiated a brilliant light. Hello, Flame. Immediately, Flame's face began to crease. Of course, she was very annoyed. She stepped past lightly, without bothering to look at that handsome, smiling face. Jeremy kept that expression, even though he was briefly ignored. Just as Flame was about to leave, Jeremy hurriedly stopped her with his words. Aren't you going to show me that expression again? Teased while she was annoyed, Flame looked back in confusion. What are you talking about? Jeremy stepped closer step by step. If you have time, could you walk with me for a bit? Flame stood still. I don't have time, A pause formed, but quickly Jeremy revealed a not-so-good boy nature. Rather like a killer denied what he wanted. Once again, why don't you think it over? Flame realized she was stunned, unable to believe Jeremy could wear that expression now. Very quickly it matched her thought. This guy is truly dangerous. Jeremy didn't simply want just that. In the situation where she didn't know what to do, suddenly someone else stepped in to block for Flame. Flame could hardly believe this person had appeared too. It was Hei Wenryong. He helped untie this knot for Flame. Prince, that's enough. Do you know your actions were quite rude and coercive? Jeremy sneered with derision. Oh, why wouldn't I know that? When Jeremy speaks with a smile, ordinary people naturally turn away and avoid him. However, that won't work on someone at the peak of the magical world as the tower heir. As the two boys stared at each other, Flame sweated standing between them, analyzing. Oh my, what on earth is this situation? Having met, some plot gradually brewed across Jeremy's expression. Leaving one serious and one flustered, Jeremy walked away and returned to normal, waving. It seems your friend misunderstood something, so I'll head back for now. See you next time, okay? With that, Jeremy fully left, leaving the two there. Although things seemed to go smoothly, Flame sensed a deep unease. She then expressed loudly in a reproachful tone to the one who stayed, Hei Wenryong, what the hell were you thinking? How dare you block Jeremy? Do you think making enemies with the Scalvin family is wise? Hei Wenryong seemed unmoved by the criticism. Flame, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is very dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do anything to obtain it. And right now you've become what he wants most. Flame knew that better than anyone, so she's currently weighing what to do. However, a new perspective from Hei Wenryong puzzled her. Or perhaps you truly trust him. Indeed, Flame couldn't imagine Hei Wenryong saying those words. Suddenly, this time, Flame returned to the other. Who are you talking about? Hei Wenryong was stunned. From where he stood, he turned his back and tried to hurry away. Sorry, I misspoke. Flame looked on blankly with suspicion. Hey, who is he? Hei Wenryong suddenly realized his body was gradually losing control for a very strange reason. Immediately, he pressed his hand to his forehead and dropped to one knee. Flame knew something was wrong and hurriedly called his name, Hei Wenryong. Flame rushed closer in concern. Are you okay? However, Hei Wenryong quickly raised his hand to stop her. The headache flared up again. Hei Wenryong still stood up and continued to leave. I'm fine. How could Flame possibly believe that? Find my foot. As he walked away the way Beak Yusial had earlier, Flame tried to hold him back. Wait, Hei Wenryong, and that cannot happen. After he left, Flame still didn't know what on earth had happened. Hei Wenryong, unease once again engulfed his already frail mood. Something's off. He forced himself to leave. Hei Wenryong moved into an alley that attracted little passerby attention and leaned against the wall. He supported his body and re-examined his thoughts. He didn't know when this unexplained symptom had been getting worse. His vision blurred. Damn it. At this rate, how can I complete the familiar signing ritual? Just as confusion peaked, he was startled by a familiar voice saying, Oh, who do we have here? although He Wenryong had only heard that voice a few times during their encounter. But as he slowly turned his head, he confirmed who it was, Professor Mason Tyron. Half his face hidden by a black cloak, his appearance sinking into shadow, Professor Mason Tyron stepped closer with surprising calm. I've been wondering where my seed has gone. So it turns out there's a seed right here. Perfect. I didn't expect the level of infestation to have advanced this far. He Wenryong panicked at those words. Professor, what are you saying? The professor's hand and dark magic reached forward. The danger escalated to a high level. Now don't resist, for from this moment you will become my subordinate. He Wenryong, do you understand what situation you've fallen in? He tried to push himself to stay awake. Don't come near. He Wenryong's consciousness began to darken. The memory fragments of standing beside and talking with Flame surfaced. They kept filling that memory. However, they gradually diminished and merged into the darkness, leaving at last the photograph of Flame waving goodbye. In the kingdom of the elf people, where a magnificent and grand castle hides amid lush, poetic forests. Inside the castle, an aide approached a large door. He knocked to report to the king. It was Orenha, the king's aide. He respectfully reported, Your Majesty, if you do not appear at this year's natal festival, the Council of Elders will seize on that pretext to cause trouble. Inside, Elf King Kei Katsuoren stood leaning against the door. Orenha continued anxiously. They will surely intend to seize control of the entrance to the sacred grove. Kei Katsuoren, the Elf King with long white hair and authoritative golden eyes, frowned slightly, the burden of a king weighing on her slender shoulder. She replied calmly, I know I will go out soon, you may withdraw. Orenha could only obey. When alone, Kei Katsuoren's expression sagged, revealing fatigue and melancholy. She walked in solitude, thinking to herself, when was the last time I truly felt free? She raised her hands slightly, preparing for an important task. Kei Katsuoren donned a white hooded cloak and mask, completely concealing her identity. She looked in the mirror and told herself the cloak can only hold for 1 hour. Determination shone in her eyes. Even if only a short hour, she had to make use of it. After disguising herself, Kei Katsuoren and the escorting knights entered the sacred forest. She silently prayed that today would pass peacefully. She stood amid a garden of pure white flowers, the scene peaceful and quiet. Other elves bowed in prayer, the atmosphere of the ceremony solemn. Everyone reverently performed the rites of the sacred tree festival. By right, Kei Katsuoren stood among the brilliant flowers, as if merging with nature. She continued across a wooden bridge, proceeding deeper into the place of the ritual. The final destination was a majestic waterfall, the most sacred spot in the forest. The ritual was nearing its end. Kei Katsuoren thought if she could complete the prayer safely and return it would be enough. But suddenly she flinched, sensing something amiss. A dark energy, faint yet unmistakable, someone bearing dark magic had appeared. Kei Katsuoren's golden eyes flashed in the gloom. Kei Katsuoren realized immediately, a dangerous dark mage has infiltrated this holy land. She glanced at her knights, including Orenha, but none of them seemed to notice. She understood that only she could sense this dark power. By decree, the Elf King must remain silent throughout the festival, but she could not stand idly by while a dark mage defiled this sacred place. Kei Katsuoren clenched her hands, her gaze steady. She resolved inwardly, there is no other way. Kei Katsuoren affirmed, I will have to deal with this myself. Meanwhile, in another scene, Flame was rushing off somewhere. She panted and thought, I followed He Wenryong because he looked strange, but Flame anxiously looked around. Where did he go so fast? Suddenly she found He Wenryong. He stood in a dark corner, motionless. Flame froze at the sight of He Wenryong. He was enveloped by a dark aura, his eyes completely obscured. She gasped his name, He Wenryong. Flame immediately sensed the terrifying energy radiating from him. This dark energy. Don't tell me. He Wenryong looked up. His eyes had turned pitch black. Flame realized in horror. A dark mage. However, Flame quickly calmed herself. She noticed his corruption by dark magic was not complete yet. If I act now, I can bring him back. Thinking that, she spoke up, trying to reassure him. Calm down, He Wenryong. The emotions you're feeling right now aren't yours. Flame continued to persuade. You hate losing. Don't let the darkness win. But He Wenryong remained silent. He Wenryong slowly stepped toward Flame, without a single reply. He came very close, pressing up against her with a terrifyingly blank expression. Flame was truly frightened, sweat beginning to pour down. He Wenryong's soulless eyes stared at her, without any emotion. He Wenryong suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Why are you avoiding me? Flame was flustered and didn't know how to answer. She was struck dumb, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. As if sensing something, He Wenryong stepped back. Flame hurriedly cried out, I'll wait. He Wenryong was lost in his own chaotic thoughts, wondering, does he hate me? Am I unreliable? Flame frantically waved her hands. No, don't think that. but a powerful burst of dark magic suddenly erupted from somewhere and struck across, cutting her off. She had no time to react, only able to stare in shock at the pouring dark energy. A violent explosion of dark energy engulfed the space. Flame hurriedly raised her hands to shield herself from the sudden attack. The smoke and dust from the blast slowly cleared. Flame still stood stunned, unable to believe her friend had attacked. Just as she was bewildered, a classmate appeared. Flame exclaimed in surprise, "Ma Yuxiang." Ma Yuxiang rushed over and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Flame looked at Ma Yuxiang and said, "That dark lightning just now." But Ma Yuxiang brushed it off with a smile. "Sorry, please forget it." Ma Yuxiang's expression turned serious. He looked at He Wenryang immersed in dark magic and asked Flame, "Still, why didn't you fight back? You almost died." Flame explained, "I tried to resolve it by talking." Ma Yuxiang asked in surprise, "By talk?" He couldn't believe her explanation, but remained silent. Flame drifted into her own thoughts. She recalled that in the original story, Azel purified countless dark mages with mere words. That person was dubbed the penitent saint. Flame had believed she could do the same. "So I thought maybe I could bring He Wenryang back too." But reality was far harsher. She despairingly thought, "But perhaps, my power can't save anyone." The image of Jackie dead in the past haunted her. Ma Yuxiang cut into her thoughts. "I don't know what your plan is, but first you have to fight." He asked with trusting eyes, "You can do it, right?" Those words awakened Flame. The despair on Flame's face vanished, replaced by resolve. She declared loudly, "Yes, I can," and summoned a magic staff. Her eyes shone with steely determination. "This time, I won't let anyone die like Jack." Flame raised her staff high, gathering all her will and strength, shouting, "I will definitely save you, He Wenryang." Flame and her teammate, Ma Yuxiang, stood side by side in the academy garden, preparing for a battle. Their opponent, He Wenryang, was also emanating a menacing dark energy from his hand. Without a hint of hesitation, Ma Yuxiang began channeling magic, green lightning flashing from his sword. Meanwhile, Flame readied herself as well. She slammed her staff hard into the ground, preparing to support her teammate. Ma Yuxiang charged in first. He leaped above He Wenryang's head. He unleashed a powerful technique, concentrating a large amount of thunder mana into his weapon. The technique, Earth Whip, was cast. From above, countless vine whips streaked down to strike He Wenryang. But He Wenryang calmly looked up without a trace of fear. A large explosion erupted as Ma Yuxiang's technique collided with the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. He Wenryang swiftly dodged and sprang into the air to counterattack, which made Ma Yuxiang a little surprised. He Wenryang launched a strike of dark arts. Razor-sharp currents of shadow energy flew toward Ma Yuxiang. Right after, he continued to rush in to attack, leaving Ma Yuxiang astonished at this recklessness. Seeing her teammate in trouble, Flame stepped in. Her eyes gleamed gold. She began chanting a support spell. She used Binding Light. A blazing beam shot straight out and wrapped around He Wenryang, locking his movements tight. He Wenryang was bound by Flame's magic, creating a perfect opening for Ma Yuxiang to finish the fight. Flame held the line, her eyes full of resolve, focused on maintaining the binding spell. While the enemy was being held back, Ma Yuxiang dashed in from behind, preparing to unleash a fire element attack. His fist erupted in fierce flames, his face lit with determination. Ma Yuxiang delivered a devastating fire punch, blasting He Wenryang far away. After the perfect combo, Ma Yuxiang and Flame stood side by side, the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly clearing. He Wenryang collapsed to the ground, seemingly completely defeated. Flame let out a sigh of relief, thinking she could speak again, but Ma Yuxiang coldly said, "It's not over yet." Flame was shocked and confused. She turned back to ask, "What do you mean?" but froze before she could finish. Her eyes widened, reflecting the horrifying image of an unthinkable transformation. From the body of the just defeated He Wenryang, a swirl of black aura rose, turning him into a demonic entity with horns and bluish-white hair. Flame went rigid, crying out in terror, "He Wenryang." Flame realized the situation was dire. He Wenryang's corruption was rapidly worsening. She quickly warned Ma Yuxiang of the danger and told him to fall back. Immediately, the demonic He Wenryang lunged at Ma Yuxiang, his bluish-white hair bristling, sharp horns and razor claws swinging to seize Ma Yuxiang's head. Witnessing this made Ma Yuxiang's pupils flare wide in shock at the terrifying speed. Then He Wenryang hurled him with such force that Ma Yuxiang's entire body slammed into the back, triggering a massive explosion. In a panic, Flame could only scream Ma Yuxiang's name in despair. She stood frozen, sweat pouring, completely overwhelmed by the strength and speed of her corrupted teammate. The demonic He Wenryang was right before her, his shadow engulfing the small girl. Unable to believe her eyes, Flame stammered her friend's name, He Wenryang. For a moment, a spark of He Wenryang's consciousness flashed up. he was trying to resist. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. Ma Yuxiang, with flames in his hand, charged in to attack. Ma Yuxiang summoned all his strength, launching a fiery punch straight at He Wenriang. The punch landed, creating a powerful fire explosion right on He Wenriang. Flame and even Ma Yuxiang were stunned. They had thought this attack would work. However, Ma Yuxiang's attack did nothing to He Wenriang. He turned to look with contempt. His power was overwhelmingly superior, completely dominant, to the point there wasn't even a scratch, leaving Ma Yuxiang astonished. Very quickly, Ma Yuxiang screamed in pain as He Wenriang's hand tightened, incapacitating. He Wenriang grabbed Ma Yuxiang by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Flame could only watch helplessly. Flame was utterly desperate. She realized with her current strength she couldn't stop He Wenriang, and at this rate he would kill Ma Yuxiang. Flame kept wondering what to do. Meanwhile, He Wenriang grew increasingly enraged. He tightened his grip and called Ma Yuxiang's name. Ma Yuxiang was squeezed so tight he couldn't even utter a sound of pain. Inside his mind, He Wenriang was screaming in delight. I can win. I can defeat Ma Yuxiang. It was exploiting He Wenriang's own desires and rivalry to take over his body. Finally, I can defeat Ma Yuxiang, the demon shouted in utter satisfaction. Before losing consciousness, Ma Yuxiang uttered weakly, well, this is not good. That unexpected remark made He Wenriang pause a little. It asked in surprise, what? Flame immediately recognized that brief moment of pause. That was the opening Ma Yuxiang created. She hurriedly gripped her staff. A flash of hope sparked in her mind. If it's now, maybe. As if understanding what Flame intended, Ma Yuxiang's hand rose to block her attempt. This left Flame puzzled, unable to understand Ma Yuxiang's intention. But then Ma Yuxiang looked at He Wenriang with disdain and said, I thought you were the only one living in a world like mine, so this is all you have. Ma Yuxiang declared coldly, I am disappointed in you, He Wenriang. At the same time, He Wenriang's mind began to waver. He began to question himself. What was his goal? He slowly flinched. I must defeat Ma Yuxiang. The scene returns to the spring of first year at the secondary division. He Wenriang, then 14 years old, was a youth with a cold, arrogant appearance. And this is Ma Yuxiang, also 14, a youth with black hair and red eyes, who had taken the top spot from He Wenriang. Unable to accept this fact, He Wenriang strode straight up to Ma Yuxiang and issued a challenge. Ma Yuxiang looked extremely surprised by this sudden proposal. He pointed at himself and asked in disbelief, Are you talking to me? Why suddenly want a one-on-one duel? With a determined expression, He Wenriang declared, I cannot accept you being above me. Let's settle the ranking fairly. Ma Yuxiang was still bewildered by his opponent's declaration. He hadn't expected the ranking to matter so much. However, instead of refusing, a mischievous smile spread across Ma Yuxiang's face. Fine, then let's try, Ma Yuxiang agreed. Both of them walked out to the arena. Ma Yuxiang appeared quite relaxed, holding his magic staff and murmuring, a magic duel, huh? He gripped the staff tightly, ready for the upcoming match. With confident demeanor, Ma Yuxiang even allowed He Wenriang to strike first. He Wenriang was annoyed by Ma Yuxiang's attitude. He muttered, Look at that posture. In He Wenriang's mind full of doubt, could this guy really be a genius? He couldn't believe someone so lax could be above. He Wenriang was the heir of the Moonful Tower. He learned magic as soon as he could read and trained tirelessly to become the greatest magic warrior. But when the new student rankings were announced, Ma Yuxiang was first and he was second. He Wenriang stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. I'm second. To him, the existence of the genius, Ma Yuxiang, was a thunderclap. When the other students called Ma Yuxiang to join them, He Wenriang could only stand and watch from afar, his heart full of grievance. Ma Yuxiang casually answered his friends' calls, while He Wenriang thought to himself, so that's Ma Yuxiang. But the more he observed, the more disappointed He Wenriang became with his rival. He read strange books unrelated to studies, and was lazy every day without any effort. He Wenriang could not accept that someone like that could be better than him. He vowed to prove his efforts were not in vain. But the result was disastrous. With a crisp clang, He Wenriang's staff snapped and flew onto the grass. He Wenriang stood frozen in the arena. He was completely defeated by the opponent he once despised. He Wenriang was stunned, his face dotted with sweat. He couldn't believe this outcome. Did I really lose to him? He Wenriang looked at Ma Yuxiang, who still stood firm with his staff in hand, unscathed. Ma Yuxiang merely glanced at his opponent indifferently, as if this victory was nothing to worry about. Contrasting He Wenriang's shock, Ma Yuxiang appeared innocently surprised. I won, by the way. One-on-one magic duels are fun. Ma Yuxiang's indifferent attitude poured salt into the wound, making He Wenriang clench his fist in anger. Ma Yuxiang even stepped closer, patted his shoulder and smiled brightly. That was fun thanks to you. Let's duel again next time. Belittled by his opponent, Hei Wenryong's pride was deeply wounded. He could only fall silent and stare at the ground. He clenched his fist, trembling with rage. Why did I lose? Standing alone on the ruined arena, Hei Wenryong sank into despair. He couldn't understand why he lost to someone who didn't study or work hard. Is this what they call a genius? But then he picked up his broken staff, his eyes flashing with determination. No, this time it's just that I haven't trained enough. If I try harder, I can win. From that day, Hei Wenryong threw himself into training like a madman, training until he nearly collapsed. But no matter how hard he tried, the result didn't change. Hei Wenryong failed once again at the hands of Ma Yuxiang. The more he fought, the more he lost, which was absurd. After analyzing all of Ma Yuxiang's magic, he challenged him again, but still couldn't believe the truth that the gap between them was so large. After another defeat, Ma Yuxiang reached out his hand, offering to help Hei Wenryong up. And with that same radiant smile, he said, "This time was more fun than the last. Let's duel again next time." Hei Wenryong looked at the hand before him, his emotions in turmoil. Humiliation and a will for revenge intertwined in his eyes. Finally, he grasped Ma Yuxiang's hand. Hei Wenryong declared firmly, "Next time I will definitely win." Ma Yuxiang just laughed and replied, "Haha, I'll be looking forward to it." Although he had to admit Ma Yuxiang was a genius, Hei Wenryong did not give up. To prove the time and effort he had spent, he promised himself that one day he would defeat Ma Yuxiang. And now the scene returns to the brutal present. Hei Wenryong in his blackened state was choking Ma Yuxiang. "This time, I can win, I thought so." Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang blocked Hei Wenryong's hand and taunted, "Is that all? Getting drunk on the power of dark magic and losing yourself like this? I'm disappointed in you, Hei Wenryong." Hei Wenryong roared, madness seeming to have clouded him. "I trained hard just to face you." Ma Yuxiang only sneered. "Trained, you say?" "Do you remember?" Ma Yuxiang recalled a memory from the past, about a fierce battle during a practice in the dungeon. It turned out that the two of them had once been evenly matched rivals in the past. Ma Yuxiang admitted, "That really shocked me. It turned out I was more competitive than I thought. After that, I trained properly for the first time. I always waited for a challenge from you again." Ma Yuxiang continued to provoke. "You've never beat me even once. This is your chance, so kill me." Hei Wenryong's red eyes flashed with inner conflict. Would he accept this offer to get the victory he had longed for? Ma Yuxiang curled his lips in a savage smile, touching his chin. "Use that power to drive it through my heart and enjoy your victory. And regret that this is our final match." Ma Yuxiang's provocation stunned Hei Wenryong. For a moment, the demonic light in Hei Wenryong's eyes suddenly went out, returning to their clear gray. He had found himself again. Flame also watched the two of them with extreme tension. Ma Yuxiang's gaze was steady as he looked at his friend, who was gradually returning. The hand that had been gripping Ma Yuxiang's throat slowly released. Hei Wenryong declared loudly, "I won't kill you. Winning this way would deny all the effort I've put in." Flame rejoiced inwardly. Thank God, Hei Wenryong's emotions have almost returned to normal. She believed she could save Hei Wenryong, but at that moment, a powerful green magic surge suddenly struck, attacking all three of them. Hei Wenryong screamed in pain as the surge of magic struck. Ma Yuxiang was not spared either. He and Hei Wenryong were both knocked away at the same time. Flame was also affected by this tremendous power. She wondered, what is this energy? A gentle voice sounded, "Oh my." From within the light, a mysterious figure appeared. The footsteps drew nearer. A woman in elegant attire was approaching. Golden earrings glittered on the ears of the mysterious woman. A tall woman with reddish-brown hair, wearing glasses and holding a spear appeared. A voice rang out, asking her, "You are Mazen Tyrant, aren't you?" Hazen Macaron gently held the wand standing there, invisibly creating a great pressure that kept Flame from moving and forced her to kneel. Slightly annoyed, Flame squinting vaguely realized exactly who the opponent was. I saw that character in the original novel." The identity of the mysterious woman was finally revealed. It was Hazen Macaron, Vice Commander of Destruction Squad 13, which meant. At the same time, the sound of another person's footsteps approached. Hazen turned and complained with her usual dazed manner. After all, the prophecy was completely wrong, wasn't it? The captain tightened his cold fist and walked on, his expression unchanged. Only his words changed. Keen spoke. "Stop the nonsense, Hazen." "And this is Keen, commander of Destruction Squad 13. He had long black hair and a sharp gaze, radiating a very strong and decisive aura. Flame also recognized the presence of that man here. Keen looked down at Ma Yuxiang and the blackened Hei Wenryong kneeling on the ground. It seemed the squad's target was one of the two. Without saying more, Keen silently used a talisman to detect a special dark fluctuation. Hazen's gravity illusion was perfect. Merely that restrained movement. Keen commented on the opponent. The faint fluctuation waves were so real it was surprising they could emit such power. Hazen confirmed, "Indeed, what do you intend to do?" After confirming the target, Keen hesitated not at all. His hand tightened on his weapon. A stream of blue mana began to activate. Not giving the opponent a chance, Keen ordered an immediate execution. The target Keen aimed at was the blackened Hei Wenryong. Just having regained some consciousness, Hei Wenryong along with Ma Yuxiang and Flame fell into an awkward situation. Rather, they were surprised by that decisiveness. Hazen seemed to disagree with the captain's hasty decision. She thought they should observe more, but Keen immediately retorted that if this entity were allowed to erupt, it would become a disaster. Keen reaffirmed his decision firmly, that killing the target now was completely correct. Keen's conduct was not wrong. Once those tainted by dark magic have been corrupted, once they are prone to be corrupted a second or third time, even if temporarily purified, the corruption remains, and eventually they will be affected by dark magic and cause a massacre. A decision made must be carried out immediately. Just as Keen prepared the finishing blow, a voice rang out demanding a halt. Hazen Macaron was surprised and turned to see who had dared intervene. Unexpectedly, it was Ma Yuxiang. While speaking, he had gathered his remaining strength to stand up. Hazen recognized Ma Yuxiang, the top scholar of Stellar Academy. She was quite impressed by his ability. However, the smile on Hazen's face quickly changed to a dangerous expression. It seemed she had another plan. Ma Yuxiang felt a greater pressure begin to crash down upon his body. Just as Ma Yuxiang tried to lift himself, Hazen snapped her fingers and caused him to collapse once more. Hazen coldly ordered Ma Yuxiang to stay down, warning him not to interfere with her affairs, her eyes now full of cruelty. Hazen's sudden and vicious attack left Ma Yuxiang no time to react. He staggered and sank to the ground, struggling to endure. Although the situation was better because no overlapping gravity acted on them, Flame still could not feel any more at ease. Seeing Ma Yuxiang's condition, Flame worried. Her face contorted, showing extreme tension. Flame muttered, although recent events differed greatly from what she knew in the original novel, one thing she was sure of was that the magic Ma Yuxiang had just used was dark magic. She recognized the latent danger. If Ma Yuxiang continued like this and exhausted his blue mana, he would expose the dark mana in front of everyone. And if that happened, not only Ma Yuxiang, but also Hei Wenryong would be in danger. An image of the worst-case scenario flashed through her mind. In desperation, Flame screamed inwardly. She could not lose both of them here. She tried with all her strength, begging her body to move. But it was too late. Keen had already pointed his wand at the top of Hei Wenryong's head. Now it was over. Facing death, Hei Wenryong seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. But Flame still wished for some miracle to appear. Her eyes squeezed shut. "Please save us." The mana surging from Keen's wand showed no hesitation. "Die, Dark Maid." At that moment, a voice called out demanding he stop. Keen paused slightly and turned his head toward the sound. He turned to confirm the direction the sound had come from. "You are the only one who can change the situation." The supporting character from the novel Beak Yusial. Keen vaguely remembered him by that unmistakable face. "You are." The scene shifted back 10 minutes, where Beak Yusial was now patting the head of a little Fey boy. But his main purpose was to buy food, so he patted the head because it was cute. Before leaving, he offered a friendly smile. "Good luck with your business." The middle-aged woman happily accepted his blessing. "Thank you," the student. Just after he walked away, a familiar chime from the system ran through his mind. A system notification appeared before him. It announced that a variable had occurred in this episode of the story. Next came an even more terrifying message. "The darkening route of Hei Wenryong has begun." Ma Yuxiang was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. As far as he knew from the original plot, this darkening event should occur after Jeki's route ended. Ma Yuxiang recalled that in the original game, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mason's darkening, and among them, Hei Wenryong's darkening route had a 99% chance of leading to a bad ending. Ma Yuxiang's hand clenched. He knew well the horrific and insane nature of this mission. He had to choose whether to stop it or let it happen. Unable to think further, Beak Yusial decided to give the food he had just bought to another Fey. "Hey, this is really good, eat it." The other was a little surprised, but still took it and watched Beak Yusial walk away. Beak Yusial's choice was a new line of thought. Still, he could not just watch a bad ending happen. And so, at the present moment, the pressure descended upon the 2 main characters, Ma Yuxiang and Hei Wenryong. Flame breathed a sigh of relief that help had arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from 4 directions focused on one subject, Beak Yusial. Just as Beak Yusial arrived, he still thought well of his classmates, still breathing, thank goodness. "But so what that you arrived," Keen still coldly commanded. Hazen understood and immediately smiled, stepping forward with small steps. "Got it, leave that kid to me." Hazen stepped forward, her wand like a mini scythe, tapping lightly with each step. With a confident, teasing smile, Hazen promised to show Beak Yusial a wonderful illusion. Immediately, Hazen activated her magic, her eyes blazing as a powerful illusionary energy was unleashed. However, Ma Yuxiang remained still, showing no sign of being affected by the magic. A silence passed. The two just stood looking at each other with no movement. Hazen was completely bewildered. She didn't understand why her illusion had no effect. Her confident expression vanished and was replaced by bewilderment. "Oh my, unbelievable." She waved her wand several more times. Ma Yuxiang still stood firm, unmoved. He looked completely normal, as if nothing had happened. Hazen panicked and reported to the captain that her illusion wasn't working. Keen grew annoyed, thinking she was joking, and demanded she do it properly. Hazen strained to argue, insisting she had been serious. Hazen looked at Ma Yuxiang with disbelief. Why would someone be immune to her illusion? Reassess the issue. Need to analyze the problem more thoroughly. The basic illusion magic is to disrupt the opponent's mana. Hazen recalled how the magic worked. She only needed to scramble the opponent's mana and make them feel crushed by gravity. But for some reason, this kid gave her the impression he had not a drop of mana in his body. Attacking him was like trying to lock a slime's joints, utterly useless. This shocked Hazen greatly. Her magic was at least level 5, a very high tier. Hazen stared at Beak Yusial, her head full of questions. What kind of ability did this kid have that could completely nullify her magic? After a series of changes that had no effect on Beak Yusial, Hazen forced herself to get serious again. Her magic was at least level 5. What exactly can that child do? Because that illusion was completely nullified, she had no choice but to withdraw. Just then, Keen ordered Hazen, "Stand down, Vice Commander." He exuded the bearing of a commander. Keen demanded Beak Yusial reveal his true identity. Beak Yusial calmly answered he was a first-year student in the combat magic department at Stella Academy. However, Keen did not want to hear that known story. No, he meant tell your real name. Beak Yusial was flustered, insisting he really came from Stella Academy, but Keen remained suspicious, thinking he was hiding something, and refused to accept the truth. Keen decided not to press further about Beak Yusial's identity. Instead, he warned him not to interfere in their affair. Beak Yusial immediately understood their intent. He challenged, "That's a problem. You intend to kill that student, don't you?" Keen did not hesitate and bluntly admitted, "Yes, we will kill him." He Wenryang in his blackened form. Those who can feel it clearly know what that means. Beak Yusial broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself if he had to fight these people now, he wouldn't last more than 5 seconds. But despite knowing the gap in strength, Beak Yusial still decided not to back down. He took a decisive step forward. Beak Yusial drew his sword, eyes full of resolve. He declared he would not leave He Wenryang here, and had no reason to walk away when they planned to kill a classmate. Keen coldly warned, "If you fight us, you will surely die." Beak Yusial then used a psychological tactic, pointing out that this group was acting secretly, and if he caused a scene, even if he died, it would draw attention and ruin their plan. Beak Yusial's threat seemed to work. Keen was silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you want?" Beak Yusial looked straight at them and made his request, just once. "Let her purify him." Beak Yusial suggested, giving someone else a chance to save He Wenryang. Keen listened intently to his words, then looked toward the blackened He Wenryang in the distance, appearing doubtful of Beak Yusial's proposal. He dismissed it. "It's useless. No matter how much dark magic you purge, the emotions won't return." But Beak Yusial insisted, "One time is enough." His friend's magic might even restore the emotions to their original state. Flame quietly looked at Beak Yusial, sweat trickling down. But above all, she doubted the words, "Can I help He Wenryang return to his original state?" Flame not only doubted the words, but also doubted herself. Keen probed, "And if you fail?" Beak Yusial replied without hesitation, "I will withdraw cleanly." Keen narrowed his eyes, silently considering Beak Yusial's determination and firm promise. To Keen, it wasn't a bad proposal. At least they didn't need to make trouble with someone who could overcome Hazen's illusion magic. Finally, he agreed, "Fine," but not forgetting to threaten he would kill Beak Yusial painfully if he broke his promise. Then he ordered Hazen T.O. Chinese letter, the illusion. Hazen appeared skeptical of the commander's decision, but he coldly replied that if Beak Yusial lied they could kill him then. It's not too late. Hearing this, Hazen relented. She sighed and tapped her staff on the ground, beginning the process of dispelling the shrouding illusion barrier. The illusion was dispelled. Both Ma Yuxiang and He Wenryang were able to regain their freedom and gasped for breath. Flame, though under less pressure, still reluctantly managed to steady herself. Eyes half open, Flame realized someone was standing before her. Or rather, Beak Yusial had approached and sat down opposite her. "You know what state He Wenryang was in, right? If it were you, you could bring him back to normal." However, Flame bowed her head, voice full of guilt. I'm sorry, but I don't have that kind of ability. A painful memory surged back of when she failed to save someone named Jackie. Beak Yusial asked if she intended to repeat that past mistake, leaving her stunned. For a moment Flame wavered. She spoke what she truly wanted. No, Beak Yusial observed that change. Then he broke into a smile full of trust, as if to lend her strength and confidence. Beak Yusial once more affirmed, "Save Haewon Ryong, you can do it." His encouragement lit a spark of hope in Flame's eyes. If someone else had said it, she wouldn't believe it, but this is Beak Yusial, so it's a different story. Regaining determination and a familiar feeling, Flame picked up her mystic staff. If Beak Yusial said she could do it. She slowly stepped forward and stood before Haewon Ryong for a moment, as Beak Yusial had claimed, meaning she truly possessed that ability. There was still someone nearby. Flame glanced and instructed, "Step back a little, Ma Yusiang." Flame's eyes no longer held fear. Instead, they bore firm resolve and steely determination. When the preparations were complete, Flame looked again at the blackened Haewon Ryong, and the haunting memory of Jackie turning dark resurfaced. But this time was different. Her hair began to emit a brilliant golden light. She vowed she would not stand by helplessly like before. Flame's eyes ignited with divine power. Intricate magic circles appeared around her, signaling an extremely powerful spell about to be cast. Flame raised her staff, unleashing a massive surge of light energy. She shouted, "This time I will save Haewon Ryong with my own power." The girl stood within a radiant aura, serene and focused, like a saint bestowing a blessing. From afar, Hazen and Keen watched in astonishment. Hazen asked if it was luminous radiance magic, and her superior confirmed. He remarked this level of power was nearly equal to a saintess. Keen recalled information he'd heard that among this year's new students at Stella Academy, one wielded angelic power, namely light attribute. As Flame concentrated to cast the spell, Keen concluded, "It's definitely that girl." Under the power of pure light, the shell of dark magic enveloping Haewon Ryong began to crack and disintegrate. Haewon Ryong let out a pained as the purification tore the dark energy from his body violently. However, Keen remained skeptical as he observed. He reasoned that using angelic power to purify and completely removing the seed of dark magic were different matters. He believed this spell at best could only suppress it temporarily. Keen's eyes then widened in shock, fixed on the center of the radiance. When the dazzling light faded, Haewon Ryong had returned to human form. He knelt on the ground coughing, wisps of white smoke still lingering around. Haewon Ryong stared at his hands in bewilderment, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. He could only utter, "Huh." Then Haewon Ryong heard a slightly choked voice from the person standing before him. "Thank goodness." Flame smiled radiantly, tears welling with happiness. She rejoiced that he had finally returned to normal. But the joy did not last long. Haewon Ryong suddenly shouted, "Flame," and immediately after, Flame collapsed exhausted to the ground. Immediately a pitch-black blade pressed against Haewon Ryong's throat, leaving him frozen in terror. "The one who acted was Keen," he said coldly. "Then, to be sure, check it out." Very quickly they formed into two teams of three. Ma Yusiang and Beak Yusial tended to Flame. Keen and Hazen focused on Haewon Ryong. Hazen stepped forward to ask the results. Keen replied that Haewon Ryong was completely normal. It was hard to believe he had been corrupted. He concluded that he was just an ordinary human. But then he made a shocking conclusion. More precisely, Haewon Ryong had never truly had those emotions, as if they had been forcibly implanted in him. The one who used him as a host was indeed extremely powerful. After delivering that staggering assessment, Keen turned his back. Hazen asked what they should do now. He simply replied, "Let's go." Hazen watched Keen's retreating figure and thought to herself that it seemed her commander had been psychologically shaken quite deeply. She smiled enigmatically, as if finding the situation more interesting than she had expected. Hazen recalled that her organization had always believed those consumed by dark magic could never return, and they had always mercilessly eliminated. Yet now that iron conviction had been overturned by these children. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial's group was caring for Flame and comforting the still stunned Haewon Ryong. A mysterious smile spread across Hazen's lips, as if she had discovered something extremely intriguing. Before leaving, Hazen waved goodbye. "See you later, kids, Tilda." In complete contrast, Beak Yusial silently hoped he would never have to meet these troublesome people again. After finishing his sentence, the squad leader turned his back and walked away. Hazen, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "Squad leader, what do we do now?" "Go back." Our squad leader looks totally flustered. Well, no wonder. Until now he'd killed countless people corrupted by the dark taint, convinced they'd never come back, but today these kids just proved him wrong. "Flame, I'm sorry because of me." "No, it's fine, aren't you two going to look after me?" Seeing the kids chatting so happily, Hazen felt cheerful too. She winked at the male lud. Anyway, see you next time, kids. Hearing that, Beak Yusial didn't dare refuse. He could only admit inwardly, I really don't want to run into you lot again. Night once more blanketed the spirit world. The moon shone down, illuminating a quiet corner of the empty street. Suddenly, someone suspiciously shady was sneaking down that street, toward the spot where the battle had taken place. And that person was none other than the king of the elf clan, the former King Sioran. Sioran was deeply troubled, alone in appearance, yet an unshakable unease rose in her chest. She glanced around, a strange thought rising. Oddly, she had traced the dark mana she felt at the world tree to arrive here, yet now there were no traces at all. She lowered her gaze to her hands before deciding to do something important. Not long after, Sioran reached the empty lot where dark magic had been detected. She closed her eyes, opened her palms, and murmured an incantation. "O wind, bring the memories to me, the scent of memories." As she finished, the scent of memories immediately gathered, drifting around her nose and quickly flooding her mind, but no images appeared, only wind memories filled with black and white. Sioran furrowed her brow. Someone had deliberately erased this place's memories with magic. Indeed, once memories are erased, they are nearly impossible to restore, even with high-level magic. But former King Sioran was different. She was the greatest of masters. She would not yield to such petty magic. Specks of light appeared in the night as she raised her voice with the authority of a king. "O wind, I beseech you as king of the elf clan, whisper to me more of your memories." She repeated the motion. The ground, leaves, flowers, trees, and stones all began to whisper to her of what had occurred. Though the memories had been wiped almost entirely, leaving little trace, a few vague fragments of what had happened remained. And the clearest fragment she saw was Beak Yusial. She couldn't make out his face, but she was certain the uniform was from Stella Academy. At that moment, a sharp pain struck, forcing nature to yield. Memories had backfired. But then a familiar scent brushed Sioran's nose. The scent was a scent she could never forget, no matter how hard she tried. Surely the scent of the celestial Ifinal. But how could that be? Ifinal should have long since fallen into eternal sleep in her own garden. Could it be related to the recent intrusion into the secret garden? Time passed and the wind memories faded. Worse, a fierce headache from the magical backlash struck, making it hard for Sioran to sustain the spell. Ah, this is bad. I can't keep drawing more memory. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility formed in her mind. The intruder of the secret garden that day, and the person who stole Ifinal's heart, were very likely the same individual. Thinking this, former King Sioran clenched her fists as her anger peaked. If so, it makes sense that the memories here were completely erased. I will never forgive him. I swear as former king of the elf clan, I will repay this debt in the same way you acted. Sioran's chapter closed there. The scene shifted to the early morning of the next day. After being purified by flame, Hei Wenryang was taken to the hospital in the Celestial Blossom Sanctuary and finally got a good night's sleep. Chirp, 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 birds chirped merrily. Hei Wenryang slowly opened his eyes and quickly realized he wasn't alone in the room. It was Flame. She smiled, peeling an apple while looking at him, and gently said, "Oh, you're awake." Hei Wenryang glanced around a little confused and asked, "Where am I?" Flame sat in a chair and answered, "This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened that day?" "I only remember bits and pieces," he replied. Hearing that, Flame breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the plate of freshly cut fruit. "I've spoken with Professor Li Hanwal, and Beak Yusial and Yusiang promised to keep this quiet, so you don't need to worry. And the familiar bonding ceremony will proceed as planned. You can participate if you want, but it's best to rest more. The aftereffects haven't fully faded yet." Hei Wenryang nodded in agreement. Now he obeyed Flame without question. "Yes, if you tell me to rest, I'll rest." That answer made Flame suddenly stunned, and she asked curiously, "Why are you listening to me all of a sudden?" Flame suddenly stood up and waved goodbye. "That's for the best, easier on your body. Rest well, it's almost assembly time, I'm off." Hei Wenryang watched her back and then suddenly called her name. Flame. Flame stopped and turned, asking, what's up?" Hei Wenryang intended to say what he had just been thinking, but in the end, he swallowed it down. Long after, he only managed to utter a puzzling line, "It's nothing." Flame laughed teasingly. "What a coward, you're such a letdown. Hei Wenryang, when you get discharged tomorrow morning, remember to treat me to a big feast. You're filthy rich. I expect to eat my fill, so be prepared, got it?" Hei Wenryang stared blankly, then smiled gently and replied, "All right, you can count on it." Flame heard that and smiled, eyes narrowing. "See you later, Hei Wenryang." With that, she closed the door, leaving him alone in the room. The silence felt oddly intense. Hei Wenryang's gaze landed on the plate of fruit Flame had prepared. The slices were cut beautifully and neatly. Not eating them would be an insult to her thoughtfulness. He put a piece of apple in his mouth and silently praised, "Delicious." Cut to the site of the covenant ceremony at the entrance to the world tree's root. Professor Lee Hanwell had gathered all the students. His face was cold, and his voice stern as he said, "From now on you will enter the world tree's roots to form a familiar pact. That is a subspace with an environment completely different from reality. The maximum time is 1 week. You're allowed to go as far as the 3rd layer. The 4th layer is sealed with a barrier. Do not attempt to approach it. Good luck." After those warnings, the students lined up and entered the gate one by one. Upon stepping into the world tree root space, a lush green scene flooded Beek Yusial's eye. His expression changed completely. His cheeks flushed bright red like tomatoes at the breathtaking view. If one had to describe it, it was a space awash in neon green, each plant emitting its own light, with firefly-like creatures drifting through the air so the whole world glowed even beneath the canopies. After walking for a while, Beek Yusial noticed a slime right at his feet. He sat down and poked it with a finger. It was probably a level 7 familiar, so it didn't feel threatening. Familiars are ranked from 7 to 1. The higher the rank, the closer to a divine beast. Higher rank means greater power, but contracting is harder. It's tough, even Stella students only reduce difficulty by about 5% per year. But that wasn't his concern. To reach a perfect outcome, he had to choose his pact very carefully. Cut to the outside of the gate, at the Covenant entrance. When no one else was entering, the 2 elf guards relaxed and chatted. "Seems all the students are in. Should I start closing the barrier?" The other raised a hand to stop him. "Wait." Footsteps rang out. It sounded like one more person was still coming. A cloaked figure entered, identity hidden, but the gate was eerily familiar, like Professor Mason Tyrne. As suspected, the mysterious person was Mason Tyrne. Exploiting the guard's lapse, she struck swiftly and coldly. One was dealt with in an instant. The other didn't even have time to understand what was happening as dark magic streamed from her palms like toxic smoke. After a bout of cruel torture, the elf guard finally collapsed, body falling dead with eyes open. Mason Tyrne curled her lips into a smile, her eyes flashing with a perverse delight. How eagerly anticipated. Cut to the 1st level of the world tree roots. A space flooded with green unfolded before Bion's group, like stepping into a vivid fairy tale. The others were entranced by the mystical scene, but Bion remained indifferent. No familiar here was worth her attention. She turned to her teammates and said firmly, "Let's go up to the 2nd layer." Her blonde friend immediately replied, "Yes." While the group marched enthusiastically to find the entrance to Layer 2 guided by Princess Bion, Arshwang lagged behind, looking utterly exhausted. Her breath was heavy and her eyes drooped as if she were about to faint. Arshwang thought to herself, "Why is my body like this?" Her stomach churned and she felt nauseous. Her vision kept blurring. Unable to bear it, Arshwang collapsed on the spot. Their classmates, alarmed, rushed to Arshwang. Princess Bion froze at the shout. She turned and asked, "Are you having a problem?" "Princess, Arshwang's condition doesn't look good, but she was fine just a moment ago. They said those with weak familiar affinity can have their health drained by even a little pressure of mana. Could Arshwang be in that state?" Bion narrowed her eyes and immediately decided to pause here to rest, conserve rations, recover strength, drink water, eat chocolate, then continue. Having said that, Bion turned to leave. Startled, Arshwang cried out, "I'm fine, we can continue the journey right now." But before she finished, Bion cut her off coldly. "Enough, do as I say. It's better than rushing and collapsing at a decisive moment." Another girl chimed in to support her. "Exactly, Arshwang, the princess has spoken." Arshwang bowed, eyes full of shame and self-reproach. "Yes, ma'am." So everyone began pulling out cookware to prepare food, while Arshwang quietly leaned back against the giant tree trunk. Arshwang clenched her fists. She couldn't understand why her body had fallen into this condition. "Because the familiar bonding day was something I'd longed for. I'd trained my body relentlessly and even entered the world tree roots. But suddenly my breath felt strangled, my head swam, and my emotions spiraled to the extreme. Memories flooded back and the whispering of the 3 mages before me rose. Truly a rare talent. The girl has the makings of a great mage. Yes, her magical skill is astonishing. Arshwang will surely become famous even at Stella Academy." Is this my childhood or just a dream?" A woman in a black cloak approached her, smiling brightly. "Arshwang, you are undoubtedly a fire prodigy who appears once in 100 years. With that innate talent, you can control flames as easily as if they were part of your body. If it were you, you'd become a unique mage at Stella Academy." Young Arshwang, hearing such sky-high praise, excitedly asked, "Really, master?" The woman's voice suddenly deepened. "Of course, unless you count me out." The memory ended there. Arshwang jolted awake. What is going on? What was that dream just now? Suddenly Bion's voice came from ahead. "We've rested enough, move out." "Yes, princess," came the reply. As the group gathered their gear and prepared to depart, Arshwang forced her weary body to stand. A black-haired girl asked worriedly, "Arshwang, are you feeling better? Can you move?" Arshwang answered. Yeah, I think so. And so Arshwang slowly followed behind. But no one knew that the spot where she'd been sitting had turned into a contaminated area, signaling an impending danger. Cut to the second layer of the world tree. Due to limits on how much food they could carry, Bion's group decided to split up to hunt wildlife. In the rear, Arshwang killed a stray beast. Its agonized screams echoed through the forest. Arshwang stared at the beast, thinking to herself that her body had recovered considerably, and her focus when casting magic felt keener. At this rate, she might even have enough strength to form a pact with a level 5 familiar. Everyone look. It's a red deer. I read in the book that bonding with that deer greatly increases fire attribute insight. I think its rank is 6 stars, right? Is it really coming straight toward us? Arshwang at the back thought, even if it's not a 5-star familiar, a 6-star red deer would. Suddenly her eyes shrank violently, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The red deer walked straight to Bion and rubbed its head against her cheek as if greeting its master, causing the others to look at the princess with envy and admiration. Oh my, the familiar is showing affection so openly. Princess, do you intend to bond with it? Bion stroked the deer's forehead and shook her head. No, it's not the familiar I want. Let's go deeper inside and see. Hearing that, the group chorused, as you command. A rare familiar we've never seen approaching us first. That's the level of the Adalavis Imperial Princess, truly a different breed. Heh, need I say more? But that's a blessing of fire. Arshwang clenched her staff. A blessing of fire. The next day, on the third layer, a massive explosion occurred in the woods. It turned out Bion's group had slain a level 5 familiar there. The atmosphere here was terrifying. It's only layer 3 and already like this. Imagine how dangerous layer 4 must be. Don't even mention it, it's rare for any student to go down there and return alive. That's why they sealed off the 4th layer. Princess, maybe we shouldn't head north. Bion asked suspiciously. Is it dangerous over there? The female classmate answered honestly, because the barrier blocking the path up to the 4th layer is there. Bion was silent. After a moment's thought, she decided to give up. Then we'll camp around here today and start looking for a suitable familiar. Understood. In another area, Arshwang was hunting alone. I heard the 3rd layer is home to familiars of level 5 and below. I must bind with a truly powerful familiar. An hour later, before Arshwang could show affection and propose a bond, the familiar had run off. 2 hours later, she failed again, just like before. That made Arshwang doubt herself. Was she imagining it? Why did it feel like every familiar saw her and purposely avoided? Suddenly, a teammate's excited voice carried over. Princess, I successfully bonded with a 6-star familiar. I just finished 2. As time passed, most of Bion's group succeeded in bonding, except Arshwang and Bion. But she wasn't happy about it, because she knew the princess had rejected many familiars, while no familiar paid her any attention. Amid the storm of emotions, Arshwang lied to herself. Don't be too impatient, there's still time. You'll surely find the right candidate to form a pact. Suddenly, something caught Arshwang's attention. A white-furred wolf was drinking near the lakeshore. Isn't that the silver-maned wolf, a 5-star familiar? Until now at Stella, almost no first year has bonded with a 5-star familiar. If I succeed here, everyone will acknowledge me. Thinking this, Arshwang slowly approached it. She crouched and made a friendly gesture. Hello, would you like to form a pact with me? The silver-maned wolf lowered its head and sniffed a few times. Then it suddenly let out a fierce roar, startling Arshwang and causing her to fall flat to the ground. Confusion showed in her eyes. Inside her, a familiar, more painful than ever, echoed the question. Why do familiars reject me so cruelly? At the moment when danger hung by a thread, a fireball suddenly hurtled in at wind-tearing speed, blocking the silver-maned wolf from attacking Arshwang. That moment helped Arshwang regain consciousness. She turned her gaze toward where the fireball had come from. She saw Princess Bion standing there without her noticing, and the attack had been cast by her. How ironic. The one she envied and wanted to surpass was the one who saved her in danger. The silver-maned wolf had also noticed the princess's arrival and let out a howl. Then it slowly walked toward Bion. Knowing how dangerous it was, Arshwang disregarded her own risk of being targeted again and hurriedly warned, Princess, please be careful, it's dangerous. But suddenly the silver-maned wolf bowed and prostrated itself at Bion's feet like a loyal pup. This dealt Arshwang another severe psychological shock. She was stunned, her inner state violently shaken. Could even a level 5 familiar lower itself to submit to the princess, the person she'd always seen as a rival? Her resentment grew and grew until it could no longer be contained. Before realizing the change in herself, Arshwang looked at Bion and asked, Princess, will you be the one to form the pact this time? Stroking the silver-maned wolf's head, Bion replied calmly, No, I refuse. I will seek out the familiar I desire myself. Those words echoed in her mind, Jealousy overwhelmed Arshwang like a bursting tide. Bion was completely unaware of this. She apologized to the silver-maned wolf and said, "Go find your true master." Suddenly Arshwang's voice sounded strange. "Ha ha, how ridiculous." Bion turned around, puzzled. She saw black flames engulfing her whole body like Jackie in the Persona Get 8 gate. Her usual cheerful tone was gone, replaced only by crushing insecurity and uncontrollable anger. She can't even approach familiars, yet she dares to pick and choose which to bond. Is she flaunting her power because she holds everything in her hands? Bion also seemed to recognize that this dark aura was a sign of demonic encroachment. With each passing second the dark mana and flames within Arshwang flared, magnifying the emotions she had tried to hide. It's not fair at all. Why is the world so unjust to me? Arshwang's pupils contracted. The dark magic had seized her reason. How much sweat and effort have I poured in yet achieved nothing I wanted? It's ludicrous. Ultimately, her emotions were swallowed by insecurity, envy, and hatred. Arshwang screamed in fury, "Don't mock me." A surge of black flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, spreading everywhere and sweeping away everything in sight. Bion quickly formed a protective circle around herself. However, the power of the dark corruption was so strong that Bion had to pour extra mana into the barrier. Then boom, a massive explosion swallowed everything nearby and shot up into the sky. When the blast ended, the forest within a 20-meter radius had been burned to ash. The ground was blackened with scorch marks. A small ember suddenly appeared on the edge of Bion's sleeve. With no effort, the princess brushed it away and the flame vanished, leaving a small black smudge. But Bion knew that was nothing compared to the danger she was about to face. Calmness and cold logic were necessary to keep her mind sharp and handle the situation. Assessing quickly, Bion concluded that dark corruption was spreading. It could be stopped by knocking her out, but fighting here, so close to the fourth layer barrier, would risk touching that seal. In this situation, what would a commoner here do? After a moment's thought, she thought of Beek Yusial. An involuntary smile, mocking herself or someone else, appeared on her lips. Finally, she decided to use the persuasion flame had used before. "Arshwang, don't do something you'll regret. If the corruption continues, you won't be able to return to being human." Hearing this, Arshwang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha, do you still grant yourself the right to lecture me in this situation?" Well, of course, she is the princess of the Adalavis Empire, favored by the gods. The feelings of someone with mediocre talent like me, no matter how many times I die and come back, she'll never understand. Princess Bion listened silently to everything Arshwang said. Understanding was the quickest way to connect. When Arshwang finished, the princess's eyes narrowed and a deep, hidden sadness showed. "Arshwang, will you listen to my story for a moment?" Arshwang flipped her hair back without bothering to look and said indifferently, "What lecture are you going to give me now?" Whether she wanted to hear it or not, Bion began telling her story. She knew full well that an Adalavis princess who didn't become king had only one fate, death. That meant to survive, she would have to strike down all her siblings. "I realized the brutal truth of royal power when I was only 7. I heard you had a childhood surrounded by love." Hearing her story made me feel intensely jealous. Because I was not loved, nor was I expected to do anything, not even by the mother who bore me. To grasp the throne, how much must I sacrifice, she wondered. Feeling the pain in every word the princess spoke, Arshwang felt a twinge of guilt, but the dark corruption feeding on her stoked her jealousy. Being born into royalty was already her privilege. But before she could finish those self-righteous words, Bion cut her off coldly. "I've swallowed fire instead of water, eaten fire instead of food. Even bathing was done in blazing flames. My skin festered and itched until I went mad, and drinking cold water afterward only made the burns in my body hurt more. I could no longer taste anything because my tongue had long since gone numb. That fire is both my strongest weapon and my most terrifying trauma. Against dark corrupted people, evoking one's own pain is the best way to save them." Arshwang's previous pride vanished, replaced by embarrassment as she heard the suffering life of the person she both envied and admired. Suddenly Arshwang screamed in panicked confusion, it's all chaos. Who would believe that? How could anyone endure such horrors? Don't think you can trick me into pity with those lies." But she was about to take back her words, because Princess Bion didn't deny them, she demonstrated them. With a flick, Bion kindled a small flame on her index finger. Leaning forward, she opened her mouth and brought the flame closer. Then she stuck out her tongue, as if to lick the blazing flame on her finger. Witnessing this, Arshwang shouted in horror, "What are you doing?" Sizzle, sizzle. For the umpteenth time, Arshwang had to change her perception. The flame on the princess's finger vanished. Bion's tongue showed no sign of injury. Everything looked normal, as if nothing had happened. To mage, Arshwang and others knew even the most skilled fire mages can be harmed by their own magic, water mages can drown, and fire mages can be burned by their flames. Bion's action was like a bucket of cold water that sobered her up. Seeing it worked, Bion continued with her plan. Arshwang, do you still think this is a blessing? Since childhood, I've had to endure harsh training under the pretext of increasing elemental compatibility. While training, I prayed I might die to find relief. So I hope you never mention words like blessing or talent again. Because I'm so jealous of you, someone who never had to taste a tortured childhood like mine. Thinking about it makes me want to cry now. The princess's jealousy was carefully hidden behind a sunny smile, and Arshwang across from her had noticed it. Now she was also confronting the emotions buried deep in her heart. She couldn't believe she had assumed everything the princess enjoyed was automatic. A person exceptionally skilled in fire magic could connect with a few important people and be beloved by fire familiars, things I didn't know. Her wand fell to the ground. Tears streamed down Arshwang's face. Her voice trembled with sobs and shame as she cried, I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness the Princess. Seeing her finally regain her emotions and return to her former self, Princess Bion smiled in satisfaction and said, all right. Before long, members of the group came rushing over in panic. The earlier explosion and clash had everyone on edge. There was an explosion nearby. Where is the princess? Seeing them frantically searching, Bion called out loudly, I'm over here. The blonde friend lit up like it was New Year when she heard the idol's voice. That's great. We finally found you, princess. What's happened here? Seeing Arshwang now with her eyes closed as if accepting her fate made Bion unexpectedly soften. After all, the dark mana inside her had completely dissipated. She recalled the battle with Jackie at the Persona Get-8 gate. If it had been her in the past, she would have immediately moved to subdue Arshwang. Perhaps this change was also due to the influence of that commoner. Hiding her pride, Bion told everyone to take good care of Arshwang because she still seemed unwell. Arshwang blinked awake in a daze and stammered about punishment, which made the others even more curious. Did these two share some untellable secret? Ignoring the complicated looks around them, Bion, cold but full of compassion, admonished Arshwang. No matter what anyone says, you are innately talented. I don't intend to punish you for this minor incident, but that doesn't mean I'll let it slide easily. So be loyal to me to atone for your mistake. Arshwang looked up, eyes rimmed red and overflowing with tears. Hearing the princess had no intention of reporting her to the professor and would take her in, the seed of absolute loyalty sprouted in that moment. The more she admired Bion, the more Arshwang tormented herself for once harboring ill intent towards someone so noble. But a shattering sound ripped through the air. Arshwang's gaze contracted violently. She panicked and shouted for the princess to move. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the barrier shot straight to the fourth layer and tore open, unleashing a terrifying suction that dragged everything nearby inward. Cut to somewhere on the third floor. Flame had gone alone and stepped into a dangerous area. Fortunately, she found a radiant blossom familiar, the creature whose attribute best matched a radiant wielder. Half an hour later, thanks to her aura, protagonist Flame successfully formed a contract. Now she was skipping and whistling around, overjoyed that she had contracted a familiar approaching Tier 4. Luckily, it didn't take too long. Practical thought crossed her mind. Forming a contract doesn't automatically let you summon spirits at will, so bonding with a radiant familiar would speed up casting and strengthen radiant magic. With the quest done, the rest of the time was for relaxation. But 10 minutes after she resolved that, Flame unexpectedly ran into Azel and the chilly Ma Yuxiang chatting pleasantly. Both froze at Flame's appearance, and the atmosphere grew awkward, like a miscut scene in some drama. Flame composed herself and spoke with embarrassed cheer. Hey Azel, Yuxiang, it's awkward running into you like this. Ma Yuxiang smirked. It's nothing. What a coincidence to meet here. Curiosity flared and Flame pressed like an eager reporter. Why are you two here? Azel awkwardly explained she had just passed by and bumped into him, while Ma Yuxiang laughed and said he was just killing time. Flame accepted that explanation without pressing further. According to the original plot, Ma Yuxiang couldn't bond with any other familiars due to certain character settings, so him wandering to kill time made sense, and Azel merely happened to meet him and talk. With that in mind, Flame said softly, Anyway, I'm glad to see you both. If you don't mind, may I join you for a meal? Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion not far away rolled through and spread across the forest. Azel felt something wrong and clenched her hands in worry. The aura was dark corruption. As a radiant leader and controller, Flame understood Iso's meaning. It had to be dark corruption. But why this wasn't in the original novel, yet such incidents kept happening. Realizing that, she regretted her earlier foolish thought. This wasn't the first or second time something had occurred without warning. While Flame blamed herself, Ma Yuxiang rose and kept casting jump spells without saying a word. Watching Ma Yuxiang shoot up into the sky, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Flame froze in place. she was quite surprised that someone as cold as Ma Yuxiang could show that expression. She pressed her lips together and quietly resolved to stop the dark corrupted ones from ruining the familiar summoning. Azel, let's go. At the center of the blast, as the smoke cleared, we could faintly make out Princess Bion's group collapsed on the ground, surrounded by ashes as if they'd just endured a fierce battle. Cough, cough, Bion coughed dryly and struggled to sit up. She suddenly realized Arshwang was lying atop. Feeling the aura on her weakening over time, Bion screamed in despair. Arshwang tried to wake up, but Arshwang had fainted and couldn't respond. She hurriedly moved Arshwang to the side. Bion sensed dark mana, spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fourth layer barrier, the seal meant to contain dangerous creatures. And from those cracked fractures, a dolphin-like creature covered in black sparks shot into the sky, its body inscribed with strange red runes, emitting ultrasonic waves that echoed through the forest. The Icefire Dolphin, Tier 4. A baffling thought crossed Bion. Why had the familiar she'd sought for so long become dark corrupted? If this continued, it would lose control and slaughter everyone. Just as Bion raised her scepter to cast a fire spell, an unexpected variable occurred. Countless boulders fell from the sky, striking the dolphin. Then chains of light appeared from nowhere and bound the Icefire Dolphin tight. Above in the sky, Ma Yuxiang appeared like a hero, his fist wreathed in flame. He slammed into its massive body, sending it crashing into the ground and scattering rock and earth. Bion was very surprised by his arrival. She wondered why Ma Yuxiang was here. Then something made Bion gasp and widen her eyes. The divine radiance emanating from the chains began to purge the dark mana from the Icefire Dolphin. It seemed to feel more relaxed than ever and closed its eyes. And it sank into a deep, blissful sleep. As everyone suspected, only one person in the ether world could cleanse dark mana, Flame, the heroine who transmigrated into the novel. Soon after, the Icefire Dolphin returned to its original form. Flame stepped forward and petted it. It's okay, I've healed you. The Icefire Dolphin showed its gratitude and flew away. Then Flame and Azel turned to look at Bion, just as she looked back at. Flame was the first to speak. Princess, what's happening? Bion, clutching her pride, retorted haughtily. You ask me, who else should I ask? Suddenly, there was a terrible explosion that shattered the fourth layer seal. From that crack, corrupted familiars crawled out and attacked our group. Crackle, the red sealing barrier on the fourth layer, suddenly shattered into fragments. A wave of dark chi, cold and gloomy to the bone, swept in, making all the protagonists break out in goosebumps. Their gazes immediately shifted to the barrier, where a cloaked figure slowly approached. The voice carried a sick excitement. Ah, so many familiar faces. Not only Class A, but even 4 students from Class S. Today my luck is really good. Recognizing the owner of that voice, Bion couldn't believe it and blurted, why is it her? Professor Mason Tyrn. Azel behind her hurriedly asked, why is Professor Mason here? Flame had already frozen. Another variable not in the novel had appeared. A look of gravity flashed as He Wenryong summoned his weapon and quietly wondered, could the Academy's esteemed professor actually be a dark wizard and responsible for that terrifying source of mana pressure as well? I plan to save this prize for last, but there's no reason to refuse a delicious meal right in front of me. Now, shall we start the party? As she finished speaking, a grotesque horn sprouted from the top of her head. Her smile warped into something wild and insane, and dark mana exploded outward, devouring everything within a 4-meter radius. At the same time, over with Beak Yusial. A few hours earlier, he had been standing before the barrier leading to the fourth layer. Perhaps thanks to training in the Spirit Garden, the familiars had responded with compatibility, making his journey here relatively smooth. But from the fourth layer onward, things would no longer be so easy. I just hope I can win a familiar's heart safely. A blinding light burst forth, and the space trembled violently. And when Beak Yusial opened his eyes, he had been teleported to the fourth layer, a realm filled with pink hues as beautiful as a fairyland. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared from the bushes. Before he could think, a murderous boar charged at Beak Yusial, gaping its maw full of sharp fangs. Beak Yusial was momentarily startled. But that was all. He drew his Teravan sword, preparing to cast magic. Only a danger level 3 could radiate such a strong aura. Clearly, the monsters here differ greatly from those on other layers. In a flash, he teleported and sliced with a perfect, precise strike through the giant body. The boar couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. It died without a final gasp. This was no ordinary foe. Teravan couldn't normally pierce that defensive hide. Luckily, I carried equipment crafted by Altarisha. Though it's a consumable lasting only 5 minutes, I must leave quickly before other monsters are drawn. On the fourth layer, the space's nature causes intruders to become disoriented and easily lost. but I had Flame help plant a windflower with absolute directional properties, like a compass, to prepare for this scenario. As long as I have this flower that always points east, I won't fear losing my trail anymore. Right, finish this quickly to pass the fourth layer. Before long, Beak Usial passed many other dangerous creatures, and felt that what he sought was about to appear. Suddenly a clear, enchanting melody rang out from ahead. Beak Usial slowly approached. The dense forest parted, and a breathtaking beauty with long white hair cascading like a waterfall hovered in midair, humming some tune. In that moment it felt as if the cherry blossoms and space itself trembled, the world dyed pink, and Beak Usial felt light as if flying. One of the 12 moon gods, the lotus spring of the third moon. Noticing his arrival, she curled her lips and said, HMPA. A human, why have you come to this remote place? Her incomparably beautiful face matched the ideal image in Beak Usial's mind, making his heart race, but he forced himself to keep his composure. Within the dark mana of the lotus spring of the third moon lies an enchanting power, and it's merely a false appearance crafted to lure prey into a trap. I must absolutely not fall. He placed the guiding flower down. Beak Usial thought to himself that he needed to purge the invading mana from his body immediately. Others might have surrendered long ago, but he could handle it because his body could not absorb mana. Taking a deep breath, Beak Usial braced himself and forced his will to push the intrusive mana outward. Beak Usial's senses intensified. The space around the lotus spring of the third moon warped. Like a shattered mirror, the scene around him returned to its true form. Beak Usial solemnly thought that his mental strength still wasn't enough to force her to reveal her true form, but at least at this level, he could avoid being mentally manipulated. On the other side, the lotus spring of the third moon descended to the ground, its voice laced with surprise. Oh ho. A human resisted my enchantment. If it were ordinary men, they'd have lunged at me like starving tigers. It seems you recognize my true identity, so what purpose brought you all this way to find me? Beak Usial answered without beating around the bush. I'm here to search for a familiar's heart. Do you mean you'll kill the familiar and take its heart? No, I'm not intending that, nor do I have the power to slay a familiar. I only want to find a heart that its owner lost, the familiar relic buried deep within this space. Hearing Beak Usial mention the familiar relic, her expression darkened. There is no heart there, yet I must find it. Why? Beak Usial reached into his coat, thinking there was no need to explain at length the conditions of Iphinal here, nor to mention the breathing exercises. Under these circumstances, he produced the token and held it up. It's to save my close friend. Use a perfectly moral reason to appeal to her empathy. Sure enough, that innocent, heartfelt gaze fooled one of the 12 moon gods. She felt some pity and said, just a mere mortal, yet you covet that treasure. Hearing this, Beak Usial laughed aloud. Ha ha ha, just as expected, she fell for it. Among the 12 moon gods, the lotus spring of the third moon cares most for familiars. She poured all her effort into creating this fourth layer space solely to protect. Beak Usial's eyes glittered. If it's about rescuing a familiar, she might agree to grant a heart. So that's why I sensed the scent of a familiar on you. It struck me as odd. Unexpectedly, a human has such a deep bond with a deity of that rank. Heh heh heh. She covered her mouth and chuckled nastily as if imagining some dark outcome, which made Beak Usial furious to the point of vomiting. I was only diligently breathing beside Iphinal. Her imagination has run wild. Though Beak Usial was angry, he pretended to plead. So, can I have that heart now? She, dropping her guard, sighed and shook her head wearily. I cannot trust humans again. We once grew close to many humans only to receive bitter betrayal in the end. Hearing this, Beak Usial indignantly began. Aye. But before he could finish, the lotus spring of the third moon coldly cut him off. You mean to say you won't be like them? I've heard enough of those platitudes. My ears are sick of it. Though I expected difficulty, I didn't expect it to be this hard. According to the original story, when you conquer one of the 12 moon gods, you inherit their power, and each god's prerequisites are entirely different. The lotus spring of the third moon requires achieving certain stats, extremely high compatibility with a familiar, and a mental will that satisfies her. Frankly, with my current stats, I'm far from meeting those requirements. My original goal wasn't to subdue her, but if I can't even obtain a familiar's heart, then I'm truly useless. With that thought, Beak Usial placed his hand over his chest, and voice full of sincerity, begged, my friend is near death, please, save her. The lotus spring of the third moon squinted to see if he was lying. After checking and finding Beak Usial truly wasn't lying, the lotus spring of the third moon softened and said, well, unless you can prove you are worthy to be a familiar's companion. Beak Usial, seeing a chance, immediately asked, how must I prove myself? The lotus spring of the third moon smiled mysteriously. Very simple. Show me you are willing to sacrifice your life for a familiar. This demand immediately made Beak Usial's face fall. Suddenly he felt something was off. The condition was a bit extreme, Originally, I did this to save someone, but my own life should be the top priority. The more he thought, the more sweat ran down his forehead. After all, his life was precious. Meanwhile, the lotus spring of the third moon stood waiting for Beek Yusial's choice. Suddenly she spoke. No, I don't want the familiars to give their affection to humanity ever again. Human life is short while greed is bottomless. The familiars who choose to accompany humans only end up suffering. Beek Yusial bowed his head. He hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. Maybe I shouldn't have sought out the lotus spring of the third moon at first. No, that's not right. The important thing is to keep appearing before her to win favor. Although she doesn't like me now, one day my efforts will bear fruit. Perhaps I need another way to get a familiar's heart. While Beek Yusial was silently thinking, countless crimson notifications sprang up. Warning, due to your interference in the storyline, the butterfly effect has been immense. Chapter 8, The Dark Corruption Invasion, has been pushed forward earlier than expected and is about to merge with the current chapter. The mission's difficulty skyrocketed. But that wasn't the end. Another notification appeared with a ferocious dragon icon, startling Beek Yusial. Chapters 7 and 8, Rituals of Covenant with Familiars and the Invasion of the Dark Mage. Beek Yusial stood open-mouthed and took a step back. What? At that moment, the two of them immediately sensed a surge of dark mana, radiating from the third layer. The lotus spring of the third moon couldn't believe the pressure. Could the dark mages have set foot here already? That one certainly wasn't an ordinary dark mage. His power must be at least danger level 6 or above. Her hands clenched in anger. Dark mages present on the third layer was unbearable, but with her current power she couldn't stop. To protect the spirit beasts, the lotus spring of the third moon had drained her strength to create the fourth layer space, but the price was her freedom. She could no longer leave this prison. Ah, I've heard it, the cries of the familiars being eaten away by dark mana. At this rate, my children will be corrupted. Suddenly, Beek Yusial's voice snapped her awake. Where are they located? Huh, what? Please guide me. I don't have the ability to sense their exact positions like you do. It's useless. At your current level, how could you possibly stop? Beek Yusial shouted. There's no time to hesitate. Tell me the location now. The lotus spring of the third moon froze at his firm tone. After a moment of inner struggle, she pointed him the way. That way is where the dark mana is corrupting my children. Thank you. Clutching the guardian branch artifact tightly in his right hand, Beek Yusial dashed without hesitation toward the direction she indicated. In his heart, he silently prayed, damn, please let me not be too late. Cut to the third layer. The forest lay in ruins, scorched earth and stone. Princess Bion's group had long since been rendered unconscious. Not only that, even the strongest formation of Class S, including Azel, Bayon, Ma Yuxiang had also completely fallen. Over here, Flame coughed up a mouthful of blood. The girl knelt exhausted and panting, her eyes full of despair as she looked at Mazen Tyre. She sneered coldly, you kids truly surprise me. You're only teenagers, and yet you already possess such formidable power. I'm dying to seize that power. Having finished speaking, she raised her hand and dark mana suddenly converged. A black hole radiated a destructive aura that filled the space. Mazen Tyre tilted her head and laughed. Oh, talented seedlings of Stellar Academy, now obediently merge with my body. As the words fell, dark magic gradually drowned the area in red. Soon enough, all the familiars present here would be defiled by her magic. Seeing this, Flame's mood sank to the bottom of the cup. It's really over. My whole body no longer has any strength to move. There was no fighting ability left, and their retreat had been cut off. Must I die here? Suddenly, a notification popped up. A special effect from the Merkin pendant item had been activated. Absolute protection one time only against magic of rank 6 and below. Immediately, holy light emanated from the item, blocking the dark corruption's spread. Flame's gaze dissolved, and her body began to sag like a breeze carrying her down. But the voice carried a strange cheerfulness. Really? What a guy. A burst of light dispelled Mazen Tyre's destructive magic, returning peace to this land. The hero always appears last, and the one who used the artifact was none other than Beek Yusial, arriving when the stakes were already boiling over. What can you do? The Merkin pendant vanished. It was a single-use relic. Beek Yusial didn't care about that. What mattered to him was that he had arrived in time. Fortunately, no one had fallen yet. But all this had happened because you interfered too much with the storyline. Provoking Tyre exposed the truth that she stole Sister Altarisha's invention at the Alchemy Congress, which is why the protagonists were implicated and suffered such dangerous injuries. In any case, we can no longer count on outside reinforcements. To survive and leave here, our mandatory goal is to defeat Mazen Tyre. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang stepped forward and called, Yusial. Beek Yusial jumped and anxiously asked Ma Yuxiang if he was okay. Ma Yuxiang gave a wry smile and replied, You can ask that seeing me like this, but right now only you and I have enough strength to continue, so we'll have to gamble. The dilemma is, how do we do it? Ma Yuxiang looked ahead as the mist quickly cleared to reveal Maison Tyron approaching. If we confront her head-on with pure force, we'll surely be crushed. He took something from his backpack and tossed it down. Beak Yuxial held up the guardian branch confidently and said, I have a plan, but the opportunity comes only once. He introduced the superior level branch of resentment. Description: over time, resentment cannot fade but only deepen. Special feature: first touch sows the resentment status on the enemy. Second touch triggers a resentment explosion, dealing critical damage to creatures with the darkness attribute. The power of resentment accumulates daily and peaks after 3 months. Additionally, if the target's danger level is 6 or above, damage is halved. It can be used only once. Ma Yuxiang smiled. I get your idea. I'll be responsible for drawing her attention to create an opening. It might be a bit rough, but in this situation, there's no time to choose. Beak Yuxiao flinched slightly. He seemed to guess the reckless thing Ma Yuxiang planned to do. From the mist, Maison Tyron's voice rang out. I've been wondering who could resist my magic. Turns out it's the brat Beak Yuxiao. At this point, and you're still stubbornly trying to block me. Beak Yuxiao replied solemnly, yes, I will stop you. Ha ha, good for you. With the power I currently crave most. It's people like you. Maison Tyron opened her mouth wide and unleashed a beam of world-destroying light toward. At that hair-raising moment, Ma Yuxiang lunged forward and formed a magical shield to block the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting explosions rang out as shockwaves violently swept everything away. When the smoke and dust cleared, Beak Yuxiao slowly opened his eyes. Ahead was a scene that left every witness breathless. A dense, dark mana pressure radiating from Ma Yuxiang's body had broken past level 6. He had been completely corrupted, awakened in the form of a shadow maid. Beak Yuxiao wiped his eyes, breathing a bit ragged after the blow he just took. He slowly opened his eyes to assess the situation. A purple mana flow began to blaze across his palm, accompanied by terrifying black sparks. Beak Yuxiao froze when he realized what his teammate was about to do. Ma Yuxiang's whole body was now shrouded in a dense black mist, radiating a chilling pressure. Beak Yuxiao squinted to watch. He hadn't expected Ma Yuxiang to actually use this power. Immediately, Ma Yuxiang dashed off, leaving a streak of light behind him. He told himself Ma Yuxiang had decided to activate demonization right here. It was the demonic form, a talent that lets him transform his soul into a fiend. Although Ma Yuxiang hated using it, the opponent before them wasn't someone who could be beaten by holding back. On the other side, Professor Maison snorted arrogantly as she saw her foe getting serious. She waved her hand, and a blazing red bolt tore through the air toward Ma Yuxiang. The professor's face showed madness, her crooked smile dripping with murderous intent. Ma Yuxiang moved like lightning to close the distance, shocking Maison. He focused his force into the strike, creating a powerful shockwave. Maison's eyes widened in astonishment at the outburst of power from the student. A massive explosion occurred when Ma Yuxiang attacked Maison. Ma Yuxiang stood firm amid the smoke, the aura of a demonic being dominating the space. Beak Yuxiao silently marveled, seeing Ma Yuxiang could knock back a dangerous level 6 entity. In this state, Ma Yuxiang's stats were on par with a level 4 maid. The dust from the clash obscured both sides' vision. From within the smoke, a whirl of deep red mana flared threateningly. Both Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxiao sensed the atmosphere change abruptly. The professor unleashed black mana tentacles that smashed the floor to chase them. Ma Yuxiang quickly leaped up to dodge the strike. Beak Yuxiao likewise easily slid away. Beak Yuxiao frowned. He knew the situation had become extremely tense. Maison had moved to phase 2 with the 4 sharp spikes, pure dark mana blocks that could kill in an instant. He gripped the branch of resentment that had gathered mana for 3 months. While the professor roared for blood, Beak Yuxiao knew he had to approach her himself. A powerful slam from Maison cracked the ground wide open beneath his feet. Beak Yuxiao realized even Ma Yuxiang was struggling to reach. He decided to take a reckless move, charging straight into the hail of magical projectiles. Ma Yuxiang gasped his teammate's name when he saw him rush into the jaws of death. Beak Yuxiao tossed out a series of mana-explosive vials to disrupt Maison's sight. The professor easily brushed them aside, mocking his feeble resistance. She stared at him with eyes full of killing intent and contempt. He smiled slyly. Now the goal was to draw all of her attention. Maison was still lost in the madness of dark mana. She scoffed that these petty tricks meant nothing, until you mentioned she'd once been defeated by Assistant Professor Altarisha. The psychological blow hit hard, her eyes contracting with fury. Completely losing control, Maison screamed madly and poured everything into a charge at Beak Yuxiao. He kept using Blink, slipping through the tiny gaps of her devastating attacks. Beak Yuxiao's sacrificial baiting paid off, opening a golden chance for Ma Yuxiang from behind. Watching from afar, Ma Yuxiang finally understood Beak Yuxiao's plan. He was deliberately provoking Mazen to focus solely on him. He clenched his fist, knowing this was the only opportunity he'd forged with his life. Earlier, Mazen's shielding had been too thorough for him to activate the Demon King's dominion, but now things were different. Ma Yuxiang's eyes flared with deadly red light. He vowed this time he would succeed. Meanwhile, Beak Yuxiao was still spinning in the whirl of the professor's frantic attacks. He gritted his teeth and endured. The situation was hair-trigger tense, leaving him not a second to rest. The more spirit energy he used for Blink, the harder and more painful it became to dodge her strikes. A slash of black mana swept past, nearly ending him in an instant. Clutching his weapon, Beak Yuxiao fought to keep the last shreds of his clear-headedness. He hurled himself on like a moth to a flame again, drawing Mazen's attention toward himself. Consecutive mana explosions erupted, plowing through the battlefield under the professor's terrifying power. Beak Yuxiao was staggered by the force of the blows. His body began to falter from the overexertion. He froze in horror as he realized Mazen's power had slipped far beyond control. Even basic strikes were hard to withstand. Mazen laughed with chilling delight, declaring Beak Yuxiao's fate sealed right here. A black mana claw shot out to crush him, murderous intent filling every corner. Beak Yuxiao's eyes went blank with exhaustion. It seemed he'd reached his absolute limit. But at that moment, Ma Yuxiang's voice rang out powerfully from behind, signaling the act was coming to an end. An extreme wave of dark mana exploded violently, swallowing the space in a final decisive strike. Mazen was engulfed in thick black smoke. Beak Yuxiao squinted to watch, sweat running down his cheek. Ma Yuxiang in his dark mage form was completely overpowering Mazen. Yuxiang tightened his grip on the opponent's throat, his gaze razor-sharp with no mercy. His blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent. Mazen flailed in despair, her face contorted in pain. She goggled, her breathing ragged. Her scrawny arms trembled, her life force slowly draining away. Mazen's whole body went numb, unable to move under the pressure of the dark mana. Beak Yuxiao saw his chance and prepared to rush forward to snatch the soul brand. Yuxiao stepped forward cautiously as he heard the enemy muttering. Mazen kept hissing curses, even as she was being strangled. Ma Yuxiang stared into the defeated woman's eyes, wondering about the insane power she possessed. Mazen gritted her teeth. Pride wouldn't let her fall easily. A strange purple light flashed in the corner of her eye. She screamed in rage, refusing to submit. Mazen unleashed a burst of blazing red mana and lunged at Ma Yuxiao, striking him so hard he shot backward, past Beak Yuxiao before he could react. Yuxiao was stunned by this unexpected counterattack. A deafening explosion tossed everything aside. Ma Yuxiang was swallowed by a plume of white smoke. Yuxiao froze, anxiously calling his teammate's name. At that moment, Mazen's strike landed. The red spikes still raged, but Yuxiao noticed their speed had slowed. He focused intensely, watching every movement of the attack. Mazen stood towering amid the sharp spikes. This was the only chance to end it. Yuxiao dashed like an arrow, aiming to close in on the enemy. Mazen curled a cruel smile. She'd been waiting for this moment. Yuxiao slipped through the tiniest gaps between the red spikes. A giant spike slammed down right where he was. Yuxiao's face tightened with stress as danger closed in. Mazen laughed gleefully, convinced the prey had fallen into her trap. With no other choice, Yuxiao was forced to use the skill he'd wanted to keep secret. Soul Breath Third Awakening activated, his senses spiked by 147%. Under the forest influence, the skill's power was massively amplified for a brief 15 seconds. Yuxiao's speed exploded. He streaked forward, leaving blue trails behind him. Mazen flinched in shock at the sudden change. Yuxiao declared the end for his foe, as the branch sat firmly in his hand. Mazen ground her teeth, attempting a final counterattack. Red spikes surged from every direction, impaling Beak Yuxiao. Mazen cackled madly, still convinced she'd caught her target. But wounded Ma Yuxiang didn't stop. He aimed straight for the branch. Blink, a pinpoint teleport executed in an instant. Yuxiao drove the branch straight into Mazen's chest, ending the battle. Mazen's eyes filled with horror as the decisive blow landed. A system notification popped up, confirming contact with the object of wrath. The rage level exploded to maximum. Mazen screamed in agony as her body began to disintegrate. Mazen's tainted soul shattered under the purifying effect of the soul brand. She bellowed her final curses, full of resentment, before vanishing completely. Even at death's door, Mazen raved for Beak Yuxiao's blood, but he quietly accepted the victory. Yuxiao stared down his enemy, unmoved by her meaningless threats. A burst of black mana flared and then snuffed out, dragging the fallen soul into darkness. The rotted branch fell to the ground. The brutal battle had finally come to an end. Cracked earth testified to the terrifying power that had just swept this place. A system notification announced a special reward for Yusial's extraordinary effort in changing the course of the story. He exhaled in relief, feeling the weight on his shoulders lift after that life-or-death moment. Beak Yusial collapsed onto the fissured ground, whispering that it was finally over. He squeezed his eyes shut, savoring a rare moment of peace amid the rubble. Cherry blossoms began to drift down around him, carrying him into a dreamlike space. Amid the blazing cherry grove, an otherworldly being of sublime beauty appeared before Yusial. It was the divine beast, Lion Hongchun San Yue. She gently laid a hand on the shoulder of the boy, sleeping deeply in the fairy-like scene. The divine beast apologized for placing such an absurdly heavy burden on his shoulder. She understood his anguish at being unable to show others the true strength he possessed. It was simply that he had no way to prove it. In the quiet space, only the wind whispering through the brilliant blossoms remained. The divine beast expressed her admiration for someone brave enough to risk his life for faith and for her. As a fitting reward, she presented him with the heart of the divine beast, glowing brilliantly. The jewel of pure mana was transferred into Yusial's chest, along with thanks for protecting her children. Warmth from the divine gift spread through him, soothing every pain and fatigue in the boy's body. Beak Yusial lay peacefully beneath the ancient tree, sinking into a sweet dream in the Valley of Blossom. After Kei Katsuorin sensed the rise of dark mana, the elf knights sprang into action immediately. They searched and carried the unconscious out of the danger zone. Although a few students were wounded from clashes with the tainted beasts, fortunately their lives were not in danger. All the students who fought Mazen earlier were confirmed safe. Hong Bion and Azel quickly completed their packs with the level 5 beasts before the evacuation ended. Both Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yusial were also listed among those rescued. They were rushed straight to Stella Academy's hospital for emergency treatment. Head of Department Raven was stunned when he heard the report from his subordinates. Nurse Luna confirmed the diagnosis. Beak Yusial possessed the stagnant mana constitution. Luna couldn't hide her surprise. This was the first time she'd seen such a rare constitution in real life. She wondered how someone like him got into Stella. Raven explained that in academic circles, learning magic with a body that can't store mana was virtually unthinkable. But he realized this student had turned those seemingly futile efforts into something extraordinary. The maximum lifespan for someone with this constitution was only 20 years, meaning Yusial had merely 2 years left. Looking through the records, he saw the boy's absolute sincerity towards studying magic despite little time left. So Raven asked Luna to keep this secret. He wanted to support the boy's will until the very end. That night in the quiet corridor, Nurse Luna was walking when a voice stopped her and asked her name. It was Hong Sihua, who flashed a knowing smile and wanted a word in private. 3 days later, in Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yusial's hospital room. The room was silent, only the steady sound of someone peeling an apple. Azel sighed. 3 days had passed, and neither of them had shown any sign of wake. She muttered that Flame was a liar, since her friend had said peeling apples would wake the patient soon. Her eyes brimmed with worry as she looked at the apple in her hand. Today was supposed to be the gourmet club meeting, but with both key members lying here, she could do nothing. Suddenly footsteps echoed from behind. Azel jumped and turned to look. A strange girl with blazing pink hair stood in the doorway. It was Hong Sihua Adelbit. She squinted at Azel as if sizing her up. Sihua smiled, saying she didn't expect to run into a familiar face here. She spilled teasing comments, praising Azel for getting prettier and joking about merit. That attitude annoyed Azel, who bluntly asked why she was here. Sihua coolly replied she just wanted to visit the heroes who saved her sister. But immediately her gaze sharpened as she called Azel the child of a traitor. This left Azel momentarily stunned. The phrase was like a splinter in Azel's heart, since the Adelbit family had put her in this situation. She sprang to her feet, emitting a surge of furious mana at the insult. Sihua waved it off coolly, telling her to calm down unless she wanted a scene at the hospital. She remarked that Azel seemed very close to the two on the beds. Then Sihua asked if Azel knew Beak Yusial's deepest secret. Seeing Azel bewildered, she snorted, mocking that they apparently weren't that close after all. Sihua delivered a psychological blow, declaring that Beak Yusial was dying. She explained about the stagnant mana constitution Yusial had, a death sentence that prevents living past 20. Azel froze. The notebook in her hand fell to the floor as she heard the terrible news, unable to believe. Hong Sihua smirked, telling Azel not to be arrogant. She knew nothing of Beak Yusial's true self. She emphasized that Yusial had hidden the most important secret about his constitution from her. Those words stabbed Azel. She realized she'd received so much help from him, yet truly knew nothing about it. She bowed her head, silently blaming herself for not learning more about her friend. Siwa continued, saying a weakling like Azel should keep quiet and stop pretending to be close to Yuseol. Just as tension peaked, a cold voice ordered her to stop. It was Hong Bion, who entered and mocked her sister for being an eyesore while threatening an ordinary student. Bion glanced at her sister and reminded her that, though Siwa graduated long ago, she still deliberately wore the Stella uniform to show off. Hit where it hurt by her younger sister, Siwa forced a hollow smile to hide her discomfort. She turned to ask Bion if she knew who she was talking to, but Bion showed no fear and called her shameless. Bion exposed that Siwa only got her position by luck after someone else's death, not by skill. She insisted she was also a princess, a legitimate heir with the full authority of the crown. Siwa froze, stunned that her sister would dare resist so fiercely in front of others. Bion shot back, asking who the real shameless one was. Bion's arrival helped Azel regain composure. She straightened and firmly stated her position. Azel declared that even if she didn't know much about Yuseol, she would never use secretly dug-up information as a weapon against, because true friends respect each other's secrets and patiently wait for the other to reveal them. Her words made Bion feel a twinge of unease. Hong Siwa gave a slight smile, her face showing no hint of remorse. She laughed loudly, saying kids these days really have way too much energy and overconfidence. Siwa turned on her heel to leave, telling Bion to keep up that attitude for next time, then tossed a contemptuous goodbye. Azel watched dumbfounded, still reeling from what had happened. Bion quietly moved to the table with the fruit basket she'd brought. Bion glanced at Beek Yuseol, eyes closed on the hospital bed, worry briefly crossing her face. Both girls stared at their comatose friend, silently wishing for a miracle. After Bion left, Azel sat alone, sighing as she looked at the full fruit basket. Everything felt like a mess. She wearily wondered why everything had become so complicated. There were so many things she still couldn't understand. Suddenly, a soft groan made Azel jerk around. She stared at Beek Yuseol in utter disbelief. Yuseol slowly opened his eyes, scratched his head, and grumbled why it was so noisy. His casual awakening made Azel both relieved and annoyed. Night had fallen over the entire Stella Academy campus. He nonchalantly picked up an apple and took a bite, savoring the taste after a long sleep. After enjoying the apple, Yuseol suddenly remembered he'd been unconscious for 3 days. He recalled the events and was glad things with Ma Yuseong had gone smoothly. Defeating Mazen Tyran was a big achievement, but the cost of overusing skills had been hefty. He remembered the system reward. A stats panel appeared. His mental strength had suddenly broken through to 3 stars. Yuseol froze for a few seconds, baffled at why his stat had skyrocketed so insanely. Under traits, a new line appeared. Blessing of the Lion Hongchun San Yue. A slew of powerful psychic skills like telepathy and mental shield were unlocked. He jumped up, wondering why he'd received such generous favor. It turned out that while he was unconscious, the Lion Hongchun San Yue had visited and bestowed their blessing. For a normal human body to receive the power of 12 moon gods was no small feat. Yuseol's eyes lit up as he realized something. A radiant pink orb of mana suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the heart of the spirit beast, an extremely precious item. Yuseol went crazy with joy, hoisting the prize like he couldn't believe it was real. He breathed a sigh of relief that the Ifanal trouble would be resolved, and decided to check the extra reward. The system announced that because he'd steered the story in the most ideal way, he'd receive a special bonus. Yuseol rubbed his chin, pondering which reward would be most fitting. Before, he'd always had to use items to cover up his power shortfall. But after the fight with Mazen, he realized those toy fixes weren't doing the job anymore. What Beek Yuseol wanted most right now was real offensive power. He decided to pick a derivative skill born from his own weakness: mana concentration. The system confirmed the request, and a beam of light enveloped his whole body. Originally, with his stagnant mana constitution, his mana would continuously leak out into the environment. But with the new skill, he could force the escaping mana back into his body. Instead of drifting away uselessly, the mana would now focus entirely into his fist, multiplying its force. Yuseol smiled confidently. Finally, he'd found a path to become stronger. He couldn't wait to test this new power immediately. The scene shifted to a lush green plateau where a small wooden house stood alone. Keen was walking up to the house's door. He wore a stern expression as he stood before the entrance. Inside, a man stood with his back to them, gazing out the window at the night sky. It was Roderick Hallow, Tower Master of New Moon. He calmly turned to welcome his subordinate. The two faced each other in the silent corridor as Roderick wondered why Keen kept using that form. Keen reported that the darkened being in Ifinal's garden had been purified by a Stella student. Roderick noted that the purification was unexpected, while Keen retorted by asking if he was to be questioned. Roderick replied that Keen was the one who taught him that all corrupted beings must be destroyed. Roderick felt questioning Keen pointless, since times change and his teachings can't always hold. He recalled that Professor Mason Tyron had revealed himself as corrupted shortly after Keen arrived at Ifinal's garden. Roderick reassured him that things had been settled. Keen clenched his hands and listened quietly without protest. The Tower Master took blame for not detecting the corruption sooner. He revealed a shocking truth. His ability to see the future had grown hazy, as if shrouded in mist. Rather than worry, Roderick found it oddly fascinating to experience not knowing fate for the first time. Keen seemed unable to share the Tower Master's strange optimism. Suddenly, Roderick asked about the name Beek-Usial, the student rumored to have defeated Mason. That child, the Tower Master murmured, his gaze drifting to the window. Keen heard the name once more, his heart full of suspicion. He still believed Beek-Usial was just a normal 17-year-old student, who, however, kept far too many secrets. Roderick advised his subordinate not to try understanding the inexplicable, but to learn to accept. Keen narrowed his eyes, thinking over the Tower Master's cryptic advice. Standing in the windswept meadow, he still couldn't fully make sense of it all. "Accept them, huh?" Keen muttered to himself, a lone figure lost in the vast expanse. The scene cut to another imposing tower on Stella Academy's ground. The paper screamed a shocking headline: Alchemist Professor Mason Tyron corrupted right at the Academy. Inside the room, Spirit King Sioran faced the Academy principal. Principal Stella sipped her tea and admitted they couldn't hide this scandal forever. Sioran sat silent, heavy with a doleful burden. Principal Stella assessed that the roots of corruption had penetrated every corner of the magical society. "You should be more careful," Sioran warned with a cold glare. She narrowed her eyes, her mind focused on an even greater danger. A hazy image appeared, the Deathbringer, a shadowed soul wearing a Stella uniform. Principal Stella said that if the killer of Ifinal truly hid here, it would be an insult to their surveillance system. Sioran wondered whether the enemy's concealment power had outmatched the Academy's most advanced technology. She realized the likelihood that the real murderer was hiding within Stella itself was very high. Sioran clenched her hand, focusing her thoughts on Ifinal's garden for more clues. "I have to dig deeper," she told herself, golden eyes burning with determination to uncover the truth. Back with Beek-Usial, as long as he gave the spirit beast's heart to Ifinal and learned to control the Monolith syndrome, he'd definitely grow stronger. He impatiently waited for the coming weekend. The weekend arrived, and Beek-Usial returned to the garden sparkling with green blossom. He waved at Ifinal like an old acquaintance. No sooner had he appeared than Ifinal leapt out and fired questions at him until he clutched his head in pain. He smiled calmly at her. In Usial's hand was the blazing red spirit beast's heart, the most precious item to help her awake. He stepped up to Ifinal's still ethereal silhouette. Beek-Usial gently placed the radiant gem into the center of the spirit's chest. A blinding light burst forth, enveloping the entire secret garden. The light was so strong Usial had to squeeze his eyes shut to avoid being dazzled. Ifinal began to regain sensation. Her bare feet made their first soft contact with the green grass. Ifinal truly woke up. Her long green hair and vitality fully returned. She danced with joy, ecstatic to be able to move and speak again. Beek-Usial hadn't even had time to compose himself amid her energy. Then Ifinal rushed over and hugged him in overwhelming excitement. She beamed, thanking him nonstop for saving her life. Seeing Ifinal so happy, Beek-Usial felt relieved, but he soon noticed her gaze had shifted slightly. Ifinal suddenly realized her body still wasn't fully stable after the long sleep. She warned she would have to fall asleep again soon because the heart wasn't yet fully compatible. To help Usial, she gifted him a deep blue martial outfit and told him to wear the magic necklace. Beek-Usial reached out and accepted the special gift from the spirit. He put the necklace around his neck, exactly as Ifinal instructed. In the new outfit, Beek-Usial looked like a true master, completely different aura. Ifinal promised to take him to a secret place to meet another friend who could help him control his mana. Suddenly, Usial sensed a strange presence intruding into the garden. A shadowy figure appeared in the distance, putting both of them on high alert. The system immediately notified him that the love-absorbing body curse had been activated on him. Almost at once, Usial's blessing trait auto-activated, making him completely immune to that deadly charm. Usial thought to himself, this would be a terrifying ability without the system's special protection. It was Katsuorin, the genius with breathtaking looks and the pointed ears typical of the elf race. A few minutes earlier, Kei Katsuorin had been strolling alone in the area. She hid her face under a black cloak, recalling the times she visited here when Ifanel was still lucid. Kei Katsuorin walked quietly through the dense trees. Her cloak's hem gently brushed the bright wildflowers lining the path. She lightly touched a branch, silently praising whoever had tended this secret garden so well. Thinking she was alone, Kei Katsuorin prepared to remove her veil to enjoy the fresh air. Believing no one was nearby, the mysterious girl slowly took off the black veil. Kei Katsuorin exhaled in relief. How long had it been since she dared show her face like this outside? Looking at the dazzling field of green flowers, she marveled that the place hadn't changed after all these years. But she froze when she detected an unusual aura. In that ethereal space, whose presence could this possibly be? Kei Katsuorin's golden eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Ifanel truly awake. Ifanel recognized her and exclaimed her name in surprise. Beak Yusial standing beside her stunned Kei Katsuorin. Why was there a stranger here besides Ifanel? She quietly wondered if this teenager might be the one who saved her friend. Beak Yusial stepped back a pace to keep a safe distance. Ifanel hurriedly cast a teleportation spell. Kei Katsuorin only had time to reach out to stop her, but it was too late. A burst of light flared, and both vanished without a trace before her eyes. Kei Katsuorin stood frozen, still not understanding what had just happened. Her face showed nothing but disappointment and relentless worry. Ifanel collapsed into Kei Katsuorin's arms. She frantically asked how her friend could have awakened, and Ifanel only whispered that the boy had brought the heart. Ifanel gave a weak smile, saying she was so happy to see Kei Katsuorin again after so long. Kei Katsuorin hugged her tightly, eyes watering because she had missed Ifanel so much too. Ifanel's gaze began to grow dim, a sign of exhaustion. Her body sagged and her breathing grew heavy as sleep rushed over her far too quickly. Ifanel fell asleep right in Kei Katsuorin's arms. Though there were a million questions, she knew the heart wouldn't work properly instantly. All Kei Katsuorin could see now was the boy from earlier. Who on earth was he? A thought suddenly flashed in her bright eyes. She panicked, realizing she'd forgotten to cover her face when she faced him. He had looked her straight in the eye, yet instead of going mad from the curse, he stepped back and avoided her flat. How bizarre! How could an ordinary person possibly resist her deadly charm like that? Could he really be completely immune to this love-absorbing curse? Hope suddenly stirred in Kei Katsuorin. This might be the only person in the world she could talk to without causing a disaster. She shouted across the forest, determined at all costs to find that extraordinary boy. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial had been dumped in a weird place. He grumbled and complained about Ifanel's terrible teleportation. His body ached. Surrounded by barren cliffs, he looked around and wondered what remote backwater he'd landed in. Seeing a torchlit cave, Yusial decided to go in and take a look. He guessed this was exactly where Ifanel wanted him to go. As he walked, he regretted not asking Ifanel more questions earlier. That Kei Katsuorin girl's sudden appearance there was really unexpected. Come to think of it, that elf was truly beautiful. A strange kind of beauty that made one feel peaceful and easy on the eyes. But Yusial reminded himself to be careful. If it weren't for the anti-effect blessing, he'd probably have gone mad by now, enchanted by Kei Katsuorin. He briefly considered using his power to break the curse on her, but knew his current strength still wasn't up to the task. Never mind, handle the immediate task first. He stopped before an old wooden door bolted inside the cave. Upon entering, a system notification popped up, confirming this was indeed the place containing Ifanel's energy. The room looked older and plainer than he expected, with only a few weapon racks and a simple little bed. Yusial suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on something standing in the corner of the room. It was a gleaming white sword with a slender green hilt, radiating a cold sharpness and commanding presence. He reached out and touched the nearby wall. A strange current of energy ran along his fingertips. Turns out there was a protective barrier here. Yusial told himself he'd have to ask Ifanel all about this place later. The urgent matter now was to cure the mana leak. He moved closer to the bookshelf and began to rummage for information. Luckily, he found it. The book detailing the nasty illness he was suffering from lay right here. Yusial carefully opened to the first page. Mana leakage syndrome, exactly what he needed. The book stated that people born with this condition were extremely rare, maybe one in a generation at best. The author of the book was also afflicted with the syndrome. He had spent his life researching it. Historically, such people tended to die young. Strangely, this predecessor had survived and lived past 40. He penned the final lines with regret. Had he discovered this method earlier, he might have lived longer. The takeaway was, to survive with this leaky container, one must become stronger than ordinary people. That method was to breathe mana through the whole body, instead of concentrating it at a single point. It was a kind of mental technique to harmonize the mind with nature, accepting and absorbing everything as naturally as possible. Yusial closed the book, everything suddenly clear in his mind. He smiled confidently. No wonder endless cardio hadn't helped before. The trick was mana circulation. Time to start training right away. The scene shifted. We were now standing before the royal cemetery of the kingdom of Adalbert. A white-gloved hand gently placed a solemn bouquet of purple flowers on a grave. Hong Bion Adalbert stood silently, her eyes sadly reddened as she looked at the tombstone. She whispered a greeting to her departed sister. The story rewound 11 years to the grand palace of the kingdom of Adalbert. Servants and maids were frantically running everywhere, searching for Princess Bion. Meanwhile, a tiny girl cloaked in black was hiding behind a large pillar, sneaking away from everyone. The setting shifted to a peaceful riverside, completely separate from the palace's commotion. Little Bion sat by the water's edge, her small figure reflected on the calm surface of the pond. A loud splash broke the water's tranquility. Bion sat with her knees hugged to her chest on the grass, her face smudged with dirt and tinged with sorrow. Suddenly, a rustling from the bushes behind made the little girl startle and spin around, on guard. Her wide, red eyes went round with surprise as she saw someone had found her secret hiding spot. It was a stunning woman with long white hair, wearing a blazing red dress, Hong Aaron Adel. Aaron smiled gently at the frightened child. She guessed right away that Bion would hide out here. She bent down and told her that everyone was worried and searching for her everywhere. Aaron's eyes were full of affection as she looked at her little sister. Bion screamed for her sister to stay away. She didn't want Aaron to see her looking so miserable. Worried, Aaron hurried after her, calling nonstop for her to stop. At first, she thought her sister was just being a bit stubborn. But the next day and the day after that, she still found her hiding here alone. Aaron smiled as she stepped closer, gently asking how her day had been. She even brought her a hand-woven flower crown. Hopping it would make her feel stronger and happier. Amid the chaos of her fire training going poorly, her sister was the only one who truly cared for Bion. Yet at that moment, Bion felt all that concern was mere pity. She screamed in anger, telling her sister to get out of her sight. Then one day she accidentally overheard that her eldest sister might not survive the year. Frozen by the door, Bion was stunned when she learned this heartbreaking truth. It turned out her sister suffered from a terminal illness, the Adalbert family's self-immolation curse. She endured pain far greater than Bion. She was the only person in the world who truly understood the pain Bion carried. Hearing a knock, Bion startled and looked up, her red eyes still clouded with sorrow. Aaron smiled and asked if she'd arrived, while the little girl hesitated, unsure what to say. Summoning all her courage, Bion offered a beautiful pale blue-purple flower she'd prepared. She timidly said she really wanted to give the flower to her sister. Aaron beamed, took the flower, and sweetly thanked her tiny sister. Because of that smile, Bion tried her hardest. Every moment with her sister made life feel meaningful. But happiness was short-lived, and the deathly flames began to flare. In the end, Aaron couldn't overcome the curse and turned to ash, leaving a gut-wrenching pain for those left behind. Bion realized that the pain of losing a loved one was even more terrifying than being burned every day. She swore it would never happen again. The Adalbert royal family had long kept a hereditary treasure, the fire spirit flower, which could summon the fire body into one's form. If successful, the user would gain enormous mana, but the price was losing all magic and risking a conflagration that could consume a whole nation. Though uncertain whether the fire spirit flower could fully cure mana leakage, it was the only path left. Bion stood quietly before her sister's grave, more determined than ever. She had made her own decision. Currently, the fire spirit flower was sealed in the palace, and only the king could touch it. Bion vowed to herself that before Beek Yusial's lifespan ran out, she would seize the throne to save him. Meanwhile, in a quiet dark corner, Beek Yusial sat meditating alone on a pile of dry straw, focusing all his concentration on training. He squeezed his eyes shut, breathed evenly, and tried to sense every tiny current of mana flowing through his body. Time passed from sunset to the first rays of dawn on the mountaintop, and Yusial remained motionless like a statue. His shirt soaked with sweat, his face showing strain but no hint of surrender. The battle with his own body was never easy. Sweat dripped steadily from his chin to the floor. Yusial was reaching his limit. Tick, a drop fell onto the calm pool of his mind, marking a breakthrough after so much grueling effort. System notice, skill, supreme spirit method, has been successfully formed. Yusial opened his eyes wide and smiled in relief. Things were finally going right. Along with it came the sub-skill, breath of the god. This skill increases the rate of mana purification in the blood based on yin-yang and 5 elements principle. He clenched his fist in excitement. Though it couldn't be used often due to soul strain, it would skyrocket his mana purification speed. Yusial recalled the moment he was helplessly defeated. The image of looming darkness only fueled his hunger for power. His gaze hardened. This time he swore not to end up pathetic again. He wanted to test how strong these new skills really were. Returning to full focus, Yusial began to employ the Supreme Spirit method. A golden energy started to emanate from his back. The system displayed a slew of soaring stats: strength plus 17%, agility plus 29%, perception plus 25%, a genuine leap in capability. Next, Yusial pulled out the sword Teravan. He wanted to try combining it with the new skill to see what would happen. He gripped the sword with both hands, held it horizontally before him, and began channeling energy into the blade. Teravan's mechanism absorbed the mana leaking from his body to shape the sword. Brilliant mana swirled around the fragile blade. Yusial remembered having to use support items before because Teravan's energy was too weak. He wasn't happy about that. He wondered if combining Teravan with an enhanced Supreme Spirit method would elevate its power to new heights. He decided to take the risk. "Focus mana," Yusial shouted, pouring all his essence into the sword. The light bursting from him was fiercer than ever. Teravan hissed as golden radiance enveloped it, as if about to explode from mana overload. Suddenly his body convulsed. Uncontrolled arcs of energy swarmed him, his face contorting from sudden pain. Overload system warning. Body cannot withstand the strain. Teravan flew from his hands, clattering to the ground in defeat. Yusial collapsed, coughing up blood from mana backlash. The bone-deep pain left him unable to stand, blood soaking a corner of the straw. Gasping, he realized he'd been reckless. Combining two powerful techniques at once with an unprepared body was suicide. He'd exceeded his limits. Activating the Supreme Spirit method alone took 10 minutes. Adding mana focus meant it couldn't be used in actual combat yet. He needed more time. Despite the bitter failure, Yusial's eyes were full of hope. At least he'd glimpsed the sword's form, if only for a moment, proof it wasn't impossible. He picked the sword up with a determined look. There were no shortcuts on his path, only steady effort. He wiped the blood from his mouth and readied himself for the next session. He sat down again to calm and recover. Time was short, but Yusial wouldn't waste a second. He would conquer it, slow and steady. The scene shifted to the Elven lands, the birthplace of celestial flowers, a magnificent, ancient castle nestled among green woods and sheer rocky peaks. Inside the castle, an announcement was made. Stellar Academy decided to reward the students who bravely repelled the recent invasion of the Changeling. The elf queen, Kei Katsuorin, sat in an armchair with her face hidden beneath a cloak. She explained she couldn't appear before the crowd, so she wanted Orenha to attend the medal ceremony in her stead. Orenha, the loyal aide to the elf ruler, stood solemnly to accept the order. He always wore his calm, dependable demeanor. Kei Katsuorin sighed in relief, saying she was fortunate to have Orenha's help. Orenha bowed his head, affirming it was a servant's duty to the queen. The queen shook her head, genuinely grateful to Orenha for carrying so many burdens for her. The air between them grew light and full of understanding. Orenha looked at the queen. A ripple of emotion crossed his eyes at her sincere thanks. The two seemed bound by a special tie. Kei Katsuorin quietly said, "Thank you," and stood to leave. She said she had personal matters to attend to and asked Orenha not to worry. She wanted to be alone for a while. Orenha bowed once more, assuring he understood all instructions. He sat alone in the vast room, watching the queen's back fade beyond the door. The Stella ceremony would surely have many interesting happenings. Orenha sighed softly. It had been months since he'd had a private meeting with the queen, and it ended far too quickly. His gaze carried a hint of sadness as he watched her go. Orenha's heart pounded. Though he addressed her as Your Majesty, inside he carried an unspeakable feeling. This absolute loyalty was sometimes a psychological burden. A little-known truth: the main reason Kei Katsuorin chose Orenha as her aide was his extraordinary resistance to her curse. He was one of the rare people who could stand near her unaffected. However, ironically, the real reason Orenha volunteered as her attendant was simple. He loved Kei Katsuorin. He had been deep in this feeling for a long time. Staring into the queen's melancholy eyes, Orenha wondered if she was still obsessively searching for the so-called Godslayer. That seemed to be the only thing occupying her thought. Though he couldn't see her true face behind the mask, Orenha still swore he would do anything, even the most dangerous deeds, as long as he could make her smile again. A few days later, at Stella Academy, a solemn atmosphere shrouded the school as the ceremony to honor the students who helped eliminate the dark beings during the Spirit Beast contract event was about to begin. On the honor podium, Orenha represented the elves to present medals. a stellar official, announced the event's importance in strengthening ties between humans and elves. First was Ma Yuxiang, a first-year S-class prodigy. He stepped up with his signature cold expression to receive the reward befitting his example to other students. Camera flashes popped incessantly from the reporters. Every award moment was captured carefully to demonstrate the strong friendship between the races against the dark threat. Orenha presented the medal to Ma Yuxiang. Both performed the ritual formally, showing mutual respect between representatives of the two great powers. "Congratulations," Orenha murmured. He always maintained a polite, proper exterior in every interaction. Ma Yuxiang replied with a brief "thank you." Despite the great honor, his expression barely changed, true to the frozen genius type. Next, Beek Yuxiao from first-year S-class, the speaker announced. Orenha suddenly felt something off. He sensed a strange pressure approaching him. When Beek Yuxiao stepped onto the stage, Orenha was stunned. He hadn't liked this student from the first glance for some vague reason even he couldn't explain. Orenha intended to offer his congratulations, but his lips froze. His eyes widened as he sensed a familiar surge of energy emanating from the boy opposite. "This energy flow is," Orenha gasped. A nightmarish shadow rose in his mind, dredging up horrific memories he knew all too well. Beek Yuxiao tilted his head in puzzlement at the elf aide's sudden silence. He had no idea his secret was at risk of being sniffed out by the elf's keen senses. Female attendant behind Orenha worriedly asked if he was all right. Orenha quickly composed himself and said nothing was wrong, trying to hide the shock inside. "Why do I sense Ifinal's energy from him?" A massive question echoed in Orenha's head. Doubt began to sprout and spread. Staring at Yuxiao's back, Orenha wondered if this could be the Godslayer the queen had been searching for. The image of a colossal dark entity enveloping him made his skin crawl. Orenha analyzed the situation. It was strange that two rookies could defeat a danger level 6 dark being. If the boy had the skill to hide his true face and his rotten soul, hiding at Stella would be far too easy. He thought to himself that if he could capture the boy and present him to the queen, she'd surely be overjoyed. He might even win special favor from her, a once-in-a-millennium chance to make merit. But Orenha reminded himself not to rush. He needed more concrete evidence before taking any action. "His name is Beek Yuxiao, right?" He muttered the name as if carving it into memory. Orenha's gaze sharpened as he looked at Yuxiao's smiling face. He vowed to unmask the student's true identity at any cost. The hunt for the secret began. 2 months had passed since I enrolled at Stella. It was also the time when first years began receiving new assignments. Professor Federote beamed, announcing a familiarization lesson with adorable spirit creature. But reality was not cute at all. A male student screamed in despair as his spirit refused to cooperate. Another student had his hair yanked as he begged the invisible spirit to tell him what it wanted. The professor could only smile wryly. Until harmony was achieved, only those who'd made a contract could see their spirit. Federote turned to ask a female student if she could scoot a little this way. Azel Louveton stood frozen in the training yard, her face clearly embarrassed. In front of her lay Blue-Eye, a small blue bird, motionless in the grass and looking thoroughly displeased. Seeing Azel rooted to the spot, Professor Federote stepped closer to check on her. She reminded them that Azel's contracted spirit was the ice thunder bird, a rare spirit creature. The little bird squeezed its eyes shut. This species was known for a strong personality, extremely sensitive and very picky about companions. The professor advised her to open her heart and truly listen so they could grow closer. She explained further that when the bond peaked, the user could summon the spirit out themselves. No sooner had she finished speaking than a giant radiant white wolf appeared beside the professor, proving the power of fighting alongside a spirit. When that moment comes, the spirit will become your most reliable companion. Azel, just keep trying. Azel blushed with excitement and vowed loudly she wouldn't let the professor down. But easier said than done, Azel still failed in the end. She trudged home exhausted as night fell. Saddened, she wondered if she really deserved to one day stand alongside her spirit in battle. As she walked, she came across some students gossiping excitedly about Beek Yuxiao and Ma Yuxiang in the paper. Azel glanced over, thinking to herself that it was surely another sensational tabloid piece about their recent exploit. News that 2 Stella students had defeated the dark demon beings spread like wildfire after the contract ceremony. While everyone cheered their feet, Beek Yuxiao kept a nonchalant face as if nothing had happened. Azel suddenly thought that if Yuxiao were here, he'd surely encourage her and put his faith in her like last time. But she immediately brushed that thought aside. She didn't want to be someone who always leaned on others. Her gaze sharpened. Azel decided she'd overcome this challenge on her own. Next came practical combat class. Professor Li Hanwell announced the start of the practical magic combat course. The professor stressed that in real combat, having powerful magic mattered less than using the right move for the situation. He gave the example of spells launched from the body, highly powerful, but requiring long incantations, leaving openings for an opponent to exploit. Conversely, fixed coordinate spells have shorter range and less power, but are extremely hard to dodge. Lee Hanwall concluded that flexibly adjusting distance is the key to holding the advantage on the battlefield. A diagram appeared showing the importance of standing outside the opponent's elemental attack range. Then choose a position so the opponent fits neatly within your attack range. Those are the most basic lessons. The professor introduced the wooden dummy as today's opponent. It only uses level 2 targeted spell. The challenge, with only 2 shield layers, slip into its blind spot and stay for 30 seconds, or stand before it and take hits for 10 seconds. Azel paled. Standing in front of it taking hits with only 2 shields sounded like an impossible task. Flame watched quietly, guessing the school wanted students to use the first shield to probe the opponent's habits. Then use the second shield to determine the attack range before slipping quickly into the blind spot, a tactic that demands absolute precision. Easier said than done. The harsh practical lesson under Lee Hanwall's supervision officially began. Million Fail, a female student, was flung back by a powerful heat blast and couldn't hold her ground. Aiden Fail, another male student, also tumbled when his thin shield shattered under continuous strikes. Haewon Ryong next. The purple-haired young man rushed straight at the wooden dummy with full confidence. But immediately he froze, his face full of astonishment at something that had just happened. Haewon Ryong had barely advanced before a beam of light knocked him back. Haewon Ryong, out, the professor shouted without mercy. By contrast, a male student named Peng Harang easily passed the test and received praise. Ma Yuseong was no slouch either, slipping through the attacks with ease to earn a spot to continue. Professor Lee Hanwall made notes, commenting that so far only Harang and Yuseong had passed, and both chose to sneak into the target's blind spot. He emphasized that the challenge required lightning-fast reflexes because targeted spells take exactly 0.1 seconds to activate. To dodge it, you must not only read the mana flow, but also surpass the limits of the human body. Next, Beak Yuseol. Yuseol stepped onto the training ground, took a deep breath to steady himself under the class's gaze. He told himself that until now, he'd relied on instinct to avoid an enemy's attack range. Images of Yuseol gliding among dangerous purple lightning flashed in his mind, reminders of past battles. But after training in the Tai Ling Divine Technique, his sixth sense had been enhanced to a whole new level. Standing before the wooden dummy, Yuseol decided to test whether he could stay within its attack range and still react in time. A blazing golden light surrounded Yuseol, signaling he was ready for the practical exercise. Begin! The red target on the dummy's forehead lit up, ready to launch its attack. Yuseol focused intensely, scrutinizing every fluctuation of mana around the opponent. Suddenly, a purple energy orb materialized right in front of his face, making him flinch. What the hell is that? Spatial magic. Yuseol was astonished. This was rarer than light magic. Who knew a training wooden dummy could possess it? He exhaled sharply and quickly shook off the surprise to refocus entirely on the mat. Gotta concentrate. I need to read every movement of mana in this space, he told himself. Step by step, Yuseol moved with extreme caution and finesse. He quietly vowed to dodge the barrage of attacks with calm precision. With his eyes squeezed shut to sense more deeply, Yuseol executed millimeter-precise evasion. In the blink of an eye, he slipped through a volley of spatial orbs and suddenly appeared right behind the wooden dummy. And in this state, Yuseol murmured, now in the optimal position to counterattack. His eyes flared with characteristic amber gold. Condensed mana, he poured all his strength into the short sword. A wind-splitting slash cut across, and the professor immediately declared that Beak Yuseol had passed the test with flying color. Just after his moment in the spotlight, Yuseol reverted to his usual dazed look, wondering how practice could be over so fast. Professor Lee Hanwall looked at him in disbelief, admitting he'd never seen anyone fight in such a strange way. Yuseol asked to practice a bit more since he was still excited, but the teacher brusquely sent him away, prompting a grumble about stinginess. In her dream, Flame saw herself standing before a giant angel, calling her name. The angel promised it would always protect Flame, no matter what happened. She stared at the radiant figure in bewilderment, full of questions. Her eyes quivered slightly as reality began to wash back over her. Flame snapped awake in class, hand to her forehead. Those strange dreams kept repeating. It had all started when she used her power to halt Haewon Ryong's demonization. She wondered why they appeared and what those words truly meant. A friend's call startled Flame out of her thoughts, reminding her it was time for the next class. "Just a dream," Flame told herself as she pulled herself together. The whole class gathered at the training ground to prepare for the spar between Class S and Class A. She watched attentively as the instructor began announcing the matchup. The first pair was Beek Usial versus Uslek Chekbilin from Class A. Both stepped onto the platform. Uslek slung his staff over his shoulder, sneering confidently at his opponent. At the command, he immediately unleashed Blue Wave, towering columns of water surging violently. The students below gasped in amazement that he dared use a level 3 spell right from the start. Flame frowned when she saw Usial still standing silently amid the watery onslaught. Uslek mocked him, thinking the rumors of Usial defeating a level 6 demon were exaggerated, and decided to finish the match quickly. With a bold swing of his staff, the massive wall of water crashed down onto the arena floor. Usial's gaze remained utterly calm, even though the attack was right on top. Blink, he vanished just before the water hit, slipping through the narrow gap with practiced ease. Uslek cursed in frustration, calling his opponent a dodging rat. He followed up with Water Dragon Cannon, pressing Usial into a corner with no way back. But with another blink, Usial slipped away again as if it were nothing. Uslek smirked, convinced he'd finally figured out the pattern of his movement. A series of magic circles for targeting appeared right beneath Usial's feet. "You're in range now." A triumphant grin spread across the attacker's face. Consecutive magical explosions detonated where Usial had stood, filling one corner of the field with choking smoke and dust. Uslek was confident he'd won, while Flame and the other students held their breath. But Usial emerged from the smoke, amber eyes blazing with focus. He dodged every single hit. Uslek went berserk, pouring all his mana into what he intended to be the finishing blow. He shouted defiantly, but Usial began to channel mana concentration as well. Usial's eyes sharpened. He prepared to unleash a decisive slap. A gigantic blade of light rose and cleaved through all of the opponent's defensive magic and attacking force. Uslek stood frozen, utterly stunned by the overwhelming power. Everything ended in silence, leaving only the astonishment echoing across the arena. The instructor announced the end of practice. The students began buzzing with talk about Usial's ability. Flame watched Usial and realized he was no longer hiding his power like before. Ma Yusiang approached to praise the technique, and Usial replied with a curt thank you. He thought to himself that what needed hiding now wasn't strength, but the knowledge of the future he possessed. Meanwhile, on another platform, the Aurium lance plunged into the ground after defeating its opponent in the blink of an eye. Prince Kalstein smiled proudly, theatrically signaling the end of his match. True Class S caliber, deciding the outcome in under a minute, earned everyone's respect. Seeing Prince Kalstein show off and wave smugly in the distance, Flame inwardly rolled her eyes at his flair for the dramatic. She ignored the prince, stepped over to Beek Usial, called him uncle, and praised the match. Usial just wanted to pretend he didn't know her to avoid the hassle. "Hey, who are you calling uncle?" Usial grimaced. Flame replied nonchalantly, "If not you, then who else here?" Kalstein stood silent as he watched himself being completely ignored, his expression suddenly dark and unreadable. Watching Usial's retreating back, Flame sighed and admitted to herself she hadn't meant to get this involved, but here she was. Night fell and Stellar Academy sank into silence after a long day of training. Flame walked down the dorm corridor, yawning and complaining about returning to the hardships of school at her age, when she spotted a figure ahead. It turned out to be Lamilka, her roommate, standing dazed with a face full of confusion and worry. Seeing her friend still awake, Flame asked, and Lamilka startled so much she nearly dropped the letter in her hand. Flame looked at the sealed letter and teased, "Is this a love letter for your boyfriend?" Lamilka blushed furiously and denied it, mortified. Seeing her friend too shy to face her, Flame was about to tease her more, but Lamilka suddenly asked her for an important favor. The scene shifted to the door of room S109. A dry knock echoed through the quiet hallway. Flame stood before the door and called out to see if anyone was inside. She had something to deliver for her. She grumbled about having to deliver the letter because Lamilka was too timid. Flame thought to herself how lazy kids these days were, not even bothering to tell her who the recipient was. With a soft click, the door slowly creaked open. "Hello, Flame," a familiar voice rang out, freezing her in place. "What the heck?" Flame mentally cursed. The one who stepped out of S109 was none other than Prince Kalstein. He wore a smug smile and asked, "Did you call for me?" Flame was stunned, unable to understand why he was here at this hour.